The story began by revealing a black sun set against a crimson sky in a desert landscape. Monsters were already flooding the area, and they were already ready to devour anyone. We then see our main protagonist screaming at the top of his lungs as he grips a small dagger with him. He directed the attack towards this monster, who looked like a giant worm with a lot of sharp teeth. In a closer perspective, the monster let out a cry as our MC successfully landed his attack. Although he nearly lost his arm along the process, his hands trembled as he realized what could have just happened if he hesitated even for a second. A few moments later, the monster had finally collapsed beside him, and he let out a sigh of relief. He caught his breath as he tried to wipe the blood of the monster that was splattered on his face. Our MC then uttered that he can now finally defeat a monster using his own power. But his thought was interrupted as someone called him unawakened. His attention was then directed elsewhere. Right in front of him was a gruesome battlefield. Corpses of monsters were already piling up, and humanity continued their hunt. The man that called him earlier then shouted on what he was doing. He addressed our MC as a mere porter, and he commanded him to just do his job and collect the drops from the monsters. The guy beside him agreed. Our F-rank porter was then flustered, and he immediately apologized. He was reminded that a fool like him should not space out around. The two men had already turned around to proceed on their hunt, but they still commented that the porter was such a useless bastard. Our MC's expression turned serious as he was reminded what's his role in this cruel world. The emotion that he felt was overwhelming, and the only word he could utter for this situation was, fuck. In this world he lived in, everything changed after the abyss was discovered. It's another dimension where monsters that only existed in fantasies actually existed. And after the discovery of the mysterious place, people have started to awaken transcendental powers. Using those powers, they defeated monsters and continued to explore the abyss. As a result, the conventional method of evaluating individuals shifted away from assessing their personality or effort, but on their awakening rank. If someone's awakening was high enough, they are guaranteed to live a good life. As our MC continued to check the corpses of the monsters that were defeated, he got this purple gem. He then remembered how the abyss changed his life. Not for the better, but for worse. He spent his life working as a porter because he's unawakened and has never even opened a status window at the age of 35. He knew that the comfortable life that he was dreaming of was still unreachable as long as he's not awakened yet. Shifting his focus, our MC turned around to inform the players that he already got the loot. But his expression changed as soon as he saw what's in front of him. The once battlefields that were full of monster corpses were changed into the bodies of the players being piled up. All the humans that came up with him were dead, even the guys who just berated him a while ago. While wondering what the hell just happened, his expression turned more grim and horrified as he heard an ominous voice that told him that he was the only one left. He then turned around and saw the gigantic monster that loomed over him. This one was different from the usual monsters that they hunted from the abyss. This formidable creature, known as Asmodeus, was categorized as an SSS-ranked monster, signifying its exceptional level of power and threat. Our MC knew that this was now a lost cause. There's no way he could survive against one of the most powerful beings in the abyss, but he still opted to muster his strength and dash towards it. The dark arms of Asmodeus then moved and went towards him, and in an instant, his arm was hit by a powerful force that made it instantly detached. As soon as his mind caught up on what just happened, our MC screamed in pain and fell on the ground. But even then, he still did his best to shift his focus and look at Asmodeus so he could understand what just happened to him. His eyes widened in sheer shock as he realized something. Asmodeus was already standing in front of him, and the triple S-rank monster directed a ray of purple light towards our MC. This guy had no way of dodging the attack as it approached his forehead. All he could do now was to watch and wait for his death. While his blood dripped down, he continued to stare at the red, menacing eyes of Asmodeus. He wondered if this is how he's gonna die. Tears fell from both of his eyes as he realized that this was really happening. His end was near. His life was already flashing before his eyes as he recalled the car accident that killed his parents, the time when he was bullied in school, and how he lived a life of being ignored just because he was unawakened. Even more so, His heart was then filled with regret and anger as he realized that he will now be ending his life after only carrying around cargo. He thought that he was such a fucking loser. Our MC clenched his teeth as more blood dripped from his face. It was as if he was already crying tears of it. The scene then shifted as it focused on one of the droplets. The solitary drop then made a transformation. It shifted its color and started emitting a bright light. A vortex of light then appeared, and it showed that all the awakening conditions had been satisfied. The horrifying scene that our MC was seeing a while ago changed into what looked like the vast universe. A white figure also appeared out of nowhere. The F-rank porter then stared at the mysterious being that was descending from the golden stairs. Things were progressing much quicker than his brain could process, and it got him all confused. Our MC's gaze got fixed on the white being that was now in front of him. He then turned around as he recalled that moments ago he was just about to die from Asmodeus. But right now, he was staring at his own self that had fallen on the ground. As he stared more intently, he noticed that the triple S-rank monster had stopped moving. The white figure let out a laugh as he was amused by our MC's intense focus on Asmodeus stopping. The porter then shifted his attention towards the white figure being and asked about his identity. His question made the white figure smile, and he introduced himself as King. But he told our MC that he doesn't need to worry about that. And while sitting on his golden throne, King spoke again and revealed that he shall now be bestowing an authority onto the F-rank porter from now on. Our MC struggled to really grasp what was really happening. He wondered what the so-called King was talking about, even mentioning words like authority. King noticed his hesitation and told him that it's not good to be so distrustful, which alerted him. The king went on to explain that he admired the man's tenacity and strong will, which was the reason for choosing him for this special opportunity. As King held his hand in front of the human, he reminded him that this was the only chance he would ever get. Our MC was still confused and tried to ask King what was really happening, but his questions were left unanswered. But the king assured him that if he waits patiently, the day where he will understand everything will come. A white, blinding light then enveloped our MC's body, and the last words he heard were, "Let's meet again." Suddenly, a monster materialized out of thin air. The white figure made mention of a key in the midst of this unexpected development. As the man slowly regained consciousness, he began to hear a voice, which disparagingly stated that a bastard was still sleeping. He started opening his eyes as this voice told him how he is ignoring them, and this voice decided that it's time to wake him up. As he fully opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a smiling man who greeted him with a warm, "Good morning." However, to his shock, the guy that was smiling abruptly slapped him. After delivering the forceful slap, the man inquired, "Are you awake now?" The man who had slapped him, along with two others, appeared to be familiar. He grabbed our MC and stated that he only listened when given a good beating. It was then that the man recognized this individual as Bae Hyuksu. He couldn't help but wonder how the person who had been a relentless bully during their high school days was now standing before him. The bully referred to him as Tae-hyun and questioned why he wasn't responding. Confusion washed over him, as he had been certain that he was in the abyss just moments ago. As he received another harsh slap, he couldn't help but wonder if the newfound authority he had been granted. His eyes held a distracted look, as if his mind was entirely consumed by the strange events happening around him. He noticed a notification status displayed on his side, which stated his name as Kim Tae-hyun, his age as 19, and revealed his rank as F along with information about his skill. He was taken aback by the appearance of the status window, particularly when he realized that it indicated he was only 19 years old. Realizing that the status window indicated that it had been 16 years since he was 19, he couldn't help but break into a smile. He burst into hearty laughter. The man's unexpected and prolonged laughter unnerved the bully. The bully inquired about what was wrong with him and asserted that he must have gone mad, yet the man continued to laugh uncontrollably. The bully, increasingly agitated by the man's laughter, declared that he truly seemed to want to be hurt, further escalating the tension in the situation. In a sudden turn of events, Kim Tae-hyun delivered a powerful punch to the bully, striking him with significant force. The two other bullies were left in a state of shock. Kim Tae-hyun, despite his previous laughter, continued to smile as realization dawned on him. His smile persisted because he had come to the realization that he had also become a freaking awakened. The four of them were still on the rooftop while the bully named Hyuk-soo lay on the ground. Kim Tae-hyun rubbed his cheek, and the two other bullies launched forward to attack him. They have their own unique powers, as one yields fire on his hand while the other bully's hand is frozen. The bully tried to hit him with his fire, but he successfully dodged, and then he punched back, while he kicks the other bully in the stomach. He had a serious expression on his face, as he recalled that for 35 years, almost all of his entire life as an unawakened, he did everything he could, from fundamental physical training, to study all the information about the abyss and monsters and learn different skills, even interpersonal combat skills such as boxing, kendo, archery. That's why he's confident that he'll never lose to the untrained bullies. The two bullies advanced towards him in an attempt to land an attack. He fought back and easily landed attacks on them as he claimed them to be someone who doesn't even know the basics. The bullies fell to the ground, and Tae-hyun catches his breath. He rubbed his knuckles as he looked down on those defeated students as he smiled and uttered how he needs to take physical training again. Bae Hyuk-soo surprised him when he uttered, "What a load of bullshit." Tae-hyun saw Hyuk-soo standing up, while Hyuk-soo expressed his shock at how Tae-hyun had awakened, and he cursed at him. Hyuk-soo unleashed his ability, and his body turned into a sturdy-looking stone as he expressed his anger and informed Tae-hyun that he will be dead. Hyuk-soo's ability is called Stone Skin at rank C. This ability strengthens the body with stones surging from the skin. Hyuk-soo tried to punch Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun successfully evaded that stone fist. With fast movement, Hyuk-soo launches another attack, almost hitting Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun was surprised to witness that Hyuk-soo had leapt in front of him in an attempt to smash him with both of his fists. This attack caused a huge explosion, making debris and dust fly everywhere. As the area is starting to become clear of dust, it can be seen that Hyuk-soo is standing still with his fist still in contact with the ground, and in a flash, Tae-hyun was behind him to launch an attack. Upon sensing this, he turned to see his backside, and immediately Tae-hyun came in contact with his face with a strong force. Tae-hyun's other fist was ready for another punch, but something had shocked him. Hyuk-soo was staring back at him with a smirk, asking him what he's doing. Hyuk-soo seemed unaffected with the attack since his face had also turned into stone. Tae-hyun noted how he hurt his hand by hitting Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo launched a counterattack, successfully coming into Tae-hyun's body. And that attack blasted Tae-hyun away. Tae-hyun crashed on the ground with a huge impact that made the ground crack. He coughed blood, and one side of his head is bleeding profusely. Hyuk-soo confidently walked towards him and mocked him by saying that he should have known his own limits. With a smug look, Hyuk-soo insulted him by calling him a lowly, unawakened bastard. He asked him if he's going to run like he used to do all the time, or if he is going to choose to struggle with his newly awakened skill. While laying on the ground, Tae-hyun remembered that all awakenings possess a skill and a rank. It starts with rank F, who is not far from being a normal human, and the highest rank is S, who are akin to being monsters. The physical abilities and skills of the awakened rises exponentially, but Tae-hyun knew that what he possesses is a skill unknown and unheard of, but it's the worst of rank. The notification screen shows that he's at rank F with a skill called Predation. Therefore, he couldn't help but to admit that he had no chance of winning against Bae Hyuk-soo, who's a C rank. But for some reason, he felt differently. Bae Hyuk-soo stopped on his tracks when he noticed something unusual. Tae-hyun's injured hand is covered with a fiery red glow. As he stood up, his body seemed to be engulfed in a sinister aura. He declared that he doesn't feel like he's going to lose. Surprisingly, his aura grew stronger. It covered the area in a red and black hue, while a gust of red wind swirled around him like it was about to start a tornado. Hyuk-soo couldn't help but wonder what the hell was in front of him. With a strong wind blowing towards his way, Hyuk-soo couldn't believe that Tae-hyun actually awakened. His disbelief stems from the idea that for him, Tae-hyun is a lowly person. Tae-hyun looked at his hands as they emitted smoke like red hue, and he couldn't help but wonder if that is the skill called Predation. He felt the magic move according to his will. He heard Hyuk-soo declare that he doesn't know what's happening, so he gazed at him with his red glowing eyes. Hyuksu advanced to attack him with his mind filled with the idea that everything will be over once he killed the caster of the magic. Taehyun extended his red smoke-covered hand and released a powerful attack in the form of several circular lights. Hyuksu was surprised with this, especially this overpowered his ability, which made him shed the stones from his body. As his fist came in contact with Taehyun's hand, Taehyun seemed to release more of his power. Red thread-like hue swirls around his body as his hand emits a bright light. Taehyun's face looked serious and focused as he willed his power to his liking. His eyes became fierce as the battle continued, and Hyuksu made loud noises as he did his best not to lose the fight. But his efforts were in vain as the stones covering his body fully disappeared. The students from across the rooftop seemed to be oblivious to the intense battle, until a great red tornado covered the whole sky. The explosion caused thick smoke to cover the whole area. Along with it are debris flying everywhere. As the smoke slowly disappears, Taehyun's is also slowly fading away. The red hue that covered his body was no longer there, while Hyuksu looked like he was roasted with his face covered in black dirt and his eyes had rolled back into his head. Taehyun watched every second as Hyuksu fell to the ground. He didn't leave unscathed, as he appeared extremely exhausted from the battle. A notification screen informed him that predation had been completed, and as a result of preying upon a target, his rank went up to E stones, started covering Taehyun's hand. And the notification screen informed him that he has a new skill. Taehyun's arm had looked like Hyuksu's arm earlier. This is because the stone skin has been registered as his new skill. Later that day, at the school clinic, the nurse is surprised with the patient that had come in. It was Kim Taehyun with the two bullies in his arms, and the other one was placed lying down by the door. Taehyun, looking like he's also about to pass out, still managed to politely and calmly greet the nurse. The nurse couldn't help but to let out a scream from the confusion and shock. After the fight ended, Taehyun still initiated to bring everyone to the clinic, and with the nurse's healing ability, she treated Taehyun. When she asked how they got injured, Taehyun naturally lied to her by saying that they just rolled down the stairs. And surprisingly, he managed to deceive her, as she did not probe any further. After the treatment, he walked on the streets as his thoughts wander. He felt good that he had awakened and finally got revenge on Hyuksu. But there was still a problem. Taehyun is portrayed in the center while a branch of tree with thorns in spiral shape is on his backdrop. This seemed to be his ability, the predation, which is one of his concerns at the moment. His rank that he barely got to change after training for his entire life instantly increased after a single fight. His rank may be an F rank, but the power exceeds that of a C rank. In addition to that, he can even steal the skills of the opponents that he had defeated. As he ascended the stairs, he started wondering why the white figure called King gave him that power, and even made him go back in time. Countless questions filled his head. Despite that, with a fierce look, he knew that there's one thing that he needed to do. He stood at the gate of a 3-story house determined to find out more about predation. He smiled as he uttered that it has been a while since he came home. After his parents had passed away, he stayed with his uncle. He pictured his uncle and his family, and his smile grew wider. He entered the house as he planned his search for information, while his uncle was out. As the living room came into view, he was shocked by what he had witnessed. A man is sitting in a single chair, while 2 people with their faces covered on each side. And a boy is crouched on the floor to clean up the scattered money. This boy is also surprised to see Taehyun. The boy seemed surprised and in panic as he uttered, "Kim Taehyun?" Taehyun also called out to the kid named Wang Jae-young, and he asked why the boy isn't in school. And then his attention was drawn somewhere, as he focused on the money scattered on the ground. He couldn't help but think of Jae-young as a bastard. This is because even before he regressed, he remembered how Jae-young hung around with the other bullies to the point that he took all the money in the house and caused a huge fuss. Taehyun watched Jae-young whisper to the guy who just stood up. Taehyun realized that a major incident from the past is actually happening today. One of the guys voiced out that he was actually wondering who just entered, but it was just Jae-young's cousin. He told Taehyun that if he doesn't want to get beaten up, he should not get involved and just quietly pass by. This guy assured Taehyun that they will just take what they need and leave, and they proceeded to insult Taehyun by patting his head and calling him unawakened older brother. Taehyun stared at him with a blank expression, and a sinister smile creeped on his face as he commented how perfect the situation is, and declared that he wants to test something. This confused the guy who was mocking him earlier. Instantly, Taehyun punched the guy with brute force. This made the guy cough up as his body collided with the ground. Jae-young and the two covered guys were shocked to see this and were instantly in an alarmed stance. Taehyun went on top of the guy to land another attack. As his hand was about to reach the guy's face, the guy tried to stop it by screaming, "Wait!" But this did not stop Taehyun as he proceeded to use his skill predation. The three other guys in the room continued to watch the scenario in front of them. Taehyun smiled in anticipation. His expression changed into disappointment when he received the notification that the predation function is inaccessible. The guy beneath him looked horrified and confused when Taehyun suddenly froze in disappointment and confusion. Sweat dripped down his face as the reality that the predation didn't activate started sinking in. The guy took this as an opportunity to fight back as he raised his fist, and with a strong impact, it landed on Taehyun's face. Taehyun groaned loudly as his back collided on the floor. The guy screamed at him to die while the other two covered guys assumed a combative stance. They used their ability, with one guy having a C-rank bind skill, and the other one releasing his C-rank poison skill, and the leader activated his C-rank bleed skill. In perfect synchrony, the three attacks were about to close in on Taehyun, who was struggling to keep himself up. Once he was able to lift up his head, he was surprised to see this, and a loud, bright light exploded from inside the house towards the outside. Purple smoke covered the entire room. The guy who appeared to be the leader expressed how he pretended to be awakened. He commented that Taehyun should know his place. His confident demeanor turned into shock and confusion as he witnessed the scene in front of him. Amidst the smoke, he can see the silhouette of Taehyun standing still, and a notification screen indicated that the usage of skill has been detected. Another notification showed that bind, poison, and bleed has been confirmed. These attacks covered the area, but Taehyun's body remained still as it glowed with bright light. A notification appeared containing the information that due to a mysterious power, resistance was successful. Taehyun's hand is starting to get covered in stones, while he smiled and commented how his skill unexpectedly did not work, but then it neutralized skills out of the blue. He declared that he still doesn't know what's going on, but he focused on the leader of the guys who still had the surprised expression on his face. And immediately the leader was brought down to the ground by Taehyun's stone-covered hand. Kim Taehyun seemed to be pleased with how strong his power is. While he had an ecstatic look on his face, the leader's face was damaged and he even lost a tooth. Looking neat and confident, Taehyun stared down. The defeated men lay on the floor in front of him. He seemed to be pleased with the two things that he had learned because of them. One of the things he learned is that the status window that's only visible for the awakened had detailed information, but not all of it is displayed. He was aware of having sufficient mana, yet predation didn't activate, suggesting that factors beyond mana influenced its use. Additionally, an undisclosed passive effect of the predation skill exists, capable of countering skills related to abnormal conditions, like poisoning or bleeding, although this isn't mentioned in the skill description. With a hand on his jaw, he thought of gradually confirming whether his speculations are correct. His thoughts were diverted to the pressing concern at the moment. He asked what Jae-young was doing when he saw him bowing to him. With great enthusiasm, despite his sweat and snot dripping, Jae-young declared that after he saw his cousin's impressive side, he is reflecting on his actions. He then asked for Taehyun's forgiveness. Taehyun remained silent with a deadpan expression on his face. Jae-young proceeded to tell him that whether it's licking his shoes or barking like a dog, he'll do whatever Taehyun wants him to do. Deep inside, Taehyun sees Jae-young as pathetic. He knew that his cousin was a damn fox, but he didn't realize that it was to that extent. He had a disgusted look on his face when he heard Jae-young bark like a dog. He didn't plan to give more energy into this since the urgent issue isn't his cousin, since there was another incident that will happen that day. The said incident would have to do something about a red humongous entity with 4 eyes. This entity is covering the sky, but people in the busy street don't seem to notice. Taehyun informed Jae-young that he will forgive him. This made Jae-young enthusiastic and happy. But Taehyun continued that he wants something in return, and that is for Jae-young to accompany him to finish a task. In a restricted place, dark clouds covered the sky. The entrance to this place has signage, which warns that the area is restricted and only authorized personnel are allowed. One man in a suit and 2 women is inside the area and is occupied with the scenario in front of them. They realized that it was a gate break. They watched how monsters showed up from a barrier. Gate break is a phenomenon where monsters appear as a path to the abyss suddenly opens up. If left unattended, a dungeon disaster will occur. The man commented how it has been 10 years since the last dungeon break. He explained that the gate was suddenly created so the monsters came swarming. One of the women expressed that judging from the monsters, if they don't do anything, the dungeon disaster is only moments away. The other woman panicked and asked if they should get the neighborhood areas to evacuate. Someone answered that there's no need for that. It was the man in a suit. He confidently explained that they already have his skill B-rank barrier on their side. This barrier is shown to prevent monsters from passing through their world. The man continued to explain that the gate break is only at C rank. While he explains that, the monsters are forcefully trying to break through the barrier. The man added that since it's just C rank, it would mean that the monsters that come out of the gate are also C rank, indicating that the monsters are not strong enough to break through the barrier. The monsters continued to persist in breaking the barrier so much so that the barrier started having cracks. The man continued to explain something, but he stopped mid-sentence as the barrier behind him broke and the monsters started getting out. The 2 women witnessed this, and they called out to their team leader with a hint of concern. The man immediately turned around, and with a single kick he was able to defeat several monsters at once. He told the women that as B-rankers, they are more capable of handling it. With his attack, he was able to cut off a monster's head. Jae-young ran fast as he asked this Sir if everything should be all right. He tried to convince Sir that since he knew the control personnel were there, everything should be all right. Taehyun told him to stop calling him Sir. Taehyun confirmed that Jae-young is right, since the gate break's initial mana estimate is C rank. On the other hand, the control personnel are B rank, so there won't be any issues against C rank opponents. Jae-young enthusiastically told him that it was exactly what he said. But Taehyun revealed that everything's okay if it's actually a C rank dungeon. This revelation shocked and horrified Jae-young. A pile of dead monsters' body has been scattered in the restricted area. The man in the suit inspected the bodies while thinking how strange the situation was. He couldn't fathom how the low-rank monsters pierced through his B-rank barrier. And a thought suddenly came to his mind. The possibility that the mana overflowing in the area is actually above his rank. One of the women called his attention to inform him of something unusual in the gate. They saw several mean-looking monsters exiting the gate, and among these is one humongous monster with several sharp teeth. They continued to observe this monster as it kept pushing through the barrier, and the monster opened its wide mouth to let out a horrifying roar. The man's eyes widened in shock. He asked what that thing was. Yet the monster let out another loud roar as it fully broke the barrier, and more monsters passed through the barrier with it. The giant monster is being so loud with its roar. This monster is called a giant ogre, and it's an A-rank monster. The man had a horrified expression on his face as he realized that the gate break is not C rank, but it was actually A rank. In a split second, flames engulfed his vision. Loud explosions happened consecutively. The area was covered in flames. Jae-young continued to talk while running. He assumed Taehyun was right, but he couldn't shake the idea that it's ridiculous. He asked his cousin how he knew such a thing. Taehyun only answered in his mind. He couldn't tell him that he had already gone through this before he regressed. Jae-young told him aside from the fact that they haven't seen the monsters and an evacuation order wasn't even issued. Taehyun answered intuition. This confused Jae-young. Taehyun explained that his intuition says so, but Jae-young has caught on to his lie. Jae-young was telling his cousin not to fool him, but he stopped mid-sentence as they heard a loud scream. In front of them are humans running for their lives as the monsters chase them. The people told them to run, because there had been a gate break. More people screamed and asked for help. Because of the terrifying scene in front of him, Jae-young turned pale, and his mind went blank. Tae-hyun remained calm and asked him if he remembered what to do. He then urged him to do it. Jae-young hesitated and asked what would happen to his cousin. His eyes grew wide. Tae-hyun told him that he will get rid of those fuckers and be right behind him. Tae-hyun walked towards the monsters as his body was starting to be covered with stones. Meanwhile, a large, tall building is being lit by several lights from different angles. A man looking over the city lights admitted that the situation is escalating quickly. He explained that the gate break that was thought to be C rank turned out to be A rank. They can't expect reinforcements since others are busy in dungeon conquests and abyss exploration. He looked at the person that he was talking to and revealed that the only solution is an awakened A rank. With a hint of desperation, he told this person that he's the only hope. He requested this person's help. He called the person An Hyun-soo, the Blade of Lunacy. He's an A rank awakened. This person had tears falling in his eyes as he bit his lip. With determination evident in his eyes, he told everyone to hang in there as he will come to them soon. A status window indicates that his special skill is 8th grade syndrome. A monster can be seen being hit on the head, and then another monster is hit on its face, and another one has been knocked out by Kim Tae-hyun. The last monster that he punched had fallen to the ground, along with other dead bodies of monsters. He extended his hand and a red, sinister aura started glowing, and in just one swift move, as he unleashed a red tornado-like attack, several monsters were ripped to shreds. He had a smug look on his face as he continued using his powers. He also seemed pleased to have confirmed his theory that the cause of Predation's failure is based on fatigue. His current fatigue is at 52%, and if fatigue passes 70%, his skills won't activate. Most skills are activated based on the usage of mana. But that doesn't mean that it's the only thing to think about. That's because fatigue also plays a major factor. Fatigue increases if skills are used, or there's physical activity. And the higher it gets, the more power of the skill decreases, and the heavier the physical body gets. He finds it unfortunate that there's several factors to consider. However, Tae-hyun discovered that if he absorbs dead monsters, he can recover his mana without having to spend any. This is because the target's life activity has stopped, so mana will no longer be consumed, and with that, he successfully completes predation and recovers his mana. He smiled at the thought that there's even more good news. His rank has changed to D. His predation and stone skin both went up to D from E. With this, he concluded that the more he uses predation, the more that he can grow. He can already imagine that if it continues at that rate, he can become S rank or even SS rank. Aside from that, he entertained the possibility that he'll be the first SSS rank. After clearing the area with monsters, he declared that he's done and will head back to where Jae-young is. He wasn't able to finish his sentence because of what he sensed from behind him. In an instant, there was a huge monster falling down on where he's standing. This monster is being defeated by a man with a golden sword. This isn't just any monster, but it was the A-rank ogre. The man with the sword called it a dirty monster and vowed to make it pay for all the people that it had killed. And this man declared that himself, An Hyun-soo, the warrior of justice, will be the judge of its end. He declared this with all enthusiasm, while tears were falling down from his eyes. Tae-hyun seemed to be unamused with the childish declaration. The ogre roared as it lifted its fist in the air while An Hyun-soo anticipated the attack. An Hyun-soo, with his eyes filled with determination, he lifted his sword and showered the ogre with several diamond-like blades of light. The attack was so powerful that it formed an explosion in the middle of the city. Tae-hyun was astonished by what he just witnessed. He couldn't believe that the man easily defeated an A-rank monster. He assumed that the man is the A-ranked awakened who single-handedly solved the break before he regressed. He knew the man was the Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo, and he just confirmed that the man is as strong as what the rumors say. An Hyun-soo smiled and made a goofy expression as he declared that the idiotic monster died at the hands of his justice sword. Seeing this, Tae-hyun couldn't deny that the rumors that An Hyun-soo is as stupid are correct. As he continued to gaze at An Hyun-soo, he wondered why he suddenly appeared in the area. since before he regressed, An Hyun-soo is engaged in a bloody battle with a giant ogre on the other side of the city. An Hyun-soo is focused on praying for the citizens who passed away to find peace. Tae-hyun continued to have several thoughts in his mind as he watched An Hyun-soo, but instantly, as the notification window appeared indicating a skill was sensed, he felt a horrifying presence. An Hyun-soo was stabbed in the middle of the chest by a bald man behind him. He coughed up blood as he uttered, "What?" With a sinister grin, the man exclaimed as he had finally caught An Hyun-soo. A vast area of the city has been damaged. Meanwhile, a marketplace of clothing seemed to be unaffected. Jae-young observed the nurse who was sleeping on the couch. The nurse seemed to be oblivious to the chaos outside or to the presence of another person. Jae-young perspired as he asked himself if what he's going to do is okay. He recalled his conversation with Tae-hyun. He was informed that a lot of people will die, and one of those people is their school nurse, Choi Na-young. Tae-hyun informed him that the nurse will die because she focused on relief activities rather than evacuating. Tae-hyun asked Jae-young if he can put people to sleep with his sleep skill, and Jae-young confirmed this. He was then given an instruction to put the nurse to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place, and Tae-hyun declared that he will handle the rest. As he continued to watch Choi Na-young, Jae-young wondered how his cousin knew all about those things. All of a sudden, a thought crossed his mind. He judged this thought as nonsense, but he couldn't fully shake it off since it's the only possible explanation. His blood rushed with the idea that his cousin awakened to a skill to see the future. He exclaimed how seeing the future is so cool. An imaginary Tae-hyun with a crystal ball and cloak tries to say no. Jae-young chose to think that nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, Tae-hyun can only curse upon seeing the scene before him. An Hyun-soo is clutching his chest as he comes face to face with the man who stabbed him. Tae-hyun couldn't help but think how it all went wrong. An Hyun-soo demanded for the man to declare his identity. The man had a creepy expression as he commented how An Hyun-soo is still alive after being stabbed in a vital point. He remarked how A ranks are in a different league. The man told An Hyun-soo that it makes the hunting fun. This man is called Han Sang-do, a B-ranked villain with a stealth skill. Those awakened who commit crimes are called villains, and B-ranked Han Sang-do is one of those. He is a homicidal maniac who, during the gate break, went around murdering people for his own thrill. Tae-hyun couldn't understand the situation since before he regressed, An Hyun-soo and Han Sang-do never met. He started to wonder if the future has changed because of him. An Hyun-soo got enraged after knowing that he is a villain. He drew out his sword and vowed to punish the villain with his own hands. An Hyun-soo stopped in the middle of it when he heard the ogre groaning. His and Han Sang-do's attention were drawn to where the ogre was. The ogre growled loudly as it launched a powerful attack towards them. It made a louder noise to express its anger. An Hyun-soo was caught off guard at the sight of the giant ogre. Han Sang-do laughed. He seemed to be amused with the regeneration ability of the A-rank monster. The ogre raised its fist again, in preparation for another attack. His fist came in contact with the ground, and it caused a massive explosion. Fortunately, An Hyun-soo and Han Sang-do were able to evade this. Since the ogre is wreaking havoc, Han Sang-do had decided to leave An Hyun-soo's defeat in the hands of the ogre. Han Sang-do's attention is diverted to another person. He came face to face with Kim Tae-hyun and commented how they had a spectator earlier. He seemed thrilled with the idea of having another prey. Then he decided to launch an attack on Tae-hyun, who seemed to be caught off guard. His weapon came close to Tae-hyun's neck as he screamed for him to die. Sang-do expected his blade to cut Tae-hyun's head, so he was surprised when Tae-hyun's neck was covered in stone. Tae-hyun smirked at him and called him a moron, and then he launched a powerful kick towards Sang-do. Sang-do seemed annoyed to figure out that the person in front of him was awakened. Tae-hyun addressed him as B-rank villain, Sang-do, and this made him pay close attention. Tae-hyun asked him if he was the lunatic who's going around committing murder using stealth skill. He smiled at him and expressed that he feels great for running into him. His stone-covered arm clashed with Sang-do's blade. Sang-do seemed to enjoy attacking Tae-hyun consecutively. On the other hand, Tae-hyun looked serious while he countered Sang-do's blade with his arm. This pattern of fighting continues. Sang-do uses his blades to attack while Tae-hyun protects himself using his stone-covered arms. And then he will launch a counterattack. They both took a step back. Sangdo commented that Taehyun is skilled enough to be confident. He looked at him while he made a remark that it's unexpected how blades would be useless against him. He went on to tell him that he doesn't know how Taehyun knew about him, but he shouldn't conclude that he has a chance of winning, just because his blades are not working against him. Taehyun was shocked to hear that. It's as if Sangdo knew his thoughts. Sangdo gave him advice, that he should know that the world doesn't go according to his plans. Sangdo disappeared from his sight. Taehyun instantly knew that he used the stealth skill. He assumed a combat stance in preparation for the hidden enemy. He instantly turned to look at his backside. He punched the air and declared that Sangdo's attacks were useless against him. Unbeknownst to him, Sangdo was actually behind him. He was caught off guard when he revealed himself and asked him if he's sure about what he just said. He instantly turned to block the blade. Unexpectedly, his hand bled. He was surprised to see that his stone-covered hand was bleeding. Sangdo laughed at him. Sangdo is preparing for another attack while he asks Taehyun if he knew about the number of guys that he hunted that were just like him. He's pertaining to guys that made a mistake by thinking that their skill is invincible. He asked him if he's flustered to run away now that his weakness has been exposed. He cut Taehyun from all sides. Taehyun clenched his teeth as he endured the consecutive attacks that rained on him. Sangdo told him that he should understand that all skills have weaknesses. With his last attack, Sangdo left Taehyun bleeding from different parts of his body. The blood was scattered on the floor. Kim Taehyun was catching his breath. Deep inside him, he started to realize the flaw of the stone skin skill. He now understood that the stone skins are not ideal to totally black the attacks, since unbearable shock would crush the stone and the cursed part would be replaced with the formation of a stone of remarkably lower durability. It dawned on him that Sangdo was actually aiming for that since the start. Upon gazing at Sangdo, he had a menacing aura, and his eyes appeared to be really intimidating. But Taehyun was still able to smile because of what he learned. That hand-to-hand fight is still doable even against a B-ranked opponent. With that, he can say that his physical abilities aren't those of an average D-rank level. He asked Sangdo if they should end the fight now. Confusion washed over Sangdo's face. He started laughing and mockingly asked Taehyun if he went mad after being driven to a corner. He advanced towards Taehyun at full speed. Taehyun asked him if he knew why he wanted to meet him, but Sangdo chose to dismiss him. Instantly, a red hue was reflected on Sangdo's wide eyes. He witnessed Taehyun using his power, as Taehyun revealed that his intention was to take his stealth skill. Sangdo wondered about the wicked mana that he felt. He got annoyed to know that Taehyun was hiding that, but it seemed like he's not threatened at all. He laughed and even called him an idiot. He activated his stealth skills as he feels confident that he can't hit him when he can't even see him. But Taehyun seemed to be unfazed. Instead, he reminded him of what he said earlier, that all skills have weaknesses. Taehyun seemed to realize something after he had devoured monsters several times. There were monsters that seemed to escape his sight, but, in the end, nothing escaped his predation. He told Sangdo that wherever he hid, or wherever he ran away to, he informed him that predation will gobble him up no matter what. All of a sudden, Sangdo let out a scream. Taehyun's red blades ripped off his body into pieces. The sun had started rising, illuminating the whole city with its warm light. Hyunsu can be seen laying face down on the ground. He cursed and regretted that he was stabbed by the villain. Even if he's called with many titles such as the Hero of Justice or the Invincible Warrior, he still can't defy death. The giant ogre appeared before him, and it roared loudly. It made a loud noise as it lifted its clenched fist, and it roared again as it punched Hyunsu. The attack caused so much smoke and debris in the area. It made loud noises as it waited for the smoke and dust to clear out. But to its surprise, Hyunsu's body is not in the area. And a voice spoke, commenting how Hyunsu is totally flat on the ground. It was Taehyun, and he used his stealth skill to save Hyunsu. The giant ogre heard him and turned towards his direction. Taehyun smiled while his aura covers his body, and he uttered that it's no wonder that Hyunsu is on the ground since it was comfortable. The bright light of the rising sun covers the dark sky. A man and a woman were surprised as they opened the door. Jae-young called out his mom and dad and announced that he's back home. Tae-hyun asked his uncle if everything's all right. Tears fell from the eyes of the old couple. They were so relieved that the monsters didn't harm the children. Jae-young laughed and told them that nothing happened. The old couple told them that the house was a mess, as if someone ravaged the place. Jae-young insisted that nothing happened, and even asked Tae-hyun to agree with him. Tae-hyun decided to not say any comments. From a bird's-eye view, the rooftop of different buildings can be seen. A person watched the news on his mobile phone. The news announced that as per the guidelines of the government, the gate break warning has been completely lifted. In addition to that, the news also stated that the government considered the possibility of a subsequent outbreak, and with that, they ordered nearby schools to be closed for a week. And as news of survivors is gradually coming in, the public is breathing a sigh of relief. The man in suit earlier and the two women who were with him can be seen wearing hospital gowns as they pass through the hospital's corridor. The nurse, Choi Na-young, is explaining to the police how she woke up in a department store without any recollection of going there. Meanwhile, An Hyun-soo is on a live broadcast to announce that he is not the one who took down the giant ogre. He revealed that the true hero is someone else. The news continued to announce that the giant ogre's corpse wasn't discovered, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the public are unknown. People are concerned that the preventive measure for safety purposes may be insufficient. The person who's watching the news decided to turn off his mobile phone. That person was actually Tae-hyun. He's happy to know that he has not been mentioned in any of the reports. With a confident and excited expression, he looked at what's ahead of him. He is standing on the rails while looking at the dark tunnel as he declares that he's ready to advance to the next stage. His status window had been updated with his newly acquired skill. Now, he has 3 skills, including the D-rank Stealth that requires 5 mana. For him, acquiring Stealth was an especially great outcome, but due to his current level, he finds it difficult to use all 3 skills, since recklessly wielding the skills could deplete his mana in no time and thereby raising his fatigue level. It could end up a devastating move. So, he thought of preventive measures, and the best one is to have potions. Potions are elixirs created for various purposes such as mana or fatigue recovery. But he had an issue to deal with. Potions are expensive. Thus, he decided to hunt to earn money. He went inside the tunnel, and his path was blocked by debris. He went through a small crease to proceed. For him to hunt, he needs legal permission. Actually, the law states that using skills without legal permission is considered illegal. So, it left him with a single option. After going through the narrow passage between the wall, he was able to arrive at this destination where multiple gigantic monsters gazed at him. The only solution that he had is to explore undiscovered dungeons. The monster spoke and asked how a mere mortal could come in their place. Another monster wondered how the mortal found them. One monster suggested that they should paralyze the mortal so they could have a feast. Tae-hyun heard all their statements. He commented on how they are such great talkers. He wondered if those monsters are of high intelligence. The notification window showed that the monsters are called the Spider Sisters, and they are of B rank. He expressed how B ranks are not enough to increase his ranks. He wondered if he needed to eat hundreds of them to reach his goal. The Spider Sisters got triggered with this and decided to attack the arrogant human. One of the Spider Sisters had puffy cheeks, and in unison they told him that they are going to eat him alive. And simultaneously, they spit out a purple substance on him. The Spider Sisters laughed as if to mock him and asked how he felt. They asked if he felt himself becoming paralyzed. To their surprise, their victim is unaffected. Tae-hyun's skill called Resistance has been activated. Tae-hyun seemed to be pleased with the Spider Sisters' useful skill. The Spider Sisters screamed for him to wait, but it was followed by them groaning in agony. A notification appears stating that he has succeeded in a complete predation. He had obtained a new skill called Paralysis. One of the tall buildings in the area is the headquarters for the New South Korea Player Association. 2 men guard the wooden gigantic door. Inside the building is a woman who is holding a coffee and 2 men. One man seemed to be nervous. He is Go Tae-wook, the deputy manager of the New South Korea Player Association. A player is defined when an awakened player is legally permitted to use their skills for various objectives, such as abyss exploration, dungeon clearing, and so on. Currently, there are 5 player centers of the New South Korea Player Association. New South Korea's largest guilds, or also known as the Four Great Guilds, are the Fighters, or also known as Undivided, the Crafters called Alchemists, the Mages called the Magicians, and there's the Informants called Nightwalkers. And the authorized agency that manages the players, including the Four Great Guilds, is known as the New South Korea Player Association. And in front of the deputy manager is the guildmaster of the Nightwalker and also an S-rank player called Yu Ah-yong, and a man who thanked Yu Ah-yong for coming, whose name is Ji Jinwi. He is the chairman of the New South Korea Player Association and an S-rank player. He asked Yu Ah-yong if she discovered something. Yu Ah-yong confirmed if he was pertaining to a malignant guild. A malignant guild is a criminal organization formed by the most brutal fellows even among villains. The guild members wear gold rings with 3 skulls carved on them. He handed her a report about the recent movements of the malignant guild and a list of players that they were targeting. Yu Ah-yong told him that she's definite that he didn't seek her just to receive a document. So she straightforwardly asked what he needs from her. He laughed and asked her if she had any ideas. He admitted that he wanted her opinion on something. He proceeded to ask her when she finished the player test. She's confused by his question, but opted to answer truthfully, that it was when she reached the qualifying age at 19 years old. Then she realized something, and the chairman asked her if she thinks a high school student could rival a monster in a fight. The high school student that might be the main topic of their conversation was busy sitting on top of the pile of the bodies of the monsters. His backpack is full of crystals from the monster. He's talking to someone in the phone, asking them if they are the alchemists. With a bored expression on his face after defeating a whole bunch of monsters, he revealed his agenda to them. He wanted to buy potions. The 7-day school closure order from the gate break ended. Kim Tae-hyun was occupied during that time. Together with Hwang Jae-young, he had physical training. Aside from that, he also cleared some dungeons. Inside the building of alchemists, one of the 4 great guilds, someone was shocked seeing so many mana stones. With that, they regarded their customer as their SVIP and coaxed him to trade with them. So that's one of the tasks of Tae-hyun during the school closure, potion trading. Despite that, his overall rank is at C. That includes a ranking of C in skill, stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. He knew he had a long way to go, and yet he still has to go to school. Out of curiosity, his classmates asked him if he had awakened since they heard a rumor that he beat up Bae Hyuk-soo's lackeys. Another classmate added that whatever the case is, Tae-hyun is in big trouble, because things had already escalated. A group of students came rushing to them. Tae-hyun noticed them. These students caused commotion by throwing and breaking the chairs. They are extremely angry. One of them sat down and casually propped his feet on the table. It was Lee Jung-jae. He told Tae-hyun, "It's been a while, old friend." Jung-jae awakened as an S rank. He is the 3rd generation chaebol of the Taesan Group, the conglomerate that sponsors Taesan High School, the boss of all the Taesan High's bullies. Tae-hyun recalled how he was pushed against the wall before. He took a closer look at who the bullies were, and among them, he saw Jung-jae smirking. Jung-jae is the main culprit who ordered Bae Hyuk-soo to harass him for being unawakened. Tae-hyun forced a laugh by having someone like Jung-jae as his friend. He intimidated him as he told him to cut the crap and fuck off. One of Jung-jae's lackeys got triggered and called him a bastard as he asked Tae-hyun if he really knows who he's talking to. All of a sudden, a fist met this student's face. Jung-jae punched him and asked him if he did not see that they're having a conversation. Jung-jae's attention returned to Tae-hyun. He told him that he understands him if he is still in high spirits after defeating Bae Hyuk-soo. He released a ball of fire in the air as he advised him to be more careful in acting up in front of him. Kim Tae-hyun was flustered and amazed as he witnessed the power of an S rank awakened. Jung-jae warned Tae-hyun to better listen while he's being nice. Deep in him, Tae-hyun wondered how Jung-jae would face predation. But then, a girl interfered and told Jung-jae to stop. This girl crushed the hand of one of Jung-jae's lackeys who yelled in pain. It was Lim Ah-hyung. She also told Tae-hyun to stop. Tae-hyun continued to observe her. Ah-young wore many hats, such as the class president, and Yu Ah-yong's half-sister. She is also described as a rich family's young lady, a model student, a S-rank awakened, the prospective first-ranker next term, noblesse oblige, future SS rank player. She had countless nicknames and is expected to earn even more such nicknames. But Taehyun has one problem with her: she's uncompromising as fuck, and won't just simply back down. Jungjae acted innocent as he told her that it's like she's insinuating that he's doing something bad. He defended that they're just friends having a chat. Ah-young was skeptical of that and asked about how a friend could punch a friend in the face. Jungjae warned her to watch herself. Ah-young responded with a threat that she will use force if he didn't leave on his own. He demanded that he quit it and get lost. Taehyun watched them both as they used their powers to intimidate each other. Deep inside Taehyun, he would like them to stop because at that rate, the whole classroom will be a total mess. Jungjae glared at her, while Ah-young didn't back down. Jungjae broke the tension as he turned away and invited everyone to just stop, as he had no intention of fighting, and he faced them again while releasing fire in his hands. He asked them if that's what they're expecting him to say, and he prepares himself to throw a huge fireball towards Ah-young. But the school bell suddenly rang. It shocked the three of them, and they heard the announcement from the broadcasting club through the speaker. The announcement was that there's a special lecture that will be organized by the Players Association in the main hall. So all students are expected to assemble there immediately. They repeated the announcement twice. Because of the sudden interruption, the fire in Lee Jungjae is slowly being extinguished. He returned on, glaring at Ah-young. Ah-young returned the gaze while she anticipated his attack. He scoffed. As he leaves the room, he tells her that she's lucky. They closed the room's door with a thud. Once they're fully out of sight, Ah-young asks Taehyun if he's okay. She was about to tell him that he doesn't have to thank her, but he's no longer at his seat. She was surprised that he's already at the door. Taehyun asked her why she's still standing there, and if she had not heard the announcement to assemble in the main hall. And then he told her that he will be leaving first. Ah-young was left dumbfounded. She wondered if Taehyun had always been that way. After a few moments in the main hall, students were curious about what the lecture is all about, especially it's coming from the Players Association. They wondered if it was related to the gate break. A person on the stage started speaking. He introduced himself as Go Tae-wook, HR Deputy Manager of the Player Association. He announced that he's there for two reasons. One is to apologize for the Players Association's lack of response to the gate break and to provide safety training. And it was followed by the second reason. This is to inform everyone about the changes to the player tryouts for those individuals responsible for shaping the future of the new South Korea Player Association. Upon hearing that, Jungjae got triggered and cursed Taehyun. Ah-young took a mental note to speak with Taehyun after the ceremony, while Taehyun, without knowing anything, nonchalantly yawned. The students talked among themselves. They couldn't comprehend how the player tryouts concerns them, especially that the tryouts start at age 19 and they couldn't even participate in that. Tae-wook heard them and acknowledged that they may think of it that way. But he also revealed that now it would relate to them. He explained that due to the recent gate break outbreak and the steep rise in the number of monsters and dungeons, the Players Association has recognized that they are understaffed. Therefore, starting from the tryouts, they will be allowing nomination even for high school students. The students were surprised to hear that. Tae-wook continued to explain that nominees from each school will be selected based on a combination of factors such as ability, assessment scores, academic record, and behavior. But in Taehyun's mind, he thought that these are all lies. He knew that the tryouts are open for high school students, but the selection process is already underway. That is through Tae-wook's skill. It's called the Observer's Eye. Observer's Eye is able to quantify the sum total of the subject's abilities. Upon focusing, it even allows the user to view the stat window's information of the target. Tae-wook continued to speak while observing them. Above each student's head, he sees numbers, and he thought these numbers are far better than the other locations. He knew they would make great players. But the most shocking, even among all of them, are those two students. Lee Jungjae, who has a value of 1924, and Lim Ah-young, who has 2335. He recalled that Nightwalker sent him a list of recommended candidates, but he still can't believe that there are so many untrained awakenings. He was pleased with that, and he got excited to write up some recommendations as soon as he got back. Jung-jae raised his hand to catch his attention. He was surprised and confused with that act. Jung-jae said that there are some candidates unfit for that. Taewook wondered what he meant by unfit candidates. Jung-jae explained that player tryouts are meant to assess people suitable to be players among the awakened. In other words, what he's saying is that he doesn't believe that a mere unawakened person needs to hear the lecture. And he looked at Tae-hyun as if to say that he is pertaining to him. But strength is not all that makes a player, whether it's the rank of awakening, ability to handle different situations, or vast knowledge about the abyss. To become a player, a number of complex skills must be assessed. Jung-jae spoke again. He mentioned that in the end, all those complexities originate from the awakened. And he looked at Tae-hyun as he continued to say that for an unawakened, it's nothing but a salt in the wounds. Some students can be heard laughing. With a hint of annoyance, Tae-hyun realized Jung-jae is willing to go that far to confirm whether he awakened or not. In his mind, Jung-jae is provoking Tae-hyun to prove it if he has awakened. Ah-young was about to scold him, but she stopped mid-sentence as she imagined that Tae-hyun would act rudely to her. She turned her back and willed herself not to care. Jung-jae expressed to Taewook that they should send the unawakened out of the hall as soon as possible. Taewook answered that he understood him, but it's up to the student to decide if they want to attend the lecture. Jung-jae addressed Tae-hyun and asked how he's not humiliated when it's not like he can get nominated as unawakened, and he further asked if he doesn't give a shit about player tryouts. Tae-hyun smirked. In his mind, certainly, without proving himself as an unawakened, he can't even get a peek of the player tryouts. But he also knew that to get recommended, he doesn't necessarily have to show that himself. Taewook closely observed those three students. He thought of Jung-jae as pathetic for being an S-rank player, and yet he's bullying. And then his attention went to Tae-hyun, an unawakened with unknown latent rank as per the student department. He sees him as a pitiful existence in the midst of being awakened. Yet when Taewook used his power, it states that information could not be verified, and that caught him off guard. Tae-hyun spoke and told Jung-jae that he's right. He added that what use would it be for a lowly unawakened to attend such a lecture? It would only hurt their pride. Jung-jae was both shocked and confused by Tae-hyun's response. And then he announced something. He will get the fuck out of there while showing his middle finger to Jung-jae, and he told everyone to stay locked up in there and attend the oh-so-great lecture. This angered Jung-jae, while Taewook couldn't get over the shock of his observer's eye not working on Tae-hyun. Especially since even with the chairman and Yoo-ah-young, it had never happened. So, he couldn't figure out why it happened with a kid like Tae-hyun. He watched Tae-hyun's back go closer to the exit, and when Tae-hyun was about to open the door, Taewook continuously got the notification that the information could not be verified. And then, Tae-hyun faced and smirked at him. His eyes widened in shock. He saw a white figure with long white hair, and on top of that, Kim Tae-hyun's number is at 5096. It was almost sunset. The hallways of the school are empty. The library was quiet, while Tae-hyun sat on mountains of books while reading. Shadow of three men appeared in front of him. He told them that he figured he'd spend the rest of the day looking for clues about the king. And he gazed at those men with serious eyes, and told them that it's not like he'll find something in there anyway. One of the guys announced that Jung-jae is looking for him, so he should go with them. He flipped a page in the book while asking them what if he says no. The guy smirked and asked to confirm if Tae-hyun's aunt runs a restaurant. This caught Tae-hyun off guard. He was confused. The guy told him that Jung-jae has a message for him, and the message was that Tae-hyun is a pathetic orphan. And he asked Tae-hyun if he wants to give his aunt a hard time when she's already struggling. And he told Tae-hyun not to worry because they will drag him to Jung-jae anyway. But the guy couldn't finish his sentence because there was a sudden explosion in the library. It was so loud that it shattered several bookshelves. That guy was groaning in pain as the hand around his neck tightened. Tae-hyun continued to choke him, while the other two guys lay unconscious on the ground. He told the guy not to make him ask twice. He tightened his grip on the guy's neck as he inquired where the bastard Jung-jae was. The main hall is now empty and quiet. Tae-hyun found Jung-jae and a man that appeared as he's a bodyguard because he's wearing his suit and tie. "This is surprising," the man said. Jung-jae asked him what he thinks that is. The man is using his powers, and he informs Jungjae that he has been casting a couple of status effects. He is Seol Hundo, an A-rank player and Jungjae's bodyguard. Hundo reported to Jungjae that the status effect is not working on Taehyun. He concluded that with such great resistance, Taehyun is probably an A-rank awakened. Jungjae expected that Taehyun had awakened. Jungjae said that he should have a chat with his friend. Taehyun is pissed off, but he remains quiet. Jungjae admitted that his words may have been crude, but he clarified that he has no intention of hurting him. In fact, he wanted to scout him. He explained that he's going to form a guild after he graduates as the heir to Taesun Group, and he acknowledges that even a genius like me can't do everything on my own. He asked Taehyun if he's following, and he told him that he wanted human talent, not some bum like Bai Hyuk-soo. But they are really talented people, just like the current Taehyun. Jungjae was elated when he encouraged Taehyun to forget his old grudges and work for him. He told him that not only wealth and honor, but he can even get his family out of that shitty life. Taehyun responded, "What a load of shit." He uttered, "Wealth, honor." He turned his body into a rock, and with a serious expression, he told Jungjae that he had crossed the line. Jungjae was left dumbfounded. He sighed as if he remembered something. He unleashed his power while saying that dogs have to be trained. A magic circle is being drawn on the floor. Seol Hundo yelled, "Room!" Room is a binding skill that envelops a space in magic. Outsiders can't detect the magic inside. The whole area is covered with a translucent bluish barrier. Hundo announced that with that, nobody from the outside will find out about his young master's fight, and now all that's left to do is for him to enjoy the scene. Taehyun rushed towards Jungjae with his stone fist. While Jungjae's fist is covered in flame, their fist collided, creating a whirlwind of air in the center. Jungjae's fist is pushing Taehyun backwards, which made Taehyun groan in pain. Jungjae advanced towards him for another attack, and his punches caused a massive explosion. It looked like a volcano erupted. Taehyun was heavily injured as he coughed up blood. Jungjae laughed and taunted him by asking if he already knew his place. Hundo stood and watched from afar as multiple explosions happened because of the fight. He's feeling sorry for Taehyun. He assumed that Taehyun is a high-grade body-strengthening skill user and an A-rank awakened. With combat skills and mental power, it's surprising from a student. He thought that Taehyun must have had a hard time finding a reasonable opponent. But Taehyun's opponent now is Jungjae, and that made Seol Hundo have a proud expression on his face. Taehyun is caught off guard with Jungjae's continuous attacks. Jungjae grinned while emitting yellow light on his hand. Seol Hundo describes Jungjae as the epitome of intelligence S-rank. In his mind, he assumed that Taehyun had no chance of winning, and he could have just learned his place and given up. But then he saw something surprising. Taehyun evaded the attack, and it happened again. Until he found his chance to attack. And then he found the chance, and a fist landed on Jungjae's face. The punch was so powerful that Jungjae crashed to the ground with a massive impact. Hundo couldn't believe that. For him, it was impossible for his young master to be overpowered in a close combat fight, and he wondered, how on earth? Jungjae stayed on the ground as he cursed loudly. He asked Taehyun what he did to him since he can't move his body. Seol Hundo stood there with his mouth gaped open from the shock that his young master couldn't even move. He looked at Taehyun and thought that he must have had another skill aside from body strengthening. Taehyun is grinning as he announces that finally, it's working. Hundo wondered what the hell he did. Our MC has acquired a total of 3 skills through predation: the stone skin, stealth, and paralysis. Kim Taehyun didn't utilize all of his skills from the start. C-rank paralysis can't easily pierce through S-rank resistance, and stealth immediately disarms far-reaching fire attacks. Predation is a last resort and shouldn't be used lightly, so Taehyun's objective was accumulation of paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills have a greater effect when dealt in direct blows rather than from a distance. So, with damage dealt by continuous blows of paralysis, even with the high S-rank resistance, it was a series of paralyzing and successfully resisting it until the body can no longer resist, and that led to the downfall of Jungjae. Seol Hundo stood frozen in shock. He thought of Taehyun as a genius, especially that in a head-on battle, Taehyun surpassed the young master's level. Taehyun watched Jungjae lay on the shattered ground. Jung-jae laughed and admitted something, that he underestimated him too much. He rationalized that if not that, there's no way that he'd lose to a piece of shit like him. He took out a purple crystal, and then, with just his fingers, he crushed that crystal. Taehyun was baffled upon seeing this, and a gigantic skeleton with glowing yellow ribs appeared. Lee Jung-jae announced that he will fight him seriously. The gigantic skeleton, which is covered in flame, is chasing Kim Taehyun. Taehyun evaded its attack while running away from it, until he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and prepared for a counterattack. He raised his fist covered in stone, while the gigantic skeleton mirrored him, which also raised its fist that was covered in flame. They clench their fists and collide with each other. Taehyun's fist passed through the flame surrounding the fist of the gigantic skeleton, and the stones in his hand are slowly being dispersed. This contact caused a massive explosion that sent him flying backwards. He yelled loudly in pain as he crashed to the ground. Seol Hundo carefully observed the gigantic skeleton looming over Taehyun. He wondered if what he's seeing is the true form of his young master's flame of hearts. He's flustered as usual. It would be difficult to draw out his young master's true powers at S rank. However, earlier, the young master used a mana amplifying stone. It is created by refining a mana stone, which is the monster's core. It temporarily amplifies the mana. With that stone, the present young master can also draw out his true S rank powers. But there's one problem. So he encouraged his young master to stop now. He sincerely asked if the young master was planning to kill Taehyun. He tried to reason with him by saying that the magic power is still too much for the young master to handle, and that will cause the blood vessels in his whole body to burst from the surge of magic. In response, his young master released a flame. To his surprise, it was directed at him. Lee Jung-jae told him to shut up. He felt annoyed that a mere bodyguard like him dared to order him around. Taehyun slowly stood up while coughing. Jung-jae told his bodyguard that that piece of shit humiliated him and asked him if he just wanted him to let it slide. Our MC was surprised when Jung-jae yelled, "Stop your bullshit!" loudly and made his gigantic skeleton release a powerful attack that blasted Taehyun away and shattered the ground. Jung-jae laughed as he screamed for Taehyun to die. Seol Hundo realized that the situation isn't good. He ran towards Taehyun. As he expected, the young master is not in his right mind. He wondered how Jung-jae would handle the consequences. When he came near the hole where Taehyun's is, he couldn't see anything, so he yelled loudly to ask Taehyun if he's still alive. He encouraged him to give up the fight and run away. He extended his hand to the hole on where Taehyun landed as he informed him to move quickly while he stops the young master for him. But his kindness was returned with violence when Taehyun unexpectedly punched him. The punch was powerful to send him flying away. Through the smoke, a silhouette of Taehyun emerged into view. He asked, "Run away? What on earth are you talking about after starting the fight yourself?" He admitted that S rank is truly different. He then consumed potions that restored his fatigue, stamina, and mana, and declared that from that moment, he's going to be serious about it. Dark, ominous aura was oozing from our MC's body. Meanwhile, in the Players Association office, Go Taewook is reporting to his superior. Ji Jinwee was extremely surprised upon hearing such high numbers. Taewook confirmed that Lee Jung-jae is at 1900 while Lim Ah-young is at 2300, so there's no doubt that the two of them are both S rank. The other staff who heard it also couldn't believe it, since even if they are at S rank, it's impossible for an untrained person to awaken at 1900. That already made them at the level of an A rank player, which makes him at the level of Japan's Saintess. Someone laughed at amusement with the thought of having a Saintess in South Korea. The Saintess is one of the leading players in Japan. She's a monster whose stats surpassed 2500 and is already at first inspection at the age of 19. And even in her case, she barely surpassed 2500. Because of that, Taewook thought about Kim Taehyun and his stats at 5096. He wondered what's the deal with it. It sent chills to his spine. He considered the possibility that it might be a hallucination or maybe a skill error. He left the office and walked through the hallway. He's now determined to check Taehyun for himself. Back in the main hall, Seol Hundo was utterly shocked. He was kneeling on the ground and wondered how it was possible. Taehyun immobilized the gigantic skeleton by releasing a chain with a thorn that covered the monster, and it slowly extinguished the gigantic skeleton's fire. Jungjae yelled, "How can this possibly be?" He asked how he can be overpowered by a scumbag like Taehyun, especially since he's the heir of the Taesan group, and on top of that, he's an S rank. This angered him. He yelled loudly, "I am Lee Jungjae!" And this desperation made him summon every last of his power. But Taehyun just asked him that no matter who's heir, or what rank he has, why the hell does it matter? He smirked as he prepared to launch another attack. Jungjae was caught off guard on what he saw. The entire area is covered in red smoke, and a figure appeared over them. Taehyun told him that this is the king's power, and several rays of red light came rushing towards Jungjae. He saw it coming, but he failed to flee. Thus, the attack had hit him. It was quiet outside the main hall, but the silence broke when the main hall exploded loudly from the attack. The main hall was wrecked, and Jungjae was left unconscious on the ground. Seol Hundo couldn't stop his body from shaking. Taehyun uttered, "Well, this is a surprise." Seol Hundo is blocking him from reaching Jungjae's body. Taehyun didn't expect his A-rank player to drag Jungjae out in the middle of predation taking effect. But it doesn't matter since Taehyun still acquired the skill. Seol Hundo asked him what he's planning to do. He continued to say that his young master is the heir to Taesan, so he asked Taehyun how he is going to deal with the aftermath. Taehyun responded that he's being shameless, and asked him again who was the one who picked a fight. Also, Taehyun scoffed, and added that he looked like someone who will cower from a threat like that. Our MC told him that even so, he shouldn't worry since he has no plans on killing Jungjae. In return, Taehyun told him that it's only right that he receives a price for Jungjae's life. Seol Hundo was caught off guard. Taehyun said that in name, Lee Jungjae is the heir to the Taesan group. He smirked, and announced that he should get at least 1,000,000,000 won. Outside the main hall, the students gathered and watched as it was being reduced to ashes. A teacher instructed them to get back. The students wondered if it's some attack by a villain or a monster. Part of this crowd is Lim Ah-young. She knew that wasn't the case since the feel of the magic and the fierce flames is familiar to her. She was certain that it was Lee Jungjae's power. She wondered who on earth was he fighting. She envisioned him bullying Taehyun, which made Taehyun at his mercy. With that in mind, she rushed towards the scene. The teacher was surprised with her sudden action. As she dashed towards them, she had been filled with regret for thinking wrong. She knew she shouldn't have been a simple bystander in the main hall. She blames herself while worrying about Taehyun. She wished for him to make it out alive. Meanwhile, inside the building, Jungjae is still unconscious. Taehyun stood there right next to his body, and that was the scene Ah-young witnessed when she arrived inside. Kim Taehyun told her that she came at the right time since he needs someone as a witness. He immediately corrected himself and told her that he needs someone to help him move Jungjae. Ah-young was dumbfounded from the sight before her. Taehyun instructed her to take Jungjae to the nurse's office, or rather, the hospital. She immediately approached Jungjae's body as she asked Taehyun on what's going on. Taehyun played dumb and uttered, "What the hell did he do for him to be knocked out like this?" He suggested that Jungjae must have fallen down the stairs. Ah-young finds it suspicious. Taehyun told her that this has nothing to do with him, so she should handle Jungjae. He told her not to tell anyone that she saw him, and then he announced that he's now leaving. Ah-young yelled, "Wait!" and demanded a proper explanation. But Taehyun has already been out of sight. Ah-young was so confused. She was left speechless. Meanwhile, Taehyun had gotten far and watched the sky for smoke from the main hall. He thinks that the situation turned out great since Ah-young will handle Jungjae, and the Taesan group acted on their part too. So everything had been settled. He then remembered something and opened his status window. He's still at rank C, but he now has a charm stat. It was at 5, and he received the Monarch's Heart at C rank, which boosts party member stats. It consumed 10 mana. He was surprised to see the charm since it's an appearance stat for celebrities. Funny enough, he somewhat felt annoyed receiving that after preying on Jungjae. He also noticed that the skill that he got isn't Flame Heart, but Monarch's Heart that boosts party members' stats. He didn't know that Jungjae had a skill like that. He smiled as he thought that it's great. Since skills that affect the entire party are rare, regardless of rank, as someone like him who will be using multiple skills, the Monarch's Heart, which allows any skill to be combined, is way better. For Taehyun, it was unimaginably awesome. While walking on the sidewalk, several black cars surrounded him. This surprised him. Several men alighted the cars, and the man said, "Finally found you, Taehyun." It was Go Taewook accompanied by several bodyguards. He told Taehyun that he has several questions for him. Taehyun wondered why that guy appeared in front of him. Taewook told him that he will ask the first question. With an intimidating aura around him, he asked Kim Taehyun what he did earlier in the main hall. At nighttime inside a mansion, a man was holding his glass of liquor and asked, "What's your point?" He spoke that his one and only son is in the hospital, and as if that wasn't enough, Taehyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won for his son's life. On top of that, it was requested to deal with the whole matter quietly. The dogs beside this man kept barking. Seol Hundo trembled as he apologized. Seol Hundo admitted that he had nothing to say for that. The man answered, "Do what he wants." Seol Hundo wasn't expecting that. The man laughed and commented that Taehyun is quite a guy that piqued his interest. However, he uttered that there must be a worthy reward for the price that they will pay. Seol Hundo was about to beg the man he called Mr. President. He told him that the opponent is still a young kid, and that would be far too cruel. The man told him to stop and threatened him that he would not tolerate a barking dog. This man is Lee Jung-soo, an S-rank player and the president of the Taesan Group. Taewook inquired what Kim Taehyun was doing at the main hall today. Taehyun wondered why Taewook looked for him. He wondered if Taewook was asking about the explosion at the gym or the numbers that he saw at the auditorium. Taehyun pondered about Taewook, a deputy general manager of the association. It's unlikely that someone will ever come face to face with a fire of his magnitude, but Taehyun couldn't help but wonder if he already knew that he's the culprit and had made his move on him. So he decided to test it. He asked him if he's pertaining to the explosion. Taewook answered, "What?" And then he understood that Taehyun was talking about the fire that they can see from where they are. He answered that it's a problem that other agencies will handle. And then he reminded Taehyun that he hasn't answered yet. In his mind, Taehyun wondered what he needed if he's not talking about the explosion. Taewook asked him again what he was doing at the main hall. Taehyun figured out that it made him smile. In response, he said, "Don't you already know?" His answer left Taewook confused. Taehyun expressed that the reason Taewook came to see him, he's sure that it's an invitation to the player test. Taewook was flustered but decided to taunt Taehyun by asking on what basis he would say that. To prove the basis, Taehyun slowly emits his power, and he showed it off without holding back and asked, "Isn't this already enough?" Taewook and the bodyguards had their mouths wide open from shock. He noticed that it was more powerful than last time. With that, he assumed that the numbers he saw weren't a coincidence or an error. He carefully watched Taehyun as he wondered what he really was, and because of his keen eyes, he noticed and asked, "Why are your clothes messy?" That left Taehyun speechless. From outside their home, Hwang Jae-young can be heard screaming, "Player test?" He was fired up as he verified to Kim Taehyun his plans on taking the player test. Taehyun informed him that he will be taking it after a month. Jae-young was overacting. His respect for Taehyun spiked up as he called him different labels such as King, God, General, Emperor. Taehyun asked him, "Who are you kidding?" Taehyun thought of the incident in the gym and was assured that the Taesan Group will do a good job. He also knew that Taewook's suspicions had been eased. Since the exam is in a month, he decided to focus on his training for the meantime. He assumed that there won't be any more problems when suddenly his phone rang. His phone kept ringing while, unbeknownst to him, 2 men had been surveilling his house. A man covered with white bandage choked a bodyguard while asking for the reason why the house is being protected by Players Association. He commented that it's annoying. The other man, who is wearing black overalls, speculated that it might be because the guy is one of those participants in the player test, and the Players Association cares for their participants like crazy. These men are assassins, and they are called the Black and White Brothers. Black, a class demon brother, has the skill stealth and physical enhancement, while the other guy, White, is a class B demon brother with a stealth skill. He answered that even if the guy is a participant, he's still just a kid with little experience. So Black answered and settled that maybe it's because the kid is a promising player. But in the end, if they lack experience, it's useless. He told his brother that they will show the kid what the real awakening is. His brother yelled loudly, and he saw that his brother was being choked and punched by Taehyun. Black asked who that bastard was. Taehyun then threw White on the ground. Black was caught off guard when Taehyun's knee met his face that caused his blood to spill. Taehyun told him that he's the inexperienced kid they were talking about earlier. A few hours ago, when the gym was burning, Seol Hundo couldn't believe that Taehyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won. He explained that even if he kept quiet about the incident, it won't just be him to decide for it. Taehyun told him that he knew that. He knew. He expressed that he's not that bad at holding people accountable. He explained that he's just asking him to do his best to come to an agreement, and Taehyun took a precaution just in case Seol Hundo would betray him. He suggested that they would make an oath. The awakened oath is a contract method created by awakened people using magical power. In case of violation, a permanent random penalty is given. The conditions are simple. Kim Tae-hyun explained that along with the 1 billion compensation he asked earlier, he asked Seol Hundo to do his best to resolve the incident. Seol Hundo abided by that when the news reported that the cause of the explosion was a gas explosion and there were no victims. And there's another thing that Tae-hyun asked. The phone call earlier was from Seol Hondu. And in the call, Seol Hondu told him that since according to the Oath of the Awakened, he will give him information about the assassins, that was the second condition, to notify in advance in any case of retaliation. So back to the present time, Black prepared his blade for a counterattack. Taehyun effortlessly evaded all his attacks, and with a serious expression on his face, he prepared for a counterattack. He released his attack, but there was no one in front of him. With 2 blades on each of his hands, Black appeared behind Taehyun, and he launched his attack that made the ground shatter. Taehyun addressed the Black and White brothers. He told them that he heard that they're good at stealth, but just as he expected, there's nothing special about them. He appeared behind the crouched Black and stepped on his head, and with a devilish expression, he told Black, "You can't do anything else." Meanwhile, on the busy highway, Yoo Ah-hyung is on board in one of the cars. She's talking to somebody on her phone. She told the person on the line that she heard that the screening part is over. The person answered that it will bring promising players from all over the country. She asked this person, the president, who he is looking forward to. She asked if it was Busan's S-class, Shin Yun-bok. The president answered that it's not. He acknowledged that the guy was great, but he has someone else in mind. And he told her that he's looking forward to Yoo Ah-young's sister. Yoo Ah-young seemed disappointed as she commented that he can't even use that family that much. Ji Jinwi laughed and remarked that Yoo Ah-young is still picky. He asked her who she was looking forward to and if it's the kid named Shin Yun-bok. She answered that it was him until she heard an interesting story. That made Ji Jinwi curious. She narrated that aside from other S-class, she heard that there was a child that Deputy Manager Go Tae-wook personally contacted. Ji Jinwi was surprised to hear about Tae-wook. Yoo Ah-young asked him if he's not curious on what kind of skill level is that awakened person to make Deputy Manager Tae-wook personally step forward. Kim Tae-hyun defeated the Black and White brothers, but he was anxious to see his hand. He wondered why it was happening again. A window notified him that he lacks physical ability, and because of that, Predator is not available due to overload, at night, in a peaceful neighborhood. The Black and White brothers were unconscious and tied up side by side. Kim Tae-hyun and Go Tae-wook observed from afar, while the bodyguards watched over the Black and White brothers. One guard spoke how daring these brothers are for meddling with association players, and even dared to harass a high school participant. The other guard added that the bastards are getting braver. Tae-wook thanked Tae-hyun for informing them. He inquired if he has any clue on who's behind the attack. Tae-hyun stared at him and replied that he doesn't know. Tae-wook entertained the idea that the list of participants has been leaked. He planned to request additional guards for the others. In his mind, Tae-hyun thought that it's best not to tell them about the Taesan groups, since instead of it being properly dealt with, it would only give him more problems. And the most important to him right now is not the Taesan group, but the fact that he was notified that his physical ability is not sufficient, and therefore predation skill is not available due to overload. He wondered what cursed skill is that. Lack of physical abilities to the point where he couldn't use his skills. He thought that it might mean that he has to increase his stats. But he has no idea how to improve his stats, since increasing levels by hunting monsters requires predation. This is also the same if he would hunt awakened humans. Taehyun tried thinking what he could do next. One idea came to his mind, but this was really not the ideal way, but he had no other choice. Inside the Blackhead building. Their logo looked funny because it's a black round ball with eyes and gigantic nose and skinny arms and legs. A girl named Yura welcomed the customers. She is a guide at Blackhead's main training center in New Korea. With a smile and a cute posture, she asked how she could serve the customers. Taehyun and Hwang Jae-young entered. Jae-young couldn't believe Taehyun planned to register in Blackhead, where both money and skills are valued. When Yura saw them, she thought they're just a bunch of kids. She called them kids and told them that it's not an ordinary training place. Taehyun gave her his black card and informed her that the two of them are signing up. She saw that the card was SVIP, and she was surprised. Taehyun asked to confirm if that's enough verification. She couldn't believe that it's the alchemist's SVIP card. She wondered why those kids have that. She thought that they could be kids of a high-ranking player, or maybe they're players themselves, but she knew that accepting them easily could bring some problems. She wondered what she should do. In perfect time, a man who's showing off his muscles said that Yura is in a dilemma. And then this man told the kids that their place is not a place that they could just simply enter through the use of money. That man is a B-rank coach called Iron Strongman. He is a Blackhead member and known to be a rookie killer. His skill was muscle augmentation, and one of his traits was that he renamed himself. Jae-young was impressed with that man's name. He asked his older brother what they should do. But for Taehyun, it was a strange name, and he thought that maybe that man is stressed. Other members saw their interaction and gossiped among themselves. They pity the newbies for being approached and falling into the hands of Iron Strongman. Iron Strongman, still showing off his muscles on his half-naked body, asked the kids if they saw how people screamed when they heard his name. So, he suggested that it's better for the kids to leave. But he was cut off mid-sentence when Taehyun asked him what he's talking about when those people are just weaklings. That made Iron Strongman's eyes sharpen and gave him a serious look as he asked, "What?" Jae-young and Yura were surprised at what they heard. Iron Strongman asked if Taehyun is saying that he is stronger than him. Taehyun told him that it's up to him on how to interpret that, and if he doesn't trust him, they should just make a bet, and the loser will pay a year's membership fee. This provoked Iron Strongman, making him laugh out loud. He called Taehyun ignorant and suggested they should begin. They entered a new world where their bodies became pixelated. This new world was filled with monsters. Iron Strongman challenged Kim Taehyun to prove his worth. It's akin to a video game. They're seated, wearing headgear, while people watch their journey in the new world on a big screen. Hwang Jae-young recognized that the location is the Abyss. Yura explained that they are using a virtual training program called Virtual Porter. Virtual Porter sends the player to a virtual reality similar to the Abyss, and one has to carry a heavy load, defeat B-rank monsters, and reach the goal in the short time in the training competition. It is a common method used in training centers for ranking. But they find it very unfair when Kim Taehyun goes up against Iron Strongman. This one laughed out loud as he thought that he would surely win this fight. Iron Strongman yelled that a young man dared to bet against him, especially when his skill of muscle augmentation is unmatched in a fight, and also in movement. He bragged that his skills don't have any defect in Virtual Porter. On top of that, his lift is on a much different level, and he assumed that he would win and get to train for a year for free. But then, a bright light caught his attention. Taehyun moves so fast that only a trail of light can be seen, and the surrounding monsters are instantly defeated. He continued forward despite the monsters blocking his way. In just one big movement, he defeated most of them. He attacked them with a powerful kick. The monsters didn't even have time to counterattack. He immediately finished them off. Taehyun is feeling confident. He continued to attack the rest of the monsters that seemed like they're just waiting for him. And with that, he reached a 9999 combo. Iron Strongman couldn't believe it. Taehyun told him that he only planned to attend for 30 days. With the heavy weight on his back, he admitted that it was a pretty tough workout. The onlookers were shocked while Hwang Jae-young stood with pride as he stood there holding a banner that said, "I believed in you." Taehyun faced Iron Strongman, who was far behind him, and told him that he won the bet. He added that he should pay up and get lost. 30 days have passed since the announcement of the changes to the player exams. The day that has been long awaited has finally arrived, the player license test. The host abode the helicopter as she announced that the Players Association has made a change by allowing minors to participate through recommendations. Participants of various ages from all around the country have gathered in the association exam hall. The famous Awakeners are known as unmatched in close-range fights, such as Iron Fist or Hong Jung-wook, an A-ranker. There is also Druid, or Lee Gilson, an A-ranker that has an incredible battle sense that makes S-grade afraid of him. The famous unmatched in Busan called the Thunder God, Shin Yunbok. A grade S is also present. A girl rumored to have the highest recorded merit among candidates for the exam is a Saintess-level prospect named Lim Ah-young, an S rank. And there are other uncountable talents scheduled to participate in the test. A girl is out of breath and complaining that the location is very far. She knew that if she failed to report, she would be fired. She is a new Psy economics journalist called Reporter Kim Gija. Her skill is typing, and her purpose is interviewing and taking photos of exam candidates. She's way behind the line, and she knew that, because of that, she won't be able to interview candidates and take pictures. She complained that being in grade E is useless. Taehyun is walking behind her. She turned to him when she heard him cursing and complained that there were so many people. He complained loudly that with that kind of crowd, the test taker couldn't enter. Reporter Kim Gija clearly heard the words, "test taker." She looked at him while he's being stressed because of the crowd. He uttered how much it sucks. She recognized him as one of the candidates. She approached him to ask if she could interview him. From a bird's-eye view, people were like ants around the association hall. Kim Taehyun is being called by the staff since the test is going to start in a few minutes. He explained that he was almost late because he had a sudden interview. He told her that he will be right there and he planned to build his image from the start. There were lots of examinees and they all had a badge with their number. They looked around, and they were surprised. Even Ah-young is shocked. Taehyun noticed her staring at him. Ah-young did not expect him to be there. Taehyun was also shocked to bump into her and addressed her as the class president. She asked him what happened to his body, and he explained that it was because of the bit of training that he had. Ah-young doubted what he said. She knew that he had awakened, but not like this. Especially that Taehyun changed so much in just 1 month. Then she proceeded to ask what happened to Lee Jung-jae last time. But her question was not answered as they were interrupted when they heard an announcement. The person addressed all of them as the young heroes who bear the future of the new South Korea, and congratulated them for being there. The person speaking is displayed on multiple screens. He told everyone that they are in the first trial place for those who aspire to become players, and he informed them that he will be explaining the rules. He instructed them to look at their chest since there should be a number on their trial card. In the first trial, they are asked to collect 5 cards, including theirs, which means if they don't have any card, they are out. That first trial is called the Exam Ticket Scramble. They have a time limit of 1 hour, and every method is allowed except murder. The players were surprised by a sudden shift in the room when the whole layout had changed, and with that, the man announced the start of the first trial. Examinees were running around and adjusting to the new layout of the room, since there are only a few platforms that are separated from one another. Lim Ah-young is alone on a single platform, and the examinees saw her, and several of them rushed towards her. One of them suggested that if they don't want to be targeted, they should attack her first, but Ah-young remained calm and serious as she released her power. And then she makes a large ice crystal that makes the other examinees scream. The staff of the association watched them. One man commented that Lim Ah-young is truly a promising Saintess-level candidate since she has a very impressive capability. He also noticed that other candidates cannot be underestimated since their respective abilities surpassed those of the previous examinees. Another man commented that one noteworthy candidate is Thunder God, an S rank from Busa, Shin Yunbok. 20 minutes has passed since the trial started, and there is not a single attack or method that worked effectively against him. The staff were truly amazed with their abilities, especially with Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-hyong, who are far more superior than others. But this guy was busy looking at someone else. Go Tae-wook witnessed how the other staff was amazed. He thought that it's natural for Yunbok and Lim Ah-hyong to attract attention since their ranking is high. But to him, who had seen it all, he knew there was an unbelievable stat from Taehyun. So he trusted that he could dominate the trial easily. He silently rooted for Taehyun. He wished for him to show them what he got. He watched Taehyun engaging in a fist fight. This caught him off guard. He was a bit surprised and in panic. He screamed what the hell was happening. Kim Taehyun is up against an A-ranker called Hong Jong-wook, who is using his iron skin skill, and Taehyun is using his stone skin skill. Tae-wook panicked and wondered if he had overrated Kim Tae-hoon's abilities since he is being overpowered by someone who is only at A rank. More so, Taehyun has not even avoided a single attack. But that made Tae-wook think twice. He considered that it was intentional. Taehyun advanced toward Jong-wook with a smile. He was met with a powerful punch from Jong-wook. Jong-wook was pissed off and asked if he's doing that to mock him. He yelled that stone skin is way lower than iron skin. He asked him how he could just face him head-on and deliberately suffer a meaningless attack. But Jong-wook's face paled as he heard Taehyun comment that he talked too much. Taehyun answered that's exactly why there's a meaning to it. A notification showed that Taehyun has increased 1 stamina and 2 charms. It had been a month of practice, but the seal of predation remained integrated, and he took that as being less capable. And the best way he thought to improve his skills through training is to stimulate the body until it reaches maximum capacity. It means that fighting even when one almost reaches his limits can also be called the best training method. So, he continued to fight Jong-wook. They exchanged punches, and Taehyun was stubborn to continue with his so-called training. He seems to be thrilled, despite his injuries. The iron on Jong-wook's face disintegrated, and he called Kim Taehyun a damn monster. A few moments later, he fell to the ground and stayed there. Taehyun won their fight and retrieved Jong-wook's card. Now he owns 2 trial cards. Tae-wook witnessed that and laughed out loud. He commented that it's truly abnormal. The staff noticed him and commented that he seemed so happy, and they thought it was because the candidates are truly promising. He recognized the intense training that Taehyun did during the survival game. He uttered that he is truly unbelievable. Our MC's boldness even sent chills to his spine. However, there's still a problem with doing this. Even if he did that to improve his skills earlier, the fight had consumed too much stamina. In Tae-wook's mind, Taehyun should save stamina for now. By collecting cards from weaker participants is the best strategy. But unexpectedly, it did not go that way. He was shocked by what he saw. The staff were also confused on how this C rank can challenge someone stronger than him. They speculated that this candidate wants to give up. Taehyun stood on the platform while the other guy confidently faced him. It was Yunbok. He asked him who he was. Currently, Yunbok has already accumulated 147 cards. Taehyun didn't answer Yunbok's question and asked him how many tickets he has. Our MC even tried to count them but gave up halfway. He grinned and uttered that as long as Yunbok has more than 5, then it's fine. Their fight had started. It caused a massive explosion. Taehyun barely evades Yunbok's thunder. Yunbok continuously rained thunder on him, to which made Taehyun focused on running and evading until he decided to cover his foot with stones. And when he found the opportunity, he went to attack Yunbok with a powerful kick, but his foot was blocked by thunder. Yunbok commented that Taehyun is incredibly fast, and his fast movements made it difficult for Yunbok to see the attacks. Their fight continued. Taehyun kept a bit of distance from Yunbok. He observed the Busan's S-ranker, Thunder God, and he admitted to himself that he's a bit difficult to deal with. Yunbok is covered with lightning and he blocked all of his attacks. In addition to that, Yunbok is able to fight at close and long range with his radiant and destructive power. Taehyun wondered, in the situation that he can't use predation, how is he going to break him? Yunbok noticed that he had stopped moving and asked why he didn't attack. Yunbok taunted him to come at him, but Taehyun was caught off guard. Yunbok went for him instead. He barely dodged Yunbok's fist covered with lightning. But Yunbak did not stop there. He used his hand again to attack, and Taehyun tried to keep a distance from him. Shin Yunbak laughed as if he was excited to catch his prey. As he released a powerful thunder towards Taehyun, he asked him if he thought that he could run away from him. The attack electrified Taehyun, which made him scream loudly in pain. Yunbak was elated and mocked him that since he's asking for a fight, he shouldn't run away. Taehyun groaned as he tried to protect himself by covering his body with stones. He made a huge stone on his hand and yelled as he prepared for a counterattack. Yunbak broke that stone while calling him a moron. And then Yunbak released a blinding light. That made Taehyun close his eyes. And when he opened it, he saw Yunbak coming right at him while he's falling from the platform. And the Thunder God's hand was already charged. He was surprised at what he saw, because Yunbak released full power in his direction. Taehyun groaned in pain as the thunder covered his whole body. Yunbak laughed at him. He was impressed that Taehyun could take that attack. Yunbak never thought that there would be a person like him. All those times, everyone was busy running away from him. He thought that in the player trial, only Lim Ah-young could entertain him, but to his surprise, there's another one. He was elated to have found another toy. Because of his distraction, he didn't realize that something was coming at him at full speed, and it hit him directly at the center of his forehead. He was confused for a moment, and he looked at Taehyun while wondering what happened, because he expected that Taehyun's attack wouldn't work against him. And then he was caught off guard with another consecutive attack that hit him in all sides of his body. He groaned in pain. Stone skin can't penetrate the Thunder God's fury, even if it is forced, until it reaches its limits. It can only be broken due to incredible pressure. But in that place, the player trials arena, it's different. Because the arena is made to withstand even awakened strength, and unlike stone skin, it does not disappear even if it is destroyed. So, Taehyun thought of using it as a weapon, with the hopes that he could just break through the Thunder God's fury. He approached Yunbak with a knowing grin. Yunbak was pissed off and called him a cowardly bastard, and Taehyun's fist directly hit Yunbak's chest. That made Yunbak's eyes roll back. To Taehyun, Yunbak is nothing to him. Shin Yunbak coughed up blood. Taehyun was smiling. The staff couldn't see clearly because of the smoke, but they couldn't believe that an S-class lost against C-class. They wondered what kind of person Taehyun is. In his mind, Taewook remarked how Taehyun makes people worry, but he's still a pretty great guy for him. But then again, he was confused with Taehyun's actions. Taehyun collected 3 trial cards from Yunbak, and he declared that all that was left for him to do is to wait for the test to finish. All of a sudden, an ice shard appeared. It directly attacked him. It broke the platform on where Yunbak's body was lying. Taehyun was surprised at what he saw. He looked at the sky, and there was a giant snowflake, and an orb of ice is starting to form around the platform. He watched as the ice completely covered the area. It was like a barrier, and from the giant snowflake, ice shards appeared, and several more snowflakes formed around the orb of ice. Then Lim Ah-young showed up. She walked towards him in that enclosed area. Taehyun was dumbfounded while Ah-young looked so serious. He wondered why Ah-young was there, and he wondered if she watched his fight. Ah-young expressed that she believes power has responsibility, and power without responsibility is just violence. She told Taehyun that he is really strong. She never thought that he could beat Yunbak like that. Taehyun is still confused about what she is saying. With an intimidating expression, Ah-young assumed that he defeated Lee Jung-jae the same way. A look of horror washed over Taehyun's face. Ah-young started attacking him. She prepared several snowflakes above her head, and it rained ice. Taehyun ran and cursed from his annoyance that the ice is like a bomb, and if it continued, he knew hiding would be useless. He didn't sense that Ah-young was already in front of him. She kicked him, and it hit him directly on the face. He was shocked and was not able to dodge the attacks. Ah-young told him that during that time in the gym, she believed in him, that he's a different person than Lee Jung-jae, that he will not act rashly just for his own benefit. She continued to beat him up. She prepared ice on her fist. She told him that just by watching him fight, she already understood that there's an end to both Lee Jung-jae and Bae Hyung-soo, and that was all his doing. She hit him with a large ice shard that threw his body off the ground. when the ice shard disintegrated, his body immediately fell to the ground and collided with an impact. Ah-young reminded him that using skills without permission is a crime, and both of his victims are still lying in the hospital. And she informed him that she knew that he also suffered, so she would not report it. But she advised him to withdraw from the player trial, and told him that he doesn't deserve to be a player. Tae-hyun replied, "Who the fuck are you to decide that?" He slowly stood up and told her that she can't even stop the cruelty of Lee Jung-jae, so what the hell is she talking about power, responsibility, and qualification? He added that in the end, she just wants to beat him up by using player trials as her reason. He told her, "Don't be pathetic." Ah-young was dumbfounded, and she confirmed if that's really going to be his answer. With that, she announced that she would no longer hold back. She made a gigantic hammer out of ice. This right here was her most powerful skill. And with a serious expression on her face, she declared, "I'll end it now, Kim Tae-hyun." Tae-hyun observed her. His expression was now more serious. The stone skin had been destroyed 100 of times and has long lost its function. And he knew that even if he uses stealth, the skill will be cancelled with the attack area. The monarch's heart is already active and is increasing his stats, but not enough to change the course of the battle. And predation is still sealed. Taehyun's remaining mana is not enough to cause paralysis in close combat like he did to Lee Jung-jae. He knew he had one thing left to do. He dashed towards her. He wore a serious expression on his face. Ah-young prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. Looking from the outside of the barrier, a bright light emerged from the orb, and it was followed by a massive explosion that collapsed the ice barrier surrounding them. Tae-hyun was left with that option. The staff who were watching wondered what happened since they couldn't see anything because of the fog. Tae-wook got worried for Tae-hyun, but he got confused at what he saw. It was the same with the other staff. They saw that there's a big hole in the platform, and when the fog slowly clears, Tae-hyun is on top of Lim Ah-young, and up close, their lips are touching. Ah-young's eyes widened in shock. Since her lips are sealed, she internally screamed while being shocked and confused. What happened earlier was this. Tae-hyun dashed towards Ah-young. Then, she prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. She smashed her hammer, making the ground collapse. She intently stares at the area where her hammer is. But something unexpected caught her attention. It was Tae-hyun. And this guy leapt above the ground. At the crucial moment between life and death, Tae-hyun has only one goal in his mind, and it was a kiss. From the looks of it, it was something like that. But the purpose was different. It was a paralysis-inducing kiss. A stat-changing skill is more effective in close distance rather than long distance, and directed inward rather than outward, where the chance of success increases significantly. So Tae-hyun combined paralysis into his blood and made Ah-young swallow it. Considering a S rank that has monster-like resistance, that act was a bet, and the result was as follows. Tae-hyun got off her, and Ah-young remained in place. A notification showed that Lim Ah-young is exposed to paralysis, and the resistance failed. And instead of being mad about it, Ah-young blushed. And since Kim Tae-hyun has done a fatal psychological shock to his opponent's mind, his charm has increased to 3. Our MC wiped his mouth after that kiss and smiled as his plan just barely worked. And then his attention was caught by something else. It has been announced that the first phase of trial is complete. They were informed that the medical team will now move the candidates to safety, and they have advised all candidates to wait and stay at their location. The announcement was repeated. With the completion of the first trial, all candidates who were injured were treated immediately by the medical team. Even though Ah-young suffered paralysis, she didn't lose her trial card and was still conscious, so she passed the first phase. As for Tae-hyun, he managed to get 7 cards, and his unexpected achievement of defeating Yoonbak and Ah-young has made him the center of attention in that trial. When he was walking in the hallway, he heard people gossiping about him. He didn't bother paying attention to them. Instead, he appreciated the recovery skills of the person who treated him. He wondered if he would get a skill like that later on. But then, he heard someone yell his name so loudly. It was Yoonbak, and he instantly attacked Tae-hyun upon seeing him while calling him a cowardly bastard. Taehyun blocked his attack with his stone-covered hand. He was surprised to see Yunbok. Yunbok warned him that he can't use the same tricks in the location that they are currently at. Yunbok continued to attack and attracted a crowd. The onlookers wondered if it was a revenge match. The crowd agreed that it's good for them if there's one less candidate, so they cheered for Yunbok. Yunbok screamed at them to mind their own business. He told them to shut up and electrified them. And then he invited Taehyun to have a fair match with him. He told him that if Taehyun doesn't have those lowly tricks, he can show him how superior he is to him. He kept laughing until it immediately turned to confusion. They both felt a strong presence, and it seemed like gravity pulled Yunbok to the ground. He laid with his chest on the ground, and the force continued to make him scream. Taehyun struggled as well and noticed something. A man had appeared. He walked towards them while commenting about inexperienced imbeciles. Shin Yunbok kept screaming. This man continued to say that those are the people who can never let anything go quickly. Taehyun was alarmed to see this guy, and this man continued to express his frustration on the people who kept bragging without knowing themselves. Taehyun recognized that this man is the S-rank player, Park Sungjin. He is one of the strongest players of the new South Korean Player Association and a prospective double S-rank player. Sungjin noticed that Taehyun was still standing. He then raised his arm and released more of his power. Taehyun kept fighting the strong force to remain standing. He was already catching his breath. He cursed as he realized the extreme difference between awakened S-class and player S-class. He never thought that it would be to that extent. Sungjin remarked how Taehyun is still standing even after that much power. Even veteran players can't stand it. He wanted to test him more, so he increased his power. All of a sudden, someone called Park Sungjin and asked what he's doing. A doctor and a nurse run towards them. The doctor scolded him for attacking students who just finished recovering. He asked if Sungjin is planning to get rid of them before the second phase even starts. Sungjin defended that he's just disciplining him. The doctor told him that he's lying. He accused him for testing his skills in the name of disciplining them. And he does that every time. The doctor complained that he had enough of that. The doctor threatened him that if he did that again, he would be reported to the head of the association. Sungjin asked Taehyun for his name. Kim Taehyun answered his name. Park Sungjin recalled that he was the C-rank who defeated Shin Yunbok and Lim Ah-young. That made him grin. He was pleased at the appearance of an impressive candidate after a long time. He pats Taehyun's shoulder and asks if he intentionally targeted S-rank players. He went off while saying to Taehyun that he will be waiting. Taehyun was a bit confused. The doctor and nurses chased Sungjin out. It was a funny scene. After their recovery period, the candidates were again gathered. This time, they are in a forest. The candidates anticipated the next announcement. Sungjin stood on the stage. He asked them if they all had rested. He announced that the second trial will begin. He explained that the location of the next trial is in the gate in front of them. The gate is a glowing portal that connects to a different space and dimension, and the candidates are off to a D-rank dungeon. Upon hearing that, the candidates were filled with fear and worry since dungeons have monsters. Sungjin explained that each group consisting of 5 candidates will enter the dungeon through the gate. A team with a player assigned as a supervisor will explore the dungeon, and during dungeon exploration, all actions will be evaluated such as combat, observation, knowledge, and medical measures. Weapons and necessary consumption goods will be provided by the association. He instructed the candidates to take turns and enter the gate in front of them. The second trial is a dungeon. Even beginners who have no real experience should be okay in a D-rank dungeon, especially with a player. Unless they unfortunately teleported towards the double dungeon called Apocalypto. Double Dungeon Apocalypto is at rank S. Inside the D-rank dungeon at the second player trial location, there was the first double dungeon ever discovered. Including the first explorer party, a lot of victims were annihilated, which led to dungeon break in various undiscovered dungeons. Taehyun explored the idea of them preventing that, but the association will not possibly believe his words without evidence, and even if it was revealed, he will raise suspicions. In his head, he knew it was a shame, but he decided to focus on the task, and he thought that as long as he is not part of the first explorer party, there would be enough ways to survive. The wind blew as he entered the gate, and when he reached the other side, an uninterested expression washed over his face. A player announced that with his arrival, they now have 5 people. He asked everyone if they were good to go. Our MC remembered this guy as Ma Dohak, an A-rank player that will act as their supervisor for the second round of the tests. And a special note is that this player was the one who discovered the first double dungeon apocalypto. Taehyun knew it was the moment he knew he fucked up. 3 monsters that looked like they were made from mud and stone attacked the candidates. But they fought back using their own unique skills and successfully defeated the monster. Their supervisor clapped and praised them. He told them that they were impressive. He added that such decisive combat intuition, despite this being their first real battle, makes them fit to be called a player. The candidates were flustered and humbly told him that they did it because of his supervision. Deep inside, Taehyun is pissed off for being in that team out of all the teams out there. He was unlucky to be part of the first discovery team. Upon looking at the Madohak's ring, he was certain that it is the unique item that the first discoverer of the double dungeon was wearing. It is called the Sage's Ring. It is unique for it boosts strength, stamina, speed, mana for 10 times. With that, Taehyun was certain that the double dungeon, Apocalypto, is definitely an S rank. And he knew that if he gets swept in, his current self, whose predation is sealed, won't survive. With determination, he planned not to let them find the Apocalypto. Their team then came to a stop. The path diverges, and they asked their supervisor Madohak on what they should do. Dohak told them that it happens all the time when exploring dungeons. He suggested that they should take a majority vote, but before he could finish his sentence, Taehyun bolted at the speed of light. They were all shocked. Dohak scolded him for acting on his own since it's dangerous, so he advised him to come back. While running, he told them that it will be okay and encouraged them to go on the path that he chose. Deep inside him, he thought about why he would leave it to him to decide. As he thought about how he won't let that happen, he ran off like a child while telling them to come. His intention is for them to take a different route than before his regression. Kim Tae-hun jumps to a cliff. Ma Do-han was worried, but Taehyun urged them to follow him. In his mind, rather than letting them find Apocalypto, he would just rather die instead. Dohak and the other candidates chased after him. He was elated for guiding the way, until he stopped on his tracks because there's a gate before him. They were all surprised to see a gate inside the dungeon, but Taehyun knew it was the double dungeon, Apocalypto. Inside his head, he cursed for going through a whole maze, yet that is where he ended up. A candidate then suddenly wanted to check it out. In panic, Taehyun ordered everyone to stop. His reaction elicited confusion from the team. He raised his tone and asked them if they couldn't see it at the first glance. He explained that another gate different from the dungeon's entrance is weird no matter what angle it is. He suggested that they report an unusual incident before anything. He wanted to get the support of Dohak in that idea. Dohak replied that it's his first time seeing something like that. And as per the rules, Dohak confirmed that reporting to the HQ would be the right thing to do. Taehyun let out a sigh of relief, but he was surprised with Dohak's next statement. Dohak suggested that they should go inside. Taehyun couldn't believe it. Ma Dohak acknowledged Kim Taehyun's thoughts, but he explained that the mana that he is sensing from the gate, unlike its appearance, isn't dangerous. He added that besides, it's merely a D-rank dungeon, so even if something were to happen, he, being an A-rank player, is there to handle it. He continued to say that whether the association prepared the gate or it was an unusual occurrence, exploring it will definitely score the team good points. Due to his mixed emotions, he raised his voice and asked Dohak if he's out of his mind. He reminded him of the rules of exploring Abyss. Dohak cut him off mid-sentence. He laughed at the thought of the rules. He pointed a finger at Taehyun and asked if a member of a team who doesn't even know how to cooperate should be saying that. The other candidates second demoted and blamed Taehyun for running whimsically. One of the candidates told him not to forget his place just because he's a little skilled. Another one added that he's being arrogant by retorting against an active player. Taehyun got angry. Dohak concluded that everything is decided. Taehyun tried to protest and urged him to give it another thought. But Dohak had already snapped his finger, and they saw a white light. It covered the whole place. It was so bright that only their silhouette was seen, until the light became smaller and they're no longer in that place. Taehyun was surprised and horrified. They all went through the gate. Dohak was stunned at what he saw. As the other candidates looked around, they wondered if it's really a D-rank dungeon since it's strange. They stood in a large hallway leading towards a massive statue, and everything around them is covered in red glow. The massive statue at the end holds a sword. On a closer look, its face is covered in a veil, and its eye sockets are hollow. The candidates questioned Dohak on what's going on and if he's really sure that it's a D-rank dungeon. Taehyun told all of them to shut up and look in front of them. One of the candidates was annoyed with him for being rude, but he did not pay attention and told them that something was coming. And he was right. 2 figures are moving towards them, and these figures looked exactly the same as the statue. Upon seeing it, they recognized that it was an A-rank Death Knight, and they panicked. They wondered how those A-ranks were there. Dohak felt a sense of doom. He instructed everyone to get ready for battle. The Death Knights rushed towards them and sliced them with their swords. The candidates screamed in fear while Dohak evaded the attack. He used his powers against those he called filthy monsters. Lava suddenly appeared below the Death Knights, and after a few seconds, the lava formed into sharp blades, and it pierced right through their opponents. The Death Knights groaned, but it had no effect on them. Dohak saw that as a chance and told everyone to attack. He strategized and told them to use fire and flash at maximum to cover the monster's sight. And then he instructed the one with the shield to defend the front line. And then the rest should not give the enemy space and to continue countering. The candidates exactly followed his strategy. The Death Knights laid on the ground. All of them were breathing heavily as they observed the bodies. The only female candidate uttered that they're finally safe. She added that no one would have thought that they would take down A-rank monsters. The other candidate boastfully expressed that it was no big deal and that he could take them on again. Unbeknownst to him, another Death Knight is approaching. When they sensed it, they all turned their attention to it. There were another 4 Death Knights, and they were all eager to attack the candidates. All of them had the same horrified expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Taehyun was busy inspecting the body of the defeated Death Knight. He felt that something was off. He looked at their bodies. Ma Dohak is catching his breath. He cursed in his mind when he noticed that every time they defeat one of the monsters, they came back twice the number. On top of that, the candidates were all exhausted. Everyone is at their limits, and he knows that if it continues, they will all die. Taehyun told Dohak that something was off. He watched Taehyun's calm expression as he approached him. Dohak wondered who Taehyun was. After all that fighting, Taehyun is not even tired, and he was the first to realize that the gate was dangerous. And on top of that, if it was not for Monarch's stats, the team's stats won't be higher, and they wouldn't have even lasted that long. He's suspicious if he was really a C-rank awakened. He then asked Taehyun what he meant when he said that something is off. Our MC admitted that he might just be guessing. But those monsters don't seem to be Death Knights. They were all shocked and rejected the idea. They questioned what they were fighting against all this time. Taehyun gripped one of the swords and answered that he's going to go and find that out. He also activated his stone skin upon touching the weapon. Taehyun has dashed right towards the army of the said Death Knights. He did not hesitate to approach them with an incredible speed. The monsters raised their weapons against him. The collision caused a huge explosion. The monster was confused. When the smoke cleared, Taehyun was no longer standing there. They didn't know that he was above them. Kim Taehyun ran above their heads, and when he found the right opportunity, he decided to attack. But he's not aiming for those moving monsters. Instead, his target was the statue. His sword was about to reach the statue. It pierced its head, and then the statue was shattered into pieces. But nothing happened, and the monsters were chasing him. All of a sudden, the monsters that were about to reach him from behind glowed, and they started disappearing. The whole area is being cleared of the gloomy red scene. Dohak was shocked to see that everything they saw was an illusion. Taehyun confirmed that it is indeed an illusion trap. It's a trap that shows an imaginary space and enemies. It's a tactic to drain the intruder's energy. One of the candidates was annoyed with the idea that they struggled just because of a mere illusion. The female candidate dared to ask if something far worse will follow. Dohak inquired on how Taehyun knew that it was a trap, especially that it's impossible that he fought with a Death Knight before. Our MC answered that, even if he may not know much about it, and with a serious expression, he expressed that he knew there's no way the Death Knights would have been that weak. Do-hak was extremely shocked with Tae-hyun's statement. Tae-hyun encouraged them to get moving before they all got killed. They walk on a dark path, and their only source of light is the power of Ma-Do-hak. Tae-hyun is supporting one of the candidates. The illusion faded, but things did not get any better. After the Apocalypto's manifestation, the dungeon's space was completely transformed. The injuries inflicted in battle against the illusion got worse, yet they couldn't just wait for rescue. Their only hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After a while, they saw something above them, and Do-hak declared that they found it. The door in front of them was so massive that they have to look up since they're close to it. The candidates find it suspicious and dangerous, but Do-hak told them that if they don't open it, they know that they will just perish in that dungeon. The door was then slowly opened. Ma-Do-hak was the one that led their entrance. And from that little crease, he was surprised at what he saw. There were several skulls on the side, and at the center of it is a crouched knight being supported by his sword. It was the same monster as the illusion earlier. They were surprised to see a Death Knight. One of the candidates celebrated since there's only one. But later on, their purple halos glowed and revealed more Death Knights. The shock froze them. All of a sudden, the skulls on the side emitted fire that illuminated the whole room. It revealed that there were more Death Knights on the side, and the room had several floors, all housing Death Knights. An army of it stood before them, with a leader in front. They trembled as they took a look around. The pressure inside the room suddenly felt too heavy, because right in the middle, there was a Death Knight sitting on a throne. It spoke and addressed the lowly humans who dared to come in there. This Death Knight had a glowing purple mask on one side of the face, and he announced for the battle to begin. This right here is the master of the Double Dungeon Apocalypto. He is the Lord of the Death Knights and is at S rank. The surrounding Death Knights moved. In perfect synchrony, they all pounded the tips of their swords on the ground. The Death Knights marched forward. The Death Knight that was in front pointed its sword at them. The candidates were confused on what's going on and why the Death Knight acted that way. Tae-hyun expressed that it looked like the knight wanted a one-on-one duel. They panicked upon hearing that. One of them complained that he doesn't have any magic left in him. Tae-hyun told them to calm down and reminded them that their goal is to escape, not to fight. But because of their fear, 3 of the candidates bolted. They claimed that they would rather go back to where they started. They ran for their lives. One Death Knight saw them and acted immediately. The slash went through Ma-Do-hak and Tae-hyun as it was intended for those who were running away. It directly hit those 3, to which resulted in them coughing up blood. Do-hak and Tae-hyun were surprised to see that. Tae-hyun was horrified. He yelled for his supervisor. He told him that they will buy them some time so he should go find the exit. But something unexpected happened. Do-hak threw him and the other candidate he's supporting away from the door, and Do-hak casted a spell. A wall suddenly appeared right in front of our MC. Tae-hyun panicked and asked what nonsense he was doing. Do-hak told him to shut up and reminded him not to act so high and mighty as a low-level awakener. Tae-hyun was caught off guard and got confused. Do-hak then admitted that he wanted to be an S-rank player. But no matter how much he trained and improved, he only felt farther from it instead of feeling closer. He expressed that he sees this as an opportunity for him. If he could resolve that special case, he might be treated almost as good as an S rank, even though it ends up that way. Do-hak followed that with a loud laugh. The Death Knight rushed towards him. He activated his magic and drew a triangle, and it sliced through the Death Knight. Do-hak continued to speak with Tae-hyun. He told him that he's different from him. He hated to admit it, but he expressed that Kim Tae-hyun has the talent, and with that, he urged him to run away, to take the injured and escape as far as he can. He told him that it's the role of the supervisor to hold the enemies off. It was his duty as a supervisor at the magic school. Do-hak gathered all his strength for a powerful attack. Tae-hyun couldn't believe his supervisor. He turned to look at the candidates. Our MC was still hoping to save some of them, but by the looks of it, they were already dead. An intense pressure then enveloped his body and his blood drained from his face. And at that moment, the wall behind him collapsed. He turned to see what had happened. Tae-hyun saw his supervisor face down on the ground, and the sword of the Death Knight pierced his back. Several Death Knights were lined up in front of him. The sword was deep in Ma Do-hak's backside. He laid there lifeless. Tae-hyun had a doomed expression on his face. The other candidates were also dead. Emotions overwhelmed Tae-hyun as he stood there frozen. The Death Knight removed his sword from Do-hak's body and pointed that sword at Tae-hyun and invited him to a duel. Everyone's death haunts him. He just stood frozen with a sword pointed at his face. Moments passed and none of them moved. Something caught Tae-hyun's attention. A shiny object was in front of him. It was the sage's ring. He remembered that his supervisor wore it, and since they were getting no response, the Death Knight decided to slice him off. Tae-hyun's eyes were still focused on the ring. Right at the very last moment, he managed to evade the attack while retrieving the ring. He knew that this item right here was his only chance to make it out there alive. He wore the ring and begged. Tae-hyun begged it to wake up. The ring's red crystal glowed. The Death Knights had him surrounded. The ring's light grew brighter than it was already blinding. The Lord of the Death Knights was surprised, because in just a single move, the knights surrounding Tae-hyun got defeated. The whole area was suddenly painted with an ominous red glow. The Lord of the Knights was confused. He ordered his men to wake up and wondered what kind of power was that. A notification window had appeared. It announced that the Sage Ring has been equipped and all stats are increased by 10. It also announced that all conditions are met and the Seal of Predation is released. That changed Kim Tae-hyun's gaze, making him appear menacing. Starting from now, the real fight begins. Several corpses lay on the ground. Tae-hyun moved so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. While rushing towards the throne, he blasted the surrounding Death Knights with his powerful attack. The other Death Knights rushed towards him in an attempt to attack from above. He concentrated his power on his palms in anticipation of this attack. He assumed a combat stance while the Death Knights crowd around him. In his head, he estimated that the time to completely use his skill devour is 10 seconds. With that, he knew that he can't solely rely on predation. He thought of all the skills he had gathered so far, and all the stats he had built up. He decided to use everything he has. It's his only way to survive. Our MC even imbued and surrounded a sword with his stone skill. He continued to fight for his life, but he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a massive explosion happened. Dust and debris covered the area. When it cleared up, it revealed a gigantic spear firmly embedded on the ground. Tae-hyun wondered what it was. Realization dawned on him. He looked at the throne and saw that it was the Lord of the Death Knights that threw it. Lord of the Death Knights was oozing with power. Several gigantic blades appeared on top of Tae-hyun. He muttered, "This is crazy!" And the blades targeted him. It fell like rain, and every collision to the ground caused a massive explosion. Tae-hyun ran for his life. The scene was chaotic. Tae-hyun glanced behind him. He found the timing to leap high. As the blades continued to fall from the roof, he was already feeling desperate. He yelled loudly as he continued to struggle and appeared in front of the Lord of the Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights prepared to attack him once again. The power of this lord started accumulating in the front of his palms. A spark formed out of thin air, and when it began to take form, it revealed a gigantic, dangerous-looking spear. It made Tae-hyun lose his balance and fall. While he was falling, the Lord of the Death Knights spoke to him. The Lord of the Death Knights told him that he was strong, but it was not enough. He claimed that this right here was a human's limitation. It launched its spear and created a massive explosion in the area. The ground was covered in smoke, debris, and the blades that collided with the ground. On a closer look, that massive explosion was actually the result of Lord of the Death Knights piercing Tae-hyun's body and stepping on his head. This boss monster then asked our MC one last question. It inquired on who gave him that power. Tae-hyun yelled in pain, but he did not answer, which led the Lord of the Death Knights to infuse more power on his blade. The notification window displayed that he resists the Night King's roar with a mysterious power. And he was partially successful in resisting. Tae-hyun yelled so loudly. The notification window displayed the same information again. Lord of the Death Knights revealed that he knew for a while now that Tae-hyun is not an ordinary human since he can understand their language. It then urged Tae-hyun to tell him the nature of his power. Our MC coughed up blood but continued to yell and resist. Consecutive "ah" can be heard from him, until his consciousness was gone and entered another realm where he faced Asmodeus. He took a closer look at the unmoving Asmodeus. He checked its face for any sign of movement. Taehyun had a sullen expression on him. He checked his surroundings and saw several bodies lined up on the ground on his left, one of which is Ma Do-hak's body. He was surprised to see it. Little did he know that the Lord of the Death Knights was behind him. To Taehyun, it felt like nothing had changed since then. He started questioning the nature of the predation skill, and how come he, a human, understood the language of demons and gained power and opportunity without understanding anything. Lord of the Death Knights was ready to strike him from behind, while Taehyun was consumed with his thoughts that nothing has changed. Lord of the Death Knights released his attack without Taehyun sensing him. All Taehyun thought of was the reason why the king gave him the power. All of a sudden, he heard a voice which said, "That should have already been explained." He was surprised, and in front of him, a bright light emerged. From that bright light, the king appeared. The king answered all his questions by saying that everything was merely because of admiration to his will and perseverance. He told Taehyun that he doesn't have to change. Taehyun's shock expression remained on his face while he absorbed it all in. King told him to just move forward. After that encounter, he immediately opened his eyes. He's back in the real world where Apocalypto loomed over his body. The Lord of the Death Knights asked him if he now lacked the courage to speak. It called him a pathetic human as it planned to end Taehyun, but the Lord of the Death Knights was in for a surprise. Taehyun moved at the speed of light. He moved quickly and with massive power that he cut off the arm of the Lord of the Death Knights. And then he proceeded to attack the surrounding Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights observed him carefully. Taehyun, who was standing in front of the Lord of the Death Knights, was oozing with power. This prompted Lord of the Death Knights to call him scum, since he overloaded his skill to that point. Taehyun yelled loudly as more power coursed through his body. The notification window appeared 3 times, indicating the increase of his magic power by 1. Lord of the Death Knights was amused by Taehyun's final struggle. It ran towards Taehyun, excited to see his end. It swung its dangerous weapon, and it encapsulated Kim Taehyun with a powerful beam. It continued to release its power on this attack, while watching Taehyun closely, but that attack seemed to have no effect on Taehyun. Our MC asked the Lord of the Death Knights if he's still curious about the nature of his power. Lord of the Death Knights was taken aback. In response to Lord of the Death Knights' curiosity, Taehyun taunted him to discover it for himself, which was followed by a potent energy gathering in Taehyun's hands. A notification window displayed that the rank is changed to B. Taehyun released the destructive power towards Apocalypto. This made Lord of the Death Knights yell from the agonizing pain. But Taehyun did not stop there. He grabbed a weapon, and with menacing eyes he dashed forward and sliced Lord of the Death Knights several times using his weapon. None of his attacks were blocked. Lord of the Death Knights screamed. His anger rose. This led the Lord of Death Knights to produce several blades out of thin air. The Lord of the Death Knights couldn't accept that a mere human did that. It counterattacked with all its might. But Kim Taehyun remained calm and concentrated on the power of his hand. He raised his fist while his power surrounds it. Slowly, his power around the fist began to take form. It extended like its forming limbs. But when he released it, it was a red entity with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. Lord of the Death Knights yelled as it saw its mouth coming closer. Taehyun, with a fierce expression on his face, corrected the Lord of the Death Knights as he says that it's not human. He added, "It's the power of the king." And this menacing entity devoured the Lord of the Death Knights, completely erasing its existence. That caused a massive explosion in the air, and the notification window displayed that Taehyun gained a new skill called Night's King's Spirit. Meanwhile, on the starting area of the trial, people and ambulance cars were on standby. They carefully observed the portal. The organizers checked the remeasured power and found out a worrying result. It was S rank. Because of that, they issued an evacuation order, but the evacuation was delayed due to the dungeon's transformation. They wondered if the support troops could arrive before the dungeon break. Park Sung-jin was stressed out on the sudden appearance of an S-rank magic power in a D-rank dungeon all of a sudden. He knew that if the situation continued, everyone could die. That made him think that he has to go in alone. But to their surprise, there was another activity in a dungeon. It was a dungeon break. They did not expect it so soon. Sung-jin advised everyone to get ready. The dungeon emitted a bright light. Everyone waited in anticipation. Yet Sung-jin became confused when he saw the only person coming out from it. It was Kim Tae-hyun. He uttered, "I barely made it back." Thanks to Tae-hyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved. The students managed to evacuate without any significant harm. The second exam results were decided based on the scores before the examination. The bodies of the deceased were discovered and safely returned to their families. And they resolved another issue, that it was not to disclose who cleared Apocalypto. Go Tae-wook and Park Sung-jin listen as their superior informs them that the organization might face criticism from the media. But if they revealed the truth, Tae-hyun would become a target for the media and hunters. Tae-wook and Sung-jin answered positively, despite knowing the risks. Ji Jinwee thanked them. Then he proceeded to ask what the two of them were thinking. His question was about Tae-hyun, but as per their agreement not to disclose who it was, he corrected himself by saying the actual skills of the person who cleared the S-rank dungeon, Apocalypto. Sung-jin considered that this person cleared an S-rank by himself. He assumed that the person is at least on the S-rank level. Tae-wook added that the person's actual rank is still much lower, so it would be hard to gauge the extent of the power. Ji Jinwee had an inkling on where the conversation was going. Go Tae-wook and Sung-jin exchanged glances. They were all thinking of the same thing, that there's a high possibility that Tae-hyun, who cleared the dungeon, would become national power level. In the realm where the sun is blocked by a dark object and the sky is crimson red, Tae-hyun had a surprised expression on his face. Monsters were everywhere in that area, and they all seemed to be heading in one direction. Tae-hyun watched them from a cliff. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered why he was in the abyss. And then the king appeared in the sky, in front of the dark, round object blocking the sun. King stood there floating in the air. Our MC was surprised to see him again. But aside from him, the monsters also saw the king, and it made them enraged. King extended his hand, and on his palm, a gust of wind gathered. And in a single attack, he instantly cleared a row of monsters. Tae-hyun watched as the bodies of the monsters turned into specks of light. He couldn't fathom that it happened. And he heard the king say, "I'll be waiting." The king started to rise up to the now white sky. Tae-hyun, with a surprised expression on his face, listened to the king. Before the king fully vanished, it stated that he will be in the deepest part of the abyss. Tae-hyun's stay at the abyss ended, and that's when he regained consciousness in the hospital. He was breathing heavily. He checked his body, and pondered if what he saw was a dream. But he knew it felt too real for just a dream. He recalled that the king said that he would be waiting. He wondered what it meant. And then he thought of the predator that even S-rank monsters are wary of, then understanding the language of the monsters too. More and more questions from him arise. He thought that becoming stronger and going to the abyss is the only way. He then checked his status window. Right now, he is at B rank with a strength, speed, and stamina of 100. He now has the following skills, which are Predation, Stone Skin, Stealth, Paralysis, Monarch's Heart, and Knight's King Spirit. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw that he was at B rank and had obtained the Night King's Spirit. He had a hunch during his fight with the Lord of the Death Knights and was happy to see that he was right. He reached B rank, and with his stats, he is now almost on par with S rank players. He remembered that the Night King's disposition is a skill that suppressed him with tremendous pressure. He knew that with the rate of his growth, becoming national power level isn't far off. All of a sudden, he heard a loud noise outside his hospital room. He heard someone scolding another person. The person being scolded opened the door and complained about not being able to freely visit a patient. The person added that the president of the association is being too much. When the door was fully opened, it revealed Yu Ah-young, and the guards in front of the door were defeated on the ground. She smiled at Kim Tae-hyun and uttered, "Darling." Out of the blue, They rode in a car. The driver was on the back seat and was insisting that he should be the one to drive. But the guildmaster dismissed him. Yu Ah-young was on the wheel and Tae-hyun was on the passenger seat. She told the driver that he is her guest, so she will be the one to drive. Tae-hyun, while staring out the window, asked what she needs from him, given that she's the guild master of one of the major 4 guilds. Yu Ah-young made her answer light, by saying that she wanted to see the kid who survived Apocalypto and drive him home from the hospital. Tae-hyun was dubious. He told her to come up with a more plausible lie. Yu Ah-young commented that Tae-hyun is a sharp kid. Then she asked if he knew how the 3rd player exam is conducted. She explained that the 3rd exam is similar to the survival test like the first one, but unlike the first exam, outsiders can watch from the stands. Then she elaborated that Tae-hyun's skill will be revealed and surely the guilds will start coveting a lower awakened who can even defeat S ranks. Tae-hyun kept listening. Yu Ah-young extended her hand to him while telling him that she will make an offer that he won't be able to refuse. She asked if what he wants is money or maybe fame. She assured him that she will give her what he wants if he joins the Night Walker. Tae-hyun watched her with a blank expression on his face. None of them wanted to back down on their staring contest, while the driver on the back seat was feeling uncomfortable witnessing the tense situation. Eventually, Tae-hyun answered that he was not interested. Yu Ah-young couldn't help but feel surprised. She expressed it when she said, "What did you say?" upon arriving at their destination. Tae-hyun thanked Yu Ah-young for seeing him off. He told them that he will be walking from there, but Yu Ah-young did not easily let him go. She demanded an explanation on why he wouldn't join. She reiterated that whether it's salary or any other condition, she will give it to him. Then she started speculating that he already received an offer from another guild, or that maybe Tae-hyun did not fully understand her. Deep inside Tae-hyun, he finds the situation annoying. Tae-hyun explained that there's no special reason. He told her that there's no guild or condition offered to him. He inquired if Night Walker's guild is really that special. In a confident manner, he told her that he's just saying no just because he doesn't want to. He bid her goodbye. He happily descended the staircase, not sensing any danger or suspicious movements from Yu Ah-young. But a hand reached out, and she covered his mouth with her hand. It was like he was being kidnapped. He turned to look at him, and he saw Yu Ah-young furious and his power oozing out from her body as she asked him, "What the hell is your deal?" She told him that he's just getting started at becoming a player, and yet he dared to reject one of the 4 great guilds without a reason. She expressed that it made no sense. She removed her hand from his mouth, and she told him that she will forgive him. She turned his head to make him look at her while she stated, "In fact, I like you," in a seductive manner. The driver who witnessed everything panicked that she will cause him harm, so he reminded the guildmaster that Tae-hyun is still just a test taker, and then he scolded Tae-hyun for rejecting the guildmaster without any reason. He urged him to accept the offer since he'll have to join a guild sometime anyways. Tae-hyun grinned and commented how he had observed that the stubbornness was the same. He added that it was as he expected from Lim Ah-young's sister. Yu Ah-young was taken aback. She mumbled on how he knew about that. Tae-hyun told her that he knew a lot of things and revealed that he knew about the stolen name, too. Yu Ah-young froze in shock. This triggered her powers to become stronger. It was a peaceful, dark night. But that did not last long when Yu Ah-young released all of her power that was like a beam reaching through the sky, and it illuminated a wide area. With all of her strength, she grabbed him on his neck. The driver knew how bad the situation was. He knew the secret of their guild master. Yu Ah-young's real name was actually Lim Ah-young. Yuksung Group's CEO, Lim Chang-yong, raised her, a child born out of wedlock, as an heir. But when another daughter was born into the family, her name, Lim Ah-young, was taken away, and she was reduced to an outsider. The fact that she changed her surname when she became a player is an information that only a few people should know. Yu Ah-young was furious. She told him, "How dare you yap away that nonsense in front of me? You're out of mind, aren't you?" Tae-hyun replied that she's the one who started it. That made her confused. Notification window displayed that a mysterious force is resisting the Amazon's spirit, and the resistance was successful. Kim Tae-hyun released his power, and he removed her hand on his neck by squeezing it tight. A new notification window displayed that she is being countered with Night King's spirit, and the counterattack was successful. That made Yu Ah-young keep her distance from him. She watched him carefully as she pondered what kind of power he had. Her hand was already trembling just because she got repelled. She thought that as if it wasn't enough that he was able to bear an S-rank player's powers, he also reversed it back at her. Tae-hyun's power slowly vanishes, and he looks at her. She was slightly nervous. He ascended the stairs and walked towards her. She was backed into the wall when Tae-hyun cornered her, and then he warned her not to cross the line. With emphasis, he called her Ah-young's sister, Miss Ah-young. She bit her lip in anger, but Ah-young blushed a little. The driver couldn't believe that Tae-hyun just said that. A day passed, and now many people are on their way to the Colosseum. The Colosseum, nostalgic of ancient Rome, is the venue of the third round of player tryouts. Unlike the first and second rounds that weren't revealed to the public, round 3 is allowed an audience. So people from the industry, families of the test takers, and civilians are also in the arena as an audience to watch the tryouts. Yu Ah-young, disguised as a civilian, was present to keep an eye on Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun's uncle and aunt were also there. They are thankful to Tae-hyun because they could watch something like that because of him. However, they look nervous. His aunt was worried since she heard that player tryouts are really fierce. On the other hand, Hwang Jae-young was so confident and proud of his cousin that he even made a customized shirt to cheer for him. He assured his parents that they don't have to worry since Tae-hyun is strong. With exaggerated moves, he narrated that he could take all of the participants in just one blow. He emphasized that it was just one blow. It was funny how Hwang Jae-young, a cousin of Tae-hyun, had become the president of Kim Tae-hyun's fans club, which currently only has one member. He was all fired up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bench, the reporter was nervous. She took a mental note that she gotta get her hands on a proper news item this time. She is Kim Gi-ja, a Psy Economic rookie reporter, and she's on the verge of being fired. Her last interview got scrapped for featuring a low-rank awakened, and she assumed that Kim Tae-hyun, whom she interviewed, must have already been disqualified. Now she's worried about getting fired if she doesn't get a good interview this time. The person beside her commented that the atmosphere felt strange. She heard that and checked the arena. Tae-hyun was standing there, but a crowd of test takers kept their distance while also observing him. She took a closer look. She saw that there are countless high-ranking veteran awakened. And then there's also Lee Gilson, the A-ranker, who is a promising candidate. Gi-ja noticed that all these players were staring at just one guy. She speculated that they are trying to take down that one guy by joining forces. She wondered how strong the guy is for them to do that. With careful observation, she noticed that the guy is familiar to her. The round 3 of the player tryouts was about to begin, but one of the test takers wore a sinister smile. It was Kim Tae-hyun, and he maintained his smile even when he was already being surrounded. The announcer advised the viewers to be cautious of the shock while watching. The test had begun. Tae-hyun remained calm and confident. It even looked like he was thrilled. He was described with a trait of a C-ranker who defeated an S-ranker. Currently, he is at B rank. When the go signal was given, the players immediately engaged in battle. Whether it is the men or women, they did not hold back, unleashing their power towards the center. That is where Kim Tae-hyun is. They worked together to get rid of him right away. They're wary of him since he had taken down 2 S-rankers alone since the first round, and they knew that if they don't eliminate him first, he'll take them all down. Amidst the concentrated power in the middle, Tae-hyun emerged. The other candidates did not expect him to withstand their attacks. Tae-hyun tightened his fist as rocks started covering it, and he punched the other candidate who took a direct hit. He punched the surrounding candidates too. Together with their teeth, the debris came flying, and with a powerful strike, he sent them flying. Several players coughed blood as they lost consciousness. Tae-hyun watched them as the smoke cleared. All of a sudden, he heard a rustling noise from the ground, and then from that area, vines appeared, and these bright green vines grabbed Tae-hyun. He wondered what that thing was, and then he heard the controller of the vines laugh. That person mocked him that even though he had taken down 2 S-rankers, having his guard down was not a great idea. This person with green hair declared himself as the winner of the test. He is Lee Gilson, an A-rank genius. But those vines were easily destroyed by Taehyun, and once he broke free, he stomped on Gilsan's head. Gilsan groaned in pain. Assuming he had defeated Gilsan, Taehyun asked for the next contender. The other candidates called him a monster. They teamed up and planned to continuously attack Taehyun without stopping. They thought that if they keep attacking, it will exhaust Taehyun at some point. Kim Taehyun confidently pointed his fingers at them, and he activated the Night King's spirit. The other candidates charged simultaneously towards him, but they stopped on their tracks and was horrified at what they saw. They were pulled down by gravity, and all of them lay on their stomachs while watching a gigantic skeleton before them. The skeleton made a loud noise, and the candidates felt the intense pressure pulling their bodies towards the ground. Even the audience and the members of the organization were surprised to witness this. Taehyun continued that force. Even the leader of a powerful guild felt it. Yu Ayong called him a lunatic for using that in the dead center. After a few moments, the smoke in the arena had cleared, and it was revealed that Kim Taehyun was the only one standing at the center. He let out a breath and assumed that everything had been wrapped up. He glanced at his side to check the remaining one. She saw an injured girl walking towards him. It was Lim Ah-young. She was breathing heavily. Taehyun asked what she wanted to do. He expressed that he won't mind it if she withdraws from the test. Lim Ah-young glared at him. Taehyun challenged her if she wanted to have a repeat of the first round. That made Lim Ah-young blushed and embarrassed. She released her power. The ice had started forming, until it entrapped them in an ice dome. Taehyun thought, "This again?" Lim Ah-young brought out her spear, and she told Taehyun that he should worry about himself. She vowed that this time, that won't be happening again. This bitch was talking about the kiss. Taehyun dared her if she's sure about that. The whole area seemed cold with the blizzard. A trail of wind was left while half of Lim Ah-young's spear was stuck on the ground, and the wind had moved her hair. As she was falling to the ground while Taehyun stood beside her, she landed with a loud thud. She lost consciousness. She had met Taehyun's expectations, since in our MC's mind, she's still the most difficult opponent. And with that, the host announced that the player tryouts have ended. The crowd listened as the top qualifier of the player tryouts was announced, and it was applicant number 920, Kim Taehyun. He was presented with his rewards for placing as the top qualifier. In a private setting, the chairman, Ji Jinwi, congratulated him on becoming an S-rank player. Jinwi expressed that he didn't expect him to single-handedly end the third round, or rather, it is really to be expected from Taehyun to clear the Apocalypto, and the chairman laughed loudly. Taehyun replied that he was just lucky. The chairman observed him. He called Taehyun's name, and then he invited him to join the New South Korea Player Association. Taehyun was taken aback. Jinwi asked him for his thoughts on working for the New South Korea Player Association. Jinwi had a serious expression on his face. Our MC thought to himself how things have significantly changed, putting aside the fact that an awakened like him became an S-ranker, and even placed as the top qualifier. He even got a scouting offer from not just a leader of a great guild, but also Ji Jinhui, the greatest in the New South Korea Player Association. He smiled as he assumed that he already knew the world, but then surprising things happened. However, Taehyun declined the offer. Jinhui, taken aback, abruptly stood and asked why. Taehyun replied that there's no special reason for it. He explained that he just believes that rather than being a member of one of the 4 great guilds of the association, he finds it more effective to work alone. He apologized for not being able to help the chairman. The chairman let out a loud, "Ha!" and then he laughed out loud. He continued laughing while Taehyun peacefully drank his tea. Ji Jinwi sat back down as he expressed that he never imagined that Taehyun would say that he's better off alone rather than being in the great guilds or the association. He commented on Taehyun's level of confidence. He accepted his decision, and then he offered that they do something else instead of Taehyun joining the association. That got Taehyun curious. Jinwi grinned, and then he asked Kim Taehyun if he's interested in participating in the Asian exhibition games. Jinwi was serious with this offer. After that, we were transported to this place where several mobsters roared loudly. But they were taken aback when Taehyun easily sliced them with his predation skill. As the bits and pieces of the monster's body reached the ground, Taehyun sighed. With that, he had cleared the dungeon. He thought about the Asian Exhibition Games. This is an event where 5 representatives are chosen from the associations and guilds of each country within Asia. It is a festival of hunting down villains and monsters. But to be picked as a national representative, to prove that the person hunted down monsters and villains for the sake of the country, they would need to acquire some merit points. He recalled Jinwoo telling him that given his history of advancing, it's definitely a worthy goal to target. But for Taehyun, it's easy for Jinwoo to say. In his mind, he reasoned out that he just became a player. To catch up to the merit points everyone's stacked over years, he has to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger. Taehyun has been clearing all dungeons known to the New South Korea Association for a month, but he's far from getting merit points, and wasn't able to advance any further. He looked at the portal and thought how he had no choice even if he knew it was dangerous. He decided to go inside after all. At nighttime, outside a mansion, a glass filled with liquor shattered. Lee Jung-soo choked Seol Hundo using his powers. Seol Hundo asked the president to calm down. But he couldn't when Taeson's heir, his son, is still in the damn hospital, and the culprit behind that is now an S-rank player on the rise. In a fit of his anger, he powerfully threw Seol Hundo to the ground. Hundo yelled loudly from the pain of the collision, and then his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. The president's secretary came in to inform the president that he has a guest formed the Malignant Guild. When he heard the word malignant, he recalled that those were the rascals who couldn't get rid of one brat after stuffing money down their damn throats. He was angry and he expressed, "How dare they show their faces here?" He yelled that he's going to do something to them. However, out of the blue he sensed something. The door in front of him became distorted as it emits an ominous aura, and a person appeared from the door. He expressed that the matter with Lee Jung-soo's son is truly a shame. Then he encouraged Jung-soo to calm down first. And then this person confirmed that the lowly brat isn't the final target of Taeson's group. This person introduced himself as the vice president of the Malignant Guild. He is known as Shadow, but his rank is yet to be known. Meanwhile, Taehyun's portal appeared, and he emerged from it, and he was being welcomed by someone. In front of a tall building stood a man who held a sign. He introduced himself as Kim Taehyun's guide for the auction. He is an A-ranker from the Alchemists. With enthusiasm, he spoke his name, which is Park Gaeon-woong. Gaeon-woong is an A-rank player, hired as a bodyguard by the Alchemists Guild for the auction. He is also a member of Taehyun's fan club, and his skill is gate manipulation. Park Gaeon-woong expressed that after he had seen Taehyun overpowering everyone on the 3rd round of the player tryouts, he became a fan. He asked for an autograph. Taehyun was dumbfounded. They are in the Asians auction region called East Point, the largest scale within Asia, and it has auction items of the greatest quality and an automatic interpretation skill support, and much more. East Point has a great deal of positive points, but even among them, the one point that's considered would be security. Taehyun asked Gaeon-woong if he's sure about having the autograph on his face. Gaeon-woong explained that bodyguards like him play a role, but the constant changing of warp points actually made it impossible to reach the destination without approval. Warp point is the coordinate value needed to connect to the warp gate, and that's the main reason why there were no security issues in the past decades. Taehyun thought that Gaeon-woong was right. East Point deserves to be called the best in security. However, our MC knew something that none of them could have predicted. An S-rank villain terror attack will take place in that very place on that day. After a while, the host of the auction was excited. Finally, the best item on sale for the auction is out. It's called the Phoenix Potion. Just drinking it will boost stamina and magic points by 20 each. Taehyun planned to wait for the terror attack, eliminate the S-rank villain, and get the merit points. But the problem is that he had no information about this. Before his regression, the news only reported the serious damage that East Point suffered, and the main culprit of the terror attack was Narendra Nairu. But he wondered who stopped it. Taehyun then called Gaeon-woong, who brought him ice cream. He asked who is the chief security. Gaeon-woong was surprised. Gaeon-woong was alarmed and curious why Taehyun wanted to know. Taehyun explained that he just had a question. He verified if he's not allowed to know. Gaeon-woong replied that it wasn't the case, but he's hesitant to answer. All of a sudden, Someone uttered, "Look who is it?" They were both surprised to see who it was. The man described Tae-hyun as the 12th S-rank player of New South Korea and the youngest S-ranker. Together with the man are people that looked like his own army. The crowd watched them march in. And the man who spoke approached Tae-hyun. This man was pleased to announce that Kim Tae-hyun is there. This person is known as Isaki Ryohei, aka the Devil. He is a Japanese S-rank player and the East Point chief security officer. Tae-hyun asked Gaeon-woong who it was, which made him explain. Gaeon-woong whispered to Tae-hyun to be mindful. Gaeon-woong shared that Isaki Ryohei even stabbed his comrades for his own benefit, so the players call him the Devil. Isaki Ryohei said that he heard that New South Korea had sent an extraordinary genius, but he didn't expect to meet Tae-hyun in person. He reached out his hand. Tae-hyun carefully observed the hand extended to him. He wondered why it was a left hand. He shook his hand, but Isaki Ryohei released his power, and Tae-hyun got electrocuted. It became stronger, which made Tae-hyun groan in pain. Isaki Ryohei kept laughing. He was amused since he never expected Tae-hyun could endure that. It also shows that Tae-hyun is an S-rank after all. Tae-hyun cursed him in his mind, but his anger dissipated when he heard someone in pain. He saw that it was the people on the side. They were choking from Isaki Ryohei's powers. Tae-hyun cursed. He knew that if he fought Isaki Ryohei there, the civilians would get dragged into it. Isaki Ryohei expressed that his prank might have been excessive for a kid who just became an S-rank player. Isaki Ryohei let go of Tae-hyun's hand. He placed his arm over his shoulder and whispered that it should have been an enough lesson for Tae-hyun. He told Tae-hyun that he may be an S-ranker, but he is not on the same level as him. He added that he has no idea why Tae-hyun came there, but he warned him not to try any useless stunts, lay low, and to get lost. And he called Tae-hyun a brat. As he was pulling away, he laughed and wished him to have fun at the auction. As if to insult Tae-hyun even more, he laughed loudly as he was making his way towards the door. Gaeon-woong was worried about Tae-hyun. Isaki Ryohei's laugh still echoes in the room. Tae-hyun's expression showed a hint of annoyance, and he realized that because of Isaki Ryohei, it is going to be trickier than he thought. Few moments later, inside the building were armed men, and they were confused to encounter incoming unknown armed men. They wondered where those men entered the building. The leader of the authorized men told his subordinates that they don't have a need to know all that. The hallway that they are in only leads to the gate control office. So he told his men that given that the unknown people are there, it means that they are the target that they are asked to be taken care of. The leader told his men to assist him as he takes out the infiltrators since he's the A-ranker. Few moments passed, and it showed the remnants of the fight and the corpses on the ground. Only one man was left standing. It was the old half-naked man with a turban. With him is a large monster that crushed the head of one of the enemies. The man groaned in pain as the arm of this monster swallowed his head. The old half-naked man with a turban was delighted. He is Narendra Nehru, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation. His men informed him that a variable had come up at the auction house. The subordinate reported that Kim Tae-hyun, the S-ranker of New South Korea Association, is at the auction house. They asked what they should do about it. Nehru remained silent. He asked what was the matter with a lowly trash like that when he's present, and as long as he's there, he declares that no one can evade divine revelation. The scene then shifted towards this view of a twin building, and then, all of a sudden, the tall building was bombed. Inside that building, an auction with many people is ongoing. Half of the room was reduced to ashes because of the bombing. People who were relaxed were suddenly being blown away. The explosion was loud, and several more explosions on different parts of the building happened. Gaeon-woong immediately went to Tae-hyun's side. He checked if Tae-hyun is okay, and he urged him to evacuate at once. Tae-hyun was in a state of shock. He knew a terror attack would happen, but he had no idea that they would bomb all throughout the structure. He wondered how the terrorists were able to sneak in, and even the time frame on when the bombs were installed. He tried to remain calm and focused on what's important. The terrorists showed themselves. One terrorist instills fear by gunning the ceiling and commanding the people to lower their weapons and give them the money and valuables that people owned. He threatened them that if they resisted, he would shoot them in the head. But he was cut mid-sentence. And the next thing he knew, his head was no longer attached to his body. And Tae-hyun was the cause of that. Gaeon-woong was shocked. Kim Tae-hyun instructed him to inform the association of the situation and request for reinforcements. With a serious expression, Tae-hyun vowed to catch the person behind the incident. What he used earlier is a talisman with a rare rank. Ji Jin-hui, the Player Association's chairman, gave him that dagger for passing the tryouts with the highest score. On a different side of the building, the guards hold the fort even with their injuries. The leader of this group told the terrorists that the articles had been bid on already, and they're not for terrorists like them. The leader of that group of terrorists told his team to slaughter them all. They engaged in a bloody fight and killed all the guards. With the path being cleared, the leader of the terrorist approached the pile of stuff. He's about to grab one. He chose a container with a cap of the head of a phoenix, and it was what he had been aiming for. It was the Phoenix Potion, a unique item. It permanently increases stamina and mana by 20 points each when consumed. Upon holding that potion, he now understood why Neru told them to get it, even if it meant putting their lives at stake. He sensed tremendous energy from it, just by looking at it. He started to think of drinking that potion. But before he could do anything, an explosion happened that surprised him. It left one of his members dead. He was surprised and confused. Other members reported that there's an enemy, but they're confused because they can't see anything. The next thing they know is that they're being hit. They were slightly nervous. The next moment, they had lost their lives. The leader of the terrorists in that group figured out that the enemy used stealth skill. But before he could do anything, his body had already been slashed. He cursed at the enemy. He used his ability and metal chains appeared. The chains were deployed around the area to survey where the enemy was. The chains kept moving. It was in different parts of the room, until it had tied a man. He was mad at the enemy for daring to act up with nothing but stealth. He planned his revenge. The tied man was impressed that the guy had a skill that can locate even an opponent who uses stealth. It was Kim Tae-hyun, and he told the man that his skill would be perfect for predation. Meanwhile, on the other part of the building, several corpses of the guards lay on the ground, while several civilians had been tied up, with monsters surrounding them. At the warp gate control room, several warps are opened, and surrounding it are several armed men and huge monsters. Neru announced that it was such a simple matter. He announced that all people would fear him, the one they proclaimed their god, even more. He thought that all was left to do was the Phoenix Potion, but a subordinate came up to him. The man reported to Neru that they received a message from Dyke's group who went to acquire the Phoenix Potion. And he told Neru that there was a problem. Just hearing the word problem, Neru was displeased. The radio was noisy because of its static sounds, until they heard someone speak. This person asked Neru if he was really that person. Neru was alarmed. He asked the person on the other line who he was. Tae-hyun replied, "Me?" On his side was Dyke, who's already unconscious. Tae-hyun told him that he's the one who has what Neru wants. It's true since he is holding the Phoenix Potion. He told Neru that if he wanted it back, he should get there soon, and he called him a fucking terrorist. Neru was triggered. The defeated men were scattered on the ground. Tae-hyun drank the potion. System informed him that his stamina had increased as well as his magical power. He determined that it was a unique rank potion, and its effect was really on a different league. With Tae-hyun roaming around the dungeon earlier, it hadn't had much effect on his stats, but the potion, it had increased his stats all at once. Now that he drank it, he doesn't have to worry about the Phoenix Potion getting into the hands of the terrorist. He heard several footsteps. It was Isaki Ryohei and his team. Several corpses lay there. But aside from that, the hall was empty. One of his team members was confused since the message came from there, yet no one was there. He wondered if the person who called them had run away. But Ryohei laughed at them. He told them that the person is just right in front of them. He told Tae-hyun to stop hiding. Tae-hyun reversed his stealth ability, while commenting how odd it was for them to notice when his ability was perfect. They stood face to face. Ryohei asked what someone like Kim Taehyun's caliber was doing there. Taehyun retorted back to Ryohei that what about the head of security like him who should be running around trying to clean up after the terror attack? Ryohei laughed. And he revealed that there's something he's looking for. Taehyun watched him. He sighed while getting something from his pocket. And he mentioned that he noticed that something was off. First, the fact that the security team couldn't find all those bombs despite having all the players as bodyguards. Taehyun saw the terrorists storming in through the East Point, where they can't enter without permission. And that led him to think that the terrorists had someone working with them from the inside. But no one would have thought that the head of security would have been the spy. Ryohei replied that he was kind enough to warn Taehyun to stay in his lane. Ryohei disappeared in front of them. Taehyun was alert. When Ryohei showed up, he had already attacked Taehyun. Ryohei demanded Taehyun to hand it over. Taehyun smirked at him and told him to try to take it like a villain should. They continued to fight while Ryohei's subordinates watched them. But the subordinates could barely follow them with their eyes, since the match was intense because of the incredible speed of the two. The ground was shattering. Some of the stuff was sliced too. The subordinate did not even dare to move because they could have been caught up in the battle between S-rankers. One subordinate mentioned that Isaki Ryohei was called the Devil, so there's no doubt that they'll end up getting chopped into pieces if they carelessly interfere. Taehyun was being pushed back by Ryohei. Taehyun seemed to be having a difficult time. In his head, his cursing at Ryohei. He also confirmed his suspicions. Unlike him, who only predicts the direction of attack through killing aura and sound, Ryohei can actually see him. He swung his sword. That caught Taehyun off guard, and Taehyun was slashed right on his chest. He groaned as his body bled. Taehyun recognized that even if they are both using stealth, there's such a huge gap in their proficiency. Despite his injury, Taehyun remained standing. He surprised the subordinates when he jumped really high. To properly position himself in using his next ability, in his mind, Ryohei is not worthy for him to use the predation. The subordinates were surprised when they were lifted in the air by the purple smoke. Taehyun's arm turned into rock, and he hit all the subordinates with it. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground. After that, Taehyun looked for Ryohei. He laughed while commenting that it was some awesome judgment that Taehyun showed. Ryohei was on the ceiling. He told Taehyun that it was awesome of him because stealth was weak against wide-range skills. He added that Taehyun is looking for him. He should have used it over his head as well. Then he attacked Taehyun. Taehyun attempted to block the sword with his dagger. Terrorists were patrolling on a quiet hallway, but they immediately ran away when Ryohei and Taehyun emerged from the ceiling. Ryohei's attack was so powerful that it created a hole which dropped them to the lower level. Then Ryohei slashed through the whole room. It caused an explosion, and then he had Taehyun pinned down on the ground with his foot. He positioned his sword right at Taehyun's throat, but he was surprised. When Taehyun wrapped chains on his sword, he was confused about what it was. Taehyun told him that he's a fool. Ryohei cursed while his expression revealed that he's slightly nervous. He realized that Taehyun's skill earlier wasn't meant to find him, but it was for Taehyun to stop him running out of the skill's target range. Taehyun stood up and raised his arm. He asked Ryohei where he plans to run off to. The chains wrapped around Ryohei. That made Ryohei angry. He cursed at Taehyun, with chains wrapped around Taehyun's fist. He delivered a powerful punch at Ryohei's face. It was a powerful attack that created holes on the ground. After a while, Taehyun was able to chain Isaki Ryohei and his subordinates together. Some subordinates looked haggard and tired, while there's also some who were confused and angry. Ryohei was breathing heavily. He cursed at Taehyun. Taehyun replied that he doesn't understand why an S-ranker would do all those shitty things for some money. Ryohei yelled for him to shut up. He blamed Taehyun for ruining his plans. To shut him up, Taehyun stomped on his head, and then he kicked him hard. He told him that he's pretty chatty for a low-life criminal. The subordinates were worried for Ryohei. Taehyun demanded info about Narendra Nehru. He informed them that every country's association must have received urgent calls for reinforcements by then. As if a threat, he reminded Ryohei that Nehru would be done for once the reinforcements arrived. Ryohei laughed at the thought of reinforcements. Ryohei told Taehyun that he's just a clueless kid. Someone was running fast. The person entered the door, and that caught Ji Jinwei and Go Tai-wook's attention. The old man who just entered was in panic. He told them something about the reinforcements. He asked what happened to the reinforcements for East Point. This person is the Four Great Guilds Alchemists Guild Master, an S-ranker, SEO Sangik. He was in panic as he shared that not just their articles are up there for sale, but also countless VIPs of the New Korean Association had participated. He's worried that the villains will do something bad to those people. Ji Jinwei asked him to calm down. He explained that they had formed a backup force as soon as they heard the terror news. It was a group of elite players with player Park Sung-jin leading them. Sangik asked why those people haven't left yet. He volunteered his guild's personnel and supplies if that's what is needed, but Ji Jinwei told him that it wasn't the issue that they're facing. Ji Jinwei told him that they had no way to get there. Sangik was confused. Ta-wook explained that the terrorists took over the control room for the East Point warp gate and blocked all the warp gates. Sangik was utterly shocked. Tae-wook pacified him by telling him that it would be okay. He explained that there are 2 S-rank players at the scene. One of them was Tae-hyun, who just became an S-rank recently, but there's only 1 S-rank on the terrorists' side. That made Tae-wook think that those 2 can hold out while they reconnect the warp gates. He even thought of the possibility that the 2 S-rank players could take down Mirandra Nehru. Another person joined in the conversation and told them that the case would only happen if the opponent was a regular S-rank player. They were surprised to see who it was. It was Yu Ah-yong. Back to our MC, Taehyun stood in front of Ryohei. Ryohei asked him if he knew about the skill called Contract with the Devil. Taehyun had no idea, and Ryohei explained that it was the worst of Nehru's skills. He added that by offering sacrifices, depending on the amount and quality, Ryohei Nehru can summon a monster of a certain rank. Taehyun figured out the sacrifices. Ryohei told him that he's right, since there's no other available sacrifices. They are pertaining to humans. Yu Ah-yong knew about it as well, and when she told the men in the room, they were extremely shocked. Ji Jinwei couldn't even form a sentence. Tae-wook stated that Narendra Nehru held roughly a few hundred hostages. Sangik added that on top of that, Nehru is a notorious terrorist who is particularly skilled even among S-rankers, and if someone like him sacrifices 100 people and summons a monster. Yu Ah-yong told them that it was exactly what she wanted to point out, that it will cause a catastrophe. Taehyun made Ryohei his punching bag. He called them lunatics. Ryohei laughed at him and told him that Kim Taehyun could have been lucky and defeated him, but he'll never be able to win against Nehru. So Ryohei pushed him to make a choice between begging for his life and watching those innocent hostages be offered as sacrifices, or charge into a fight that he had no chance of winning and die like a dog. Ryohei kept laughing while Taehyun was enraged. The sun was about to set. The building is situated on an isolated island, and the warp gate had been blocked. A subordinate reported to Nehru that Ryohei had lost. The subordinate explained that the whereabouts of Taehyun, who took down Ryohei, were unknown, along with the Phoenix Potion. He asked what they should do. Nehru laughed and said that there's no chance of winning a face-to-face fight, so Taehyun had been waiting for the association's reinforcements. However, that will not be enough. This villain then raised his hand, and dark smoke enveloped it. Nehru used his ability on some of the people in there. He was about to choke them to death. His strategy was, if Taehyun doesn't show up, he'll drag him out. The woman who had been choked was in a sorry state. Nehru announced the beginning of the festival for their god. But then he noticed something. There was a blackout. The terrorists were confused, since all the bombs were blasted ages ago, but it did not cause a blackout. But now, just all of a sudden, it happened. Nehru was angry. The sacrifice that he was holding earlier had disappeared in a second. Taehyun, in stealth, was behind him. Taehyun's fist was almost on his face. The chains were so close to him. But he was quick to evade it. He had a difficult time, and Taehyun thought that he had got him. But the chains were diffused. A snake had appeared. Kim Taehyun was taken aback. Nehru had several snakes around him, and several fireballs, too. There was a big explosion. Fortunately, Taehyun had escaped that. He didn't expect that Nehru would have monsters hidden on top of his head. He was like Medusa. Taehyun wondered what's the deal with that guy. The civilians asked Tae-hyun if he's there to rescue them. They begged him to untie the ropes and help them. Some even offered compensation. Tae-hyun nonchalantly threw them using his chains and told them that they were all in his way. His attention shifted to the monster noises, since there were so many of them who were on their way to him. The monsters struck him. They all looked menacing. But Tae-hyun easily sliced them with his dagger. He emerged from being surrounded by the monsters. He used his abilities. As he lunged towards them, the monsters made loud noises upon being hurt. Some monsters got triggered. They looked so ferocious as they advanced. Tae-hyun was surprised that several monsters were on their way towards him. He was confused. And the impact of the attack of the monsters created an explosion. Neru commented that Tae-hyun was a fool. He told him that he shouldn't have treated the monsters from the skill Contract with the Devil, the same as the monsters that he had seen until now. The monsters are under Neru's control through the Contract with the Devil, and using his magic, the monsters became sturdier than other monsters, and they are far stronger. Kim Tae-hyun got hit and he coughed up blood. Neru uttered that just because Tae-hyun defeated Ryo-hei, he shouldn't have thought of defying God's will. More monsters run towards where Kim Tae-hyun is. The civilians were worried because they thought that Tae-hyun was completely being overpowered. One person even complained that when they asked Tae-hyun to save them, Tae-hyun did as he pleased, but now it looked like he can't win against those monsters. A person corrected this man that is not what's happening in there. They were all confused. The old man who spoke told them to look carefully. Then he explained that thanks to Tae-hyun, the monsters aren't paying any attention to them. He added that despite being overpowered with the monsters, Tae-hyun was far from running away, and he's not allowing a single monster to come their way. Almost all of the people looked mind-blown. The old man added that Tae-hyun had evacuated the hostages over to that side by throwing them up in the air just now. The old man shed tears. He had certainty about Tae-hyun, that Tae-hyun had thought of nothing else but saving them. That also made the others emotional, and from resentment, it was replaced with gratitude. They cheered for Tae-hyun and expressed their trust in him. Tae-hyun used his chains to fight. It choked several monsters, and with that, he brought them down. Then he yelled for everyone to shut up. The people were confused, even Neru. Tae-hyun complained that the hostages kept getting in his way, and the damn monsters kept coming at him. He yelled that he couldn't do that stupid shit anymore. It was funny how that made the civilians sweat heavily. Neru laughed and asked if Tae-hyun is deciding to give up. Then Tae-hyun yelled, "So please end this quickly! Player Park Gaeon-woong!" Neru was taken aback. A man entered the room. Neru was confused about who that person was and when he had entered. Gaeon-woong had a blue ball of light on his palms. He apologized to Tae-hyun for making him wait for a long time, and there he goes. Earlier, Ryo-hei was unconscious, and Gaeon-woong had encountered that body. Gaeon-woong asked Kim Tae-hyun what it was about. Tae-hyun explained that those are the security team guys who are in cahoots with the terrorists. Gaeon-woong couldn't believe that it happened while he was gone. Tae-hyun told him that they had more pressing issues at hand. Tae-hyun explained that the warp gate control room is swarming with monsters by Neru. Fighting the villains isn't a huge problem, but it's the fact that the monsters won't sit still when they see the civilians, and above all, the people could get swept into all of it. And so, he told Gaeon-woong that he needed his skill. The gate manipulation. Gaeon-woong was surprised. He explained that he wanted to help, but unless he knew the exact warp point, connecting the gate with the association side was going to be impossible. Tae-hyun told him that it doesn't matter, since he's only after one thing. Gaeon-woong looked at him with disbelief. Tae-hyun planned to send out the monsters. The warp gate glowed. It was getting activated. The monsters were being sucked in, and they slowly disappeared in the room. Neru couldn't believe it. He was so confused about what just happened. The monsters kept getting sucked in. When Gaeon-woong first heard the plan, he thought it was absurd. No one would have actually thought that it would work. Now only Neru and the terrorists are left. That made Park Gaeon-woong think that they are about to win. Tae-hyun called his name loudly. He then instructed Gaeon-woong that his role is over, so he should take the hostages with him and leave at once. He protested. He wanted to be by his side. Tae-hyun rejected him firmly because the opponent is an S-ranked just like him. Neru jumped to the level where Taehyun is. Taehyun explained that in that fight, he can't protect anyone. Neru was enraged. He called out Taehyun's name angrily. Taehyun had the nerve to mock him by replying, "Yay, what is it? You called me?" Gaeon-woong was torn, but he decided to follow Taehyun's instructions. He led everyone to the door. Taehyun watched them leave, and he was relieved that it was sorted out. Now all that's left is his fight. Neru threw a large fireball at him. Taehyun looked serious as he dashed away. He attacked Neru with his chains, and it sent several debris flying in the air. Neru called him a fool, and Neru doubted that he's an S-ranker like him. Neru covered his arm in flames and asked him if he thinks that a kid likes him. The flame turned into a form of a dragon, and then he asked if a kid like Taehyun could actually stop him. Taehyun braced himself for the attack. The attack was so powerful that it caused a large explosion in the room. Neru turned white, and several monsters appeared. He told Taehyun that it doesn't matter how many monsters he had killed, or how many hostages he had rescued, because if he can't win against Neru, all of his effort would prove meaningless. He called Taehyun a filthy non-believer, and so Taehyun would receive a punishment for his sin of soiling the name of God, and that punishment is death. Several monsters charged towards him. Taehyun laughed since Neru kept yapping on his own. He told Neru that he will be the one who will die there. Neru was surprised. Taehyun activated a skill, and it created the same dragon-like monster that Neru made earlier. Now, its prey is Neru. It had a wide mouth. Neru was in great disbelief. He wondered if Taehyun had hidden his real power all this time. Neru laughed, and it became louder. He expressed that he acknowledged that Taehyun is the highest quality sacrifice. But Taehyun isn't the only one who's hiding his powers. Then he heard someone cough. People came out of the warp. The terrorists were choking and coughing up blood, and they were slowly reduced to ashes. Taehyun was in utter shock. Neru declared that all sacrifices had been offered. A strange creature crept out of Neru's back. He prayed to his god. Taehyun watched with a horrified face, and from Neru's back a green dragon-like monster appeared. It was a rank S-bone dragon. A few moments earlier, outside the building. It can be seen from the outside that the civilians led by Gaeon-woong were faced against some of the terrorists. Gaeon-woong complained how there's still so many terrorists. The terrorists wondered if those people escaped from the floor above. The terrorists had the idea that since those civilians had run away, it would be okay to have them killed. But the terrorists started coughing blood. They screamed in pain while Gaeon-woong and the rest watched them. Gaeon-woong was confused. Both him and the rest of the people were terrified. Gaeon-woong gazed out the window because of explosions coming from the other side of the building. He wondered what was happening. The large monster attacked Taehyun. Taehyun was blasted away. He screamed loudly while he fell. Neru rode the backside of the monster. He uttered that, as always, the dragon is the strongest of all. Taehyun cursed. His chains appeared, and he stuck that on the wall while he held the other end to stop himself from falling. The chains were tugged, and when he finally lifted himself up, it broke. His feet slipped, and he found himself on the safe ground. He was breathing heavily. Taehyun was confused on where the monster came from. When he lifted his gaze, he was horrified. The dragon was in front of him, and its mouth had a ready laser beam to blast at him. Taehyun was stunned. He took the dragon's attack with his body, and it blasted him to the other side of the building. It was a powerful attack that kept him on air for quite some time. Neru told him to die while he went after Taehyun. Taehyun was already pissed off to that meatless fucking dragon skeleton. He launched a powerful attack towards it, but it was not effective. The dragon released a beam as a counterattack. Taehyun was in great disbelief. The whole building exploded. It burned most of the way to ashes. Neru stood at the back of the dragon and watched the whole scene. He expressed that it was shocking, since he didn't expect Taehyun to make it out alive after facing that attack. Taehyun was hanging in there in one piece, but he's already exhausted. In his head, he acknowledged how strong Narendra Neru is. He couldn't believe that he barely blocked that, even after using predation at full power. It's unbelievable that they're both S-rankers. A thought crossed his mind. For Neru to wield such power, there's no way that he's okay. Taehyun assumed that Neru must be close to his limits now. So, Taehyun thought of stalling, but the thought immediately perished when Neru laughed. He called Taehyun a filthy believer and told him that he can see right through him. Neru told him that he knew Taehyun thought of stalling for time, and it's definitely not a bad reasoning, but he warned Taehyun that he should know that petty tricks won't work on him. The dragon flapped its wings, and it soars to the opposite building. Taehyun was taken aback. It's targeting the location of Gaeon-woong and the other people. They froze in horror. The dragon was almost just on the other side of the glass, and it attacked directly on them, which caused a major destruction of the floor. At that time at the Korean Association, a staff announced that the emergency purpose warp gate had been connected. The coordinates were correct, and everyone was ready to enter the portal. They were slightly concerned that only their country had been connected. With that, the player might be at risk of extreme danger, even if it's a player like Sungjin. Park Sungjin replied that it was nonsense because if that's the case for him, then how much danger must that kid be in? That made the staff realize her mistake. They announced entry to the East Point. Park Sungjin announced to everyone that they will exterminate the terrorists and rescue their comrades. The blast earlier caused a lot of casualties. Gaeon-woong was badly hurt, but he's still conscious. He immediately got up when he saw a man blocking another blast. He was surprised to see Taehyun. Taehyun gave his all to counter the attack. He continuously used his predation skill to block the powerful attack. The dragon emits more bluish fire. Neru expected Taehyun to do that, so he planned to burn him to ashes then and there. Gaeon-woong was really concerned for him. He told him not to worry about them since it will be all over for them if Taehyun dies. Gaeon-woong begged him. Taehyun knew Gaeon-woong was right, but he still persists. Taehyun thought that now he can't fight against a bone dragon in a head-on fight. The only method he has is to wait for Neru to reach his limits. But still, Taehyun didn't give up. His power clashed with the bone dragon. He chose not to give up yet. He went beyond his limits, while forcing himself to find a way to save everyone there. He kept thinking. All of a sudden, he heard someone say, "I can't take this anymore." He looked behind him to see who it was, and he saw Gaeon-woong crawling. Gaeon-woong was confused on why Taehyun is staring at him that way. Taehyun wondered what that voice was, and the system notified him that predation rank is temporarily being adjusted. Predation rank has increased to rank A. Taehyun's powers have surpassed his limits, so his body will no longer be able to handle predation's power. He wondered what was happening. Predation had turned to rank S. Our MC was starting to lose consciousness while his skill continued to grow more powerful. Meanwhile, this old man just stood there. He also got confused on what's happening. The next thing he knew, Taehyun's power made the dragon's attack dissipate. Now, predation is ranked SSS. Taehyun was notified that predation is unable to deactivate. He was still standing, but the difference was, there's a large amount of power surrounding him. He screamed from the pain. He thought that predation was going berserk. He realized that King gave him powers. He thought about how ridiculous the situation was. He wondered if it's the end for him. He thought how he's dying pointlessly, especially after all the time it took for him to get where he is. His body is cracking. He had a strong will not to die, and he maintained this will even until his arm already fell off. Taehyun couldn't hold himself up any longer. He landed on the pool of his blood. Neru was greatly affected by his attack. He wondered if Taehyun forced his skill to go berserk. A ridiculous amount of energy overwhelms Neru, and what's even harder to understand for him is that Taehyun couldn't handle the load of his skills and fainted already, but the skill hasn't stopped. That made Neru angry. He uttered how daring it was for a non-believer. He lectured Taehyun that if he planned to oppose God to his every end, then Neru took the initiative to end Taehyun's life with his own hands. He targeted Taehyun's unconscious body. The dragon claws appeared, but all of a sudden that arm was chopped off. Neru couldn't process what had just happened. Next thing he knew, Taehyun was back on his feet, and when he turned around, he saw something that would be enough to make him tremble. A gigantic, ominous red creature had appeared. It had multiple heads, and it was even larger than the freaking building. It roared loudly. Neru uttered, "What on earth?" Kim Taehyun mocked him for saying something about God. He told Neru, "What a joke." Neru knew he was doomed. He was horrified. He asked, "Who are you?" He knew that was no longer Taehyun, especially with that immense power. The person inside Taehyun replied, "That is no damn concern to an insect, because after all, Narendra Neru is already dead." Neru couldn't follow the conversation. Red blades touched his body. Taehyun, now with red hair, stood there, and it released a powerful attack that painted the area crimson red. The system notified him of a new skill called Demonic Contract. Taehyun found himself in a dark place. He was confused since he was just with Neru. All of a sudden, the chains appeared, and it tied up Taehyun. He wondered what was happening. After being tied up, large boulders came crashing on him. He recognized that it was his skills, stone skin and paralysis. He asked himself, what the hell is going on? A pair of hands appeared, and the king's authority showed up, which led him to feel immense pain. He felt like he's being burned alive. He wondered why his skills were attacking him. Then he heard a voice that mocked him for calling it his skills. The voice asked, "Since when were those his powers?" When he just ate all of that. And now the voice forced him to spit out all he took in. Several monsters charged towards him, but he couldn't do anything except to watch it. All of a sudden, there was an intense bright light. A pillow and a blanket were thrown in the air. Taehyun fell off the bed. He was panting. While sweating heavily, he realized that it was just a dream. He looked at his hand and saw that he's not hurt, and his right arm that predation broke down is now fine. Sungjin came in and saw that he's already up. He's surprised to see Sungjin there. Sungjin offered him some food. The table was filled with snacks. While having a snack, Sungjin explained that the association and the alchemists prepared the place for him as a way to show courtesy to repay him from what he did during the terror attack. Sungjin added that it was thanks to Kim Taehyun that even Ryohei got arrested after falling for the terrorists' temptations. Compared to the scale of the terror attack, many actually survived. Sungjin informed Taehyun that countless people already visited him out of worry, from his parents to chairman, and they were bawling their eyes out. Sungjin explained to him that the tests didn't show any health issues in the first place, and Sungjin stayed behind just in case villains or reporters got involved. Taehyun was quiet, and then he expressed that he was certain that he passed out while fighting Narendra Neru. He wondered what on earth happened. Sungjin replied, "As I thought, you're the same." Taehyun asked him what he meant. Sungjin expressed that he wanted to ask him about that too. Back then, Gaeun-wung had seen him. Taehyun has red hair and he stood there, after ending Neru in one strike. And Gaeun-wung instinctively knew that it was Taehyun, but at the same time, he's not. Gaeun-wung inquired what that person had done to Taehyun, but that caused Gaeun-wung immense fear. When Taehyun looked at him, Taehyun looked really scary, and it seemed like he's going to attack him. Gaeun-wung trembled in fear. Then he coughed up blood, and immediately lost consciousness. Taehyun noticed his red arm was disappearing. He knew that he reached his limit. He smiled as he decided to return for now, but he made sure that it would only be for the meantime. Then, Kim Taehyun's body fell to the ground. It looked like he was sleeping peacefully. All of a sudden, someone came running. It was Sungjin, and in panic, he woke up Taehyun. The rest of the team checked and confirmed the survivors in the area. It was reported that everyone was just unconscious, and it doesn't look like their lives are in any danger. Another person was concerned that the whereabouts of the terrorists and Neru were unknown. Sungjin cursed. He kept calling Kim Taehyun's name. He couldn't understand what just happened there. When Taehyun heard that, the shock was evident on his face. Sungjin narrated that after that, he asked the survivors about what happened. All of them remembered Taehyun stopping Neru, but they couldn't recall the overall situation at all. Sungjin expressed that it's as if something had messed with the memories of the survivors. He assumed that it must be the terrorists doing it. He started to leave and wished Taehyun to take good care of himself. He informed Taehyun that if he finds something else, he will get in touch with him. Deep inside, Taehyun knew that it can't be Neru's doing. He's also confused since he had no idea how he got healed, but he was certain that his arm got destroyed because of predation, and he knew that Neru fell prey to predation since it informed him that demonic contract rank B had been registered. With that, Taehyun had the ability to open the gate to the abyss. That caught his attention. He realized that it was a skill to summon monsters. It required 200 magic, but his current magic at the moment is only 180. Sungjin went back and called him to say that there's another visitor. Taehyun was surprised. Lim Ah-young appeared. Taehyun's surprised face was funny. With that, Sungjin truly left this time. Lim Ah-young told him that she's there to visit him, and she gave him a basket of fruits. There was peace and quiet in the city. There were several foods in Kim Tae-hyun's room, but it was all crushed when a basket of fruit was forcefully placed on top of it. Tae-hyun turned pale. Lim Ah-young sat across from him and told him that he looked fine. He explained that the doctor told him that he's good. Lim Ah-young also heard that he rescued a lot of people in the terror incident. Tae-hyun reluctantly agreed. Lim Ah-young trembled as she held back her anger about hearing that he fought against 2 S-rankers. Tae-hyun confirmed that it's true. Lim Ah-young crushed the apple as she reprimanded him to not act conceited because of that. She told him that she will catch up to him in no time. Taehyun asked why on earth she visited him. She replied that she just wanted to see if he's okay. Taehyun doubted that and wondered if he should call the police. Lim Ah-young was angry. At first, she came to visit him out of concern since she heard that he got hurt, but he's completely fine, and he had all that energy oozing from him. She reflected that compared to the player tryouts, she's even further from catching up to him. She was about to ask something, but stopped mid-sentence. Since she sensed something, there was a heavy footstep outside. Then the doorknob turned. The person entered. Taehyun was surprised. Lim Ah-young didn't expect it either. It was her sister. Yu Ah-young was surprised to see Lim Ah-young as well. She asked her why she was there, but Lim Ah-young was more concerned about how her sister knew the password to enter. Yu Ah-young told her to stop calling her sis, and she explained that the association informed her about the password. Silence filled the room. Yu Ah-young grinned, and she grabbed Taehyun's arm. Lim Ah-young was surprised that Yu Ah-young is holding Kim Tae-hyun captive from holding him from behind. Lim Ah-young blushed and rushed towards them while asking Yu Ah-young what she's doing. She replied that there's 2 S-rankers sharing a house, and she asked Lim Ah-young on what she thinks their relationship is. Taehyun was about to ask her what on earth she's talking about, but she hushed him by placing a finger on his lips. Lim Ah-young told her that it's a crime since Taehyun is still a minor. Taehyun smacked Yu Ah-young's hand away. He told her that she should stop with her jokes now. Taehyun asked why she's there. He was certain that he already rejected her offer to join the guild multiple times. Yu Ah-young commented that Taehyun is as fussy as ever. She explained that she's there to check on him, that's all, and she also has a present for him. She heard from the chairman that he's going for the Asian exhibition games. But even with his feats, at this point, his merit points ranking is still only 30. To become a representative in the top 5, he's going to need more, so Yu Ah-young decided to give it to him. The raiding rights for the double dungeon fire temple. There was an eerie island nearby, and a yacht can be seen going closer to it. Someone asked if that's the place where East Point was. It was in its original form even after a few hours of the terror attack, but maybe because of the serious cumulative damage it suffered in the end, it just collapsed. A creepy man wearing a gas mask asked about the whereabouts of Opid Uro. His subordinate answered that they couldn't find him. One man asked if they have to report to the boss, but they were told that there's no need for that. The man with the gas mask explained that they already got what they wanted, and they just hired the guy for money. But there's one thing. A ship is coming towards them, and it blasted an announcement that they got the villains surrounded. The announcer from the ship explained that only authorized personnel for the investigation may enter the area. The captain of the ship instructed them to drop their weapons and surrender. But in just a snap, the captain was underwater, as well as everyone else. They were all so surprised that their ship sank without them even knowing what happened. The masked villain continued his speech, that he's pretty amused by the guy called Kim Tae-hyun. The man released a powerful orb of power that destroyed the area. Meanwhile, at the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters, everyone cheered. They were excited that Tae-hyun is joining them in the raid. Taehyun is branded as the rising star of New Korea and the hero of the East Point. Yoo Ah-young was about to say something obvious. She stated that giving Taehyun the raiding rights doesn't mean that he gets to decide the item distribution and members of the raid. Taehyun wondered what present she got earlier, but he never thought it would be the raiding rights for that Fire Temple. Fire Temple is the country's second double dungeon, which was named after its entrance that resembles burning flames. Before Taehyun's regression, the past Nightwalkers Guild successfully raided it, but they were almost annihilated. Considering that difficulty level, there's no doubt that it will get him amazing progress and merit points. Perhaps because of his right arm collapsing, his strength and stamina stats have significantly decreased. So he thought challenging it right now would be excessive. But with Yoo Ah-young, who's an S-rank player, and her members, even for a double dungeon raid, Taehyun was confident that there's no way they would lose. But then, it was revealed that the Fire Temple non-participants of the raid were around 300 people, and they saw off the participants. The Fire Temple raid squad headcount were just 2 people, Yoo Ah-young and Taehyun. Taehyun's spirit was instantly gone. The non-participants cheered for them and looked forward to them clearing the dungeon. They told the participants to be careful, and they left their guild master in the hands of Taehyun. Taehyun asked why it's only the 2 of them. Yoo Ah-young replied, "It's because I'm going on a date with you, honey." Kim Taehyun turned pale, and he wished everyone would just get lost. They entered the gate. Yoo Ah-young was impressed. Everything was covered in blue fire. It was phenomenal. The vibes in there were different from a regular dungeon. Yoo Ah-young asked if double dungeons were always like that. Taehyun shared that Apocalypto dungeon was like that too. They stood at the edge of the cliff. Yoo Ah-young asked how they would go down. Kim Tae-hyu told her to be careful since there could be a monster trap. All of a sudden, a tentacle wrapped around Yoo Ah-young's head. She screamed as she was pulled down. Taehyun rushed. His gut feeling was right. He jumped down the cliff, and he used his dagger to soften his fall and hang from it. But he was shocked by what he saw. Yoo Ah-young's arm was covered in green light. She smiled as she announced that she found a way to get down. There was a monster beneath her, and she casually ripped the monster apart with her bare hands, and she informed Taehyun that they just need to fall. Taehyun was amused that she did that in just 1 strike. Several monsters made noises. Yoo Ah-young's body was covered in a green glow. With just a single punch, she obliterated several monsters. She charged at them, and she kept the pace of obliterating them. They're all at least A-rank monsters, and she killed them all with 1 strike. It made Taehyun wonder if she hid her powers the last time. He knew that she's in the highest grade among S-rankers, but he didn't expect her to be this good. Now he realized why she suggested entering the dungeon with just the 2 of them. He found that great, and he decided to join the battle too. He sliced up the monsters with his dagger. Eventually, they're deep inside the cliff, and corpses of monsters piled up behind them. She asked how deep it is for them to take so long. The number and level of monsters was tremendous, but they weren't high enough in level to be a problem for Yoo Ah-young. It made Taehyun think on what on earth was it that pushed the Nightwalkers to the verge of annihilation. Yoo Ah-young remembered to give something to him. She handed him a black ring with a red mark in the center. It was the warrior's ring. This ring rapidly boosts strength and stamina. This is more than enough to restore stats that decreased from the breakdown of his right arm. Yoo Ah-young admitted that by giving the rights to Taehyun, their guild is benefiting too, so she wouldn't call it exactly as a gift. Then Taehyun started to wonder why she would give him a unique item. Yoo Ah-young asked if he's grateful. Then she tempted him by saying that she could give him a lot more if he joins the guild. Taehyun wondered why. He asked her why she barely gave that to him. She was confused. Taehyun explained that it would have been way better to give him before he took on all those monsters. Yoo Ah-young replied, "Are you a sociopath?" To which Taehyun corrected that he's just practical, and he told her that from that point onwards, they have to be really careful, because it looks like they have arrived in the domain of the master of the place. They saw a structure with a large egg on the top. The 2 got nervous and confused when they saw the egg, and there's no available details about it. Taehyun had no idea what kind of monster it was, But what he's sure of is that right there is the boss of the double dungeon. He told Yu Ayong that they should gather information first, but when he glanced at her, she's no longer there. He looked down and saw Yu Ayong charging right in. She mustered up her strength and attacked the egg. The attack created a massive explosion within the area. Taehyun cursed at how reckless she is. He rushed towards him to check if she's okay. She repeated his question and announced that she totally crushed the egg. It was true, half of the egg was gone. And she explained that judging from the strength, the monster inside it would have been in the lower S rank. Even so, she hit it with full power, but she didn't expect it to break in just one blow. Taehyun couldn't believe that it's over. All of a sudden, they noticed a bright light coming from the egg. It shined brightly until it created a huge explosion. They had no idea what was happening. They heard someone speak. They were called lowly humans, and this angry creature never expected them to crawl into his temple. This creature noticed his interesting guests. The creature was like a blue firebird. It spoke of the strength that they are bragging about will wither in front of his blue fire. It was the double dungeon master of the fire temple, Phoenix. It had a rank of S. The Phoenix shined brightly. The two were surprised to have encountered that. Phoenix is a monster with regenerative abilities and magic resistance so immense that one could confuse it with being an immortal. Taehyun was surprised to find out that the master of the double dungeon is a phoenix. On top of that, it's a phoenix of blue flames. It spread its wings and painted the whole area blue. The light was blinding. Taehyun called out to Yu Ayong. He warned her that the creature had the ability to control minds, but his warning was a second too late. Yu Ayong had already attacked him. Taehyun groaned as he evaded her. She looked serious. The S-rank player currently has her mind under the control of Phoenix. He asked what the hell kind of veteran player. Would be no damn help to him at all. He released his power and created a hand, and he smacked her to the ground. He screamed for her to come back to her senses. He told her that if they keep fighting like that, something bad would happen. But then, he noticed that Yu Ayong made a green orb. She puts more power into it, and blasted the area. Debris fell. Meanwhile, while being amused, Blue Phoenix commented that humans are always foolish creatures. Yu Ayong watched the smoke clears. She looked around, and heard a rattling sound. A chain held her leg. It's firmly attached to the ground. Another chain emerged, and it wrapped her whole body. She struggled to fight it. Now our MC understood who the culprit is who annihilated the Nightwalker Guild's raid squad before his regression. He finally figured out who it was. He called her name, and told her that it would hurt, but she should endure. He punched her. She coughed up blood, and then she fell unconscious. The chain and paralysis won't work for too long, so she really needs to get back to her senses by the time she wakes up. But Taehyun thought of something, that it won't really matter as long as he eliminates the Phoenix before she wakes up. The Phoenix let out a short laugh and inquired if Taehyun enjoyed the game he prepared. Taehyun was pissed off that he tried to play with humans. To mock this Phoenix, he asked if it was a damn chicken. He announced that it would be fucking dead now. Using the chains, he strapped Yu Ayong to his back. He ran, but he senses something from behind. The Phoenix released blue flames. It asked what the human is doing, and taunted Taehyun to show what he got. It kept attacking him. The Phoenix was impressed. Taehyun threw his dagger, and he moved fast around the Phoenix. The Phoenix commented on how breezily the attack was. However, Phoenix is the fire itself. Slashing it over and over will only flare up and rage the flames even more. It broke Taehyun's chains. It uttered that a mere human could never win against it. It prepared a large flame and breathed it all out to where Taehyun is. The flame burned the rocks. It turns things to ashes. Luckily, Taehyun was able to position himself on the stalagmite. Even for a Phoenix, the level of regeneration ability is ridiculous. And on top of that, there's gigantification. There's no way it's a normal Phoenix. He thought that it might be a Grand Phoenix. Grand means mutant organisms possessing powers beyond the class of regular monsters. To distinguish them from other monsters, the title Grand and added A+ is added to their basic rank. If that monster is seriously a grand phoenix, there's no way for them to crush its regenerative abilities with his current skills. The only way he stands a chance against it is predation. But there's a chance it might go berserk like last time, so he can't use it unless it's a deciding blow. Truth is, he had no chances of winning without predation. He wondered what he should do. Yu Ayong flinched. This bitch was finally awake, and she screamed when she saw the state she's in. She asked why she was tied up, and she complained that it hurt. And she asked why the monster is huge now. She realized that it just wasn't a normal phoenix. Taehyun begged her to stay still. She demanded to be untied immediately. Our MC argued that there's no reason for him to untie someone whose mind took seconds to lose control. She tried to reason that the phoenix got her when her guard was down, but that's when it sank in. She didn't know she was under its control. She assured him that she won't fall for it and demanded to be untied. But to their surprise, the phoenix attacked them. The phoenix was irritated that they got distracted when it was just right in front of them. It told the humans that they don't know their damned place. Taehyun took out his dagger. Yu Ayong had her fist glowing. These two attacked simultaneously. Taehyun reminded her not to fall for the phoenix's tricks at any cost. She called him a worrywart in response, and assured him that she won't fall for it. The phoenix watched. It was enraged. It released large flames while calling them cockroaches. It reminded them of something. The phoenix stated that all of their attacks were pointless. Taehyun decided to take the lead. He triggered Monarch's Heart, which increased the party members' stats. Yu Ayong formed a straight light in his hand. She held it with two hands, and declared that her attack this time will be different. She slashed the phoenix with her spear. It obliterated the left side of the phoenix. Taehyun was astonished. Yu Ayong looked different. She had an inverted green triangle on her forehead. Her eyes were green, the same with the glow from her body, and she's holding a spear. Yu Ayong told him to leave it to her. Amazon Spirit Rank S, Berserker Mode, was activated. There's a concept of going berserk that triggers the reverse flow of mana for all skills. Most people avoid using it since it can cause permanent damage to the body. But if one can control that power for even a small amount of time, the force that it holds is unmeasurable. Yu Ayong charged at the phoenix. She threw her spear. The effect was transcendental. The phoenix screamed in pain. She charged again, this time using her fist. She punched it, and then it was followed by a kick. She moved fast and attacked it again. It created a bright explosion. It destroyed the area. Yu Ayong watched the smoke fade. She was breathing heavily. She remained still. Eventually, she passed out. The phoenix body was destroyed. It was angry that a lowly human did that in their pathetic state. It vowed to kill them all, starting with Yu Ayong, who is unconscious on the ground. But before the phoenix could reach her, gold chains appeared. Taehyun kept it immobilized by wrapping the chains around it. It got angrier. Taehyun expressed that he couldn't believe she crushed the phoenix's regenerative powers. She used a destructive force that was way beyond the capacity of the phoenix. Now he knows that he can't let his guard down with her. He's aware that it may hurt her pride, but he gotta land the last blow. Meanwhile, at the other side of the dungeon, the non-participants waited in front of the gate. They're worried since the two were pretty late. One man assured them that there won't be a problem, especially since they're both S-rankers, though he admitted that one problem is that once their guildmaster goes into battle, she just speeds through without thinking much. It was funny how after hearing that, they questioned how the man could say that it would be okay. A few moments later, they saw Taehyun step out in the portal, and in his arms is the guildmaster. They rushed towards them, but they stopped on their tracks when they saw their injuries. Taehyun announced that they have cleared the fire temple. Him carrying Yu Ayong made it into the headlines, but it was about dating rumors and their private secret dungeon date. A trembling hand watched the news on her phone. It was Yu Ayong. She's red from the embarrassment. Then she yelled and asked her guild members what the hell was that. She reasoned that it was an unannounced double dungeon raid, but now the news leaked outside. On top of that, the article was embarrassing. She blamed her guild members. One tried to explain that a double dungeon raid is an important matter, so maintaining confidentiality is difficult. Another one explained that he only told his close friends, and they all promised to keep it a secret. The other one was dramatic enough to express that it felt unfair since they only did that for her sake, and there's not a single lie in his devotion to her. Yu Ayong smiled and told all of them to just die altogether today. Ji Jinwei rushed inside since he heard she used her skill in berserk mode. He was about to ask if she's okay, but he stopped mid-sentence when he saw the state of the room. Everything was destroyed and the 3 members were barely alive. Jinwei said that it looks like she's fine. They took a walk outside. She asked what he took her for when she trained so much all that time to control her berserk state. So, using it for just a minute wasn't too hard. Jinwei asked how Kim Taehyun was, since she wanted to check Taehyun's ability so badly. Sweat dripped down her face. She narrated that after she passed out, Taehyun fought against the Grand Phoenix and even ended the whole fight, so that said pretty much everything. She added that it's only been 2 weeks since they completed the Fire Temple raid, and apparently, Taehyun already headed to the abyssal depths. She wondered how much stronger he was trying to get. Jinwei was surprised to hear that. He agreed that it was an amazing growth speed, but that's also great from the perspective of New Korea. Yu Ayong glanced at him. She admitted that she doesn't understand. She shared that everyone has a desire to advance further, but after having progressed through a certain path, it's easy to get satisfied. But Taehyun isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. In fact, even right then, he's using every available method to advance further, far away from stopping. She asked why Taehyun is trying so desperately to become stronger. The wind blew the fallen leaves. Jinwei replied that he might know the reason. He was about to spill it. He passionately replied that it's because of Taehyun's love for the country. Yu Ayong was unimpressed. Jinwei explained that in times where monsters are swarming everywhere and awakened evil has begun to run amok. In these times, Taehyun wishes for his country to push through with prosperity. So his intense desire to help is driving him to that point. Yu Ayong flatly said that it can't be. Somewhere in the abyssal depths, the castle was left with several corpses. A man in robe kneeled before the man in the throne. Several people were dead. Most of them are women. The person in the robe kissed the hand of the man in the throne, and the one sitting on the throne uttered that with that. They have been bonded with a blood oath. This man is the Archduke of the Abyss, Vampire Lord Igmun. His rank is still unknown. The man in the robe thanked the Lord of Blood. Igmun asked the man how it feels to gain the powers of his people. The man reached out for his hoodie. He said that there were a lot of skilled people similar to him, but now he would be the strongest of them all. This man is China's only force-level player, Zhang Lingpeng. In another setting, a gate is being guarded. On the other side of the gate is a desert with a red sky. There was a camp that was labeled 22. Taehyun stepped out of the gate and uttered that it's his first time back in the abyss after regressing. Someone welcomed him. He is a member of the World Player Association and the manager of the 22nd District of the Abyssal Depths. Additionally, he's an A-rank player. His name is Paul Becker. He confirmed with Taehyun if it's his first time. Taehyun replied that it's something like that. Paul Becker suggested that he should hire some players to act as guides or mercenaries. The World Player Association has set up player zones, which serve as base camps and safe areas to assist in exploring each district of the Abyss that has been pioneered. However, the depths are so dangerous that one can be ambushed by powerful monsters at any time, even within a player zone. That is why, no matter how skilled Taehyun may be as an S-rank player, he should still hire some players to accompany him. Taehyun replied that it won't be necessary. Paul was surprised. Taehyun insisted that it doesn't matter. Something from the ground is emerging. It was a centipede-like monster. Paul Becker told him to be careful since a monster appeared. But to his surprise, the monster had been dealt with. Taehyun informs him that he's just on a short stroll. Our MC didn't hold back showing his powers to this guy. A few moments later, Taehyun sighed. Now that Paul Becker is gone, he went far so there shouldn't be anyone around. Thanks to preying on the Grand Phoenix at the Fire Temple, he met the requirement of 200 magic power needed to activate the demonic contract. Though he noticed something. The demonic contract can open a gate to the abyss. Magic power is 200. Taehyun noticed that the skill changed. Instead of simply controlling monsters like Opid Uro, there's gate creation now. And that 1-1 clearly indicates that number of uses. It turned into a one-time skill. He wondered if it's also an effect of predation. Well, for him, having one creature is better than carrying dozens of monsters. He had used the mana amplifying stone. His magic will be temporarily amplified. A mana amplifying stone is an item from processed magic crystals that temporarily amplifies magic power. A large skeleton appeared. It extends its arms, and other several limbs with pointy nails. Demonic contract has been activated. The gate creation has been initialized. The skeleton had a large circular body that served as a gate. Tae-hyun walked towards it to see who was on the other side. He stepped in, and he was surprised to see a large castle with a grand staircase before him. It was majestic and humongous. He didn't expect to see a castle. He never heard of such a place in the abyss. He ascended the staircase. He admitted that he used mana-amplifying stone to maximize the skill output, but he had no idea where exactly he arrived at. But he had no choice but to find out for himself. All of a sudden, 3 hot damn monsters appeared behind him. He was alarmed. Then it was followed by a large explosion. He was able to dodge using his daggers. Someone said that he's scary, and that he's wielding such a dangerous weapon. The monster with green hair asked what kind of punishment they should give him. The other 2 were excited with their human guests. They are rank S succubus. Tae-hyun watched them. Succubus is a monster that drains men's energy through mental attacks like illusions or brainwashing. But an ordinary succubus should only be about B rank. He wondered if they were his contract target. The succubus called him foolish for coming to the wrong place. One of them finds him delicious. If they are the contract target, our MC found it amazing. Tae-hyun attacked and decided to knock them out. The succubus with green hair was amused. Tae-hyun charged at them, but they easily evaded him. They laughed at him for being so eager. But they also acknowledged that there's nothing wrong in being so enthusiastic, though it would be tricky to tame him. Tae-hyun felt a force. Pink light glowed. A succubus declared that it's over. Tae-hyun was slumped. The succubus uttered that a human, especially a man, cannot possibly resist their brainwashing. But the succubus screamed in shock. Tae-hyun had hit her. Bullseye. The other 2 got worried over their sister. Tae-hyun used his skill on which the skeleton would appear. King's authority. He told them to bow their heads, and he exerted his power, and the succubus screamed. They complained that it hurts. They wondered how a mere human could resist their brainwashing. Tae-hyun replied, as if. System notified him that skill usage is detected and temptation is confirmed. He told them that being interested in monsters is abnormal. A mysterious power has enabled successful resistance. After that short fight, he invited them to make a contract. To form a monster summoning contract, he needs to meet one of the 2 conditions. One is to give the monster what it desires, and the other would be to subdue the monster with force. The succubus struggled. With that, Tae-hyun assumed that he had met the conditions well enough. With that, he thought that he should be able to command at least one S-rank monster. But he was informed that that wasn't his contract target. He was caught off guard. He wondered what it meant. Then he heard someone say that he's no ordinary human. Bunch of succubi appeared in front of him. He was told that he would make a great gift for the queen. This succubus was a grand succubus with S+ rank. Since it has the title Grand, it should be around as powerful as the Blue Phoenix earlier. Inside the castle, flowers lined up the pathway. But these flowers are actually men who were being tied upside down. They were strapped with vines. A succubus that looked like a maid called the attention of the queen to report that a human had intruded the palace. The queen confirmed if it was really a human. She smiled and got excited as she was sure that it would make great entertainment. The castle was bombarded with several explosions. Upon closer look, this is because they were chasing after Kim Tae-hyun. They wanted him alive because he will be presented to the queen. Tae-hyun cursed. Several succubus appeared in front of him. He complained about why there's so many of them. The 2 succubus were about to kick him with their thick thighs, but he was able to bend backwards to evade it. He used his power and blasted them away. It created a loud explosion, and it left a hole on the roof. He thought that if the ordinary succubus isn't the target's contract, then it only leaves one possibility. A monster that can even control Grand Succubus, the being that they call Queen. He stood in front of the door, to which he's greeted by a maid. The maid invited him inside since the Queen is waiting for him. Hearing this gave our MC a smug smile. The room was filled with hanging flowers. The throne was covered with curtains. And there's vines creeping out behind the pillars. There were men hanging upside down. And Tae-hyun was already inside that room. The Queen welcomed him. She introduced herself as the mother of all succubi and their queen. She introduced herself as Rosaria. Tae-hyun was informed that it is the target for the demonic contract. He can now make the summoning pact. This is what he thought. He uttered Rosaria. She replied that he's right. Then she syllabicates her name. Tae-hyun was alarmed. It's a monster speaking a human language. She told him that there's nothing to be shocked about since he, a human, understood their language too. She explained that it follows the same principle. Tae-hyun noticed that she speaks well for a monster. She asked him for his purpose in visiting her castle. Or was he just simply wandering around? But if not those, she asked, if he's there to satisfy his lust. He replied that it's none of those. He revealed that he came to make a summoning pact. Hearing the summoning pact, that made her burst into laughter. She commented on how gutsy her guest is, though she told him that he should keep his delusions within limits. She asked if playing with a toy is a pact. This woman is the Archduke of the Abyss and succubus queen named Rosaria. Her rank was unknown, her tentacles charged at Tae-hyun. He expected that reaction. Tae-hyun unleashed his power and blocked off those tentacles. He declared that he would make her surrender with his power. The tentacles attacked again. Tae-hyun dashed away to evade that. One tentacle almost got him. He took out his weapon and slashed those tentacles. He stepped on one of them to propel himself upwards. He charged at her. His arm was covered in rocks. He's approaching him with his rock-covered hand that is shaped like a blade. But before he could reach her, the rock dispersed. He was taken aback. Rosaria called him pitiful. She snapped her fingers. Tae-hyun floated in the air. He got suspended there, and to his surprise, he's falling and the view beneath him is a busy city. He couldn't trigger his skills, and now he's downtown. He wondered if the space changed, but he knew. It was an illusion. His body had hit the waters. He was choking. He wondered when the illusion started. Rosaria was entertained. She repeated his question since she told him that it was from the very beginning. Now they're back in the room. She's on top of him. Tae-hyun slept soundly despite being wrapped with tentacles. Our lucky MC was currently lying on the queen's bed. But what Tae-hyun was seeing was he sinking down the vast water. He knew he needed to escape the illusion. He saw a light, and he was placed in a car where it has his memory. His dad is driving, his mother is in the passenger seat, and he's strapped at the back seat. He asked what it was. He recognized himself as a kid. The kid was eagerly sharing that high-ranked awakeners make lots of money. He was hopeful to awaken as a high ranker. He promised to buy his parents delicious food and anything that they want. His parents told him to do his best, but his mom told him that what's important for her is for him to live a happy and healthy life. Back then, he replied that it's boring. Tae-hyun recalled that his mother had always been that way. Rather than him getting a high rank or someday supporting their poor family, they always wished for his happiness. That made him smile. The next scene was tragic. He saw the car crash and burn. His dad is dead, as well as his mom. He couldn't believe it. An old couple carried the child as they commented how heaven is so heartless. They were crying and aching for Tae-hyun, who was left alone. It was Tae-hyun's aunt and uncle. Then he heard someone call him a stupid non-awakener. He saw himself getting beat up. He remembered that moment. He was told to stop whining and get up. He also heard that in terms of resilience, he's already better than an awakener. The bullied Tae-hyun trembled. He realized that those are his memories. The time when he was exhausted. He was being degraded for being a porter and wanting to go to Abyss. Because he was a non-awakener, because he had no strength, he couldn't stand up against the misfortunes that came his way. But what was even harder to bear was when even his aunt and uncle started questioning what he was doing. Back then, his aunt asked if they had made a mistake raising him. She asked him where he's going when he's not even fully recovered. She told him that money is not an issue, and he shouldn't worry about them. He told them that he's very grateful to them. Deep inside, he aches that he was of no help to others, and instead, he dragged those who helped him into misfortune. The present Tae-hyun remembered something. His parents wished for his happiness, but to be happy, sacrifices were needed. He watched himself leave back then. He knew he needed strength. Skill usage has been detected, and it confirmed Queen's hypnosis. She had him under her control. Tae-hyun attempted to resist the mysterious power. Resistance had failed, and all his stats had been reduced. He was unable to use the chains of bondage, the Night King's spirit, the Monarch's heart, the paralysis, stealth, and stone skin. His usable skill is only 1 out of the 8, and you guys guess it. It was predation. He activated it and caused his memories to be filled with red dashing light. His memory as a porter popped out where there were corpses around him. So many people had died. Meanwhile, Rosaria finds it surprising that he made it out alive after facing that one demon. But she also noticed that there are things that don't sit right. First, in the memories he looked older than his current self. Second, there are memories with outcomes opposite despite being from the same time frame. Like the time where he got beat up and was left with injuries, but then there was also an outcome where he retaliated. She was curious about what secrets he holds. This bitch decided to take a look more. She was amused, until she was surprised, with the appearance of the white man, the very same being where predation came from and to whom our MC got his second chance. The succubus queen recognized him. She saw the man talking. She knew it was the king. She was so absorbed that she didn't realize red lightning was approaching her from behind. It reached her and destroyed her existence inside the memory, and pieces of glass shattered. She was back to her senses, and was panting. Then she saw her cut-off tentacles. Tae-hyun uttered that she peeked on his memory while pointing a dagger on her neck. He told her that she had a nasty hobby for a queen. He repeated his purpose. He demanded her to accept the summoning pact. She was amused that he managed to escape her illusion, but she commented that he's as foolish as ever. She asked if he really thinks that he could kill her with a toy. Tae-hyun replied that he has to try to figure it out. She assumed that he's just bluffing. A tentacle then moved fast, and it wrapped around Tae-hyun. She hugged him and told him that she'll accept the pact. She bit his shoulder. Tae-hyun screamed in agony, but he had fulfilled the conditions of the pact. Summoning pact has been established. The skill demonic contract has changed to the Queen's Man, and the skill's rank has been readjusted. The new skill, Complete Hypnosis, has been registered. The skill's rank has just been readjusted. Charm stats had increased. She laid him on the bed as she wished him a good night's sleep. She called him the King's Chosen One. Kim Tae-hyun was on the ground. Someone called him. Paul asked him if he's awake now. Paul was relieved to see him safe. Tae-hyun asked where he was. Paul explained that he's in the player zone. Paul found him unconscious there while he's on patrol. Paul asked what happened to him. Tae-hyun wondered if Rosaria sent him there. Notifications showed that the skill called Queen's Man summons the succubus queen Rosaria. Mana requirement is at 200. Another skill called Complete Hypnosis hypnotizes the target, requires 40 mana, and last but not the least, Tae-hyun's charm is now at 130. Seeing that, Tae-hyun had confirmed that it wasn't a dream. The demonic contract skill changed to the summoning skill, the Queen's Man. And now he also has a new skill called Complete Hypnosis. If he summons Rosaria, he can even face new opponents at the level of Nations Force in the Asian Exhibition Games, and the use for the hypnosis skill that she gave him is limitless. But Tae-hyun wondered why Rosaria changed her mind. He recalled what she said at the last moment, the time when she addressed him as the King's Chosen One. Our MC wondered if Rosaria knew about the king. Paul called Tae-hyun's attention. He asked what Tae-hyun plans to do. He suggested that he hire a player to act as his guide. Tae-hyun thanked him and informed him that he had finished his business. So, he planned to head back home. At a large building, Yu Ayong came out of it. She was congratulated for being discharged at the hospital. Several of her guild members were there, and a certain man asked if she's feeling better now. This man is the Vice Guild Master of the Nightwalkers. He is also an A-rank player. He is Jung Han-soo. Yu Ayong replied that not only was she fine, but she had already beaten up a few people already. Hansu told her that he has news that might interest her. He narrated that Taehyun had returned from the abyssal depths. Yuayong was shocked that it happened so soon. But then she realized that it might not be that early. He supposed that Taehyun would have trouble exploring the depths alone. Hansu seconded that the depths were called the grave of S-rankers for a reason. But he clarified that Taehyun's return isn't the issue. The problem is, who went with him? Yuayong got curious on who went to meet Taehyun. Hansu revealed that it's the leader of the Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds. That person is named Kwon Kangyuk, and he is currently standing in front of our MC. Taehyun was surprised to see that person. That person asked if he's Taehyun, and while emitting his intimidating aura around him, he invited Taehyun for a duel. Taehyun knew him. He is the leader of Undivided, one of the 4 great guilds, and known as the best tank in New South Korea. There are many stories about him, including fighting monsters for dozens of hours and single-handedly defeating hundreds of monsters. But the most famous of those is his forceful recruitment by dueling the contestants. With that being said, this barbarian was about to lunge towards Taehyun, but then a woman came running, and she slapped Kangyuk. Kangyuk was surprised to see Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim scolded Kangyuk by asking him how much more of an earful he wants to hear from the Human Rights Committee. Kim Haeyeon is Kangyuk's secretary. She is also a B-rank player. She told Kangyuk that he could be banned in the Abyss because of what he's doing. She complained that she had to make excuses for him again. Kim Haeyeon greeted Taehyun and introduced herself. She told him that he must be aware of their guildmaster's reputation for non-humanitarian forceful recruitment, but she clarified that they want to officially scout him. Secretary Kim told Taehyun that if he wishes to join them, there's no need for a duel. Taehyun replied that it just meant that if he doesn't join, they'll force him. Secretary Kim replied that it's true, but she rationalized that the offer isn't bad for Taehyun, because Secretary Kim knew something, and that was the fact that Taehyun will participate in the Asian Exhibition Games. She explained that their guild, Undivided, is the most specialized in abyss exploration among the 4 great guilds. They have extensive dungeon raid schedules and even provide full support for abyss exploration. She told him that if he joins, he'll definitely gain enough merit points to compensate for any points that he lacks. Taehyun remained quiet. Kangyuk told Secretary Kim that it's enough. Kangyuk uttered that if Taehyun is someone that can be swayed by words, he would have joined them long ago. Taehyun replied that it's not true. He told them that he changed his mind. Kangyuk was confused. He clarified if Taehyun intends to join. Taehyun said that Kangyuk is spouting nonsense. Kangyuk was confused and slightly triggered. Taehyun approached him and told him that they will do what Kangyuk wants, and the winner would get what they want. He asked if Kangyuk is up for that. Kangyuk was triggered by that punk. At the arena inside the Undivided headquarters, several reporters surrounded Taehyun to ask him lots of questions. Taehyun looked bored. Deep inside, he's so annoyed. Someone asked him, why isn't he saying anything? Behind the sea of reporters, someone struggled to get close to Taehyun. It was Kim Gija, and she also wanted to do an interview. Her hands trembled, until someone grabbed it. She was surprised to see it was Taehyun. He greeted her. Our Riz King told her that it has been a while since they last met. Kim Gija blushed. The reporters got curious about Kim Gija, who seemed close to Taehyun. Kim Gija didn't expect that she would be remembered by Taehyun. She was touched, not until Taehyun announced that all questions will be answered through Kim Gija's report. Taehyun explained to everyone that since he has plans with Kangyuk, he doesn't have time for a Q&A. The reporters crowd around Kim Gija while Taehyun makes his escape. He made that bitch his sacrifice. What a Chad. He walked towards the staircase. The pressure has been building up, and with anticipation. He stood face to face with Kangyuk. Kangyuk was pumped up. He acknowledged Taehyun's arrival, but also shared that he's worried Taehyun might chicken out. Taehyun matched his intimidation level. He made a gesture to convey that Kangyuk is dead. He invited him to settle the score now. The announcer conveyed the beginning of the long-awaited big match of the day. There's only one condition for victory, and it's to make the opponent kneel. The commentator for Undivided is a B-rank player named Choi Hae-sol. He announced that it's the 120th forced recruitment, but he took it back and explained that he didn't mean to say that. Kang-yuk was excited to see Taehyun's skills. Choi Hae-sol announced the beginning of the humane recruitment. Taehyun covered his arm with stones, and he activated the Night King's spirit to immobilize his opponent. Our MC thought that now, the full power of the Night King's spirit can take down even a decent S-class monster in one blow. Even someone like Kang-yuk won't be able to move so easily. Kang-yuk was impressed, while Taehyun was taken aback. Kang-yuk stood there while grinning like it was nothing, and told Taehyun that the attack didn't work on him. All of a sudden, our MC was taken aback. A cheetah appeared behind a shocked Taehyun. He looked back, and saw Kang-yuk was about to punch him. The fist is getting close to him. Kang-yuk was like a growling grizzly bear, and when it hit Taehyun, it sent him flying. To counter this, Taehyun released his golden chains. He planned to immobilize Kang-yuk, who is charging right at him. Kang-yuk laughed at his pretty decent little tricks. Kang-yuk looked menacing. He told Taehyun that if he thinks he could stop him with that, he would be disappointed. He attacked Taehyun like a bull and it broke the chains. Taehyun cursed. Kang-yuk lifted his knee. This time, he used the power of a huge elephant behind his attack. Taehyun knew he was doomed. The elephant crushed the ground. Dust and debris covered the field. Kang-yuk stood still. He smiled and snorted. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Taehyun, who was still standing. Kang-yuk acknowledged that Taehyun is pretty good at running away. He asked how Taehyun plans to win like that. But Taehyun still has a fighting spirit. He boastfully replied that unless the guild master has a hidden beast, it won't be easy for Kang-yuk to make him kneel. Kang-yuk replied that for someone who's cornered, Taehyun sure knows how to talk. Kang-yuk gave him what he wanted. He called for another monster and decided to end the duel with that. This dude just summoned the strength of a freaking dinosaur. It's Kang-yuk's final attack form, a T-Rex. The crowd cheered, and they all assumed that Taehyun would no longer have a chance to win. Yoo Ah-young was glad that she came to watch. Han-soo told her that she shouldn't be saying that now. He explained that if Taehyun loses, he would have to join Undivided. Han-soo expressed that they should have stopped the duel from happening. He explained that Kang-yuk's skill is Blessing of the Beasts, since it mimics the strength of various beasts and exhibits an incredible amount of power in close combat. Han-soo uttered that even for Taehyun, winning a one-on-one fight with Kang-yuk was never likely to happen. But then Yoo Ah-young told him not to worry too much. From what Yoo Ah-young had witnessed, she believes that Taehyun always had a hidden ace up his sleeve. Taehyun grinned despite the incoming attack. Han-soo was nervous, but he suddenly became surprised. Even Kim Gi-ja. The announcer asked what happened with the guild master, because in an instant, Kang-yuk knelt on his own. Kang-yuk was confused too. Taehyun asked if it meant that he had won. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim is explaining the situation to the Human Rights Committee. Back to the stadium, the crowd went silent. They couldn't believe that the guildmaster had lost. The man who never knelt even during hundreds of dungeon raids knelt down on his own. They accused Taehyun of cheating. The crowd didn't like what happened and demanded a rematch. They refused to accept that fight. Taehyun glanced at the guildmaster. Kang-hyuk never expected some lashback. He never imagined that Taehyun would push him badly into a corner. He accepted that it is expected of New Korea's top ranker. Taehyun is glad that the complete hypnosis that he got from Rosaria worked well at the last moment. When Kang-hyuk was charging at him, he used the skill and instructed him to kneel down. Kang-hyuk was furious. He couldn't accept that he lost, and he couldn't even remember what happened at the last moment. He wondered if Taehyun used mind control. He cursed loudly. He screamed for everyone to shut up. The crowd was flabbergasted. Kang-hyuk was finally able to stand up and told them that he doesn't know what skill that brat used, but he admitted that losing was his fault, and the result stands. He told them that if they are a member of Undivided, they should quietly accept the result of the duel. He shouted that if anyone's dissatisfied, they should step forward and he will personally crush their head. Yoo Ah-young noticed that losing to Taehyun really pissed him off. But still. To make Kang-hyuk kneel like that, Yoo Ah-young was right that he had another hidden skill. Taehyun never failed to surprise Yoo Ah-young. Hansu noticed that Yu Ai-yong was making a strange face, and it kinda creeped him out. Kang-yuk rushed. Tae-hyun noticed him approaching. Kang-yuk stood really close to him and gave him an intimidating look. Tae-hyun extended his hand for a shake hand, while telling him that it was a good match. Kang-yuk was curious if Tae-hyun had planned to win that way since the beginning. Our MC admitted yes, to some extent. Kang-yuk clicked his tongue while calling Tae-hyun an annoying bastard, though it doesn't look like he's pissed off. Then they shook hands. Kang-yuk told him that he would fulfill his promise. He asked Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun wanted money or maybe a unique item. That sounded great, but what Tae-hyun wanted isn't an object. Kang-yuk asked him what he wanted. Tae-hyun uttered, "The Labyrinth Minotaur." Kang-yuk was taken aback. Tae-hyun reiterated what he wanted, to participate in the raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur. At the South Korea Player Association headquarters, Tae-wook asked about the Labyrinth Minotaur. Jinwi explained that it's the dungeon at the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon. He added, true to its name, it's filled with countless traps and complex spaces. So someone with detection skills is needed. Also, despite being at the entrance of the Abyss, many guilds and S-rank players took the challenge and failed disastrously. The Undivided Guild has the raid rights for it currently, and was about to attempt it in secret. Tae-wook was concerned about how Tae-hyun knew about that place. He asked if it's really okay. Jinwi admitted that he's stressed about it too, since they wouldn't know what might happen in the Abyss. But Jinwi accepted that all they can do is to trust those who challenge it. He shared that if he was younger, he would have also joined. Jinwi's concern is not so much on the difficulty of the dungeon, but rather about the people. It was his hope that his worries wouldn't come true. Suddenly, the chairman received a video call. His subordinate reports an urgent matter. The chairman asked about it, and the female subordinate replied that the Japanese Player Association had contacted them. The chairman was confused since the East Point matter had been dealt with already. Then the subordinate reported that the Saintess had sent an invitation to player Kim Tae-hyun, which shocked and gave an uneasy feeling to the chairman. Meanwhile, at the association's underground large gate control room, Kang-yuk is in front of several lined men. He counted starting one. It was the head count of the men with him. Few hot mamas are also included. Even shady dudes like this one. There were 99, and Tae-hyun was the 100th person. The staff announced that the 100 members of the Minotaur raid team had assembled. Kang-yuk stood in front of the portal. He was thrilled. He exclaimed, "Let's go see some ugly-ass monsters now, shall we?" And they started entering the portal. They have arrived inside the Labyrinth Minotaur. It was peaceful at first, until a portion of the area exploded. They were surrounded by monsters. Everyone collaborated to defend themselves. Tae-hyun attacked the monster. He covered his hand with stone as he used his dagger, and just like that, he efficiently cut up the monster. He sliced up the monsters one after another. The cut-up body fell to the ground. Someone then commended his skills. It was Kang-hyuk. This guy was also done killing some monsters. Kang-hyuk asked Tae-hyun if he liked the weapon that he gave him. Tae-hyun replied that it wasn't bad, especially when he had to send his usual weapon for repairs. Kang-hyuk was proud of that decent weapon. He initially planned to give it to Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun had joined the guild. The dagger is called Asran, a rare item. Kang-hyuk expressed that Tae-hyun's presence in the raid benefits the guild too, so it didn't feel right as a reward for their bet. Tae-hyun thanked Kang-hyuk, but he asked again if Kang-hyuk is certain about the Labyrinth raid. Tae-hyun elaborated where he's coming from. Everyone had failed at raiding the Labyrinth Minotaur for the past 30 years, and without special measures, the raid won't be easy. A woman informed him not to worry about that. She explained that everyone participating in the raid is a veteran player of at least B rank. She shared that those players had been subduing monsters smoothly without any setbacks. In addition to that, their vice guild leader is detecting and removing all of the labyrinth traps using his detection skills. Kang-hyuk shared that the guy is a quiet person, but he's reliable. The woman shared that they had found a clue to the labyrinth riad a few months ago. Tae-hyun asked about the clue. Kang-hyuk shared that they discovered a corpse of a monster, seemingly from the labyrinth in the abyssal depths. It was a giant minotaur corpse, with the same tattoos on its body as the patterns found all over the labyrinth. and the most notable loot from that time was a huge horn. And when they touched the corpse, all parts of it except the horn turned to dust. Taehyun knew it was a good idea. Kong-hyuk confirmed his thoughts that if the monster is really from the labyrinth, they can use tracking skills to follow its traces, and they could find out the path that leads to the inside of the labyrinth. A few moments later, the Vice Guild leader led the way. They had to climb up the wooden stairs, and they had to crawl when the bats flew around the area. Eventually, they reached a room. The Vice Guild leader announced that they had arrived. They are already at the end of the labyrinth, and before them is a sleeping giant minotaur. On a closer look, it wasn't alive. It was just a statue. Kang-hyuk asked where the boss monster was. The Vice Guild leader speculated that they need to put the horn on the statue. Realizing that a simple step is what it takes, Kang-hyuk grinned. He called Secretary Kim to deliver the horn. She came in with the horn on a pushcart. He told her to move fast. Taehyun had observed that everything matches his intel from before the regression. The raid team reaches the end of the labyrinth using the Grand Minotaur's horn. But what happens right after that is worrisome. Kang-hyuk excitedly lifted the horn. He targeted the right head of the Minotaur where the horn was cut. When he attached the horn, a bright light appeared. The guild members cheered. They were excited and hopeful to conquer the labyrinth that hasn't been cleared for 30 years. Kang-hyuk taunted the Grand Minotaur to come out since he's excited to see what it looks like, but to his surprise, nothing happened. The Minotaur was dispersed. They were all stunned. The next thing they knew was that it was as if they were transported to another dimension. The statue also turned into bones of the Grand Minotaur. They were all confused. Except for some guys like this one. Some were transported to a snowy area. There were others who were being washed away from the strong current of a river. Others were situated in front of a volcano. All the while, our MC just smiled as he had expected that to be activated. Taehyun was now in the forest with several guild members. They were caught up in the spatial transfer trap. The 4 guild members who were in the forest with him were so confused. Meanwhile, in another setting, a man is reading a book in the dark. He was listening to someone. It was Shadow, and he received the report that Taehyun joined the Labyrinth raid team. His subordinate apologized gravely. His subordinate asked what they should do, and if Shadow wishes it, they can stop the operation immediately. Shadow replied that it was perfect. It was because 5 S-ranked villains have infiltrated the raid team, plus A-rank villains, which totals 20 people. He expected that Kang-hyuk and Taehyun would reach their limits. He's curious to find out how those two would handle the villains while navigating in the labyrinth. The thought made Shadow excited. Back at the forest, the guild members with Taehyun suggested that they introduce themselves. A woman went first and stated her name, Miranda, a B-ranked player. Someone ran towards her while expressing his rage. It was Giga Chad Taehyun, and he kicked her in the face while telling her to stop the fucking lies. The truth is, this woman is a triple magician, S-rank villain called Milena. There was a man who's curious about the youngest S-rank player, Kim Taehyun. He wondered what kind of person he was. If he's a hero like the guild master, acting like always a reliable shield on the front lines. Or if Taehyun is a saint, as the rumors say, who went on to sacrifice himself to save the citizens at East Point. This curious person is a member of the undivided rank named Park Sung-hoo. He's a B-rank player with a magic bullet skill. There's no doubt in him that Taehyun is an amazing person worthy of respect. He was in the forest with Taehyun and he was dumbfounded. Taehyun defeated Milena, and she collapsed on the ground. Sung-hoo and the 3 men with him were confused. He screamed at Taehyun, calling him a lunatic and asking him why he did that. Taehyun gave him a thumbs up and responded that Milena is a villain, so they had nothing to worry about. Sung-hoo thought it was bullshit, so he fired his gun at Taehyun and called him a lunatic. While easily dodging magic bullets, Taehyun insists that he's telling the truth. Sung-hoo cursed as he felt disappointed at Taehyun for spouting nonsense and acting like a madman in the middle of the crisis. To him, Miranda was a precious comrade since she had been hunting monsters and exploring the abyss with them for so long. Long story short, he's simping. He couldn't believe that she's a villain. He rushed to her aid to try to wake her up and distance themselves from the lunatic. He vowed to protect her no matter what. But his resolve was crushed as he received a powerful punch. She punched him so hard that it threw him to the opposite side. Then she angrily uttered, "How dare you touch me, you filthy pig?" The true personality of Miranda was revealed. Please pay some respect to Sung-hoo in the comments section. Anyway, back to the recap. Tae-hyun repeated that he's right in saying that she's a villain. 2 other guys creeped from his behind. But Tae-hyun was aware of that. Before those guys could reach Tae-hyun had already disappeared while wreaking havoc. It left those men confused. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a deep crater to where Tae-hyun was previously standing. Tae-hyun didn't imagine that there could be 3 villains. He mocked them by thinking out loud if he should have memorized who the nobodies are as well. Meanwhile, Milena removed her jacket. Then she tied her hair. This bitch even licked her lips while commenting that it's strange. Even among the comrades from Undivided who she had been with for years, not a single one noticed. So she asked how Tae-hyun knew about it. Tae-hyun assured her that the issue wasn't with her acting. Tae-hyun told her that it's because he came from the future. Milena assumed that Tae-hyun was toying with her. She knew that Tae-hyun and Ah-young had a special relationship, so she wondered if the Nightwalkers caught the intel. She also thought of the possibility of having an insider, but it doesn't really matter. She attacked Tae-hyun with the intention to kill him. Her long nails were like claws, and Tae-hyun deflected it using his dagger. A man tried to attack Tae-hyun from behind. There was another one on his side too, but he leapt so high that their attacks had missed him. He released his golden chains and wrapped it in their necks, and while dangling them in the air, he slashed them with his sword. Milena's claws made a noise as she scratched it on the ground. That caught Tae-hyun's attention, and once again, he deflected her claws with his dagger. Milena was confused as to what happened. She expected that Tae-hyun isn't ordinary. Milena's witch's nail spreads poison gradually from the moment it makes contact, causing vomiting, paralysis, and hallucinations, and even an S-class player is no exception. She was certain that she had scratched Tae-hyun's face with her first attack, but she wondered how it seemed like it had no effects. She kept thinking of it while attacking him. What she saw next made her nervous. There was a giant skull in front of her. The pressure around the area also became so heavy. Tae-hyun revealed to her that poison doesn't affect him. The system informed him that the witch's claw had been detected, and due to a mysterious power, resistance succeeded. The skull had set its eyes on her. That's when she knew she's doomed. All she could think about was shit. And then, a loud explosion happened. The forest was affected. Several plants died. A few moments later, Sung-hoo showed himself. He was breathing heavily. Right in front of him is Tae-hyun, who is standing before Milena, who is face down on the ground with her hands tied behind her back. Milena was hysterical. She demanded Tae-hyun to release her, otherwise she'll rip him apart. Tae-hyun grabbed her hair. He told her that he doesn't need to play with her anymore. He used complete hypnosis on her. Our MC added, "Let's start the game of truth or truth." He probed how many people had infiltrated and what their purpose was. Milena was confused. Then her eyeballs started to change colors. Without her knowing, she started revealing the information. That there are 20 infiltrators with 5 S-rank members, and their purpose is to sabotage the Labyrinth raid. In a different space, a white flower was painted red with blood. Secretary Kim was stunned. The blood dripped from the weapon. Milena revealed that their mission is to kill the Guildmaster of Undivided, Kwon Kang-hyuk. At that time, Kang-hyuk had already been stabbed by the Vice Guildmaster. Back at the forest, Sung-hoo had approached them. Milena lays motionless on the ground. Tae-hyun knew that there were only 3 S-rank before he regressed, but now there's 5. There was a gate incident break, too. He realized that the future is changing little by little. He wondered if it's because of him. Now that they knew the villain's objective, he told Sung-hoo that they will join Kang-hyuk. They walked through the forest. Sung-hoo still couldn't believe that Miranda was really a villain. He wondered if Tae-hyun knew about it from the start. His thoughts were interrupted when Tae-hyun told him that the way out is simpler than he thought. He explained that the place seems completely different from earlier, but it's still part of the labyrinth. So, he expected a passage that's connected to another space somewhere. And as if on cue, they had encountered an open door. He set Sung-hoo's expectations that since the door connects to various spaces, they might not be able to get there in one go, And if they keep on going, eventually, they will meet Kang Hyuk. Sung-Hoo had one question for Tae-hyun. He asked him why he didn't tell others about it. Then he apologized for doubting Tae-hyun, but he couldn't help but think that if only Tae-hyun had informed the guild master about the infiltrating villains from the start, it wouldn't have happened. So, he asked him why. It seemed like Sung-Hoo was holding back his tears. To his surprise, Tae-hyun replied that he already informed Kang Hyuk. Sang-Hoo asked what he meant. Tae-hyun told him that it's up to him to believe it or not. He insisted that Kang Hyuk already knew about it. In another setting, blood spilled. It was because the Vice Guild Master took out the sword from Kang Hyuk's abdomen. Several men approached Kang Hyuk from behind. These men were armed, and they keep getting closer. Kang Hyuk told them that their joke is going too far. The Vice Guild Master acknowledged that Kang Hyuk sees it as a joke. Secretary Kim rushed to Kang Hyuk's side. She didn't notice that a man behind her was about to attack. Kang Hyuk saw it, though. Then, he blocked the attack with his body. Secretary Kim didn't expect this, while Kang Hyuk complained that it hurts like hell. She then asked their guild leader if he's okay, since he just got slashed. At the same time, these fuckers were already charging towards them. They all rushed forward. Kang Hyuk met them at their pace while telling Secretary Kim to stay back. Kang Hyuk's eyes turned purple as he screamed loudly. He started gathering his mana. Then a large, menacing purple dinosaur appeared, and it blasted those men away. Secretary Kim was astonished. This dinosaur was controlled by Kang Hyuk. She told him not to protect her because she's going to fight too. But Kang Hyuk advised her to stay still since she won't be able to handle those people. She argued that if it goes on, they could both die. The Vice Guild Master agreed with her. He told Kang Hyuk that he doesn't have the luxury to look out for others. The Vice Guild Master admitted that all this time they had just been hiding their powers. He swung a lamp around. In the middle of that lamp, there's a skull, wherein the flames come out. Then this skull turned into a large skull chained on his hand like a pet. The Vice Guild Master informed Kang Hyuk that the men with him are at least A rank, and there's also 4 S rank. They are the elite members of the Malignant Guild, and he told Kang Hyuk that their mission is to kill him. Kang Hyuk acknowledged that they had made a lot of preparations. He also expressed how he thought that he has a pretty good eye when it comes to people. The Vice Guild Master told him not to blame himself too much. It's because the Malignant Guild had been working on that plan for years, so there's no way a fool like him could have it figured out. Kang Hyuk cursed and commented that it turns out Tae-hyun was right. That surprised the Vice Guild Master. Kang Hyuk shared that Tae-hyun told him that each of the men in front of him are villains, and they will assassinate him. He thought it was all nonsense, but it turned out to be true. The Vice Guild Master didn't expect that Tae-hyun would know about their plan. But then he realized something. He probed why Kang Hyuk didn't do anything. This dum-dum then firmly replied that a real man doesn't doubt his comrades. But even if he's this stupid, I admire his passion and trust towards his guild members. He was proud to say that as a guild master, he shouldn't doubt his comrades. The Vice Guild Master was dumbfounded. The Guild Master was stupid, but he didn't know that it was that bad. The other guys were also surprised how much of an idiot he was. That also made Secretary Kim rage, since it looked like the Guild Master didn't verify the information. She started blaming him that all of this chaos happened because of him. They were then interrupted when the skull weapon moved. Kang Hyuk and Secretary Kim knew it would hit them. Instinctively, Kang Hyuk grabbed Secretary Kim and ducked. The Vice Guild Master was elated, and he thanked Kang Hyuk's stupidity for their plan's success. And he told him to just die. Kang Hyuk's body was covered in purple mist. His eyes were fierce when he uttered that he wouldn't doubt them. A large purple dragon appeared. Then Kang Hyuk punched the Vice Guild Master. Kang Hyuk clarified that he never said that he would take their attacks. The Vice Guild Master coughed up blood. As a payback, Kang Hyuk called the Vice Guild leader an idiot too. Kang Hyuk had purple horns and a tail. It was because of the blessing of the beast form, Ancient Dragon. Meanwhile, Sung-Hoo clarified with Tae-hyun if the guild master knew about it, but they let him be. Tae-hyun told him that if he doesn't believe him, he should ask him later. Earlier, when the different spaces haven't activated yet, Tae-hyun called out to Kang Hyuk. He asked Kang Hyuk if he just plans to take it while lying down even though he knew about it. Kang Hyuk sighed. Then he told Tae-hyun that he hasn't seen all of his power. He assured Tae-hyun that he believes him. but he would never take it lying down. Back to the fight, the Vice Guild Master was already dead. Sung-hoo was surprised by what he saw. Turns out these two had finally caught up with them. They stepped out of the door, and they saw that all the villains were dead, and Secretary Kim was bandaging up Kang-yuk. Kang-yuk was pleased to see him. He teased Tae-hyun for arriving late. In that space, there were two doors. Kang-hyuk asked Tae-hyun if he didn't see the others, since it's just him and Sung-hoo who had arrived. Tae-hyun admitted that he saw them while passing through the spaces. He explained that, given the situation, he just passed by. Kang-yuk commented that he's quite cold-hearted. Our MC then asked Kang-yuk what he plans to do now. Kang-yuk looked him in the eye, and he admitted that there's nothing else he could do. Despite feeling frustrated about that, he decided to retreat for now. He uttered that there might still be more villains left. Even though they reached the end of the labyrinth, the boss of the labyrinth hasn't shown up, and the only option they have left is to aim for an escape before they suffer more damage. He apologized to Tae-hyun for his stubbornness. Tae-hyun replied that it's good that he knew that. Kang-yuk felt embarrassed and raged, while Secretary Kim tried to calm him down. Deep inside, Tae-hyun knew that he wasted time and didn't gain any merit points, but it was the right choice for now. He even shared all the information about the villains to help with the labyrinth raid, but Kang-yuk has considerable injuries since he faced more villains than before the regression. Secretary Kim told Sung-hoo to gather the other members so they could leave the labyrinth. Tae-hyun was thinking how he only had pieces of information about the labyrinth raid, so if the future changes even more, he doesn't have any idea what might come up. His thoughts were interrupted. Secretary Kim asked if they encountered any monsters or traps in other spaces. Upon hearing that, Tae-hyun realized something. Sung-hoo replied that they passed through many spaces, but they didn't see any. Because of that, he assumed that they could get out safely. Tae-hyun finds it strange that they didn't encounter any traps or monsters. In typical spatial transfer traps, the space that they would have been transferred to should have been filled with traps and monsters. But the places they passed through were just different spaces, not particularly threatening to players. He wondered why. If there were no monsters and traps, he wondered how Kang-yuk came across the master of the labyrinth before his regression. Then he sensed something. It caught Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo's attention, too. Kang-yuk was staring at it as well. He wondered what it was. Right in front of them, the space suddenly had a huge crack, and they saw a huge minotaur trying to get out from it. This right here is the boss of the Minotaur Labyrinth, the Grand Minotaur Queen, with a level grade S+. Secretary Kim complained why it had appeared now of all times. It carries a single weapon on each arm. Then it attacked them. Luckily, they were all able to react and dodge in time. Tae-hyun's chain wrapped around Secretary Kim. The door that was their only way out was shattered. Kang-yuk called out to Tae-hyun. Tae-hyun replied that he knows. Kang-yuk had a purple claw over his hand. Tae-hyun strengthened his arm by covering it with stone. Then they attacked the Grand Minotaur Queen. Both of them looked serious. The Grand Minotaur Queen had 4 arms with a weapon in each hand. It deflected these two, and it attacked them with its spear. Fortunately, Kang-hyuk was able to evade, Tae-hyun as well. He's now utilizing the golden chains and his newly acquired weapon. Tae-hyun stepped on the shield of the Grand Minotaur Queen, so he could jump up high. One of the Grand Minotaur Queen's weapons glowed brightly. Then it created a dent on the black space. A creature with red eyes appeared. A huge minotaur skeleton appeared from the ground, and it roared loudly. It was a creature revived by the power of the Grand Minotaur Queen, and it's called the Tao King. It is at S rank. Kang-yuk complained about having to face an S-grade monster at that point. Several Tao Kings had also made their way to Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo. They were confused about what was happening. The Grand Minotaur Queen spoke to those who wander their labyrinth, and those who disturb their slumber were urged to come forward. She acknowledges their hostility and malice, and told them that she would resolve them all. Kang Hyuk and Tae Hyun rushed to help Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo. Right now, they were being outnumbered by these overpowered monsters. The Tao Kings approaches Sung-hoo and Secretary Kim. They were really scared. Kang Hyuk had his fist covered with that purple glow, and he punched one of the monsters. The two felt relieved seeing their guild master. And at the same time, Tae Hyun was already on his way towards the other minotaurs. Tae Hyun's chains attacked the monsters too. He wrapped it on the neck of one monster. Then he called out to Kang Hyuk. Kang Hyuk filled his cheeks with flame, and when he exhaled, he let out a burst of flames. That eradicated several monsters. These two had an unexpected good coordination. Kang Hyuk was about to mock them, but he stopped when he noticed something weird. Then it turned into shock. They saw that the monsters were regenerating. Those monsters were back in their healthy state. These guys then groaned loudly. Kang Hyuk and Tae Hyun couldn't believe it. Another round started and Kang Hyuk evaded their attacks. He was about to punch, and when he did, half of the monster's face was gone. But it slowly regenerates. Deep inside, the quantity of those monsters was already challenging, but to think they also have regenerative abilities. It made him think if his only option is to take down the Grand Minotaur Queen, to kill them all. He looked at her. He wondered how he could defeat her. He might be able to land a blow, but the Grand Minotaur Queen is not an opponent that he could take on, while protecting his comrades at the same time. He also knew that both him and Tae Hyun had already reached their limits, so they can't just keep holding out forever. He wondered what he should do. He grits his teeth as he wonders what choice he should make. He recalled a memory where he's asked to make a choice. Jinhui told him then that no matter how strong he is, if he forced someone to join through a duel, the association had to take action. In addition, he was lectured that if he's going to accept a comrade, he needs to consider not just their skills, but also what kind of person they are before making a decision. He reasoned out that he's not like a certain somebody who lives his life doubting every little thing. Jinhui agreed that the thoughts suit Kang Hyuk, but he insisted that he needs to doubt sometimes. The chairman then shared that he had seen a lot of things during his time as a player, and one small mistake can cost everything. And sometimes they will face a situation where they have to give up something precious to protect something important. He emphasized that strength doesn't resolve everything. It is about recognizing their own limits and choosing what's important to achieve their goals. Those are the qualities of an excellent player. All the while, Kang Hyuk seemed bored. And then he mocked Jinhui by saying that he's just saying that because he's a weak old man. Currently, Kang Hyuk was catching his breath. He cursed when he realized that he took the old man's words seriously. If he kills his enemies, his comrades will die. And if he doesn't kill the enemy, his comrades still die. No matter what he chooses, his comrades would still die. So he refused to stand by and watch. He then blasted a monster's head. That caught Tae Hyun's attention. Kang Hyuk asked Tae Hyun what he thinks. Then he shared that he's a greedy man. He would find a way to protect his comrades and crush those monsters into pieces. Tae Hyun doesn't have any idea what he's talking about, but he revealed that there's a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen. A large fire erupted where the Tao Kings were. Kang Hyuk asked Tae Hyun if he's certain, to which Tae Hyun replied, "Probably." The Grand Minotaur Queen assumed that they had made their decision, and it's a pity. It told them that no matter what choice they make or what decision they reach, the result will be the same in the end. Several Tao Kings blocked their way towards the Grand Minotaur Queen. Those monsters charged at them. Kang Hyuk inhaled deeply, and when he exhaled, he burned the Tao Kings. The Grand Minotaur Queen told him that it's useless, that no matter how many times they kill them, her power will revive them. But she was surprised. With a cinematic entrance, Tae Hyun appeared in front of her. Our MC had also activated the king's authority with him. Kang Hyuk, with all his might, shouted for him to go after the boss monster. Tae Hyun felt the pressure from that shout and he gritted his teeth. The king's authority manifests and it grips the Grand Minotaur Queen's neck. It held onto it tightly until the space behind the monster started to crack again. The dark space slowly shatters and reveals a bright light. Turns out, this was their plan all along. It was to bring the Minotaur Queen back to the other side of the dimension away from the other guild members. An isolation play. Kang Hyuk and Tae Hyun attacked the Minotaur Queen. Then Kang Hyuk asked which way they should go. Tae Hyun speculated that the spaces in there are connected through doors, and the gap where the Minotaur Queen is likely connected to another space. And the Tao King is just being revived and regenerated by the Queen after she gets to that space. So if the Queen is longer in a space, the other monsters will also vanish. Kang Hyuk smirked and told Tae Hyun that if he's wrong, everyone dies. Tae Hyun reasoned that the present situation is no different. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim and Sung-hoo couldn't believe their eyes. The monsters around them are slowly dissipating. The Grand Minotaur Queen couldn't get away from the grip of Tae Hyun's skull ability. The Skeleton King continued to choke it. She then released all her anger in a single strike while cursing at them. Tae Hyun was caught off guard. Kang Hyuk rushed to his aid, and the collision of attacks with the Grand Minotaur Queen caused an explosion of blinding light. Finally, the Grand Minotaur Queen got free. She moved in a flash. Meanwhile, Tae Hyun was in pain since he was blasted to the ground. He was panting. Then, he saw Kang Hyuk standing in front of him. And Kang Hyuk had lost an arm. Upon seeing that, Tae Hyun was stunned, but Kang Hyuk reminded him to focus. This was not the right time to worry about him. Our MC was informed that another attack was coming. They braced themselves, and in an instant, the Grand Minotaur Queen appeared in front of them. Kang Hyuk prepared his fist. Tae Hyun brought out his dagger too. The Grand Minotaur Queen gave them a powerful strike. That threw them in the air. The Grand Minotaur Queen acknowledged that those two are amazing. She never expected that they would do something like that using the space that she created. Tae Hyun struggled to stand up. The Grand Minotaur Queen shared that she's no longer using her power over the Tao Kings, so it gives her just as much leeway with her own power. Tae Hyun did his best to get up and attacked her. He was screaming loudly, but before he could reach her, she already attacked him with several weapons from her four limbs. Tae Hyun realized that the power gap between them is wide. He knew that if he doesn't use predation, he'll die. But he also doubted that his use of predation would take the monster down. If he won't be able to bring her down in one blow, the predation will definitely go berserk. And he doesn't know what could happen next. But he knew that was the only choice that he had. Ayong told him back then that the way to do it is with application. She had no idea why he's suddenly asking about how to use those skills, but she noticed that the skill description in the stat window is lacking. She explained that the way to handle a skill in reality can change its form. In many ways, unlike what's written down in the stat window, adjusting the power can also change the amount of mana used. Ayong demonstrated and explained that she only used Amazon's spirit, but she could apply QE to strengthen her body. And she could even create powerful magic bullets. She explained that in actual combat, Tae Hyun sometimes mixes skills, and usually, from what she noticed, he only applies stealth to his ring. She advised him that if there's a skill that he's not good at controlling, he could try to put coating to his weapon or use another skill with it. Ayong believes that he'll do a good job. At the present moment, Tae Hyun released a powerful red static light. It caught the attention of the Minotaur Queen because one of her weapons was blown away. Tae Hyun had directed the red thunder-like light towards her, and he covered his dagger with this light. This right here was what Ayong was talking about. Being able to use a fraction of his power only when it was needed would really be a powerful skill. Meanwhile, this pissed off the Grand Minotaur Queen. Tae Hyun grips his dagger tightly, and in a flash, he's gone. He moved so fast that the eyes couldn't follow where he was attacking. The weapons of the Grand Minotaur Queen were damaged. Tae Hyun imbued his golden chains with the red thunder. This means that he combined the golden chains with predation, and it stabbed the Grand Minotaur Queen at her chest. She groaned loudly. Tae Hyun was pleased that it turned out as he expected. This time, predation was combined with the king's authority. Now he had confirmed that Ayong was right. The manifested skeleton punched the Grand Minotaur Queen, making her crash to the ground. Tae Hyun felt it before, that predation changes its form according to his will. It just means that he can apply it just like other skills. He doesn't know much about this mysterious power. However, no matter what Predation's true nature is, he intends to make full use of it. Every single bit. Taehyun had sliced the Grand Minotaur Queen in half. Taehyun looked quite pleased. Our GigaChad MC has now started learning on how to utilize his main power once again. The Grand Minotaur Queen was finally defeated. Her body disintegrated. It was devoured by the red light. Cracks had started to form in the background. As this black background shatters, a bright white light is revealed. The red thunder consumed the remaining body parts of the boss monster. Suddenly, everyone was back in the room where the gigantic statue was. They were all surprised, and also confused, even Sungho and Secretary Kim, who had witnessed the battle. Then they saw Taehyun supporting Kang-yuk up. Kang-yuk looked exhausted. Taehyun had a small smile on his face when he announced that it was all over. Sungho and Secretary Kim were stunned, and when it sank in, they rushed to hug them. After the Grand Minotaur Queen was defeated, the raid team discovered countless hidden gold and silver in the labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable was an elixir, which significantly boosts stats just by drinking it. It is called Fountain of Vitality, and it's a unique grade. But there wasn't enough elixir for everyone, so it was given only to Taehyun and Kang-yuk, who made the most contributions to the raid. Although in Kang-yuk's case, he'd lose more stats from the loss of his right arm than he'd gain from the elixir. The villains that infiltrated Undivided were identified and arrested, and the players who participated in the raid focused on their recuperation and resting. Taehyun was healthy and back to his family. Him, Kang-yuk, and others were all happy. That's how the chaotic raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur came to an end. A few days later, a camera makes loud capture sounds. The press and the crowd were all amazed. Kang-yuk had a public press, and everyone couldn't believe what they had heard. The press confirmed if he's really retiring as a player. He replied that he's not retiring. He screamed to clarify that he's just taking a break. He reiterated that it's different. Secretary Kim reminded him to be careful with words. They probed him if it was because of the injury on his right arm. The press also asked about his plans for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games, since without the best tank of the new Korea's team, the gap is wide. Kang-yuk confirmed that it's because of the injury in his right arm, but he told them not to worry about the Asian Exhibition Games. It is because someone who can replace him has shown up. Then he called this person to speak for himself. And as expected, it was our boy, Kim Taehyun. They were all shocked to hear that. They questioned if he's qualified to compete. But then the crowd realized that during the Labyrinth raid, Taehyun ranks 5th in contribution, which makes him perfectly qualified to be on the team. The press also heard a rumor that with the Fountain of Vitality, Taehyun had reached the rank of a national force. Secretary Kim blurts out that it was ridiculous. He asked the guy if he really knew what National Force rank means. National Force is for monsters who are in a different dimension even among S-rankers. That term was made because they can't be classified with other S ranks. Secretary Kim acknowledges that Taehyun is talented, but reaching that rank already is unbelievable. Taehyun grabbed the microphone. He introduced himself and announced that he will be one of the representatives of New Korea in the Asian Exhibition Games. He acknowledges that many of the people are worried that he'll be replacing player Kang-yuk as a representative, and also, he accepts that no matter how much he has accomplished, he's still a rookie compared to other players. He humbly stated that he might not perform as well as the previous national representatives. Many people had watched him on TV. Taehyun continued to say that there's no way to prove the rumors about the National Force rank. Some people who watched him think he's humble. Others were confused if Taehyun is confident in his abilities or not. Others assumed that Taehyun isn't, because National Force rank is something that can't just be reached by anyone. Taehyun had a few more things to say. Everyone listened intently, and he announced that he's hopeful that the Asian Exhibition Games is a place where he can prove everything. With a determined look on his face, he added that one thing that he will prove includes the rumors about the National Force rank. Meanwhile, in another place, we see Milena begged to be spared. She begged Shadow to spare her. She reasoned out that she gave her best and followed his orders diligently, and that it was a miracle that she even managed to escape. She expressed that none of them expected that Tae-hyun would be that strong. Shadow instructed her to stand up. Shadow agreed that if the opponent is stronger, there's just nothing she could do. He empathized that after all, she did her best, and it's not her fault that she failed. Milena felt relieved. Shadow approached her and touched her chin. He told her that he doesn't need weak subordinates, then he blasted her head off. He uttered that power is the law. And he was infuriated to see trash like her begging for her life. Shadow commanded his subordinates to burn the place along with the corpse because the association will definitely look for traces of that trash. But Shadow finds it strange. They already invested far more manpower to avoid another incident like East Point. He expected that even if the assassination of Kang Yuk failed, the possibility of clearing the labyrinth was zero. He thought of Tae-hyun. Shadow anticipated that the Asian exhibition games were going to be interesting while walking away from a burnt house behind him. Later that night, in a hallway, Tae-hyun is being ushered to a door. The usher told him that the top players of New Korea are waiting. Tae-hyun entered the door. He watched them intently. Before him was the representative of the players of New Korea. Jang Jin-soo, an S-rank player with contribution rank 7, commented that he never expected Tae-hyun to be that young. Another S-rank player, and with a contribution rank 8, Seo Hangil, asked if they aren't violating any human rights. A woman with contribution rank 4 and the guild master of the magicians, also an S-rank player, Kwak Seong, replied that age doesn't matter when it comes to skill. Park Sung-jin, another S-rank player who was the former two, but now he has contribution rank 3, commented that he expected Tae-hyun to join them someday, but he didn't expect it to be that soon. Jin-hui, the chairman, acknowledged that it had been chaotic, but finally, all the team members had gathered. He then formally invited Tae-hyun to have a seat as they will begin the strategy meeting for the upcoming Asian Exhibition Games. They listened to a presentation about the Asian Exhibition Games. It originated from when the defenders of each Asian country banded together back when the Abyss was discovered and people awakened to skills. It was a time of great chaos when a great number of monsters appeared. Now, it is a period of 7 days in which the representative of each Asian country freely fights monsters and convert those monsters into points to compete for the top. As people fear monsters and demonic humans, they consider it an official time of festivity. But in reality, it's more of a small war. It is a time to identify the power of each country's forces, and also a time to generate goodwill from broadcasting the monster hunt. Specifically, the winning country receives a massive prize pool, a unique item, and the right to complete uncleared dungeons. It's inevitable for the competition to be damn fierce. Hearing that affirmed Tae-hyun that his decision to participate in the Asian Exhibition Games was correct. The succubus that he met in the depths of the Abyss, Rosaria knows the existence of the king, but her strength is unknown, and Tae-hyun can't expect her to spill the information easily. Tae-hyun understood that he needed to get stronger to demand, rather, to have a conversation with her. That is why the Asian Exhibition Games, where he had the opportunity to try fighting the strongest of other countries and even win a prize, is so important. Tae-wook informed them that they had an issue with the new South Korea team. It's because their top ranking is still missing, and other key players, such as Kang Yuk, who recently became second rank, and Ai Yeong, became unable to participate due to personal matters. This has rendered New South Korea's strength weaker than before. He was interrupted when someone raised their hand. Sung-jin announced that they have solved that issue. He explained that Tae-hyun had become a national-level asset. Everyone was surprised to hear that. All eyes were on Tae-hyun. But our MC, being the humble dude that he is, clarified that it was just a rumor. And Tae-wook told them that they cannot consider what is not proven while discussing their plans. Everyone was disappointed. In Tae-hyun's mind, it was a matter of time until it's proven. They asked what they could do. Jinhui laughed and commented that it wasn't a bad idea. He stated that they lack a national-level player, unlike China and Japan. But the Asian Exhibition Games aren't a fight to death. He reminded them that it's a battle for points by hunting monsters. He told them that if they play it calm, they have a chance. Sungjin, Siang, and Hangil have a lot of abyss experience and are assigned to handle the monsters. They said okay to that. Then Jinhui said that Jinsu, who has a lot of anti-personnel experience, can help Taehyun hunt the discovered demonic humans. They replied that they understood. The Asian exhibition games are next week, and Jinhui expected everyone to be at their best. Time passed, and the important day has come. At the stadium of the Asian branch of the World Player Association, where the opening ceremony for the Asian exhibition games is taking place, the participating countries were all mentioned: Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and the rest. But the host identified that among the participants, the strongest appear to be Japan and China, which have national-level force players competing. Nakata Shinji, aka Ghostblade, is Japan's national-level player, while China has sent out 3 national-level players to compete and are estimated to be strongest contenders. There's Liu Feng, a.k.a. Bloodbade, Kai Ming Min, a.k.a. Super Speed, and Shi Shin, a.k.a. God Force. On the contrary, for Korea, many high-ranked players, such as Kang Yuk, have decided not to compete. Taehyun's aunt and uncle had lost hope of winning, and all they wished for was for Taehyun's safety, but Jae-young corrected his parents. The #1 fan of Taehyun's fans club was oozing from determination, and he lectured them to cheer for Taehyun instead of losing hope, especially when Taehyun had done so much for them. He pointed out that their house was bought from the money Taehyun had given them, even his allowance and the bonuses he gets whenever Taehyun raids a dungeon. Jae-young emphasized that it meant that when Taehyun succeeds, the more he has to gain, and that's why he's fired up. His parents realized how greedy their son is. He cheered for Taehyun passionately. Back at the stadium, a woman in heels appeared. She approached Taehyun. She whispered, "You're the youngest S-rank player of New South Korea, Kim Taehyun, right?" And then she told him that she owes him from East Point. Hearing that, our MC got an uneasy feeling. The lady that talked to him just now was this beautiful woman in a long black dress. It was also as if a spotlight was given for her entrance. A new waifu? We'll find out. She explained that she's going to deal with it, but things had been resolved by the time she arrived at the scene. This woman is Japan's national-level player named Yoshikawa Tsurara, a.k.a. Holy Maiden. Taehyun knew her since originally she's the woman who solved the East Point incident. Now it made sense to Taehyun as to why that large incident was covered up quietly. She told him that she sent him an invitation because she wanted to thank him. Then she asked why he refused. Taehyun was silent for a few moments. Back then, when their meeting ended, everyone immediately left. Taehyun was the last to stand. But Jinhui told him to wait. Then the invitation was relayed to him. Jinhui informed him that he caught the Holy Maiden's eyes. Jinhui isn't certain of her intentions, but the Holy Maiden is one of the few hyper-regeneration ability users in the world. Jinhui thought that she could help treat Kang Hyuk's arm. He suggested that it's a good idea to meet with her during the Asian exhibition games, but Taehyun firmly declined. Taewook was reactive, and he reminded Taehyun that Kang Hyuk lost his arm protecting him. Jinhui encouraged him to calm down. Jinhui asked for Taehyun's reason. He couldn't explain fully, but he decided to give a simple answer. He was about to reveal something. But then, the scene shifted again. Our boy had no time to be a simp and just bumped her and told her that he knew about the despicable wretch hidden behind the facade of the one called Holy Maiden. That's simply it. That made the Holy Maiden smirked. The innocent face she had earlier was gone. She watched him walk away. Shinji asked her what she thought about him. She replied that just as she expected, he didn't refuse her invitation for a simple reason. She told Shinji that Taehyun knew something about her. Shinji was alarmed. Before he could say something, she cut him off. She explained that the fools only focus on Taehyun's growth, but there's something else fascinating about him, and that is the knowledge that Taehyun has. She elaborated that Taehyun is continuously performing feats not possible with just strength. She had no clue where he got the information about her, While licking her lips, she uttered that she couldn't wait for the day that Taehyun became hers. After that short encounter, the moment all the people had been waiting for had finally arrived. The crowd excitedly began the countdown. The host for the Asian Exhibition Games is Singapore's A-rank player Alex Go. These guys had these weird but excited expressions on them as the countdown was being yelled. Shinji anticipated the games. Shay jokingly suggested killing other players at the beginning, but Kai Ming scolded him for that. Meanwhile, Sungjin reminded his teammates of their specific roles. Xiang, Hangil, and him will get the monsters, and Jinsu would help Taehyun. When he turned around, Taehyun wasn't with them. They had no idea where Taehyun went. The countdown is already at 1. Alex announced the start of the week-long festival, the Asian Exhibition Games. Before he could finish saying begin, Alex's head had already been cut off. Taehyun was the one who did it. Blood was spilled, and instantly, Alex lost his life. The crowd was mortified. Sungjin's jaw dropped from the shock. Min smiled as he saw the opportunity. Someone unsheathed a sword. Everyone else started moving and engaged in a fight. It was chaotic. Players from the other countries all wanted to attack Taehyun, but all of his teammates were fast enough to try and block these guys. Shay's fist was ready to punch. Shinji had his sword drawn out. The representatives from New Korea gave their all in every attack, too. The chaos made the stadium explode. The crowd hasn't processed what happened yet. The smoke that covers the crowd's vision slowly fades away. The representatives of New Korea were all grouped with Taehyun at their center. Shangchu's on a star-shaped lollipop. When she couldn't hold it in, she scolded Taehyun. She shouted, "Kim Taehyun, are you crazy?" But she was interrupted because someone screamed loudly. China's representatives were after them. She couldn't believe that the representatives from New Korea were defending the one who killed the host. She calls for extermination. Shinji and Tsurara also approached the New Korea representatives. Tsurara told Shinji, aka Ghost Blade, that she doesn't care how many he would kill, but she needs to keep her property alive. Suddenly, someone commanded us to halt. An old, dignified woman appeared, and behind her was Jinwi and several men. This woman is Haley Tana, and she's from the Singapore Player Association. She said that she welcomes the support from everyone, but since the casualty is a Singaporean player, they would handle the situation instead. Jinwi tried to explain that it must have been a misunderstanding. He trusts that his representatives would never do such a thing. But Haley was angry. She pointed out that they witnessed everything, and there couldn't be any more solid evidence than that. She branded Taehyun as a criminal and ordered his arrest. But they halted when Taehyun spoke a name, Wan Kai, demonic human. Then he explained that a few years back on a luxury cruise on the Pacific, that S-rank demonic human tortured and murdered 30 passengers. He elaborated that the associations and corporations of many countries placed a bounty of 3 billion on Wan Kai's head. But that demonic human got away after profiting from the information he forced out of his victims. And to be exact, he changed his appearance. Haley asked what the information had to do about the scenario. And then she realized it. Taehyun added that Wan Kai managed to shake off the search because he had a skill that allowed him to change his appearance. Taehyun demonstrated it when he kicked the corpse. Alex Go's face was gone, and his true identity was revealed. Everyone was shocked when they saw his face. Our MC then credited the information to the Nightwalkers. Everyone was confused. They were all curious on how the Nightwalkers get the information. Because of this incident, Taehyun caught Liu Feng's eyes. He noted that things are becoming more interesting. With that, New South Korea landed at first with 1,000 points while the rest of the countries didn't have any points yet. Even China and Japan had no points. The death of the host, thought to be a murder, has been re-identified as the death of a demonic human. The temporarily paused exhibition games commenced immediately. Each country's players have left the opening ceremony to begin their hunt. The event was being live-streamed, and the new host announced that Taehyun, the first to score in the event, had given all credit to the Nightwalkers, and has headed out to continue his hunt. The one who's watching from his tablet asked if it's true. Hansu didn't expect Ayong to have that information. Ayong was triggered as she replied that she actually doesn't know about it. He asked her why Taehyun lied, but she also had no idea. She expressed her annoyance that despite being grateful for the advertisement, the call had overloaded their systems, and it paralyzed them. And it was exclusively done by Taehyun. She thought out loud. Could it be that our darling... It was a rainy night. An abandoned storage had a hole in it, because a man had crushed in when Taehyun hit him. This man is actually an A-rank demonic human named Gak Dagawi, and he asked Taehyun how he knew about his identity. Taehyun casually replied that he knew it because that creature is a demonic human. He called someone on the phone. He was greeted with a loud, "Darling!" Taehyun told that person that she's late. She explained that they were so busy that they almost died. Taehyun confirmed if the call is done through a secure line. Ayong expected that he would want her to call him. Taehyun explained that he couldn't make a secure call on his phone. Ayong joked that he likes to talk to her that much. Taehyun informed her that he has 2 favors for him. He wants her to look into something and he needs more information on demonic humans. Ayong replied that she already gave him information through the association. Taehyun told her that it's obvious they won't win the exhibition games by catching small fries. If they want to aim higher, they need bigger prey. He had something in mind. He suggested the Malignant Guild, and at the same time, someone appeared in front of him. A person that is dressed up like a samurai introduced himself as Kimura Ren. Taehyun teased the guy by asking who he is again. That confused Aeong as she thought that he's still talking to her. Our MC then told her to hold for a second. Ren announced that he's there to punish Taehyun for sullying the name of the Holy Maiden. Kimura Ren is also called the Bold Blade, one of Japan's S-rank players. Taehyun teased him because he couldn't imagine that woman is innocent. The warrior named Kimura Ren is Japan's Asian Exhibition Games participant. He is also an S-rank player. Moreover, he's one of the passionate worshippers of the Saintess. In short, this dude was a simp. If the swordsmanship of Nakata Shinji, a national-level player, is seen as graceful and precise, Kimura Ren's swordsmanship is reckless and strong like a warrior. It rips its opponent apart and destroys them. It focuses on destruction, but no matter how powerful a sword technique is, it's useless if it doesn't strike its enemy. Taehyun is still on the phone while evading the attacks. He asked why Ayong couldn't do it. Ren started to wonder why his attacks weren't landing. He's getting pissed off that someone like Taehyun could dodge all of his attacks. Meanwhile, Ayong shouted on the phone telling Taehyun that they can't do it since it's the Malignant Guild. She reminded him that there's a reason why the association chose to leave the demonic human cartel alone. She elaborated that those people would hide themselves immediately and cut off any traces the moment anyone gets close to them. Ayong emphasized that even if they have the information, they won't chase after them until they're certain that they could catch them. She told Taehyun not to poke the beehive unnecessarily, or things will spiral out of control. Taehyun agreed. While Taehyun's hand was holding the phone in his ear, he turned the other one into stone and targeted Ren. He hit him and threw him in the air. In that one hit, Ren received serious injuries that made him cough up blood as he dropped his sword. All the while, Taehyun was on the phone speaking with Ayong. He told her that catching the Malignant Guild is possible if he's the one who handles it. Ayong asked what he meant, but he told her that he couldn't exactly tell her how he'll do it. But he assured her that he has a surefire way to get them. He asked her to trust him on that. And to convince her, he jogged her memory that he had proven himself with the results so far. Ayong felt cornered. She had agreed to it, but gave him a disclaimer that there isn't a lot of information about the Malignant Guild, so she'll give him information about other places. Taehyun clarified what she meant about another place. She meant the information on the 3 warlords. The 3 warlords are big shots that control not only the underworld of the society, but also the political scene. The 3 bosses of the demonic human cartel that rules from Asia. Ayong explained that they managed to find out the contact person of their executives, Miyazaki Kenji. But even if they do capture him, the guy won't easily spill information, and if things go wrong, Then they might make more enemies during exhibition matches. Ayong asked Taehyun what he wanted to do. For Taehyun, the warlords are not as important as the malignant guild, but it's not a bad choice. Taehyun expressed to Ayong that he'd like to start with the warlords. Ayong let out a sigh of relief and informed Taehyun that she'll look into his additional request. Taehyun thanked her, and Ayong playfully suggested that if he's truly thankful, he should buy her a meal. Taehyun promised to do that after the exhibition matches were over. Just right after Taehyun's phone call ended, Ren loudly yelled, "Bastard!" Ren felt insulted that Taehyun looked down on him, but Taehyun replied that he never did. Ren let out statics from his body and the energy made cracks on the ground. He threatened Taehyun that if he doesn't fight him properly, he'll destroy the whole area along with him. Taehyun reiterated that he didn't look down on him. Ren disrupted his senses. All of it. Sight, touch, hear, taste, and smell. His technique is called domination of 5 senses. Taehyun clicked his tongue and told him that he already did him a favor by not fighting. Taehyun asked him if he didn't know that fighting between participants is forbidden. But it's inevitable. Ren was surprised at what he saw. Taehyun decided to get serious, and he summoned the purple skeleton. Ren was taken aback. He was confused. His eyes turned pink. After a while, the Saintess was walking in a hallway, followed by Shinji. He reported to her that Ren was defeated, and Shinji had already settled the things with the media, and he made it seem like it was the demonic human who took out Ren to make sure no problems occurred. But after Ren lost to Taehyun, the only thing he keeps repeating is, "I'll get serious and play with you." Shinji noticed that Ren was under some kind of mind-related skill. Shinji estimated that with Ren's current condition, it would probably take him a month to recover. With that being said, Ren won't be able to participate in the exhibition matches. Saintess realized that Taehyun had a skill that the media doesn't know about. Shinji suggested that he would step in. Suddenly, a laugh echoed in the hallway. The Saintess slapped his arm, and it made him blush. The Saintess found his statement funny, as if she perceived it as a joke. She told him that they won't be able to get points at the exhibition match if Shinji is also absent. She assured him that there's nothing to worry since she already foresaw Ren losing to Taehyun, and she already prepared new baits. They arrived at their destination. The room was secured with a heavy metal door. They opened it and stepped inside. Before them is a topless man chained on the wall. The man recognized Tsurara. The man is none other than Isaka Ryohei, and Tsurara plans to make him do some work for her, at an unknown place in the abyss. Something was moving so fast that it only left dust behind. This person has funky hair, and her outfit seemed like she's ready to go into a disco. There's an injured person behind. This woman is an S-rank player from the Philippines. Her name is Rikaya. She asked the man before her why he's trying to kill them. She told them that with the strength of the man's group, they would be able to get first place, even without doing something so cowardly. She's talking to Shui Shen, China's national player. He's also known as Mystic Deity. Shen replied that he's not playing with them because he likes it. He's just there on the Senile Association Charmaine's request. Rikaya was shocked. She didn't expect that the China Player Association chairman personally ordered the assassination of other countries' participants. It would be ridiculous unless they're trying to start a war. She told her friend to make a run for it. Her friend wanted to argue, but Rikaya insisted that she run and report it. Rikaya planned to buy her time. She urged her friend to go. Despite being hesitant about it, the friend ran away. The cracked ground is the aftermath of the battle. It then revealed that Rikaya was already dead. Shen said that the Singapore representatives that Chai Mingmin is in charge of would have been more interesting. Rikaya's friend is also dead. Shen moved on to the next country. Their next target is New South Korea. He's excited to see Kim Tae-hyun. Meanwhile, the announcer showed the latest ranking. New South Korea is on the top, followed by China, then Japan. In 4th place is Qatar, followed by Arab Emirates, then Singapore, who had 2 deaths. The last place is the Philippines, where there's 2 missing representatives. The announcer informed the public that they are either broadcasting live or releasing footage after some editing. The public didn't expect New South Korea to be on the top. They wondered what Japan and China, who have national-level players, were doing. The rumors spread that Ren from Japan surrendered due to an injury caused by demonic humans. The death of Singapore representatives and the missing representatives of the Philippines didn't escape the public's eyes. The public started to get anxious because they noticed that something was off. Inside this luxurious hotel, Tae-hyun is in his room and he watches the news on his phone. The announcer reported that the Asia Exhibition Games Committee has formed an investigation squad to investigate the murder of the Singapore players and the incident of the Philippine players going missing. Tae-hyun remembered that before he regressed, that incident happened around the third day. If it's the same incident that happened before his regression, he had already determined that the culprits behind these events are the China national-level players. The reason is that they want to show off their individual strength and to get rid of other teams' players. There's various reasons for their actions, but the biggest reason would probably be because of the head of the China national-level players. That guy has some personal ambition. Tae-hyun grumbled that both the Saintess and those bastards just won't let him rest in peace. Because of that, Tae-hyun had no choice but to move quickly. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. It's already late for anyone to be knocking at his door, so Tae-hyun was alarmed. He asked who it was. The person on the other side of the door spoke. Tae-hyun became serious. It was Jang Jin-soo. He explained that he found out from the association that he's staying there. He urged Tae-hyun to come out and have a chat with him. Tae-hyun was suspicious. They went on the rooftop. Jin-soo reprimanded Tae-hyun for his actions during the opening ceremony despite things working out. He didn't like that Tae-hyun ignored their plans and did things on his own. He asked Tae-hyun if Tae-hyun realizes that he's part of a team. Tae-hyun felt nostalgic being reprimanded that way. Jin-soo expressed how disappointed he is in Tae-hyun. He wished Tae-hyu would share the intel with him. But then, Tae-hyun cut him off. He shared that he was attacked just recently by Ren. Jin-soo realized that Ren's forfeit wasn't because of the demonic humans. Tae-hyun added that he was fortunate that he was able to restrain him, but it was suspicious that Ren was able to find his location. Tae-hyun looked serious. He expressed that there's a chance that there's a rat in the association. Jin-soo cursed Tae-hyun since he assumed that Tae-hyun was accusing him. Tae-hyun replied that it's not that simple. Tae-hyun explained that anyone who has access to their intel is a suspect, including him. Tae-hyun explained that he began moving with caution when he discovered Wan Kai was hiding within the Singapore Player Association. He added that if the other foreign players weren't killed by demonic humans or monsters, then a national force-level player must have done it. Tae-hyun explained that there's a risk that they might be attacked by multiple national-level players, so going around together would decrease the number of targets for those guys. That is why Tae-hyun planned to do things alone for a bit, since he doesn't see why they need to change their methods when they reach the first place that way. Tae-hyun said goodbye and moved along. He didn't even give Jin-soo a chance to respond. He left him alone there. Jin-soo was stunned for a moment. That instantly changed to anger. Jin-soo's nerves popped out as he gritted his teeth. He released a powerful aura around his body, and that shattered the floor. He didn't like how Tae-hyun acted, especially when he's just a newbie who just became a player. He didn't know that Tae-hyun was invisible and was watching over him. Jin-soo vowed to make Tae-hyun regret his action. At the same time, we see our MC using his stealth skill. He really hasn't left the area yet. He's observing Jin-soo while thinking if he's the spy. In his previous life, he never found out who the spy was. But looking at how Ren had found him earlier, it made him certain that there is really a spy, which made Tae-hyun think that he can't trust anyone until the spy's identity is discovered. His phone beeped. He decided to take care of other matters first. Ayong just sent him information about the warlords. Ayong was playful in the message, but it didn't amuse him. The next day, at a fast food chain, the order was given to the customer. Tae-hyun picked up the tray. Then he went to find a seat. He passed by a rowdy, hungry group wearing business attire. He sneakily watched them. He wondered if they are the underlings of Miyazaki Kenji that Ayong mentioned. He didn't expect them to act like high schoolers. He saw a large back which was probably full of illegal items. He planned to follow them back to Miyazaki. He sat beside a man at the long table facing the glass window. That man commented that he's such a cautious guy. When he saw who it was, he was surprised. The man greeted him that it had been a while. That man took a bite of the French fries. He asked Taehyun if he remembers his face. Taehyun couldn't believe that it was Isaka Ryohei. He thought that the man was serving a life sentence for the East Point incident. Ryohei told him to calm down since he's not there to fight. Taehyun was alert and angry. He told him to fuck off. Ryohei scoffed and told him that he's not in the place to say that, especially when Taehyun is trying to be stealthy. Ryohei smashed the windows. It made Taehyun jump due to shock. It also drew a lot of attention. People were confused why Ryohei was there. Then the lackeys of Kenji noticed that Taehyun is the other person. They wondered if Taehyun was trying to catch them. Because of that, they immediately ran away. It was bad news for Taehyun since it meant that he needed to capture them all. Ryohei emitted statics from his body. He reiterated that he wasn't there to fight. His eyes turned golden yellow. Then lightning aura attacked the ones who were trying to run away. Taehyun was taken aback to see the damage just with Ryohei's aura. He assumed that the guy had become stronger since East Point. Ryohei verified with Taehyun if he's aiming for Miyazaki Kenji and the three warlords. Ryohei asked for his time and assured him that it would be worth it. Taehyun brought out his chains, and then he wrapped it around Ryohei. Taehyun agreed to talk with him for just a minute since Ryohei looked confident. But he threatened Ryohei that if what he'll say is crap, he'll make him pay for ruining his plan. Ryohei commented that Taehyun is bringing up bitter memories, and he mentioned that he isn't the same as back then. He released his aura again, but Taehyun subjugates his aura with his own. Right at this moment, he knew he fucked up. Ryohei couldn't believe the pressure. He realized that Taehyun had also gotten stronger. Taehyun reminded him that he only had 50 seconds left. Ryohei panicked. He immediately spoke and told Taehyun that he can't take on all three warlords by himself. He told him that Taehyun is getting baited, and even if he chases them, he either won't catch them or he'll end up in a trap. Taehyun replied that Ryohei has 30 seconds left. Ryohei told him that he's different because he has connections and he can take him to Kenji and even to the three warlords. He asked Taehyun if he also thinks that it isn't a big deal. Taehyun counted from 10. Ryohei was confused and pressured now. He asked to confirm if Taehyun is meeting the three warlords. He asked him what more he wanted, and he complained that it hasn't been a minute, that Taehyun only gave him 5 seconds. Taehyun had finished counting until 0. And then, this fucker felt like he was being pinned down by a mysterious aura. Tears were already forming in Ryohei's eyes while screaming to be spared. Taehyun pulled the chain, causing Ryohei to lie on his stomach. Taehyun uttered that the offer was tempting. Our MC expressed that it was a little fishy that a guy like Ryohei who wants him dead would suddenly want to help him. Taehyun used his hypnosis and instructed Ryohei to speak about the real plan. Our boy was really utilizing the power of the succubus queen to the fullest. He then asked the most crucial question, and that is, who's backing Ryohei up? In a warehouse. Several people are running towards the exit while yelling for help. There was a gush of wind, and that threw everyone off their feet. Shinji had caused that. He attacked them with his sword, and everyone was bleeding to death. Suddenly, a woman appeared at the entrance and clapped. It was Sorara. She was impressed that he handled all those demonic humans at once. It was as expected of the man called Ghostblade. He asked her if she's fine with it, and that made her confused. Shinji clarified that he's talking about Isaka Ryohei, because Ryohei has lost to Taehyun twice already. Compared to Ryohei, Taehyun is rumored to have reached a national level force. Shinji uttered that even if Ryohei has been strengthened thanks to Surara's skill called Holy Orders, Ryohei still won't be able to beat Kim Tae-hyun. In fact, Ryohei will be at risk of being restricted by the Awakened Oath that requires him to bring Kim Tae-hyun to her. Because of that, Shinji suggested that he should be the one to take care of things, but Surara cut him off and told him not to worry about those things. She explained that it doesn't matter whether Ryohei wins or loses. That made Shinji confused. Surara elaborates that according to her network, Tae-hyun is aiming for the three warlords. Shinji was surprised to hear that. Surara revealed that she leaked the information to the three warlords as well. She added that Ryohei has made contracts with demonic humans before, and that man has ties to Miyazaki Kenji, one of the key members of the three warlords. Since Ryohei can't defeat Tae-hyun on his own, he'll be planning to lead Tae-hyun on and get Kenji's help to defeat him. They expected that it wouldn't be easy, especially when there's quite a mystery about that child. Shinji asked, "Why go that route then?" Surara replied that it's exactly why they needed that information. They want to know how Tae-hyun fights, his values, his capabilities, personality, and even the power that he's hiding. So whatever end Ryohei meets, Surara just needed to scrape the information from his corpse. She knew that Ryohei had no other options left. Later that night, in a construction site of an old building, Kenji was sitting down while his members were all standing behind him. This guy is one of the three warlords, Miyazaki Kenji. He uttered that it was already late at night, to be visited by Ryohei. He asked where the brat from South Korea was. He's asking because Ryohei promised to lead Tae-hyun there. Ryohei uttered that in the world that they are living in, the strong prey on the weak. Kenji was confused. Ryohei continued to say that the strong trample and the weak are trampled on in this unfair world. Ryohei continued to speak, saying that he has a suggestion for Kenji, that if he wants to live, he should do what Tae-hyun tells him to do. Ryohei said that while tears were streaming down his face and his whole body was trembling. Kenji stuttered on his words, and before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling shattered, and Tae-hyun appeared. Everyone immediately looked up. Tae-hyun had already activated the gigantic skeleton behind him, and he attacked them with it. Everyone was in panic. Tae-hyun agreed that they should listen to the strongest creature if they want to live. Tae-hyun asked where Miyazaki Kenji was. "Our boy was getting more fond of these superhero entrances, huh?" At the same time, Kenji cursed at him. And Tae-hyun was able to figure out that he's the man called Kenji. Kenji vowed to kill him. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Ryohei watched the area erupted into flames. He grits his teeth in anger upon realizing that it's all Tae-hyun's fault. Earlier at the fast food chain, Tae-hyun tied up Ryohei while commenting that Ryohei had an interesting plan. Tae-hyun discovered that Ryohei made an oath with the saintess, and now he understands why the man appeared in front of him. During that time, Ryohei wondered what Tae-hyun had done to him. He wondered if it was some mind control, and now he's curious as to how Tae-hyun had gotten his hands on that. Tae-hyun decided to play along. Ryohei asked what he's plotting. Tae-hyun had just confirmed that Ryohei is taking him to Kenji since Ryohei planned to take him out with Kenji's help. But Tae-hyun warned him that he should be on his side and not theirs. Ryohei cursed at him and told him that there's no way he'll help him. And even if he does, the Saintess, the Ghost Blade, and the three warlords will eliminate him. But Tae-hyun pointed out that if Ryohei doesn't help him, he'll eliminate him right there and then. He told him that he doesn't care if he dies like trash, but he still decided to give him a chance. Tae-hyun told Ryohei that he should help him to the best of his abilities during the exhibition games, and spend his life repenting to the victims afterwards. If he does that, Tae-hyun will save him from the Saintess and the three warlords. It sounds absurd for Ryohei since Tae-hyun is talking about a national-level force and a demonic human cartel. Ryohei asked him if he thinks he could really beat those two, but Tae-hyun just grinned. Ryohei didn't expect his answer, because Tae-hyun confidently replied, "Of course." Back to the present moment where there are a lot of corpses everywhere and Taehyun is holding Kenji by his face. Ryohei couldn't believe it. It made him laugh. He called Taehyun a monster. It made him wonder just how much our MC got stronger from the last time they had fought. Taehyun grips Kenji's face using his stone arm. Then he told him that it was time for him to open a gate for the three warlords. We then change our setting somewhere in the abyss, hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords. The building looked like old Japanese architecture. Several corpses lay on the ground. A man is sitting on the throne, and he asks the man in suit bowing to him on why he brought him out to that musty place. He threatened him that if it was insignificant, he'd crush his head like what he had done to this man's underlings. The man wearing a suit knew that. The man replied that he just wished to give him a legendary ranked item. This man, Tetsu, is one of the three warlords. He is an S-rank demonic human. The man on the throne was surprised. Tetsu elaborated that they are holding it abroad for security, but they intended to present it to him. But before that, Tetsu wants something. He requested the man on the throne to eliminate a fly that's after his neck. Tetsu explained that they have set a trap, but there's a high chance that it will fail. If so, it's only a matter of time until the fly finds out. The man on the throne was amused that there's someone that even the three warlords fear. It piqued his interest. He asked who it was. Before Titus can answer, a loud noise was heard from the outside. The loud slamming continued. Eventually, the guards at the door of the room fell, and the door was crushed open. Someone had attacked them, and right at that moment, the ones inside the room were able to counterattack. Ryohei pushes a sword against Tetsu, but Tetsu defends himself with his arm. Taehyun was also with him, and his attack was blocked by Shui. Tetsu didn't expect to see Ryohei. But then Ryohei looked back and uttered that, since things had turned out that way, the man should win. The man on the throne was amused. He started exuding an intimidating aura around his body. Taehyun comes into view, saying to his partner that he should just do what he's told. Taehyun had to step back because the man in the throne got up and joined the fight. He created a sphere of bright light. Taehyun and Ryohei were on guard. Inside Taehyun's head, he admitted that it exceeded his expectations. It was a national-level hunter of China. And he didn't expect the man to be there. The man asked Taehyun if he's the one who scared Tetsu. He also shared that he had a request from the association head to take care of Taehyun as well, so it was fortunate. He decided to take care of Taehyun right then and there. Ryohei was confused that Shui Shin was there too. Taehyun replied that the man is obviously cooperating with the three warlords. Taehyun asked, "Was it you?" And Shui was confused with his question. Taehyun was asking if he's the one who assassinated the other participants. Shui asked if Taehyun was able to figure that out because he mentioned that he's from the association. He commented that Taehyun is quite quick-witted. Taehyun had also figured out that now it's the South Koreans' turn. Then he added that he's the fortunate one. At this point, Shui had no idea what Taehyun was saying. Taehyun announced that Shui will die there, and the South Korean players won't have to meet him ever again. Shui was amused with this damn brat. The two engage in a fight while Tetsu remains on the sidelines. His underling advised him to evacuate immediately. That was Tetsu's plan, too, until they saw Ryohei approaching him. Ryohei asked him where he was off to so quickly. Tetsu recognized Ryohei. Ryohei asked him if he's worried that Shui might lose. Then Ryohei proudly announced that no matter what, those guys would lose to him, Taehyun's partner. He was laughing out loud, until he was already screaming because he was surprised that Taehyun had lifted them in the air. Taehyun warned Tetsu not to even think about running away. It was funny how Ryohei complains why he's being lifted too. After that, Shui caught Taehyun's attention again. Shui attacked him with a powerful punch that caused the ground to shatter. Shui asked if Taehyun should really have spare time and take his eyes off him. This person that Taehyun is up against is the mystic deity Shui Shin. He is the strongest in strength out of all the national-level hunters who participated in the Asian exhibition games. He's a monster who has defeated hundreds of monsters and players with his bare hands. But mystic deity does not only refer to his peculiar strength. His true strength is in his ghost-like skill, which has destructive force that exceeds his physical strength, which is his skill, Death Scythe. Shui uttered that he's like a grim reaper. Death Scythe is a weapon manifestation skill that amplifies the user's stats significantly. Its durability exceeds that of unique ranks. In return, being in possession of the skill lowers all other skills' ranks by 1. Taehyun sensed that it's a bad skill for him to take. The impact of their fight is evident even outside the building. Eventually, they destroy the wall and Taehyun is falling while Shui chases him in the air. Fortunately, even while suspended in the air, Taehyun could block Shui's attacks. But at some point, he had a difficult time. He charged at Shui, but Shui was just chill in defending himself. Taehyun noticed that his Azran had chipped on the tip. Shui taunted him even more. He attacked Taehyun with his scythe. Taehyun blocked it with his blade. But now he's worried that his blade would break if it continues. So, he decided to take out his chains. It was wrapped around Shui. Taehyun's plan was to immobilize Shui. Then he pushed him using the large palm of the skeleton. But Shui just laughed it off and commented that a weakling will always be a weakling. Shui told Taehyun that he couldn't be defeated with such paltry tricks, and told him that it's the reason why Taehyun isn't a national-level hunter. Taehyun was caught off guard. He saw Shui coming at him. Shui had made dents on Taehyun's skeleton. Meanwhile, Tetsu watches them from the building. He assumed that the fight had come to an end. He heard that Taehyun was promising, but there's no way that Taehyun could take on Shui, a national-level hunter. The underling reported to Tetsu that he had just taken down Ryohei. He asked what he should do next. Tetsu told them to let Ryohei live. He planned to use him as a hostage against Japan or the Holy Maiden. Suddenly, Ryohei cursed Taehyun. Tetsu wondered why Ryohei betrayed them. He's certain the Ryohei is aware that he would face their wrath, and that he'd need to face the fury of the Holy Maiden. It made Tetsu think that the Holy Maiden saw something in Ryohei. He judged Taehyun to be wrong. Tetsu thought Taehyun had already lost. All he had to do was wait for Shui. But then he suddenly noticed something. Shui was down on his knees, bleeding, while Taehyun was standing strong holding his blades. Tetsu was surprised. Shui was confused as to why he's on the ground. He recalled the moment that he had tried to cut Taehyun. Mana surged from Taehyun's sword. But that was all. He was certain that until recently, he had been dominating the fight. In proof of that, Taehyun's blades were being chipped every time his blades clashed with his. So, he wondered why it happened then. Shui was enraged. He had realized that Taehyun was hiding his powers from him. While Taehyun's back is turned, Shui charges towards him. When Taehyun looked back, he smirked at him. Taehyun's Asran and Talisman were only rare rank equipment. Taehyun thought of a brief moment similar to the Taurus Queen, that if he puts in Predation's power, they won't be able to take his mana. But that also means, if he puts in Predation's power to the max, Taehyun's weapon broke. He told Shui that he will give him his weapon, and in exchange, he will be taking his life. Shui screamed Taehyun's name loudly out of anger and frustrations. Taehyun had slashed Shui. Upon witnessing that, Tetsu was enveloped in fear. Ryohei's mouth was gaped open from surprise. Several beads had fallen on the ground. While Taehyun remained standing strong, he smiled. The Predation's aura is much stronger and violent, and with this, it was finally confirmed that our boy was really indeed a national force level. The nighttime came, and it was raining. Inside the hotel room, someone can be heard acknowledging that Shui had taken action. A man and a woman were entangled in a bed. They were talking about how Tetsu had asked Shui a favor in return for a legendary item. The woman asked what the man would do. This man is named Chai Mingmin. He's also called Super Speed, and he's one of China's national-level players. He replied that now Shui is active, it's not good to have expectations. Since Shui is also a national-level player, he expected him not to lose to some brat from New South Korea. The woman is one of the 3 warlords, an S-rank demonic human named Pinghua. They were surprised when the phone rang. Mingmin got up. He answered the phone. The person on the other line expected that Mingmin would be with the warlord woman again. The one who called is Zhang Lung, the Chinese Player Association head, and also a national rank player. He informed Mingmin that Shin is dead. Mingmin couldn't believe it. Lung instructed Mingmin to bring him Taehan's head. Back inside the abyss, Shui was engulfed with Taehyun's power. Predation has successfully completed. Taehyun's strength has increased significantly. Taehyun was amused. As he had expected, he doesn't gain skills from using predation on dead things. It only applied on the living targets. Of course, that doesn't seem to be the only condition to gaining their skills, and the concept of using predation on a human is a little weird for him. But Taehyun doesn't feel any sympathy for criminals like Shui. If anything, he's curious about the voice he heard while predation went out of control. He took that as a cue to learn more as he uses predation. When the greatest obstacle, Shui, died, everything went smoothly. Tetsu and his underlings were on their knees. Tetsu declared that he's on Taehyun's side all along. Tetsu and the other demonic humans had their memories about predation erased using complete hypnosis and were turned over to the association. As for Ryohei, since Taehyun had nothing else for him to do, he wants to send him back. But Ryohei protested since he's going to get killed by the Saintess. The Saintess can read memories, so if she finds out that Ryohei betrayed her, it will be the end of him. Taehyun told Ryohei that he'll be fine since the Saintess isn't interested in him. The oath that Ryohei made was to bring Taehyun to the Saintess, so if Taehyun wants to free Ryohei, he has to meet the Saintess. And even if the Saintess reads Ryohei's memories, she'll keep it alive in order to meet with Taehyun. Taehyun admitted that the Saintess doesn't have any high hopes for Ryohei anyway. It was funny how Ryohei was affected by that. Taehyun is thinking of his problem now, the two warlords. He found a few other possible hideouts from Tetsu using hypnosis, but as they know that he's after them, it won't be easy. He decided to park those thoughts and come back to it after he took a break. A few days after, they watched on a smartphone the report announcing that the Asian Exhibition Games is on the third day. China's national rank player Shui Xin went missing in the abyss. The Chinese government has requested assistance in the search. It was also reported that New South Korea's Kim Tae-hyun has captured one of the three warlords named Tetsu, which remains Tae-hyun in the first place. Tae-hyun expected Lung to know about Shui's death. He assumed Lung was hiding it as long as possible since it would reveal his identity. Tae-hyun was relieved that it lets him pursue the three warlords freely. Suddenly, he got a call. It was from Jinsu again. They met up, and Jinsu greeted him by saying that he's worried that he won't come and thanked him for coming. Tae-hyun smiled and replied that the information that Jinsu has left him with no choice. Tae-hyun asked if Jinsu is certain about the information about one of the three warlords, that Pinghua is there in the building. Jinsu replied yes. He explained that he can't reveal his sources, but the info is legit. Pinghua and her cronies entered the building last night. They likely intend to stay in hiding until the games are over. Inside his head, Tae-hyun admitted that it does seem like one of Pinghua's hideouts from Tetsu's memories. Tae-hyun looked at Jinsu and expressed how he thought Jinsu hated him, and because of that, he's curious as to why he would give him that information. Jinsu called him a dumbass. With bravado, Jinsu declared that he's doing it all to show Tae-hyun that he's not a spy. Tae-hyun had no idea what he's talking about. With enthusiasm, Jinsu expressed that he understood what Tae-hyun said last time. Being attacked by another country's hunter would make anyone doubt. But Jinsu doesn't want to let others doubt him all the time. So, he had prepared information that would make Tae-hyun accept him as his ally. Jinsu asked if Tae-hyun understands that. He emphasized that he's not a spy, he is Tae-hyun's ally. Tae-hyun was dumbfounded, and that was because he already knew that he's a spy. Before Tae-hyun met Jinsu, he received a call from Ayong. Ayong told him that there's a spy on their team. Tae-hyun asked if it was Jinsu. Ayong was surprised that Tae-hyun had already figured out who it was. Tae-hyun explained that he had his suspicions. He asked Ayong who Jinsu was spying for. He suspected Ren was from Japan. Ayong revealed that Jinsu is spying for China. That surprised Tae-hyun. They had found an intel that Jinsu frequently visits Chinese casinos starting a few years back. He probably made a deal to shave off his gambling debt. It made Tae-hyun ask how Ren knew, and that's when Ayong emphasized that it was unfortunate. She told him that there's likely another spy in Tae-hyun's team that is working for Japan. To have two spies on the team, it made Tae-hyun judge how sloppy the association is. Ayong told him not to worry because if she reports it to the association... Tae-hyun cut her off. He told her not to report it. Ayong was flabbergasted. Taehyun replied that he has two reasons. First, if Jinsu is arrested, the Japanese spy will go into hiding. And second, now that Taehyun knows that there's a spy, he planned to make use of that person. Back to the present time, Jinsu said that the building is likely full of countless demonic humans and traps, but there's nothing to worry about. Jinsu proudly says that not only he acquired Ping Gua's location, but he also has the perfect route to get to her. But internally, Jinsu knows that he's just spouting crap. In reality, he was ordered to lead Taehyun into the building. He's aware that Ping Gua isn't the only one there, because Ming Min, China's national level hunter, is also there to take care of Taehyun. But Jinsu was startled when he saw Taehyun release mana and statics. Then Taehyun made the building explode. Debris was flying in the area. Jinsu's mouth was gaped open from shock. Taehyun casually spoke that he's getting used to using predation and his overall power seems higher than before. Jinsu sweat profusely as his snot drips down while he screams, "Ah!" This guy knew that he fucked up. Big time. He got mad at Taehyun and asked if he's crazy. Taehyun argued that since Jinsu said it was full of demonic humans and traps, there's no reason for them to sneak in, especially when they can just bring the whole thing down. Jinsu saw Taehyun was a crazy bastard. Jinsu told Taehyun that it could be a human rights violation. Taehyun ignored him. He pointed at Gua, who was pinned beneath the rubbles. Jinsu tries to get Taehyun's attention by calling his name loudly, but Taehyun keeps walking towards Gua. Gua cursed at Jinsu and called him a fucking gambling addict. Gua was furious that Jinsu had betrayed them. Gua vowed to kill him. Taehyun curiously asked Jinsu what Gua meant about betrayal. Jinsu, in panic, spouted gibberish. Gua addressed Taehyun that his laugh won't last long because he will be killed by another person. Taehyun uttered, "Chai Ming Min." That surprised everyone. Both Jinsu and Gua asked how he knew. Taehyun asked if Jinsu was asking about if Ming Min is there, or that is how he knew that Jinsu is a Chinese spy. Jinsu was flabbergasted that Taehyun never trusted him. It made him angry that he wanted to punch Taehyun, but before he could, he spat out blood. Taehyun didn't expect that. The screen informed Taehyun that he has been affected by domination of 5 senses. A mysterious power has enabled partial resistance. All sensory abilities, including 5 senses, have been weakened. Taehyun's sight has temporarily decreased. Blood is coming out from his eyes. His hearing has been temporarily decreased. Blood is coming out from his ears. Also from his hands, since his sense of touch has been temporarily decreased too. Taehyun was amused with Ming Min's domination of 5 senses. All his senses aren't working properly. He didn't expect it to be that strong despite being blocked by Predation's passive skill. Ming Min appeared and expressed that he didn't expect Taehyun to bring the whole building down. He was wondering what kind of person defeated Shui, but now that he met Taehyun, he could say that he's deranged. Taehyun rebuts him by asking if it's any worse than a demonic human lover. He told Ming Min that he didn't really care much about him, since all he cares about is his skill. In another place, a gazebo in a pond, where a woman is standing, and a man is on his knees. The Saintess is looking at Ryohai's memories. Saintess was impressed that not only did Taehyun become a national-level player, he also defeated Shui. She asked Ryohai why he helped him and agreed to betray her. Ryohai couldn't answer, and his body trembled. The Saintess smirked. She assured Ryohai that there's nothing to be afraid of. She told him that like what that child said, she isn't interested in his life. In fact, since he will bring Taehyun to her, he is serving his purpose well. Although, the Saintess is a little displeased that things moved according to Taehyun's plans. She remembered Ryohai said that Taehyun is aiming for the 3 warlords. The Saintess decided to go and meet Taehyun instead. Just a little flashback before the Asian exhibition games, an old man was explaining that they have 3 objectives. The first is to win the Asian exhibition games. The second is to kill key players to weaken other player associations. And the third is to prove that the Chinese Player Association is the most superior player association in Asia by accomplishing the other 2 goals. Then they shall use their superiority to create a monopoly on dungeons and the monostone trade. He told the players that they can do any crime, such as murder, torture, or whatever it takes. He assured them that he will cover up everything for them. Shui didn't really care that much as long as he could get to fight strong people. Another person chimed in, saying that if everything worked out, then it's not so bad. Meanwhile, deep inside, Mingmin thought everyone was insane, though he didn't think much about it since it's not his problem. He had also killed countless people just to maintain his love with Gua. So, he couldn't really call himself sane either. And this time, he was instructed to take Taehyun's neck. Gua also told him that Taehyun is after the neck of the warlords, and she asked Mingmin for help. Because of that, Mingmin decided to kill Taehyun. While he was charging forward, he was taken aback. It looked like Taehyun had a red dragon behind him. The dragon roared and opened its mouth like it was charging a beam. Mingmin was flustered that his domination of the five senses isn't working. Since Taehyun had defeated Shui, Mingmin expected Taehyun to be a national-level player, but he was caught off guard with Taehyun's monstrous power. It made him certain that Taehyun is no ordinary national-level player. It was like Taehyun's power is past the realms of a human. Taehyun knew that domination of five senses is a force that disables all senses. If Taehyun is unable to use predation, he would have been in trouble. But he's okay with it. He told Mingmin that he will make good use of his skill. A large mouth with sharp teeth is after Mingmin. Mingmin screamed loudly. He was showered with the red mist from Taehyun. Afterwards, Taehyun was informed that domination of five senses has been recorded. A weapon got stuck on the ground. Taehyun picked it up while saying that he was lacking a weapon, so he was fortunate to have found one. He was delighted. A national-level player is using a national-priced weapon. It was good for him. The short sword is called Radic, and it has a unique rank. With what Taehyun had accomplished, China had lost 2 national-level players. Only one is left now. Even if that person is powerful, he won't be able to catch up by himself. New South Korea has 3,350 points, followed by China with 270 points, then Japan at 2,000 points, and Qatar in 4th place with 750 points. If Taehyun takes down the last warlord, Gua, the exhibition games will be good as won, though Taehyun was worried about how quiet Japan has been. He noticed the change in the air. A helicopter flew above him. Its door slid open, and the Saintess jumped down. Taehyun was taken aback. She landed with a strong impact on the ground. The Saintess uttered that finally they had met again. She intended to see Taehyun. Yoshikawa Tsurara has a skill that can even regenerate missing limbs. It's called hyper-regeneration. She used this to cure many people, alongside holy orders, a skill that calms all mental distress and bestows a buff that enhances physical power. She ended up being called the Saintess. But the true power of holy order is in its ability to change memories and brainwash people. Yoshikawa Tsurara has used that skill to make her enemies into her zealots. And now, Taehyun knew it was his turn. He never told Ryohei his exact location, so he asked her how she found him. Tsurara replied that Taehyun should have known that she wasn't capturing the 3 warlords because she didn't know where they were. Taehyun replied that she went through lengths just to see her, and that it made him feel creeped out. Tsurara just smiled at him. She asked how Taehyun can be so calm even after seeing her. Taehyun was confused. She elaborated that she knows her duties as a saintess. She is to give others the willpower to keep living in the cruel world. But how does she do that? She declared that it's by making people worship her. Taehyun's nonchalant face to her proud proclamation was hilarious. Tsurara continued that meeting. Someone elegant and lovely and beautiful and sexy and holy and perfect as her is a joy to all. Worshipping her becomes the motivation of the people to continue living. That's why she asked how Taehyun is calm even after seeing her. Taehyun was dumbfounded. All he could think about is how that bitch is batshit crazy. She replied that it's fine. It's her duty to lead even people into salvation. Suddenly, several cars appeared. Taehyun wondered why there were so many civilians there. But then he realized that those people are brainwashed through her holy orders. Those people have pink eyes. Tsurara uttered that even though she dug into Taehyun and Ryohei's memories, there is just one thing she couldn't understand. It's Taehyun's source of information and the skill that he's hiding. That's why she came prepared. No matter how many secrets or how powerful Taehyun is, she came up with a strategy for Taehyun to not be able to use it. She dares him if he's going to kill the civilians who happen to be her fanatics. Or will he just accept her salvation? She made Taehyun choose. Taehyun was in a pinch, since Tsurara used the civilians as a shield. He cursed at Tsurara and called her a subhuman. It was nighttime in Korea. The guild members were about to contact Ayong since they had found what they were looking for. They are pertaining to the hideout of the last of the three warlords, Shadow. In front of those guild members is a tall building in stealth. To think those people would be doing something as crazy as hiding an entire area. No wonder it was difficult to locate them. The guild member didn't receive a response from his colleague, so he asked what the other person was doing. But that person had already lost his head. A person with a gas mask grabbed the head of the guild member. He recognized the man as a night walker. The person with the gas mask commented that some pests have latched on. This person is Shadow, the vice guild master of Malignant Guild. He is also one of the three warlords and is suspected to be a national rank level. The man trembled since he knew his impending doom. And without mercy, Shadow had blasted the man's head off, causing the blood to splatter. The corpse dropped on the floor. It made Shadow think how a mere information guild is digging after him. He wondered if Tetsu leaked the information when he died. Shadow blamed Taehyun for ruining everything. They tried to eliminate him by using the other warlords and China, but Taehyun had killed Shui. An underling reported to Shadow that a gate is ready. In his head, Taehyun shouldn't be too complacent because he isn't the only genius in the world. Shadow claimed that he had already witnessed the pinnacle of all talent 10 years ago. He entered the gate to head to the abyss. Back to this fight, the civilians rushed towards Taehyun. They trampled over him. Tsurara laughed at how Taehyun tried to save many people's lives. Tsurara knew that Taehyun would be hesitant to use his skills against the brainwashed civilians. She plans to wait until Taehyun tires himself out and is rendered helpless. Then she noticed something. Taehyun emerged by punching those people away from him with his fist covered in stones. Tsurara panicked on what he's doing to those innocent civilians. Taehyun asked what she meant when those people were attacking him. Then he wrapped the chains around Tsurara, since she's the one who's controlling them. Taehyun kicked her in the face. Tsurara couldn't believe that her analysis was wrong. She didn't expect that the hero of the East Point would be such a piece of shit. But then she noticed that even if Taehyun had attacked them, he only used weak skills. Taehyun didn't kill them. She concluded that it was just a mere trick. She threw seeds in the air, and it became a tree with large vines. Its appearance caused the ground to shake, and it threw people and objects in the air. Taehyun grabbed those people with his chains. It's to safely let them down. Taehyun was surprised that a tree had shown up. It made him think that Tsurara applied her regeneration skill to seeds. More than that, he didn't expect Tsurara to harm the people that she controlled. Funnily, the woman that he's holding uttered that Taehyun had him too, so it's not like he's any better. Tsurara was able to confirm her thoughts. The act of violence earlier was only for show to make her believe that the hostages were worthless. She told Taehyun that if he's going to act, he should stick with it. But it was too late now. All of a sudden, the woman in Taehyun's arms choked him. The woman's eyes glowed yellow, and she didn't have eyeballs. It was like she's possessed. Taehyun was surprised since they shouldn't be able to move anymore. Tsurara told Taehyun that from then on, no matter if they faint or if their bones break and their flesh tears, those people would not stop. She told Taehyun that if he doesn't want to kill them, there's only one way, and that is to accept her salvation. They attacked Taehyun. He expressed his disappointment that someone called the Saintess would lack even an ounce of guilt. He told her that she's irredeemable. Suddenly, Tsurara was disoriented. She has been affected by domination of 5 senses. All her sensory abilities, such as sight and hearing, have weakened. Her sensory abilities and stats have decreased. Her mana flow has been disrupted too. She's now in a lot of pain. Tsurara knew that it's Mingmin's skill. She wondered how it's possible. She wondered if it's a coincidence that Taehyun had the same skill. But then she realized that if Taehyun always had it, there's no way that he wouldn't have used it till then. Taehyun told her that she needs a beating. Tsurara screamed loudly. Because Taehyun had slapped her real hard using predation. The tree had withered, and the civilians were laid in the ground while chained. Tsurara was on the ground, too. Taehyun commented that, as expected of the owner of hyper-regeneration, She had incredible recovery. To think she would still be alive after such a beating. Tsurara interrogated Taehyun on how he has the domination of 5 senses. She asked him what exactly he was. Taehyun replied that he has been waiting for her to notice that. Tsurara was confused. Taehyun knows that she's trying to brainwash him using the Holy Order. He encouraged her to try it. Taehyun had always planned on meeting Tsurara at some point. He didn't expect it to happen soon. But Holy Order is a skill that manipulates one's mind and memories, which means Tsurara can see into his mind, like the dream from East Point, or how Rosaria changed her treatment of him after seeing his memories. Inside his mind, there's a clue to the secret behind predation, and he was thinking of a way to dig through his mind to find that out. Tsurara bursts into laughter. She told him that he thinks too little of her abilities. Tsurara admits her defeat and tells Taehyun that if he wants it badly, he could have it. However, this bitch was still not done. She started casting another skill. Tsurara insists that he worships her. She used her power and a large eye with wings. She doesn't have an idea on what he's plotting, but no matter how powerful he is, it's futile once he's afflicted by Holy Order. She planned to make good use of his power. She enters his mind, and she saw a sea of blood with a staircase leading to a throne. Right at this moment, we all know that this is the place she didn't want to be in. She couldn't believe that the sea of blood was inside Taehyun's mind. She wondered who it was sitting on the throne. The person laughed and commented that Taehyun had finally used his head a little. This bitch was frozen in her position. This mysterious being didn't expect Taehyun to send a spying fly like that to take a peek at him. Tsurara realized that the person wasn't Taehyun. It isn't even a human. She was terrified. This creature told Taehyun that he's far from enough. He looked like Taehyun, but with a more sinister aura around him. As he casted his skill, an ominous aura surrounded Tsurara. Tsurara was attacked. She was eaten by a monster that emerged from the sea. Eventually, the ripple in the water had calmed down. And then all of it turned pitch black. Taehyun suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a hospital bed. He's disoriented. He looked for Tsurara. Suddenly, Ayong enters the room. She was delighted to see him finally awake. She expressed how worried she was and how his family was waiting in the hospital room until last night. Taehyun probed her on that. Ayong elaborated that he had no signs of waking up for a full day. Taehyun immediately asked about Tsurara. Ayong informed him that Tsurara was also found unconscious, just like him. Same with Gwa and Jinsu, while Mingmin is missing. Ayong interrogated him on what exactly happened. In his head, Taehyun concluded that his attempt failed. Well, not that he's expecting it to work, but he's still hoping for something. To think a national-level player is nowhere near enough to approach the secret of predation. It made Taehyun even more curious as to what is in his mind. Ayong pats his head and tells him to focus on his recovery. Taehyun told her to take her hands off. Out of the blue, someone entered the room while yelling Ayong's name. It was Tae-wook. He saw Taehyun was finally awake. He expressed how worried he is. Tae-wook approached them while getting to the main point, and that is, they need the support of Nightwalkers. They have to send a search party to the Abyss. It's because Sungjin and the rest of the new South Korea team has gone missing. That news surprised Taehyun and Ayong. They were all surprised when Taehyun spoke, because Taehyun said that he'll go alone. Taehyun explained that a larger search party will only result in more casualties. Those people went missing in the Abyss, and Sungjin and the rest are veterans. Taehyun speculated that if those people went missing, then it's not just the attack of some monster. There could be involvement of parties with at least national-level force must be involved. That's why he decided to go alone. Tae-wook replied that if what Taehyun is saying is true, the more that he couldn't let him go, especially now that Taehyun is a patient that just woke up. Unexpectedly, more people enter the room and join the conversation. It's Taehyun's family, and they plead for him not to go. Jae-young expressed how worried they are. They even thought Taehyun wouldn't wake up anymore. Ayong shared that she called them. She reasoned that if he woke up, he would have to see his family. Taehyun's aunt suggested that he fully recovers first before going somewhere. Tae-wook agreed to that idea. Taehyun thought of his past. When he wasn't awakened, everyone was set on beating him down. No matter what he did, all he'd get were glared of hatred. But now, it was all different. He listened to what they're saying, and it made him smile. He thanked them for worrying about him, but he was firm that he's going. He explained that he has allies who are in trouble, and he's the only one who could save them, so he has to go. He reminded his family that they didn't raise him to be the type of man who gives up on their allies. Jae-young was teary-eyed. A-young raised her hand, and she smacked Taehyun and called him babe for being so corny. A-young said that it's decided. She told him to come back safely, and hopefully it would be with everyone. Now, inside the abyss. Against the red sky, there's a tall tower in a sandy field. Several men were attacked and thrown in the sand. Sung-jin coughed up blood. Se-young rushed to his side. 3 men showed up and told them that Sung-jin wasn't so bad. The man told him that the game of hide-and-seek is now over. This person is China's national force-level player, Bloodblade, or Liu Feng. He considered their effort, so he offered that if he becomes his servant now, he will let him live. He said that he's more graceful than the rumors say. Sung-jin clarified if Feng is seriously saying that he should betray his friends and country. He firmly refused. Feng was impressed that Sung-jin chose his pride over his life. But it looked like his allies didn't seem to agree. Hangul was raising his hand. They asked him what he's doing. Hangul was trembling. In his head, his teammates are stupid for not seeing that it's the right time to go along. He's aware that Feng is a monster, so it's their only way to survive. And Hangul also has his own circumstances. Back then, Tsurara wrapped her with tree vines while getting to know him. She had bestowed orders to him. She told him to become her servant and report on the other players, including Taehyun. She also threatened him just in case he refuses. But she knew that Hangul would see it as mutually beneficial. Hangul had betrayed everyone before, and it pains him to do that again. Sung-jin pats his back and assures him that it's all right. Sung-jin empathized with him and promised him that he would get him out even if it costs his life. He told him that it's not too late to betray them after he dies. Shung commented that he talks big for someone who is half dead. Hangul apologized to them. He wiped his tears away and decided to fight too. All 3 of them were ready for battle. Feng concluded that none of them decided to grab the only lifeline that they have. He assumed that those 3 must have not understood the situation because he's going easy. Feng decided to teach them the difference in their power. He flicked his fingers and a huge amount of aura came out from it. Hundreds of red swords float in the sky. The new South Korean team had their mouths gaped open while looking at it. Sung-jin definitely didn't expect that. Feng pointed out that now the 3 knew that they were still breathing because of his mercy. The swords rained down on them. They all screamed due to fear. Feng looked confident, until he had been informed that he was inflicted with domination of the 5 senses. The swords stopped, and they all broke. He thought that it was Ming-min, but he knew that the guy was already dead. He wondered what it was. He realized that it was the one who killed Ming-min. He was delighted to meet Taehyun, but his enthusiasm wasn't returned. Taehyun's attack caused a loud explosion, but Feng remained standing. Feng was confused when the smoke had cleared, because Taehyun threw one skill and then ran. He was getting fired up, though. Feng's underling rushed to his side and asked if he's okay. Feng replied that he's fine. His underling suggested they chase those guys, but Feng decided to leave them be. He could determine where they are heading for from the tracks that they have left, and that place is the Draconian Tower. It is a place considered to be the unclearable dungeon in the depths of the abyss. The tower was circular in shape and had several floors. We then see Sung-jin scream Taehyun's name, but before he could finish, Taehyun made him chug the potion. Xiang expressed her gratitude, but she's also curious on what Taehyun planned to do. Since the Draconian Tower made many players suffer for being an unclearable dungeon, she thought that they won't be able to leave until they find an escape gate either. Taehyun replied that it can't be helped since he can't protect everyone while he fights. He assured them that the tower is just a dungeon and there's nothing to worry about. In the background, Sung-jin had a bloated tummy from drinking all that potion. When Hangul saw it, he thought how poison can kill people too. It was funny. Taehyun announced that they can get out if they have cleared it. Xiang and Hangil's reaction was comical. It was so absurd that it made them dumb. Xiang reiterated that it's an unclearable dungeon. Hangil realized that Taehyun doesn't have a plan after all. The Draconian Tower is a tower in the depth of the abyss, considered an unbeatable dungeon. It has two special features. First is the immense number of traps on each floor, and the second would be the Draconians, monsters that have immense numbers, high intelligence, as well as durability. Xiang watched Taehyun. They all saw him crush the place so easily. They wondered how it was possible. Little did they know, during Taehyun's pre-regression, he's a repeated Draconian Tower survivor information interview 2,437 times. The Draconian Tower is called an unclearable dungeon, but it is not impossible to return alive. That's because there's an escape midway in the tower, much before they meet the boss. That allows a person to return to reality, but it hasn't been discovered yet. So, if Taehyun has the information of the traps and the power to defeat the monsters, returning to their world won't be very difficult. After a while, they ascend the staircase. With all the monsters that greeted them, these four barely had scratches in them. They reached the top, and there's a gate. Xiang couldn't believe it. Sungjin was grateful that they didn't need to go up any further. Hangul was relieved that they had made it. Xiang asked Taehyun if he knew about it before. Taehyun denied it, but in reality, he knew. He ushered them to head out before the monsters rushed in. They lined up to enter the gate, starting from Sungjin, then Xiang, then Hangil. Sungjin called Taehyun and thanked him for coming to their rescue. He promises to repay the favor. Taehyun smiled and replied that it's not a problem. He didn't expect that he'd get a thank you from Sungjin. He thought that it could be because it was because of his help that everyone got out safely. And since Hangil outed himself as a Japanese spy, the spy problem is also solved. The only thing left is to stop Ghostblade, who will be enraged at the Saintess's condition and Feng's plots until the exhibition games end. Taehyun looked pleased with that because it wasn't too bad. As he was about to enter the gate, he was blocked out, that it made him fall on his butt. He was informed that he cannot use the warp gate. The master of the tower, Kaiselin, is observing him. That doesn't sound good. Taehyun was nervous. The ceiling started to crack as flames seeped through it. Suddenly, a huge red-ass dragon appeared from there. The dragon expressed that he was wondering what brat was roaming in his tower. Taehyun was shocked to see a dragon. The dragon uttered that it was just an insignificant human. This dragon is Kaiselin, the master of the Draconian Tower. It's a red dragon with rank SS. Dragons, one of the species that is considered to be the strongest. The dragons found in the abyss are sorted into 4 levels. Hatchlings, which are close to S rank. Adult dragons, which are S+ rank. Worms, which are SS rank. And then the mythical, the unidentifiable, ancient dragons. And the dragon in front of Taehyun is at least a worm. The bone dragon was created from the corpse of an adult dragon, so Taehyun wondered how powerful this one could be. He's also curious as to why it appeared. Taehyun had never heard something like it in the intel that he had acquired. He planned to talk things out, but the dragon was evidently angry when it said, "Perish, insect." From that, Taehyun had deduced that talking won't work. Kaiselin let out a fire breath. Flames engulfed the area. Taehyun had no choice but to fight. He punched the dragon using predation. Kaiselin was surprised. Taehyun also wrapped chains around the neck of the dragon. Taehyun took out the weapon from his pocket and slashed the dragon. Taehyun was delighted that all of his skills are connected. It wouldn't be enough to kill the dragon since it's an SS rank, but he expected it to be injured. But that was not the case. Kaiselin was fine, but was more pissed off. It smacked the ground, which left Taehyun off balance in the air as the ground shattered. Kaiselin's durability is ridiculous. Even if it's an SS rank, it's still questionable on how it was reasonable. Taehyun knew he had to buy time, but suddenly, the dragon in a humanoid form appeared behind him. Taehyun immediately turned around, but it was too late. He had already been punched. It was a powerful hit. He nearly lost consciousness. The dragon is a polymorph. It is a skill that turns one's image into something else. Now, Kaiselin is in its human form. It looked like a human except for the long horns in its head. It created a fireball on its fingertips, but that eventually exploded. The area was in flames. The next thing we knew was that Kaiselin grabbed Taehyun on the face. Taehyun couldn't react. Kaiselin thought of something. He used Verify. Taehyun was being overwhelmed by draconic power. He resists using an unknown power, but resistance fails, and some power still interferes. All his abilities have been decreased, and the he can use have been limited. He cannot use stone skin, invisibility, paralysis, monarch's heart, night king's boar, chains of bondage, and domination of 5 senses. Kaiselin didn't sense anything wrong, but he felt a power swept through his tower, and the power is burning even brighter after touching his own power, and he's certain that it's not a mere human. Kaiselin inquired where Taehyun had gotten it. He demanded an answer. He insisted on knowing the identity. Taehyun wants to say that he also wants to know that himself, but his mouth was covered. Unexpectedly, tentacles appeared, and Taehyun used stone skin, and he used that hand to remove Kaiselin's hand on his face, and he yelled, "More than anyone, you bastard!" Kaiselin was surprised to see the tentacles. Taehyun blasted him away using the tentacles. Kaiselin crashed on the ground. Kaiselin was dumbfounded that he was knocked back by a mere human. Suddenly, someone in place of Taehyun said, "A red lizard! I need a new dog to guard my home." It was Rosaria. She told Kaiselin that he will allow him to be her pet. The skill Queen's Man has been activated. Then Rosaria addressed Taehyun. She told him that it took him so long to talk to her, and that's being careless. Taehyun replied that he couldn't possibly trust a monster. Outside the abyss, Jinwi asked, using a loud voice, what they meant when they said Taehyun is missing. He asked them how the rescuer went missing. Hangul insisted that they didn't know either, because they were just crossing the gate. Jinwi asked where Sungjin was. Shang reported that Sungjin is causing a scene to return to the abyss trying to save Taehyun. Taewook added that Ayong is stopping him at the moment. Jinwi agreed that they should do that, otherwise the situation will worsen again. It was such a headache for Jinwi, especially when they don't know what Feng and Zhang Lung will do. He decided to hide the fact that the new South Korean team is still alive. While Sungjin and the others lost, the exhibition games entered the 6th day. It means the exhibition games will end soon. At that point, the rankings are whatever. They wouldn't have been able to make it that far without Taehyun. And if Taehyun is gone, the exhibition games mean nothing. He prayed for Taehyun to still be alive. Back to these overpowered monsters, Rosaria fought with Kaiselin. It was such a huge fight that wrecked the area. Taehyun might really die if he gets caught up in it. He knew they're both monsters, but still, they just have a ridiculous amount of power in them. Taehyun realized that it could be the right choice to wait to call Rosaria until that moment. The skills that he got through forging a contract with her are complete hypnosis and the Queen's Man. Taehyun had a simple reason as to why he didn't use the Queen's Man, which summons Rosaria until the present time. First is the excessive use of mana. Summoning skills require additional mana to keep them going even after their initial cast. Of course, Taehyun can continuously consume potions through battle, but the real problem is something more serious. During the fight, Kaiselin used Meteor. Large meteors fell from the sky. Taehyun was alarmed, but Rosaria was just calm. She easily sliced them off like they were some kind of feeble firestones. And that was the dilemma of Taehyun. She's just way too strong. Immediately, Rosaria used tentacles to wrap around Kaiselin, and she threw them to the wall. Power too strong is dangerous. Taehyun knew that even if Rosaria is bound to help him, he can't control her. She might burn the city down. However, Rosaria asked Taehyun what he thinks of her power. Taehyun thinks it is quite trustworthy. Kaiselin finally witnessed the power of the succubus queen, Rosaria. Now it made him confused even more. He wondered why an archduke of an abyss is helping a mere human. Kaiselin exclaimed, "Do you not know shame, you wench?" Rosaria commented that he's talkative for a lizard. Taehyun asked about the archduke part. An archduke serves the king. Now Taehyun had deduced that Rosaria knows about the king as well. He thought that she must have some relation to him. It made him curious as to what she knows. Rosaria interrupted his thoughts. She told him that she's aware of the questions that Taehyun might have, but as of now, he lacks the right to know nor could do anything even if he knew. She reminded him of what he already knew, that he must continue down his path. Rosaria informed him that the current situation is not as easy as it seems. Tae-hyun was confused. She told him to look at his hand. There's a mana backflow. Kaiselin uttered that even if Rosaria is an archduke, she is still being summoned by a human, and a human cannot handle that power. Kaiselin returned to his dragon form. He declared that if Rosaria kept resisting, he would incinerate them both. He told them to perish as he created a fireball in his mouth. Tae-hyun yelled out Rosaria's name as if he was telling her to do something. The top part of the power exploded, and it can be seen from the outside. The tentacles formed a sphere. It was a barrier that protected Tae-hyun and Rosaria. Rosaria that Kaiselin is quite aware of is a lizard. Rosaria explained to Tae-hyun that, like the lizard said, her power is limited by his, and that was her current limit. If she were to use more power, or stay summoned, Tae-hyun would die from mana backflow. So she has a gift for him before she disappears. Tae-hyun replied, "A gift?" She kissed him on the forehead and told him not to die. Since he received a kiss from the queen, the rank of complete hypnosis temporarily changes. Complete hypnosis, rank S, is activated. Tae-hyun is engulfed in pink mana, and this pink mist extends to the dragon. Eventually, Kaiselin was fully enveloped with the light. Someone said that Tae-hyun had done an interesting trick. Kaiselin is in the Sea of Blood. This really looked like the domain expansions in Jujutsu Kaisen. The person on the throne cursed at the succubus for leaving the cleanup to him. Kaiselin was confused. He thought that maybe it's inside Tae-hyun's mind. And then he looked at the person on the throne and wondered who it was. He thought that it was the human earlier, but then he realized that only the looks are the same, but the essence is different. In the first place, he wondered if it's really a living being. The man on the throne told Kaiselin that he has no business with him. He told him to be gone from his world. A large creature resurfaced from the sea. Kaiselin was confused as to what it is, and then he saw it coming for him. He got swallowed. Outside the domain, Kaiselin's dragon form coughed up blood. He was back in the real world, and now he's furiously looking for the man who made that to him. Tae-hyun wondered what happened. He knew that the rank of his skill changed. But he noticed how Kaiselin is acting strange. It made Tae-hyun curious if Kaiselin also endured something inside his mind. But he didn't dwell on that, because he saw the opportunity now that Kaiselin had gotten weaker. Tae-hyun drank a potion. He saw the chance to defeat Kaiselin. He charged forward and seized the only chance. He ran as fast as he could towards Kaiselin. He got his weapon ready. When he was close enough, he leapt and slashed Kaiselin. He had done it several times. Kaiselin roared loudly. Tae-hyun saw how his attacks are finally working. He charged up his hand with mana, as he remembers how Rosaria told him not to die. If there's someone who's going to die, it sure isn't him. He wants to learn more about the king and his power, and revenge against Asmodeus who killed him. He also never had a chance to live a proper life, so there's no way he let himself die right there. He exclaimed, "I will defeat you and return." He activated predation, and this time, the creature that the predation summons was far much larger than the freaking dragon. Kaiselin couldn't accept that a mere human dares to act that way. Predation was successfully completed. Kaiselin's head fell from its body when it took the hit. The rank of predation has changed. Tae-hyun laid on the floor while muttering that it was a crazy dragon. He really thought he would die this time. He supposed that it's time to head back now. Tae-hyun, a new South Korea National Force level player, has ranked up to A. The host announced the 7th day of the exhibition games. And at this point, the officials are tallying up the points on the stand. Japan had reached 4,600 points. They were unable to surpass China's top score, which is 4,800. Shinji wasn't happy with it. He wanted to avenge Tsurara, but Tae-hyun is missing. They're in second place. His annoyance made him want to leave immediately, even when the closing ceremony is still ongoing. He yelled that he doesn't want to have any business in a circus like that. They all watch him leave. Jinwei was disappointed that, despite Tae-hyun's effort, the exhibition games ended with them being at third. Due to the disappearance of New Korea's players, their score, which once was first, had stagnated since day 5, and by the 7th day, they were overtaken by other countries. Unless they bring in several dozens of mana stones or defeat an SS rank monster, they can't catch up. He felt ashamed of Taehyun, and he blamed himself for their loss. Suddenly, someone laughed. It was Lung. This old man fucker commented about the sad fate of the Korean team. He added how he got excited when New Korea had gained another member, but it was unexpected that the person had passed away in such a tragic incident. Jinhui replied that Taehyun is just missing. Lung insisted that since Taehyun entered the Draconian Tower, it's basically the same as being dead. This scene is being pointed out as a tragic accident. Made Jinhui furious. He couldn't say it out loud, but everyone is aware that all missing people from the exhibition game is Lung's doing. Lung pointed out to Jinhui how the weak lack the right to the truth. Jinhui held his anger in. Lung left him with a sentence that he should enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. Jinhui realized how a weak person would feel so powerless, while Lung continued to laugh out loud. Suddenly, they heard a voice saying, "Fuck that." Lung was surprised and he turned. They saw a warp gate. Our boy really had to do these epic entrances. He then asked why Jinhui, the association leader, is holding back against thugs like them. Jinhui was pleased to see him. This one was even tearing up. But the opposite could be said from Lung and Feng's reaction. They all recognized him. It was Taehyun. While holding a huge-ass red stone in his hand, he announced that he's back. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, someone is calling Jae-young. Jae-young is sulking on his bed while a woman asked him to come and explain the exhibition games. He lost all interest now that Taehyun had gone missing. He was being dramatic by saying that exhibition games without Taehyun are like BLTs without bacon or PB&Js without jelly. He couldn't bear to watch it. His mother told him that Taehyun is on TV at that moment. Jae-young was surprised. They watched on the screen and listened as the host announced that something unbelievable had happened. The item that formerly missing Kim Taehyun has submitted is the mana stone of the SS rank monster, Kaiselin. There have been sightings of SS rank monsters before, but it was the first official successful slaying of an SS rank monster. Meanwhile, Ayong is on the phone, confused that she's being told that Taehyun is on TV and not in the abyss. The host announced that according to their regulations, the points awarded for an SS rank mana stone is 1,500 P. And so New Korea gains 1,500 points for their 4,100, bringing it to 5,600 P. With this, they take over the first place. New South Korea has claimed victory in the Asian Exhibition Games. People chanted Kim Taehyun's name. Lung started to feel small as Taehyun hovered over him. Lung angrily asked Feng since he thought he finished the job. Feng was in a state of shock, internalizing that not only Taehyun had survived the Draconian Tower, he even slayed a SS rank monster. He couldn't believe that it was possible for a guy like that. Feng is mad to see Taehyun. Taehyun uttered how things could have been so bad. It might have been because Kaiselin was so strong. But thankfully, even after predation, his mana stone was still around. If it weren't for that, something like that wouldn't be possible. Taehyun knew that Lung wouldn't simply back out because of that. He anticipated the next event. But to his surprise, Jinhui wrapped him in a hug. Jinhui expressed how glad he is that Taehyun made it back. He cried because of the relief. Taehyun was touched by his gesture. The association head cried for a while, maybe because he was relieved that all the new Korean players had returned safely, or maybe because of his gratitude towards Taehyun. And so, the 7 days of the Asian Exhibition Games came to an end. As the event ended with a massive comeback, the press and media were all over Taehyun. The New Korea players celebrated victory and Taehyun's return and began telling their stories. Kang-yuk laughed out loud while holding the mic. He teased Jinhui for sobbing at the closing ceremony. Ayong asked who called that idiot there, at the Singapore Player Association. Taehyun was being thanked because he still came despite his busy schedule. Haley Tan is the Singapore Player Association head, and she has some business with Taehyun. She would like to request an alliance with Taehyun. Taehyun expected that. It was the same as before he regressed. Even in his previous life, Singapore, who lost their major players, tried to form alliances with renowned players of other countries. It's just that Lung and Feng didn't let it happen. Taehyun replied that they will continue the conversation after they have removed the intruders. Haley was confused. Suddenly, the door of her office exploded. several armed men walked in. Haley trembled at the sight of the man. It was Feng, and he's with his minions. While manipulating his blood blades, he announced how Taehyun would die there. Taehyun jogged Haley's memories about what he said earlier, that the uninvited guests have arrived. Feng was confused. The glass slowly formed a crack, and it shatters behind Haley. Feng and his men didn't expect that to happen. The person who came in expressed that he crossed his fingers that Taehyun is wrong, but he was actually correct. Feng recognized this person. It was Sungjin. He asked the Chinese players if they're out of their minds since they attacked during broad daylight. Another person appeared saying that he will be repaying his debt with Taehyun. This child-minded hero, Hyunsu, was also present. Xiangnu Hyunsu has some loose screws in his head, so it prompted her to ask if it's really safe to bring him in there. Taewook defended that despite being hard to believe, Hyunsu is quite a trustworthy ally. Taehyun brought up what Feng said earlier, that he didn't care anymore, and Taehyun emphasized that the same goes for him. Feng is furious, and it's evident from the veins popping out from his neck. He cursed at Taehyun. Feng announced again that Taehyun would die there on that day. Taehyun stood there with his allies beside him. Earlier, Jinhui was made aware of what Feng would do in Singapore. Everyone else couldn't believe that assassination would happen when the exhibition games are already over. Taehyun explained how there's no way Lung will back off. Taehyun added that Lung's goal is to eliminate other player associations and run a monopoly on dungeons and mana stones. He emphasized that it's not only them, but all the association heads are at risk from Feng. Jinhui expressed that he doesn't doubt Taehyun's words. He asked Taehyun for his plans. Taehyun stated that it's obvious. Those evil guys like them need to be taught a lesson. And back to the present time, all of the new South Korea players summoned their battle auras and were heading towards their foes. Feng's members were frozen. Later on, a loud explosion happened. Sungjin announced their goal, to evacuate Haley. Ayong exclaimed that it's just as her darling said. Siang got confused because Ayong just addressed Taehyun like that. Meanwhile, Hyunsu is being dramatic in protecting Haley. Haley was worried, so she asked if the person carrying him was in the right head. It was reported to Feng that Haley is being evacuated. Feng got mad at those imbeciles for getting in his way. Suddenly, a chain was wrapped in his hand, and he had been pulled out of the building by our MC. Feng's team panicked at what Taehyun did. Taehyun asked where he's going, when he's supposed to play with him. Feng was amused how Taehyun was just running in the abyss, and now he wants to face him. He told them not to get confused. Then he released several swords to rain on Taehyun. Feng stated that Taehyun got cocky just because he defeated She Shin and Chai Ming-min, and that Feng thought he had an advantage because he had already seen Taehyun's abilities in the abyss, but Taehyun simply told him, "Stop yapping." Then he attacked him. In one swift move, all of the blood blades were broken. Feng was confused as to what happened. He couldn't even process that his arm was already missing. He turned around, and he saw Taehyun use the king's authority and blasted him towards the ground. He coughed up blood while thinking that what just happened was impossible. His arm got cut off by someone like that, and he couldn't believe it. He realized that Taehyun's power wasn't like that back in the abyss. He noticed how it changed even if it was just a few days. Feng was furious, but his attempt was clearly useless at this point. Our boy just made him a fruit ninja target and sliced him up. Feng was left wondering what Taehyun had done in just a short period of time. Blood was then splattered all over the place. We then see Feng lying on the ground, again, and Taehyun was already heading in his direction. Taehyun watched him. His aura was still oozing from his body. After Taehyun had increased the rank after using predation on Kaiserlin, he knew he would win. Against a match with Feng, the strongest participant of the Asia Exhibition Games. It made Taehyun certain that his powers would work on the uncleared dungeon. Taehyun got confused when all of a sudden Feng started laughing. Feng expressed that now he understands as to why Shen and Ming-min lost. He called Taehyun a monster. Feng had to resort to using the Archduke's ability on someone like Taehyun. That was new to Taehyun. A strange blob started forming on Feng's body. He told Taehyun not to think that he's the strongest now. Taehyun was shocked. Feng had several layers of mouth before his mouth. He turned into a gigantic monster with no eyes or ears, just several layers of mouth on the head. He vowed to show Taehyun what true power is. Feng just activated Skill Blood Rampage. A bloodied corpse lay on the ground. Ayong had defeated so many men. Suddenly, Sungjin asked her to come with him at once. It's because of the place where Taehyun is fighting. They looked at it, and blood had formed an orb on the ground. Ayong asked what it was. It looked like a barrier. The monstrous hand attacked Taehyun, but he was able to evade it. Feng was exhilarated with the true strength that he has. But to Taehyun, he's not making any sense. For Taehyun, the monster in front of him was just a big sack of blood. He sliced through it. The limb that was cut made a gurgling sound, and from the sliced area, several new limbs had formed and went after Taehyun. Taehyun was surprised to see regeneration. It caught him off guard, and he was thrown off his feet. He wondered what that destructive power was. It made him doubt if it's the same Feng earlier. Then he noticed his surroundings. The whole place changed to be like the abyss when he used his ability. He remembered Feng saying it was an Archduke ability. Then he recalled that Kaiserlin referred to Rosaria the same way. That means, beside Rosaria, there are other beings known as Archdukes. Taehyun was certain that Rosaria had ties to the king as the Archduke. Then he wondered if Feng is the same as him. Taehyun's eyes showed fear, because Feng was about to grab him. A few heartbeats passed. Taehyun was trapped in Feng's hand. Feng inquired if Taehyun got shocked with his power since Taehyun moved slowly. But he thought it was inevitable, and that Taehyun was wrong for thinking that he could surpass him. Taehyun cut off all the yapping. Then he told him that he had one question for Feng before Feng died. He proceeded to ask Feng what he knew about the king. Feng was confused at first. Then he deduced that Taehyun must be talking about the Archdukes. And then Feng started boasting that it's a power that Taehyun could never have. With just that, Taehyun understood that Feng doesn't know anything just as he thought. He then started using his predation skill again, and the monstrous hand was starting to be devoured. Feng was alarmed when Taehyun started using his powers again. He was shocked to see that kind of power. Taehyun uttered that it's fine even when Feng doesn't know anything. Taehyun had learned that he just needed to research more about the Archdukes. Feng was angry that Taehyun hid his power until that point. But Taehyun replied that their business is done. Then he uttered a single word: disappear. Dragon-like creatures appeared all over around him and freed our MC. This right here is the new appearance of predation. Just like that, Feng was gone. From this encounter, Taehyun had learned that even when Feng knew about the Archdukes, he didn't know the existence of the king. It made Taehyun think that Rosaria could be the only one who knows. Judging from Feng, Taehyun had realized that there are other Archdukes besides Rosaria. If the Archdukes are all on the same level as Rosaria, then they are all inexplicably powerful monsters. Taehyun had no idea if the other Archdukes knew about the king, but there's no way they will all be amicable towards Taehyun. Suddenly, Taehyun noticed something. The blood was coming together. Taehyun was surprised. A voice taunted him by asking if that's all the power that Taehyun has. The hand started to form as well as the long red hair. It wasn't Feng. This creature muttered that humans are ultimately feeble beings. Taehyun turned pale. Before him is a man with red eyes and a red diamond on its forehead. He's giving a vampire vibe, and that's because he's one of the Archdukes of the Abyss, and a vampire lord named Igmun. Igmun asked if he's the one who killed his contractor. Taehyun was confused as to what this creature was saying, but one thing he's certain of: it's not Feng. Taehyun sensed that the mana is familiar, and he realized that the creature before him could be an Archduke. Igmun then flicked his fingers as he exclaimed that he wanted to test Taehyun's skills. Igmun activated the skill, Blood Blades. This was the same skill Feng was using, but these ones were a lot bigger. Taehyun saw several swords raining down on him. He immediately moved to evade it, but not without cursing. He couldn't understand the scale of the attack. It made him wonder if it's the same blood blades that Feng used. But its size and strength are different. Our boy did his best and fought back. Taehyun was certain that his power was the same level as Rosaria. He knew that his opponent is a being that he can't recklessly approach. He wondered why it had appeared at that moment. But that isn't the important thing. He must survive. And to do that, he needs to use everything he can. He started using some of his skills to deflect the blood blades. Igmun was amused. All summoned creatures are affected by their contractor's power. If the contractor is weaker than the summoned being, then the being can exercise even more power through their contractor. On the other hand, if the being is more powerful than the contractor, then the contractor's body won't be able to handle the power and the summoning will be canceled. And if Taehyun had guessed it correctly, this creature's contractor Feng is already dead, and that this being has been summoned using Feng's corpse as a catalyst. Taehyun anticipated a time limit to how long the summoning can last. He decided to stall until that time. Igmun suddenly uttered that Taehyun was much better than his contractor who has just all talk. Even with our MC mustering all of his strength towards his attack, it was easily deflected. Simply put, trying to survive against Igmun is futile. Taehyun was caught off guard. A large tornado of blood appeared, and Taehyun was swept up in it. He screamed loudly from the pain. Igmun lectured him that even when Taehyun has the power, he doesn't know his place. He threatened to pop him. But then, Igmun noticed something. His tornado of blood turned into a pillar of plant with several white flowers. He was surprised to see the blossoms. Then it made sense to him now. Taehyun got out of the blossoms. Taehyun had called Rosaria. Rosaria commented that he calls her during the most interesting situations. Taehyun simply explained that the situation was dire. That's when Igmun was able to put the pieces together. Igmun was certain that it's impossible for his contractor to die against a normal human, but he didn't expect a person whose contractor is Rosaria. Igmun advised Rosaria to leave the human and be gone. Otherwise, he will bury her as well. Rosaria chuckled since Igmun was venting like that just because his contractor died. Rosaria commented that it has been a millennia, but Igmun is still as petty as ever. Rosaria answered him, no. Taehyun inquired from Rosaria on who that person is. Rosaria explained that it's Vampire Lord Igmun, an archduke like her. And currently, he's Taehyun's foe. Igmun announced that he will kill Rosaria together with Taehyun. Rosaria replied that it should be her line. They fought against each other. A clash between the succubus bitch and blood-sucking mosquito has started. Rosaria also made sure that Taehyun was safe. She used her tentacles to move him into safety. But at the same time, Taehyun realized that his mana is back flowing again. He thought that he must be reaching his limit from fighting Igmun right after Feng. He can barely maintain Rosaria's summoning and must help her fight. He was about to think about the worst-case scenario when he heard Rosaria say that he shouldn't crumble yet. She explained that her limits are tied to the contractor. She added that even if Taehyun got stronger, he should remember that his foe is an archduke, and Rosaria can't stop Igmun unless she uses her proper strength. She advised him to endure it a bit longer. She encouraged him by saying that the reason why Taehyun reached through his life till that point wasn't so that he'd end up dying there. Hearing those words made him think how dire their situation was. Rosaria then suggested he take a good look at the true power of an archduke. And this right here was the power that Taehyun must surpass one day. Igmun noticed his feet turning into blood. It must have been the end of his allotted time. He told Rosaria that they should end their meeting, and that if she survives, they should fight again. After saying that, Igmun summoned a huge-ass spear. Rosaria releases a powerful beam towards him, while Igmun has a large spear. Their attack clashed midway. It was powerful to the point that it was blowing away the area. Taehyun tried to stay on his feet to watch. As the attack released a blinding light, Taehyun felt his consciousness slipping. Then he blacked out, and was informed that his mana has reached 0. His stress has reached 100, and his health has fallen below 10%. Taehyun wondered how many times had that happened already since he became S-rank, then National Force level, now facing an Archduke. He realized that as he gets stronger, a new form appears. He was tired of this cycle. But then he heard someone say, pathetic. It made him open his eyes. A man with red eyes asked him what he was doing wasting the king's power like that. This man told Taehyun that the national level or Archduke was a joke, and that if Taehyun isn't determined to give his all, then his body... would be taken over by this man and use it well. The next thing we knew was that Taehyun woke up as if he just drowned. He's already in the hospital. His hand trembled as he wondered if it was just another dream. He wondered what happened since it was the same voice that he heard from the last dream. And in the recent dream, the man directly looked at Taehyun. He was puzzled as to what it has to do with the king. When he turned his head, he was surprised to see many people were beside him. Ayong was seated right next to the bed, and on the wall beside her stood Sungjin, Siang, and Hangil. They were surprised to see him woke up too. Their relief almost crushed Taehyun because they kept hugging him. According to Ayong, the barrier disappeared with a sudden flash, and within it was Taehyun's unconscious body, along with traces of massive battle. Thankfully, Feng's assassination attempt failed due to Crazy Sword, Hyun-soo, and the other new Korean players, and Lung, presumed to have ordered Feng, inevitably came under investigation by the International Player Association. Eventually, Taehyun recovered well. He started thinking about archdukes and his doppelganger. The closer he gets to understanding king and predation, the more confused he's confused. But he was relieved that his rank is consistently going up. Suddenly, he saw a red patch in front of him that made him stop on his tracks. It contains details of his status. His rank, A, with a strength and health of 200, speed is 180, magic is 270, charisma at 150, with 20% stress, and ikiyuz, yetmiş bölü, ikiyuz, yetmiş mana. The skill Blood Rampage is not available, while other skills like Predation and Stone Skin have been listed. It was specifically indicated that for him to unlock Blood Rampage, he has to consume powerful blood. Later that night, Taehyun and Ayong were in a fine dining restaurant. She asked him if he's all right. Ayong expressed how worried she was back then. Now that they had finished eating, she asked what was next on their agenda. Taehyun replied that he would have to start working on the unexplored dungeons in Japan and China. Ayong clarified that it wasn't what she's asking. Taehyun was confused as to what she meant. She pointed out that Taehyun invited her to a date after the exhibition games. Taehyun simply replied that he only told her that he'd buy her a meal. Then Ayong went back to their topic by informing Taehyun that even if he has the rights to the dungeon, he might not be able to start on it right away. She explained that dungeons are a massive source of wealth that lets a person mine mana stones. Even if Taehyun has the right to enter, they won't let him enter and defeat it easily. Both player associations will use excuses and attempt to drag it out until Taehyun's right expires. Taehyun replied that he had something in mind for that, so it's not a problem. And besides, if they drag it out for a while, Taehyun can still get some other stuff done. Ayong asked what. Taehyun replied that he realized his shortcomings. The skill that he stole from Feng, Blood Rampage, is something that Taehyun had tried to use multiple times, but he didn't get any messages or changes. He thought about the condition of consuming powerful blood and realized that it would require a special condition to use without the blessing of Igmun. He knew that he had become a strategic asset, but he couldn't even properly fight back against the Archduke. Taehyun is well aware that to fight the Archduke and to uncover truths about king and predation, he needed to become stronger. On a rainy night, Taehyun visited a secluded warehouse. He stopped in front of here and asked himself if this was really the place. It is named Bang Chae Su Brewery. It was closed, but Taehyun easily managed to open it. He was welcomed with a complaining tone, asking if youngsters nowadays do not read. The man emphasized that they are closed. This old man told Taehyun to get out. Taehyun replied that he didn't come there for business in the brewery. He was there to ask the old man about combining skills. The old man flinched upon hearing that. The man turned and asked how he knew about it. When he saw Taehyun, he asked who he was. Taehyun introduced himself as a national-level player, and the person who will save the old man. Bang Chae-su is the owner of a brewery on the outskirts of Seoul, and the one who is counting his days. He's also the one who has a one-of-a-kind S-rank skill called Fragments of the World. However, Bang Chae-su wanted to work on his brewery, not on using his skill. A man complained to him about how long he's going to live like that when he has such a powerful skill. The man advised him to strive better. Maybe it was because Chae-su lived his life as an E-rank awakened, but he thought differently. Chaesu couldn't ignore his only child and had tried to merge the skills in the villains that his son had brought. However, things didn't go just how they wanted it to go. A man screamed from the excruciating pain. Back to the present time, basically, they couldn't figure out why the people that were brought in kept dying or crippled due to the backflow of mana. And then Chaesu's son ran away, afraid of retaliation, so Chaesu vowed never to use his skill again out of regret. Chaesu wondered as to how Taehyun knew all of that, and he asked Taehyun if, despite knowing all that, he still wants Chaesu to do it to him. He called Taehyun insane and chased him out. It didn't matter to him if Taehyun was S rank or a national-level player. To him, he already destroyed enough lives with his hands. Taehyun cut him mid-sentence by saying that he doesn't have to worry. He made Chaesu feel his mana, and in full confidence, he stated that there's no way he'd ever break because of Chaesu's skill. Several minutes later, Chaesu asked him if what he said was true. Taehyun replied, "It is." He told Chaesu that the backflow of mana wasn't his fault. While Chaesu was messing with his skills, Taehyun explained that the backflow of mana happens because his skill was too strong for those villains, and because the skill they gained from Chaesu's combination was just too highly ranked for their feeble bodies. He assured Chaesu that his stats won't be a problem, and even if they were, it won't cripple him. Chaesu couldn't believe it was possible. He thought of his hands as a curse for ruining so many lives, but it's all been solved in an instant by that young man. He's curious as to who this person is. To Chaesu, it felt like Taehyun came from the future. Taehyun playfully informed Chaesu that he didn't inform anyone that he would be coming there, so even if he dies, nobody would suspect Chaesu. That made Chaesu flustered. Before Taehyun regressed, they only realized that Chaesu wasn't at fault after 10 years of investigation. But it was too late. In his guilt and losing his son, he died after years of alcohol abuse. If Taehyun hadn't come there to Chaesu's conscience, Chaesu would have died again thinking he was at fault. He was relieved that he wasn't late. System Window appeared asking if he wants to combine Stone Skin and Stealth, and Night King's Spirit and Paralysis, and there's also a combination of the Monarch's Heart and Soundless World. Chaesu was surprised at the 3 skill combinations. So many skills in a single person. It made him worried about the welfare of Taehyun. But just as Taehyun thought, Chaesu couldn't detect skills that have an unclear origin, like predation. Taehyun replied that he's fine and urged Chaesu to continue. Chaesu proceeded. The system window informed them that skill combination is in progress. They continued to do that. Bright blue aura started to come out of Chaesu's hands as he tried to continue fusing skills. Meanwhile, in the Players Association headquarters in the USA, there had been a meeting. Kevin Lee, U.S. Players Association head, and an S-ranked player greeted everyone. George Gale, the 10th-ranked player in the U.S., a national-ranked player, asked what the concern is. He guessed if it's a war. Dylan Gray, 3rd-ranked player in the U.S. and a national-level player, scolded him to be more respectful. Ricky Hollies, 2nd-ranked player in the U.S., and a national-level player, complained why they always have to fight. She urged Cody to say something, because he's supposed to be their leader. Cody replied that they're not children, and the ranking is just for formality only. Cody Wood, 1st-ranked player in the U.S. and a national-level player, informed them that he won't force anything on anyone. Kevin decided to start and brought up the topic about the national-ranked players of China from the exhibition matches. Montel Roman, a black guy, 5th-ranked player in the U.S., and a national rank player, enumerated the names of the China team. Nick Rowan, 6th-ranked player in the U.S., and a national rank player, shared information that 2 of those members died while fighting 3 warlords, and another while they attempted to assassinate the Singapore Association head. Gregor asked what when they're all dead. Dylan scolded him again. Kevin agreed that it was what the Chinese told them, but according to new information, those 3 were all actually killed by a single person. Among them, Feng had an Archduke of the Abyss after forming a contract with the vampire Lord Igman. Everyone was shocked. Ricky asked Cody if he knew that. Cody asked who took those guys down. Kevin revealed that it was Taehyun from New South Korea. And currently, the one they were talking about was having another power-up and added some thick-ass plot armor. Kevin clarified that even if Taehyun took down Fung, he probably might not be as strong as them. But the US desperately needs information on him. The combination of skills was done, and Taehyun was delighted to learn that his rank now is AA. His aura also has gone more potent than the last time. A few days later, at the airport in New South Korea, Gregor complained that he had to come all the way to New South Korea just because of Taehyun. Another man was with him. Gregor was pissed and had planned to teach Taehyun a lesson, but his companion told him to relax, since fighting Taehyun wasn't their reason for coming there. Well, at least, not yet. This person is Marcus Gore, 8th-ranked player in the US, and a national-ranked player, too. The elevator went up to the 24th floor. When it opened, Taehyun stepped out. He's thinking about how the combination skills went well. Now he wants to test them as fast as he can. The system window showed that this shadow skin is ranked AA. It hides his body as well as enhances his physical abilities. It requires 15 mana. He also has the World of the Monarch, AA, which creates a special field made of mana. It requires 20 mana. There's also Aura of the Monarch, AA, which expels powerful aura empowered by mana. This also requires 20 mana. Taehyun knew it would cause a lot of trouble if he used it there. He contemplated going to the abyss. Then he heard someone speak to him. 2 men were waiting by his door. Marcus Gore, ranked 8th in the USA and a valuable player of the nation, expressed that he had waited for quite some time. Gregor Gale, ranked 10, a national force-level player, couldn't believe that the kid was the one who defeated Liu Feng. Taehyun didn't expect to see the American national force-level players. They sat down. Taehyun asked what brought them there. Marcus commented how impatient Taehyun is. He replied that he's just there to talk. But before that, Marcus emits green mist on his hand and taps the table twice. He told Taehyun to excuse him for a moment. Taehyun recognized that he used Ziggurat. Because of that capability, Marcus found out Taehyun's details, like his rank and stats. Marcus's skill not only measures the target's information, like stats and skills, but can also check things like their current mood or mental status. Marcus had never seen a rank AA before, and he noticed how Taehyun's stats are somewhat weak to have defeated Liu Feng. He decided to investigate the skill. Suddenly, a red streak of aura started appearing inside his skill. His attempt only led him to see several system windows informing him that he's unable to identify the target's skills. He was stunned. Taehyun told him to end the spying there. Taehyun emits an intimidating aura while telling him that he already gathered enough info to judge Taehyun's abilities. Taehyun deflected his ziggurat. That never happened to Marcus before. Marcus explained that it was just a habit of his. But deep inside, Marcus was suspicious of Taehyun, the first national force-level player in New South Korea. Now Marcus understood why Kevin Lee was paying so much attention to Taehyun. Taehyun asked them why they had come for him. Marcus expressed that they wanted to request the sharing of the right to attempt the Chinese uncleared dungeon Taehyun had received from the exhibition games. Taehyun uttered, "The right to attempt?" to probe them about it. But Marcus replied that they can't give much information, but their association head has been wanting to explore that region recently. And since Taehyun had defeated Feng, it's quite obvious that Lung will do anything to disrupt Taehyun's attempt. Marcus pointed out how it would benefit both of them. Marcus emphasized that if Taehyun shares the right with them, not only will they prevent Lung's tricks, but they will also help him clear the dungeon. Marcus is trying to form a connection with Taehyun. Neither of them loses anything. If Taehyun accepts, the American Player Association will gain a new force that they can rely on. And even if Taehyun refuses, Marcus assumes that Taehyun would understand that they won't oppose him. Taehyun opened his mouth to speak. He refused Marcus. He made sure to convey that while he appreciates the offer, he doesn't need any help. Marcus replied that it was unfortunate, but it was enough for him. Gregor butts in the conversation saying, "Don't fuck with us." Marcus didn't expect that. Gregor grabbed Taehyun by the collar and complained how they came all the way from the United States just to hear a stupid answer. Marcus ordered Gregor to let go of Taehyun. Gregor stated that they don't need words to convince a brat like Taehyun, and that they should just force him. Taehyun was calm, but in his mind, he's wondering what the hell is wrong with the guy. Taehyun sensed earlier that Marcus seemed like he wanted to stay on good terms with him. so it doesn't make sense that Gregor is acting up. Then Taehyun noticed the look in Gregor's eyes. He had seen that stare countless times when he wasn't a player. He understood that Gregor isn't picking a fight because he has a good reason for it. He just simply doesn't want to accept that they are on the same level. It's been a while since Taehyun felt that way, although the situation is quite different now. Taehyun replied all right. Gregor asked what he meant. Taehyun told him that he wants him to take the offer so badly. Taehyun suggested talking things out with force. He took it as a chance to test his skills. Few hours later, we saw the crowd watching in the undivided guild stadium, cheering loudly. Secretary Kim was astonished that the match will be held in their stadium. Kang-yuk reasoned that it's good press for their guild, so it's okay. Secretary Kim tries to hold his anger, but she expressed her annoyance and concern that their whole building would be destroyed. Kang-yuk was confused. She asked him how the hell would their stadium withstand a fight between national force-level players. Gregor was amused to have the fight in a stadium. He expressed how he liked Taehyun's idea. As if to mock Gregor, Taehyun told him how he hoped Gregor would get the result that he wanted. Gregor smirked and told him not to worry. He turned into a beast while saying how he's fond of slaughter shows. Slaughter is a bit too much. Gregor attacked Taehyun, which caused the floor to crumble. Secretary Kim panicked upon seeing the state of the stadium. Kang-yuk was surprised and confused if it's a werewolf or what. Marcus explained that it's the heart of the wolf. They didn't expect to see Marcus. Marcus explained that when the heart of the wolf is trained to its limits, the skill transforms the user into a werewolf and significantly raises their physical abilities. Marcus thought how it's unfortunate they weren't able to build a good relationship with strong players, but it's fine, too. Since he'll get to see the skills that took down Feng, the werewolf chased after Taehyun. Gregor thought of Taehyun as an idiot. Marcus informed Gregor that he couldn't check Taehyun's skills, but Gregor is aware how Taehyun's stats don't compare to Gregor besides the mana. Kim Taehyun is ranked AA and has a strength of 200, health 200, speed 180, mana 280. While Gregor is ranked SS with 232 strength, 245 health, 228 speed, and 220 mana. On top of that, Gregor activated the Heart of the Wolf, which boosts his stats. Gregor is confident that Taehyun is no match for him. He trapped Taehyun between the ground and his claws. He told Taehyun that it's the end, but Taehyun just smirked. Then he uttered how Gregor's performance is as expected of a rank 10 from the United States. Taehyun expressed that he's confident Gregor won't die from his tests. Gregor was caught off guard. A black mist came out of Taehyun. It became larger and larger. Even Marcus had no idea what it was. The whole stadium is being enveloped in darkness. It was like a black barrier covering the stage. Taehyun got 3 new skills through his skill combination. Among them, the first is the World of the Monarch, a combination of domination of 5 senses and Monarch's heart. The combination of domination of 5 senses and Monarch's heart decreases the stats of the enemies and raises the stats of the user. Gregor asked what the place was. He also looked for Taehyun. Out of the blue, he felt his right jaw being hit. That threw him in the air. Taehyun's second skill is the Shadow Skin, a combination of stone skin and stealth. Taehyun glared at Gregor. His second skill not only offers stone skin's enhancing capabilities, it also allows the use of stealth and then to reappear at will. Gregor cursed at Taehyun. He ordered Taehyun to get the hell out. Gregor was already panting hard from attacking blindly. He tried to intensify his vision. Taehyun had a third skill. He brought out a gigantic sword. This is called the Aura of the Monarch, a combination of Night King's spirit and paralysis. The Night King gripped the gigantic sword. Taehyun wonders out loud that since the skills combined, the effects could combine and be enhanced as well. Gregor was flabbergasted. Taehyun said that the final skills are quite obvious. He ordered Gregor to kneel. Gregor screamed loudly. It was peaceful outside the stadium, but it ended when the stadium exploded. Debris fell. Everyone's jaw dropped. They couldn't believe it. Taehyun let out a breath. He told Gregor it was a good match. Gregor was left unconscious on the ground. Taehyun walked away while telling Gregor that he would see him next time. Taehyun's current stats show he's at rank AA with 200 strength, 200 health, 180 speed, 280 mana, 150 charisma, 30% fatigue, 280 out of 280 remaining mana. His skills are Blood Rampage, which is currently not usable, Predation, which can predate a target by using 50 mana, Shadow Skin, which hides his body, as well as enhances his physical abilities, and it costs 15 mana. He also has the World of Monarch, AA, that creates a special field of mana at 20 mana spent, Aura of the Monarch, AA, which expels a powerful aura empowered by mana at 20 mana spent, Chains of Bondage, AA, that restrains the designated target by using 20 mana, Queen's Man, AA, that summons the Queen of Succubi, Rosaria, by spending 200 mana, and lastly, Complete Hypnosis, AA, which hypnotizes the target at 40 mana spent. Everyone was confused and curious as to what happened. They couldn't see anything because of the barrier. Even Marcus had no idea what happened. What he knew is that a black barrier appeared and the fight ended in an instant. He was concerned as to what happened there. Gregor stood up and asked Taehyun who he thought he was for saying that the fight is over. Gregor shouted that it's not over yet. He exclaimed that he hasn't gone down yet. He's angry and he intends to kill Taehyun. There was a flash of movement. Suddenly, Ayong, Kang-hyuk, and Sung-jin block Gregor's path. And those three are in full fight mode. Ayong pointed out how Gregor talked about killing when the bet wasn't supposed to be so violent. Kang-hyuk encouraged Gregor to accept the outcome. Sung-jin pointed out how any more fighting goes past just a friendly wager. He told him to back off. Taehyun was surprised to see them. He asked since when they were there. Jinhui appeared and answered Taehyun's question that they have been watching since the start. Jinhui uttered that he was planning to stay put, but things seemed to be getting out of hand. Taehyun watched him with slight nervousness. Jinhui told Taehyun to leave the rest to them. Gregor had turned into a werewolf again. Gregor was furious that those pests were trying to stop him. He called them insolent insects and decided to kill them as well. Marcus appeared and ordered Gregor to shut up. He told Gregor that if he escalated it further, Cody would sanction him. Marcus knows that Gregor is aware of what Cody is like when he moves for real. Gregor stutters saying Cody's name. Gregor grits his teeth while he contemplates. Eventually, he turned back into human form, screamed, "Fuck!" loudly, and walked away. Marcus apologized to Taehyun and asked that their mistake be excused, and Marcus shamelessly had a suggestion. He asked if Taehyun is interested in becoming a player for the United States Player Association. Hearing that made Gregor turn around. Gregor certainly didn't expect that from Marcus. The rest were surprised, too. Jinhui was mad, especially when Marcus had the nerves to suggest that in front of him, the chairman. Marcus continued saying how they will match whatever Taehyun needs. He added that the Chinese dungeon can also be easily cleared with a team assembled from their members. Taehyun replied that he'll take the offer as a compliment of his abilities. And since Marcus kept mentioning the Chinese dungeon, Taehyun corrected him saying that his next destination is Japan. Marcus was confused. Taehyun checked his phone and uttered that the Saintess of Japan, Yoshikawa Tsurara, has woken up. A woman in a red-stained area kept running above the water. It was this bitch, Tsurara. She was out of breath. Suddenly, tentacles grabbed her. I think I have seen this somewhere. She was caught off guard. She was restrained and she wanted it to stop. She begged for it to stop, but someone reminded her that she was the one who started it. She fell in front of a staircase while a man that looked like Taehyun sat on the throne, and behind the throne is a gigantic monster with sharp teeth. The man pointed out how she had the audacity to ask him to stop. He expressed how it was so revolting. Tsurara kept screaming. She was terrified. Then she woke up making a huge fuss. Her body jerks on the bed while she screams loudly. The men guarding her were concerned. Tsurara had the same nightmare again. This nightmare began after she entered a coma from peering into Taehyun's mind. Whenever she breaks through the numerous tentacles, she's always greeted by a mysterious figure taking the shape of Taehyun. And after that, she wakes up from her death. She's starting to think about how long she should endure the pain. She wondered if it would be until she died. She got up from the bed, but the men told him that she shouldn't. She looked for Ghostblade since he's not by her side. Tsurara is trembling with fear. Her complexion doesn't look great. She took a step outside the room, while screaming for Ghostblade, but to her surprise, Ghostblade is fighting against Taehyun. Taehyun reiterated that he's not there to fight, but Ghostblade kept attacking. He knew Taehyun had come for Tsurara, and he vowed to make Taehyun pay for the shame that Tsurara encountered. Ghostblade kept going. He used his Soulbringer skill, and ghosts came out and attacked with him. In this skill, the blade is infused with that white mana that can even cut souls. Taehyun uttered how all these idiots don't listen. Unless they got beaten up, our boy casually defended himself just by blocking the sword with his hand. Ghostblade was taken aback. Taehyun gripped his sword and kicked him in the face. He crashed on the wall. Tsurara was concerned. Ghostblade looked like he lost consciousness. Taehyun approached Tsurara while telling her that he's in there for 2 reasons. The first is to ask what she saw in his mind. Tsurara trembled at the sight of Taehyun. Taehyun's second agenda is to prevent the largest dungeon break in history that will happen soon. A tornado had formed on the sea. 2 men stood by the bridge. The man with binoculars couldn't believe that it was an entrance to an uncleared dungeon. To him, it just looked like a storm. The other man replied that from what he had heard, there's a gate directed to the dungeon inside that thing. The storm was probably caused by the mana flowing out of the gate. The man assured the man with binoculars that there's nothing to worry since they haven't identified any signs of a dungeon break. They were positioned there for insurance. The man with binoculars was relieved. These men are Japanese Player Association, Uncleared Dungeon Watch Team. They saw something using the binoculars. He saw something inside the storm, but he doubted his eyes. Someone yelled to Lord Kenthazaneth that preparations are complete. This creature has the upper body of a man, but a lower body of a horse. He reported to their lord that they have gathered troops for decades, and the day had finally come. They have crushed the gate that blocked them. They asked for Lord Kenthazaneth's next orders. A gigantic, half-human, half-horse appeared, but this one is creepy because it has several sharp teeth on its stomach. Lord Kenthazaneth told them enough, then he grabbed the noisy creature. Lord Kenthazaneth told them that they become stronger the more they eat. So he ate the creature that he just grabbed. Then he told the rest that there's only one thing left to do. For his son, Archduke Orgal, to leave the place and devour the humans. Lord Kenthazaneth has announced the commencement of the Festival of Blood. Kenthazaneth is the servant of Archduke Orgal, and he is ranked SS. What she saw in his mind was something that looked like Taehyun. She said that it wasn't a monster or a human. It was an unidentifiable being. As Taehyun expected, it was the guy in his dream. He still lacks information, but at least he now knows that it wasn't just a simple dream. Then he noted Tsurara's nightmares. Even though he didn't use predation, he sensed the magic of predation in Tsurara's body. He wondered if that's the cause. He removed the remaining mana so Tsurara won't have nightmares anymore. Tsurara asked him why he's helping her when she attacked him. Taehyun clarified that he's not helping her, it's to stop the dungeon break. Then suddenly they felt the ground shake. Taehyun knew that it's the start. He told Tsurara that it's the dungeon break, and he instructed her to wake up Shinji at once. An important man appeared with his subordinates behind him. He asked Taehyun where he's going after attacking their player. This man is the Japanese Player Association chairman, former National Force-level player Matsuda Kuro. Matsuda Kuro, in his prime, defeated monsters as a National Force-level player, and after retiring, he recruited the talents known as the Holy Maiden and the Ghost Blade. This man is known as one of the greatest Japanese Player Association chairmen of all time. But in reality, he's a man who doesn't care what casualties occur in order to get what he needs. Taehyun asked him if he's aware that a dungeon break just occurred. He clarified that he's there to help. Chairman Matsuda scoffed and replied that he's aware since he had been busy with those calls since earlier. He asked Taehyun why it matters to him. Taehyun glared at him. Chairman Matsuda told him that his right to attempt uncleared dungeons is only active while the dungeon stays active. Once it occurs, it won't be in effect. Moreover, Taehyun caused them quite the trouble at the exhibition games. He stated that if Taehyun handled the dungeon break, it would make him look bad. So, he needed Taehyun to stay put for a while. It's payback for his crime of attacking the Japanese players. Tsurara reasoned that if they want to minimize the damage caused by the dungeon break. Before she could finish her sentence, Kuro yelled at her to stay out of it. Chairman Matsuda reminded Tsurara how he overlooked her activity of controlling people using her skill. He told her that if she takes the brat's side, he will end her and Ghostblade forever. Chairman Matsuda ordered his men to detain Taehyun. Taehyun knew that if he resists with force without even an attempt to comply, it would just put their chairman in a bad spot. He was handcuffed. Taehyun didn't protest, and he simply replied that it's inevitable. He instructed Tsurara to bring Shinji and stop the dungeon break. Tsurara wanted to insist. Chairman Matsuda told Taehyun that he made the right choice. He told Taehyun that if he finds him innocent, he will release him immediately. Taehyun told him not to be cocky. The chairman was amused. Taehyun pointed out that he's the one who refused his help, so if it leads to any problems, it will be Chairman Matsuda's responsibility. Taehyun looked confident. Chairman Matsuda scoffed and told him it was nonsense. The buildings near the sea are being destroyed. Humans face the half-human, half-horse creatures. Someone yelled to keep those monsters at bay at all costs, but they felt that it's impossible. The guy asked how they could stop it when the monsters kept pouring out. On top of that, all of the monsters are either A or S rank. The man felt that it's the end. The other man insists on stopping them because no one else would. Kimura Ren was captured by Kenthazanath. Kenthazanath finds him a pesky little one, so he decides to devour him first. Ren knew it was his end. He was being squished. He knew that others share the same fate. He lost all hope. Unexpectedly, Kenthazanath's fingers were cut off, and Ren was released. Everyone, including Kenthazanath, was surprised. Shinji, aka Ghostblade, had arrived. Suddenly, everyone felt that their body was healing. Tsurara appeared behind them and told them that she's glad they're still alive. They didn't expect to see Tsurara, the Holy Maiden. Ghostblade approached her and asked if her body was all right. She assured him that she's fine. She elaborated that she no longer senses the strange mana within her. And at that moment, she may not be able to use her full power, but she can support Shinji. Shinji has deduced that Taehyun helped her. Kenthazanath appeared before them while expressing how he didn't expect to have food of that quality. He decided to turn them into a meal for his son. He took out a sword from his stomach. Tsurara called Ghostblade to brace himself. Kenthazanath swung his gigantic sword and Ghostblade met it halfway. Ghostblade looked like an ant compared to the enormous sword. Ghostblade was being overpowered. Tsurara informs everyone else that they will take on Kenthazanath, while they should handle the rest of the monsters. The rest of the monsters decided to follow their lord Kenthazanath. Kenthazanath grinned. He forcefully swung his sword, scraping Ghostblade. In Shinji's head, the output was expected of an S-rank monster, Kenthazanath, master of the uncleared dungeon. He knew that if he made a single mistake, he could lose his limbs. He also considered Kenthazanath's regenerative abilities, meaning the wounds that he can leave on him are feeble. Kenthazanath's scratched fingers are healing. It's the reason why Shinji's past attempts at clearing the dungeon went unfinished. Kenthazanath attacked with his sword again. Kenthazanath was dumbfounded. It was unexpected. To see that Ghostblade wasn't on the place where he hit his sword. Ghostblade is on the lower floor of the dilapidated building, and he's concentrating his energy. His body was covered with mana, and he's confident that he can cut through Ghostblade at that moment. 5 years had passed since their last attempt at clearing the dungeon. He trained with every second that he had, so he could cut down Kenthazanath. Ghostblade was notified that he's affected with hyper-regeneration skill, thus his damaged body is recovering. With the Holy Maiden's power on his side, he thinks he is at an advantage. He was notified that he's affected with Holy Order's skill, so all of his physical abilities rise. Tsurara informs him that she won't last long, so he needs to do it right away. Shinji's eyes were determined as it glowed in golden light. He's confident that there's nothing he can't cut through. He unleashed several slashes towards Kenthazanath. Kenthazanath was injured on several parts of his body, which made him yell loudly. Ghostblade kept slashing him, until Kenthazanath's body was sliced in half. Those who watched from the screen at the Japanese Player Association headquarters all cheered for Shinji. Commander Matsuda boasted that he was right. that Ghostblade and Holy Maiden can stop an SS rank dungeon break. He told Taehyun that he never needed his help from the beginning. Taehyun, in his monotonous tone, replied that he's glad they were able to defeat Kenthazanath. But he asked Commander Matsuda why he thinks everything's over. Commander Matsuda was puzzled. Taehyun explained that a few months ago, the dungeon break in New South Korea was upgraded from C rank to A rank. Last month, the dungeon break that occurred in France and Russia changed from S rank to S+ rank, which means to say that their former methods of calculating dungeon break ranks are no longer accurate. Hence, his question of what made Commander Matsuda certain that the dungeon is only SS rank. Ghostblade was dumbfounded at what he saw. A creature came out of Kenthazanath's body. It looked like an alien with its black eyes bulging out. It shed tears as it called its father. This is the master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon Kenthamion. It is at rank SS+. Ren wondered what it was. It was strange, since it appeared out of Kenthazanath's corpse, and then it began to eat it. They had no idea what it was planning to do. But it doesn't matter what it is. A monster is a monster. Shinji planned to attack it, but Sarara told him to wait. He didn't listen, and he unleashed Eliminate. Kenthamion easily grabbed the sword's blade. Both Shinji and Sarara were surprised. The creature spoke. Kenthamion asked if he's the one who killed his father. Shinji noted its appearance, but before he could blink, he was already punched. Sarara got worried, but she got distracted when a half-human, half-horse leapt above her. Kenthamion's foot landed straight at her. The impact of falling on the ground made her cough up blood. Kenthamion told her not to worry, because he would devour them all. At the Japanese Player Association headquarters, everyone was puzzled because of that monster. They thought things were over when Kenthazanath died. They checked if Ghostblade and the Saintess survived. Then they saw that the monster's mana reading is at SS+. They never encountered that rank before. Taehyun expected Kenthamion, the master of the Japanese uncleared dungeon, to appear. Kenthamion is the true master of the uncleared dungeon located in Japan, and an SS+ rank monster. Its initial shape and strength are nowhere near enough to meet the level of SS+, but it grows stronger as it consumes more monsters and humans. Its danger is on a different level from the monsters up until then. If only Chairman Matsuda recognized the severity of the situation and requested help from him, then the damage could be minimized. But that won't likely happen. The staff asked the chairman for his orders because at that rate, they'll definitely die. The chairman felt cornered. He's angry because they had finally slayed the SS rank monsters, but now an SS+ monster appears. He thought of requesting assistance from another hunter association. But he knew that if Ghostblade and the Saintess didn't stand a chance, calling the others wouldn't help. He knew that the monster would destroy everything before the reinforcements arrived. That includes the players, the city, and his political standing. He weighed his options as he gritted his teeth. Then he yelled that they had to run. The staff couldn't fathom his decision since there are players fighting for their lives. He replied that it's too late for those players. He argued that if their national force-level hunters can't do anything, then there's no way to rescue them. He told them that if they want to keep their heads, they should run at once. But before he could say any more bullshits, Taehyun smacked him with his elbows. The chairman was knocked down. Taehyun uttered that he tried his best not to get violent for the sake of the New South Korea Association chairman, but Chairman Matsuda is the same as the one in his previous life. The staff got alarmed since Taehyun removed his cuffs. Everyone stopped when they heard Taehyun say that he's there to stop the dungeon break. He asked them what they will do, if they're going to run like the chairman said, or perhaps arrest him again. He told them to do as they see fit. Either way, Taehyun will save those players. He left them astonished. They glanced and nodded at each other. If Taehyun kills Kenthamion before the others lose, and manage to stop the dungeon break, someone appeared in front of Taehyun. He was confused as to why that person was there. Back to these scenes, the city was in chaos. Shinji and Ren are all defeated. Sarara knew that no matter how much she regenerates her body and enhances it, it will still be futile. She was certain that nobody could defeat that monster. Kenthamion asked her if she's done struggling. It decided to devour her. Sarara was just still as she hung upside down. She thought of Taehyun. If it was him, She's sure that this monster could be defeated. Surara recalled what Taehyun said earlier, that he's there to stop the dungeon break. She realized how Taehyun was willing to help her, his enemy, in order to stop the dungeon break. When Surara first became a player, she wanted to help others with her powers. Her smiling face eventually turned into a grim one. It made her wonder when she began walking down the wrong path. She wondered if it's too late to go back now. She dangles on the top of Kenthamian's wide mouth. She slowly fell. But a lightning-speed movement happened. Taehyun was able to catch her before she got eaten. Kenthamian was taken aback. Surara was surprised to see Taehyun. Taehyun told her that he didn't expect much, and he told her that she stood her ground well. Surara looked exhausted. Several men called out to her. Taehyun puts her down. The staff from the headquarters reported to Surara that they came to help. They carried Ren and Shinji. Then they apologized to Taehyun. They clarified that they couldn't assist them in combat, so they will focus on rescuing injured players. Taehyun replied that it's more than enough. Taehyun announced that he's going to take care of it, and he's talking about the rank SS plus monster, Kenthamian. Surara was worried. She yelled that he can't do it alone. Surprisingly, Taehyun called Ahyung. Kenthamion charges towards Taehyun. Suddenly, ice appeared. The ice barricaded the area. They were all bewildered. It was a wall of ice, and Taehyun and Kenthamion were inside of it. Ahyung appeared on top of the ice wall and asked him if he's sure about it. She expressed that it isn't the reason why she came there. Chairman Jinwi informed her that Taehyun was arrested by the Japanese Player Association, and they assumed that the Japanese Player Association is trying to stop Taehyun's interference in the dungeon break. But Taehyun is a key member of South Korea, so they cannot allow him to stay in that place. Chairman Jinhui ordered Ahyung to bring him back at all costs. Taehyun confirmed if she's not there to help with the dungeon break. She yelled, "Of course not!" Then she explained how the Japanese Player Association refused their assistance. Taehyun suggested she helps while she's there. The chairman's kindness of getting him out at all costs touched his heart. He viewed the chairman as a good person. Kenthamion expressed that he doesn't understand. He asked why Taehyun trapped himself in there and refused to run. He asked if Taehyun isn't aware that he'll just be preyed on. Taehyun responded that it's him who's not aware. Kenthamion asked what. Taehyun stated that it's Kenthamion that's going to be devoured. The rescuers were in a hurry. One of them called the Saintess to come over to him since it's dangerous where she's standing. She didn't budge and she looked worried. She's worried for Taehyun, who is inside the black sphere. Taehyun attacked Kenthamion. He was able to scratch him. The wound lets out steam. Taehyun noticed how it recovers from most wounds so fast. Plus, he doesn't know if Kenthamion sensed his stealth, but the longer they fight, the more precise Kenthamion's attacks are becoming. Kenthamion attacked him, but Kenthamion was caught off guard. Before him is Taehyun with two statues on the side, and behind Taehyun is a gigantic figure, and Taehyun commanded Kenthamion to kneel. Kenthamion tried to deflect the attack. Kenthamion expressed that his prey isn't so bad, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Taehyun said that the real one is in a different area. When he sees Taehyun, Taehyun is at the top of a gigantic creature which has a mouth opened as if it planned to eat Kenthamion. Taehyun challenged him to try stopping that attack. Kenthamion was confused. He got hit on his arms, eventually his whole body. He screamed from the pain. Taehyun knew that the longer the fight, the more disadvantageous for him. So even if it means using all his mana on predation, he needs to finish it off there. He's determined to end it at once. To his surprise, he was told that it wasn't his own power. Taehyun was brought to the place where a tall staircase leads to a throne to where a man is seated. He was confused. He wondered if it's the inside of his mind. He thought that it could be another dream, but something tells him it's real. He asked the person on the throne who he was. Then he inquired what this person wanted and why he showed himself to him. The man replied that what he wanted was for Taehyun to reach him. In order to do so, Taehyun must not be trash drunk on his power, but still, someone who can make it through challenges on their own. The man told him that it's a test for him. Taehyun was agitated. He asked the man again who he was. Taehyun was stunned. The system informed him that an inexplicable power had been activated. Predation has been canceled and is now unusable. He was also informed that Monarch's spirit has been canceled and is unusable. The same with Monarch's realm, Shadow Skin, Chains of Binding, Queen's Man, and Complete Hypnosis. Basically, Taehyun had no available skills. Taehyun was still in that place. But in an instant, he faced off Kenthamion again. Kenthamion made a loud noise. Then he attacked Taehyun, who had no chance to dodge. Taehyun's leg and arm flew. Ah Young saw it. She was taken aback. Even Taehyun is asking himself what just happened. He's confused since the man just appeared out of nowhere and ate all his skills. He had always known that it wasn't his own power. He knew from the start, because he wasn't even an awakened in his past life. He was merely chosen. But to take it all back in a single day, Taehyun saw it as cruel. Kenthamion was angry that a mere prey dared to hurt him. He screamed that he'll kill Taehyun. Taehyun asked himself why did he even try if that was going to happen. He questioned his motivations while Kenthamion was about to crush him with a punch. Young came running. She shielded Taehyun with her ice, and it shattered when the punch landed. Taehyun was surprised. She told him that he will buy him time, so he needs to get to the Saintess and recover. Taehyun was dumbfounded. He told her that there's no way she'll stand a chance, so she needs to run. Young replied that it's exactly why she's doing that, because she believes that the only one who can defeat the monster is Taehyun. She reminded him that he's there to stop the dungeon break. She pointed out that if he dies there, everything is over. Taehyun was stunned. He knew she's right, and realized that it's not the time to worry about what that mysterious person's goal is, or why he took his skills away. Taehyun accepted that no matter how cheated he feels, the situation won't change. So if he can't defeat Kenthamion, everyone in the area will die. He knew he needed to find a way. He asked himself how when his body is like that and he has no skills, there's no way he can take on Kenthamion. Then he thought of something. He still has one skill left, one that he could never use from the start. It's the blood rampage, where the requirement is consumption of powerful blood. He pondered where he could get powerful blood. He looked back and saw the corpse of Kenthamion's father. It was laying there. Meanwhile, Young bled from the several injuries that she received. Kenthamion is pissed off that trash like her is getting in his way. But it doesn't matter since it's not a bad idea to eat her first, so he could recover. Kenthamion was about to grab her, but he stopped when he felt a powerful presence behind him. He turned back. He saw Taehyun back on his feet with a whirlwind of blood around him. The system confirmed the consumption of powerful blood. With that, an immense power has awakened. Taehyun's damaged body parts regenerated. All of his stats are increased to 250. Kenthamion couldn't believe it. He sensed the mana of an archduke. He asked Taehyun what exactly he is. Taehyun was notified that all conditions have been met. Skill Blood Rampage has activated. Meanwhile, Taehyun's doppelganger was shown just sitting on his throne. He expressed how he had considered whether he should let Taehyun use one or two skills. But he saw that he had worried needlessly. He didn't expect Taehyun to awaken Igmun's powers going so far as to consume a monster. He affirmed that it's how Taehyun should grow, desperately and miserably. And now it's time for Taehyun to realize the idle nature of his ways and grasp the different nature of the power compared to how he has been using until recently. That's the path. Taehyun continued his fight with Kenthamion. The path to reach that person. Kenthamion crashed and shattered the ground. He lost an arm. He asked what exactly happened. He thought Taehyun was barely standing just moments ago, but it's confusing that a human is using an archduke's power. But Kenthamion told himself that it's fine since Taehyun is going to die either way. He doesn't know how Taehyun gained his powers, but it's okay, since they are in the Archduke Orgel's realm. He grabbed two men and uttered that if those aren't enough, he'll just consume more bodies and mana, so that he can completely shred Taehyun into pieces. Taehyun glanced at Young, who was unconscious on the ground. He watched her face. He felt relieved that she's still breathing. Now, Taehyun wields Archduke Igmun's power. Blood Rampage. Now his blood is boiling while his heart feels like it's about to burst. His body is screaming in pain from taking the monster-like form. He knew he couldn't be in that state for too long. But Taehyun wondered how his body feels so light. Kenthamian attacked him while telling him that it would be the end. Taehyun ran towards him. He prepared his claw-like arms and sliced up Kenthamian. The cut was from the shoulder to the torso. Kenthamian bled, but he still had the strength to go after Taehyun. Taehyun swiftly evaded his attacks, even if it's from the top, sidewards, or from behind. It puzzled Kenthamian on why his attacks weren't landing. He asked why he's being pushed back. His power isn't different from before. He actually had become even more powerful after consuming the bodies, so he had no idea why. But before he could find the answer for his question, Taehyun had already stabbed him. Kenthamian coughed up blood. Power and increased stats weren't the only thing that Taehyun gained using Blood Rampage. The thing that matters the most were his crimson eyes. They turned red just like when he used predation, but something was different. Unlike before, he could see the flow of mana, on where Kenthamian's concentrating his powers, or what move he'll do next. Taehyun could even see his mana stone, the heart of all monsters. Kenthamian asked him what exactly he was. Taehyun repeated that question, and told Kenthamian that he'll find out the answer in hell. Kenthamian screamed loudly as light left his eyes. Kenthamian's upper body was shattered. Taehyun was thrown backwards. He admitted that he also needs to figure out who he is. Since Taehyun was successful in defeating Kenthamian, the dungeon break situation in Japan had come to an end. The Japanese Player Association did its best to help the survivors and to clean up the mess, while director Matsuda, who refused outside help for his own gain, was arrested. Ah-Young didn't receive any permanent injuries, only light wounds, which left her wondering if she should be punished. Jinwee expressed that he's glad she's okay. Ah-Young was delighted and promised him that she'll give her best. As for the Saintess and Ghostblade, they apologized. They both admitted to their crimes as well as the misuse of their abilities, having forgotten their duties as players. Saintess announced that she used her skill, holy orders, to brainwash and control people for her own gain. She was prepared to take whatever punishment the people deemed sufficient. And once the appropriate punishment had been served, she planned to restart again from the bottom as a proper player. Meanwhile, at the American Player Association, Kevin was amazed. He knew Taehyun was a talented player, but to kill an SS plus rank monster alone, Kevin thought only Cody was the only one who's capable of it. Marcus replied that Taehyun is more powerful than before, including the friendly match when he fought with Gregor. Besides that, the red aura is sure to be the Archduke's powers. Deep inside, Kevin thought it was such a shame that they can't bring someone as talented as Taehyun over to the United States, but it can't be helped. He knew that people like that can't be swayed by power or money. What moves them is ideals and their beliefs. All Kevin can hope for is that their beliefs won't ever clash. Marcus asked Kevin if the association had made a decision. Kevin replied yes and shared that they need to start making their own moves, that kid aside. Either way, Kevin believes that all they do is for the progress of mankind. He looked at a large glass container encapsulating a large humanoid creature with angel wings. Nothing is known of it. Meanwhile, Taehyun is chugging down on a potion. Once done, he tried his skills again, but he was informed that he's unable to use predation. His monster-like body returned to normal once Blood Rampage had ended, but the skills that were sealed away did not. What he could use was Blood Rampage, the Archduke's powers, and the new skill he received from Blood Rampage, Monster's Eyes. Monster Eyes activates Crimson Eyes and requires 10 mana. Taehyun needed Sangik's help in creating potions. Sangik said that Taehyun failed again. He thought that Taehyun would succeed. CO Sangik is an S-rank player and a head alchemist. Sangik's primary skill is potion creation. He creates potions using different mana stones and additives to create what regular alchemy can't. The effects range from simple stat buffs to monster lures, debuff cleansers, and even cures to previously incurable diseases. Sangik felt bad that it didn't work out, so he apologized. Taehyun told him it's fine, and expressed that the problem is that the curse he's afflicted with is just on another level. There's only one way if Sangik's potions don't work. Taehyun thought of his doppelganger, and how that person won't lift the curse. Sangik asked Taehyun what he planned to do. Taehyun replied that he had to find answers abroad. Sangik realized that Taehyun must have meant the Americans. That's exactly what Taehyun is thinking. He thought of the second-ranked player in the U.S. and the world's greatest curse lifter. He needed to meet with Ricky Hollis, and that lady named Ricky was this sheik who was in the middle of greeting Chairman Leung. She clarified that she's not there as a representative of the American Player Association, but as an investigator of the World's Players Association, and to question him. The chairman recognized her. Ricky continued to say that one of her agenda is the various assassination charges, as well as unauthorized experiments occurring in China near unconquered dungeons. She asked that he complies with the investigation. Chairman asked what would happen if he refuses. When he refuses... Earlier, Marcus talked about 2 unexplored dungeons. One was the one in Japan, completed by Taehyun, which is called Kenthazena's Storm. The other one was the one that destroyed countless parties, the unconquered dungeon in China, the Gray Pit. Their focus is on the unexplored dungeon in China. They have detected unidentified laboratories and mana in the area. They consider the possibility that it is organized by Zhang to conduct some kind of experimentation. Marcus informed Ricky how they can't just let that happen, so they need to figure out what's going on. That's when Marcus asked for Ricky's help. She thought about it deeply. Back at the present moment, to answer Chairman Zhang's question, Ricky released her powers. It's to demonstrate that she will use force if he refuses to cooperate. Despite knowing that Ricky is powerful, when Zhang witnessed her power, he realized that she had such mana to overpower him. It was interesting. It's perfect for their plans. Chairman Zhang laughed and told her that he's just joking. He uttered that he won't stand against the World Player Association. With that, he expressed that he will cooperate with the investigation, but he told her that it's better to decide after seeing it for herself. To her surprise, he invited her to the lab. He proposed to save their chat after she saw their experiments first. At the Player Hotel, China. Ricky was drinking wine while thinking about the invitation. She suspects that he's planning something since there's no way he would be that cooperative. Since she doesn't know his true motives, she was cautious. She put that thought aside and uttered that Taehyun is rude. It's because he showed up to her room unannounced. She knew that the U.S. Player Association had their eyes on him, too. She expected to see him soon, but not like that. It made her wonder what she's thinking. Out of the blue, Taehyun told her that she's going to die there. Ricky was taken aback. Ricky is the second most powerful player in the U.S. and a nationally ranked player. She already has worldwide fame, but the most famous of her abilities is a skill of hers known as Canceller, which allows her to nullify even the awakened oath. Currently, Taehyun can't use his abilities besides the monster's eyes and blood rampage. It is the reason why he needed Ricky's skills, but he also knew that Ricky is famous for negotiating with anyone who is not working for her. Before Taehyun's regression, Ricky died in a dungeon in Guangzhou. It was such a famous incident that the whole world wanted to know more, but she's still human, and he knew she would want to live. So he expected to get her attention by uttering that she'll die. Contrary to what he's expecting, she was nonchalant. She reasoned that players are always exposed to danger and can die any time. She told him that before she begins to think about believing him, she knew that her powers come with certain responsibilities. Taehyun was taken aback. He asked her if she doesn't want to save herself like how people usually would. She showed him her powers and asked if someone who can do that seemed like a person to him. With the flick of her hand, she can kill everyone. Not just in the entire area, but in the entire building. Ricky uttered that they are quite similar to monsters in that way. That's why players needed something to tie them down in the world, whether it be ideals, wishes, dreams, or money. She asked Taehyun what it is that holds him down. She inquired what kind of person he is, like if he's a person who can control himself, or if he's some monster consumed by desire. Taehyun admitted that she surprised him. He expressed that players aren't akin to monsters in that regard, but they do tend to lose their humanity from countless battles. He told her that she's inflexible. He released a bit of mana, smirked, and told her that he's a hard-headed person. Ricky was astonished. She assumed that he must have wanted something for him to come all the way there. He told her that he needs her canceller skill. He shared that all his skills are locked away. Ricky commented that he's asking a lot for having just met a stranger. She asked how she'll benefit by helping him. He stated that her greatest interest at the moment is helping victims who might not even exist in Guangzhou. He asked her if his assistance in helping those victims was enough. She scoffed while asking him if he really thinks he'll be of any help. Taehyun looked confident as he replied, "We'll find out." He added that it's never wrong to have insurance. At Jang Lung's secret laboratory entrance, Ricky was welcomed by a few scientists. Then they asked who the person was with her. Ricky glanced at her side and replied that it was her bodyguard. Taehyun really looked like the part with his hair combed back, sunglasses, and suit. They stood at the elevator. Taehyun knew that since Ricky is the only one invited to the secret lab, there's no way they'd allow another high-ranking player to enter with her. Besides, Taehyun is pretty famous for having cleared the Japanese dungeon. It's the reason why he disguised himself as a bodyguard. Someone approaches them and expresses that it's odd that someone as strong as Ricky has a bodyguard. Jang couldn't help but find it strange. Ricky replied that she can never be too careful. She assumed he'd allow it. Taehyun watched Jang, the man who paid for the assassinations in the Asian Games, and the man at the center of all tragedies in the future. The scientist informed them that they have to take the awakened oath before they enter. Ricky sounded offended. She released her power while telling them that it won't do anything to her. Witnessing her power made Taehyun nervous. She just recently talked about how she's human, but the aura she's letting off is crazy. Jang agreed with her and admitted that it's not like they can stop her with it. He apologized for that. Jang announced that he'll officially start. They're going to have a tour, and it's about the project to create S-Rank Awakened. Ricky was stunned to see people in tubes. She expected something bad, but it's way beyond her expectation. She rushed to approach it. Jang explained that they are creating S-Rank Awakened artificially through experiments by injecting the mana of monsters into them. He finds that power to go against the flow of the world amazing. Ricky looked displeased. Taehyun reminded her not to use her skill in there, otherwise those people in tubes might get hurt too. Jang looked fascinated. He explained that another awakened is about to be born. He shared that a process is quite a spectacle and told those two that they are lucky. The scientist announced that experiment B102's heart rate is rapidly increasing. Health parameters are increasing quickly too. The same goes for mana. Ricky asked if the experiment really worked. Suddenly, the man on the tube opened his eyes, and he erupted into a red liquid inside the tube. Zhang was nonchalant, as he announced that it's a failure. Ricky looked like she's ready to kill. Taehyun was concerned since she started releasing her power. He tried to calm her down, but Zhang crossed the line. Taehyun knew she had other abilities besides Canceller, but he can't believe that she's powerful enough to shake the entire lab. Fueled by her anger, she threatened Zhang Lung and told him that he must be ready to pay the price. Zhang expressed that humans aren't fair. Everybody knows that with the player system. Once the player rank is decided, so is the special place in the social ladder. He added how nobody wants to remain on the lower rungs. He just helped them fulfill the wishes. Ricky gathers mana on her hand, and she stated that everything ends there. She released a blinding light. Her energy was so condensed. She targeted Jang. Jang just smirked. He took something from his pockets. Ricky and Taehyun immediately recognized it. It's the skill black hole. An orb of golden light floated in the air. Not a lot of players have that in the first place, and it's extremely difficult to cast. They wondered how Jang had acquired it. He asked Ricky if she's getting cocky since she had more mana than him. Jang stated that people should learn to utilize skills. He admitted that the scroll contained the spell, black hole. And then he told her that he has another present for her. They opened a door where it revealed a pitch-black area inside. Jang told them how he hopes that they like it. Taehyun and Ricky were confused. Then Taehyun started running. He stopped by the door. Then he expressed how he wondered why the lab was underground. He realized that the dungeon, Gray Pit, was right beside it. A portal had appeared. Taehyun understood the reason why the lab is underground. It is probably to utilize the mana emanating from the dungeon. And most of the mana Taehyun knew was probably his. Zhang expressed that it was a shame. He thought Ricky understands his motives. Then he told Taehyun that he still has a score to settle with him. Taehyun was surprised that Zhang realized who he was. Zhang threatened Taehyun that he's done for. Zhang ordered the gate to be sealed. His men were confused since there are still researchers and subjects down there. Zhang simply replied, "What about them?" He reasoned that they have enough of both, and if they can take out those two that way, he thinks it will be a worthwhile exchange. Taehyun stated that they fell into a trap. Ricky agreed. She admitted that Zhang blocked her skills, too. They were in a bad situation, and Ricky had never experienced that before. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. A monster had stepped inside. It was a large one. Taehyun and Ricky were on high alert. It's an orc. The researchers trembled at the sight of it. They wondered if it came from the gate. They knew they couldn't take down a regular orc. The orc's body glowed in green. The researcher was caught off guard, because what was before them is a parasite-infected orc. One of the researchers got infected. Once the parasite enters the human, that person is left solely with the intent to attack, as it infects others around it and continues to spread the parasite to new hosts. One of the researchers warned them to be careful. If that aura touches them, they will be infected too. The orc targeted Ricky. Taehyun saw it too. A loud explosion happened. Eventually, the debris and dust settled, and it revealed Taehyun carrying Ricky in his arms. Ricky was stunned. Taehyun landed in the distance, but this time, his appearance had already changed. She asked him how he was able to use his skill. At this point, Taehyun's eyes had turned red. The researchers became infected, and now they look like zombies. Taehyun knew that he can't let any more people get infected. He planned to stop the parasite from leaving the lab at all costs. It is to prevent that thing from spreading any further. He was determined to get rid of the thing that controls all parasites. Our MC went past the zombified researchers and went straight towards the orc. He can see it. The parasite was living in the orc's brain. He punched the orc. He was surprised that it dodged. The orc went after the two researchers. One of the researchers begged to be saved. Taehyun knew it was bad, especially when he's trying to lessen the infection. He tackled the orc with his whole body, and it crashed on the wall, creating a dent. He expected that it would have done some damage. The orc remained there, and to Taehyun's surprise, it tried to cover him with the aura. It was trying to bait him. A loud explosion happened. Ricky covered her mouth and nose from inhaling the dust. She was surprised to see Taehyun. He was just sitting there. It made her wonder if he got infected too. She got worried because if someone as strong as him got infected, there's nothing in the lab, or maybe the world, that could stop him. Then we see Taehyun smirking. When the orc crouched to get him, he grabbed the orc's head and uttered, "Gotcha!" He pierced through the skull and ripped the parasite off. The orc bled. Ricky was shocked. Taehyun walked back to her with a dramatic walk of victory. Then Taehyun asked Ricky if she's ready, because now they will go catch Jang. Jang Lung and his lackeys watched from the elevator. One of the lackeys approached the chairman and expressed his concern that those people would survive since they are nationally ranked players. Jang Lung had a stern expression on his face as he glided his finger on his long beard. The man got nervous. Jang Lung simply told his subordinate that he worries too much. He added that the laboratory is made of a special material, an amalgamation of high-tech materials meant to contain monsters that may escape. It's strong enough to withstand most attacks. And at the end of the elevator is a thick door of the same material. So if they shut it as they leave, no one can get out. He expected both Ricky and Taehyun to both die there while fighting hordes of dungeon monsters. To their surprise, the ground shook. They wondered what it was. Someone jumped to catch up on the height of the elevator, and it made a mess on its path. It was Taehyun. Zhang asked how Taehyun got through the wall. Taehyun reminded him how they still have a score to settle. He glared at Zhang. Deep inside, Zhang was enraged because Taehyun kept getting on his way until the very end. Taehyun adjusts his coat. Taehyun knew that Zhang had never been seen in action, so he thought that there's a good chance that Zhang can't do anything on his own. Zhang told Taehyun that a punch isn't enough. Zhang met Taehyun's fist with his fist. Taehyun was surprised that Zhang blocked his blood rampage with a single hand. Zhang counterattacked with a punch. Taehyun protected himself using his arms. Taehyun was pushed back. He wondered where the monstrous strength came from, but now he can see it with his monster eyes. Zhang apparently has inserted monster powers into his own body. That bastard is almost a half monster already. Taehyun expected that there might be something, but he didn't expect that Zhang is crazy enough to experiment on himself. Zhang uttered that he didn't want to do it himself, but insects like Taehyun bothers him to no end. He charged at Taehyun. He karate chopped him while saying that he should go back to his mom. Zhang aimed for Taehyun's head, but instead of dodging, Taehyun stated that someone should be there any moment now. Suddenly, a chain of light wrapped around Zhang's hand, and it tied him to the ground. He couldn't move his body, and he noticed that those things wrapped around him were sapping his power. Taehyun expected that person. It was Ricky. Ricky apologized for being late since she can't jump like him. She had to take care of a few things on the way up there. She told Taehyun that he's impressive because he was still able to use his abilities in the black hole and was powerful enough to break that wall. And she analyzed that since Taehyun is asking her to use Canceller on him, she assumed he has other skills too. She got curious as to how he'll surprise her later. Taehyun replied, "This is nothing." Meanwhile, Zhang was furious. He refused to go down like that. Seeing that Zhang broke free, Taehyun commented that Zhang still has strength left. Ricky agreed. Taehyun compared Zhang to a cockroach. The old man then charged at them. Ricky scolded him, saying not to run at her like an idiot. Then she called him an uncultured bastard. In an instant, she cut off his arm. Taehyun then jumped and excused himself as he leapt forward and slashed Zhang with his hand. Zhang bled. His other hand was cut off too. Ricky couldn't believe her eyes. To her, Zhang is one thing, but she knew Taehyun wasn't a regular player either. But just as they thought that they already have the upper hand, Zhang charges again. He grew out his arm and punched Ricky. Ricky crashed on the wall. Taehyun got concerned, and since he got distracted, Zhang attacked Taehyun. Taehyun blocked the attack using his arms. He grits his teeth. He saw Zhang use body regeneration. Zhang told him that Taehyun's attacks are meaningless because his body can endlessly regenerate. Taehyun took the attack head-on, and now his arm is shaking. He doubted if he could counter. Zhang expressed that he likes Taehyun's power, and with that, it would be a waste to kill him. Zhang invited Taehyun to work for him. After all, Taehyun is contracted with an archduke. Taehyun wondered how that bastard knew about the archduke. The old man told them that being a national rank player is meaningless because contractors of archdukes like them, other humans are worthless insects. So, he encouraged Taehyun to take his hand. Taehyun glared at him and replied, "Cut the bullshit." Ricky tries to move as she watches them. Taehyun expressed that he doesn't trust bastards like Zhang. Meanwhile, Ricky is using her powers with full trust on Taehyun. Taehyun knew those who betray others couldn't be trusted. With Ricky's ability, the spirit of the monarch has been unlocked. Zhang fell on his butt. The power and pressure were so immense. Taehyun brought up how Zhang wanted him to team up with him. Right at this time, predation has been unlocked, and a large dragon-like creature was already about to devour Zhang. Taehyun pointed a finger on Zhang and informed him that they are not the same. Zhang knows he's going to be devoured. He couldn't accept that he's losing to a brat when he succeeded in evolving humans through the power of monsters. But now it was all pointless. Zhang desired for a stronger power. He screamed his desire. Unexpectedly, someone answered and advised him to give his body. And just a few seconds after that, a monster appeared behind Taehyun. Taehyun immediately turned around upon sensing it. Luckily, he was able to evade the attack. The creature spat out a powerful acid that melted the floor. Then this creature shot up on the ceiling. It has a human body with 4 wings and it has a pointy jaw. It flew around while releasing acid. The researchers' bodies melted. Ricky had to cover her body using her arms. She had seen countless monsters, but she knew that the monster in front of her was on another level. And just like a perfect timing, Taehyun hugged her to save her from the attack. Good thing he did because the ground where Ricky was sitting just melted. Taehyun also gained clarity. He learned that the owner of the unexplored Chinese dungeon, the Gray Pit, is that gray venom. It didn't have a nose or mouth and looked like a villain in a Marvel movie. The dungeon expansion of the unexplored Chinese dungeon was breaking news for the entire world. The gray venom used the expansion to possess countless humans as its pawns. Zhang didn't just stop at the monster experimentation. He gave his body over to the gray venom. Taehyun removed his coat and gave it to Ricky while telling her that she should head out. He knew that she didn't have much mana after using the canceller on her. He told her that he'll buy her time while she escapes, so she must go and call other players in there. Ricky was worried about leaving him there alone. Taehyun replied that he'll be fine. He explained that he can't fight it while protecting her. Ricky was in a pinch. She eventually decided to follow what he said. Grey Venom expressed that it's interesting, that a contractor of an Archduke is protecting other humans. A contractor is supposed to follow the wishes of the Archduke. He inquired as to why Taehyun is using his powers for lowly humans. It made him curious, just like how it possessed Zhang's body and saw its memories. Grey Venom will find out the answers when he possesses Taehyun too. But before he could reach Taehyun, his body reacted and released the predation's aura. Grey Venom stepped back. All of a sudden, a dragon-like creature had started to form. Taehyun commented that the bag kept yapping. He decided to take the speed down of this monster. Taehyun was notified that synergetic effects of the skills Monster Eyes and Predation are taking effect. The Monster Eyes skill has been upgraded to High Monster's Eyes. Meanwhile, Ricky kept running. She couldn't help but worry. Taehyun encouraged her to get going while he figures out something there. She knew she wouldn't be much help if she stayed, but she's worried that Taehyun is taking it all alone. All she can do is hope that he survives until help arrives. Taehyun attacked the Grey Venom while it moved at the speed of light. The dragon creature couldn't keep up. Suddenly, it was already behind Taehyun. Taehyun was notified that the unique skill Predation has been enhanced. Taehyun can see everything. He directed the dragon, and it went after Grey Venom. Upon getting closer to Grey Venom, it opened its mouth. As long as the monster's eyes are in effect, the Grey Venom seems like it's in slow motion. And with Predation on top of that, his eyes are capable of seeing all movements, combined with the power of Predation. He knew he could take the Grey Venom down. The Grey Venom released acid from its mouth. Taehyun was furious that it attacked that way again, but he knew better not to fall for the same thing twice. The dragon kept moving forward. The acid melted everything on its path. The dragon caused a mess too. Taehyun was determined to release another attack and decided to end the enemy with it. The whole lab cracked, followed by a loud explosion. Debris and smoke were everywhere. And now the only thing left of the place are rubbles. Taehyun let out a deep breath. His mana is almost gone. He couldn't stop all of the Grey Venom's attacks. He looked around to check where it went and if that attack had successfully finished it. To his surprise, it appeared behind him and expressed that it was entertaining. It was just as it was expected of a contractor of an Archduke. Taehyun couldn't believe it's still alive even after all that. Before it attacked Taehyun, it uttered that it was all Taehyun had amounted to. Taehyun coughed blood. He noticed that the enemy is stronger and faster than before. He couldn't think straight anymore as it choked him. He also noticed how the Grey Venom absorbs mana in the air. The mana is unique to dungeons. That means the whole area has been turned into a dungeon. The Grey Venom told Taehyun that Taehyun can't beat him, and it was determined to possess Taehyun too. Taehyun's body stopped moving. He wondered if it was fear of death, but he knows he's already used to that. After that realization, Predation was casted again, and this time, it managed to get one of Grey Venom's arms. Grey Venom laughed at Taehyun for struggling. It teased Taehyun that he became smaller than before, and it must be because he used up all his mana, as expected of a human. It informed Taehyun that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the regeneration of the body. Taehyun expressed how he thought he was going to die. He then casually sat up while rubbing his neck. Grey Venom was surprised. Taehyun expressed how he didn't expect for things to go that way, but he admitted that he didn't know about his power. The dragon-like creature hovered over Taehyun. Grey Venom remembered that it was what bit him earlier. Grey Venom wondered if Taehyun is using that to channel Grey Venom's mana into Taehyun. Taehyun glared at this monster, and he thanked him for his mana. Simultaneously, Taehyun was advised that he had consumed a large amount of mana. His speed increased by 1, also his stamina and strength. Our boy just received another power-up again. He now can also absorb mana from the air. Grey Venom commented how Taehyun had a lot of cheap tricks, but he informed Taehyun that no matter how much he tries to take what's his, as long as the dungeon exists, Grey Venom is confident because the mana is infinite. But Taehyun wasn't bothered. In fact, he challenged the thought and told Grey Venom that they will find out if it's still infinite in that world. At the same time, our boy just summoned a whole lot bigger dragon creature. Grey Venom paused and checked his surroundings. Meanwhile, Taehyun released his powers. The next thing this insect knew was that the place was covered in red hue with red ankle-deep waters. The man on the throne uttered how Tae-hyun is bringing insects now, and it's driving him insane. Grey Venom realized that the man on the throne isn't Tae-hyun, the one he's battling with. Grey Venom asked who the man was. The man replied that Grey Venom doesn't have the permission to question him, and the man called Grey Venom an insect of Beelzebub. Grey Venom noticed how this man spoke of his master's name casually. He asked if the man is an archduke as well. The man asked how much longer is Grey Venom going to waste his breath with that stinking mouth of his. The man ordered for Grey Venom to leave at once. Grey Venom replied that the man's contractor made a wrong choice. He emphasized who he is, the Grey Venom. And he's confident that there's nothing he cannot corrupt, and not even an archduke's realm is an exception. Grey Venom released his powers, but he was notified that a mysterious force resists the corruption, and it was met with a heavy pressure. Grey Venom couldn't believe it. The man just sat there looking bored. While Grey Venom panicked, the powers bestowed upon him by his lord Beelzebub was nothing. He eventually dissipated. Tae-hyun's doppelganger was pleased that it's now quiet. Meanwhile, a man arrived near the dilapidated laboratory. He was confused about what happened. This person is Mondel Roman, ranked 5th in the USA national level. His mission was to protect Ricky Hollis, the investigator of the World Player Organization and a key asset of the US Player Association. Ricky refused until the end. She told him that she already has a bodyguard. But he's worried since it has been hours since Ricky entered and there has been no movement. Besides, he felt a wave of mana. It made him contemplate if he has to make his move soon. He was shocked when he saw debris flying. Turns out Ricky did that. She made a hole in the wall to escape. Mondel rushed to her side and asked if she's all right. Ricky was surprised to see him. Mondel is even more curious as to what happened since a woman like Ricky had received grave injuries. Ricky shared how there were illegal demonification experiments going on in there. She sadly admitted that she wasn't able to save those people. Mondel looked at her sympathetically. Mondel invited her to go back for now, but Ricky refused since they have someone to save. Mondel asked who it was. Ricky revealed that it's Tae-hyun from New South Korea. Mondel knew him. Suddenly, they felt a strange feeling. They were both alarmed. Then a blinding light appeared, and several monsters came out of it. It was a dungeon break. Immediately, Mondel moved in front of Ricky to protect her. He activated his power and several freaking handguns appeared in the air. This skill is a rank S genocide bullet, and it summoned countless mana weapons. He told Ricky that he doesn't understand why she's with Tae-hyun, but with a dungeon break on the loose, Tae-hyun would have a slim chance of surviving. Dozens of gigantic monsters continuously appeared. Mondel complained how there's no end to it. Had he known that would happen, he would have called for support. Ricky offered to support him, but deep inside, she's thinking of Tae-hyun. She's worried that the enemy ended him. While she's distracted, an enemy appears behind her. Mondel saw it and called her. Because of that, Ricky was made aware of the monster. When the monster was about to grab Ricky, they felt a strange sensation. Mondel was confused. The monsters have stopped moving. Then Tae-hyun appeared and sliced the monster that was about to grab Ricky. Ricky was pleased to see him. Tae-hyun replied that Grey Venom is dead, and with confidence he announced that they can take care of the leftovers. Following the break of the unexplored dungeon, Storm of Kenthazanath, the Grey Pit dungeon break. The one who stopped what could have been a catastrophic event for all of Asia was, ironically, just one player. And you guys knew it. It's Tae-hyun of New South Korea. Now, not just the Asian and US player associations, but the entire world began to focus their attention on Tae-hyun's activities. On the other hand, the World Player Association began to discuss the introduction of a new system as Tae-hyun, and the other players began to defeat more and more SS-rank demons. It's a level that no longer can be described by the rank of S. They're now identified as double S-rank players, on a place where the plants withered and red hue covers the sky. A man was on a stroll. This is the villain who had a gas mask, and he was fascinated that the man he's conversing with had become stronger in that short period of time. The man replied yes, and talked about one of the archdukes. He's pertaining to Beastmaster Orgel, the one who formed a contract with him. The man with a gas mask replied that the power is fit for a ruler. The man greeted Shadow, the man with a gas mask, and he knew that there's a problem outside the abyss since Shadow came to see him. Shadow informed him that a lot had happened while the man was gone. The man looked at Shadow and expressed how he's looking forward to it. New villain that's more powerful than Shadow is introduced, and on top of that, this guy gives a Tae-hyun vibe from him. It has been a few weeks since the unexplored Chinese dungeon, Grey Pit, was cleared. On an isolated island in New South Korea, Ricky, in her swimwear, stretched out. she expressed how great it feels since it has been so long since she was last able to relax. Taehyun felt uncomfortable. He told her that he did invite her there, but not to have fun. Ricky didn't care, since she had been busy for a long time, so she gotta enjoy what she can. Ricky Hollies. She testified to the illegal monster experiments that occurred in the lab as an investigator of the World Player Association. But the main perpetrator, Lung, was missing in action. The dungeon breaks also destroyed most of the evidence in the lab, and so Ricky's statements were not well supported. On top of that, they didn't get to save any of the people experimented on. He assumed that Ricky must be feeling dejected, but it is far better than what had happened in Taehyun's past life. Back then, Ricky had gone missing after having fallen to Lung's trap, and venom would not have been stopped early. An unidentified illness would have taken the world by storm, causing suffering around the world. Taehyun originally looked for Ricky to unseal his spells, so he didn't expect the other gains he would get. He allowed them to relax just for that day, but someone said, "I knew this would happen." It was Ayong. She complained how Taehyun left Ricky all of a sudden, so she wondered what those two were doing. She pointed out that those two are just having their date. Ricky teased her by asking if she's mad. Taehyun tried to correct her. Taehyun told her that they didn't call her there. He inquired as to why she's there. Deep inside it to observe, but she made up an excuse that it's because she owns the facilities there. Taehyun was confused since he already paid for everything. Ayong reasoned that money doesn't solve everything. Ricky watched their interaction. She commented that Taehyun is quite popular. She knew that she couldn't take too much of his time. She suggested to carry on to what he asked of her. Moments later, in another scene, someone explained that according to the alchemist's appraisal, the wall is supposed to withstand an SS rank monster. Ayong told them that since it's far from the city centers, it's the perfect place if someone is up to no good. She added that they didn't have much use of it until then. She asked Taehyun why he wanted to use the place. Taehyun's skills had already been unsealed, but he knew that it wasn't enough. Taehyun had no idea when that look-alike would come to stop him or take over his body. He doesn't want to take any more risks. Before he fights again, he plans to subdue him completely. Taehyun revealed that he might go on a rampage. Ayong asked if it was because of his skills. He replied that it's something like that, but also not quite. He explained that he might completely lose his sense of reason. And since Ayong is already there, they suggested that she join them. And if something goes wrong, Taehyun requests that she stops him. Ayong expressed how Taehyun is difficult to understand. She suspected that Ricky knew something. Ricky thought that it must be the skill that she saw from Taehyun when she used a canceller on him back at the lab. Among them, one felt particularly off. She wondered if it's the Archduke's power. She looked forward to learning something in that situation. Taehyun's back is turned against them, and he told them that they will begin. He expressed that he never actually tried to do it like that before. He watched his reflection on his phone and used complete hypnosis. He dropped his phone and was transported to another world. He uttered that it was the right move. He watched his doppelganger on the throne. His doppelganger commented that he actually knows how to use his head. He didn't expect Taehyun to come there on his own. Taehyun reasoned that it's because he should see the parasite that lives inside his body. Taehyun commented that the guy looked exactly like him and that he could pass to be a doppelganger. He asked what he was. The guy replied, "Why should I answer that?" Taehyun expected that he wouldn't cooperate, but Taehyun had no intention of letting a ticking time bomb like him stay inside him. Taehyun told the guy to get the hell out of his body. The guy asked what would happen if he refused. Taehyun replied that he will have to force him out. "You? Force me out? That seems to be impossible." The doppelganger just copied Taehyun's stance. They were ready to fight. But who do you think will win? Both of them used Devour and summoned two dragon-like beings. Ricky and Ayong were waiting outside, but they even felt the vibrations. Ayong thought it was an earthquake. Ricky knew that that's not it. She knew that whatever it is that Taehyun was doing, it has begun. The floor cracked underneath Taehyun. Suddenly, it shattered on a larger scale. Ricky advised Ayong to brace herself since it won't pass gently. Back inside Taehyun's mind, the throne was empty. The whole red dimension was also shaking, and as expected, it was far greater than the outside. The two continued to fight. Taehyun attacked. and it looked like he's fighting his reflection. He realized that the guy also knew how to use Devour, and using Devour against Devour won't work. As if he read Taehyun's mind, the guy stated that Taehyun can't use the king's power to win, so he planned to use his own skills. Taehyun was surprised, and the doppelganger told him that even those do not only belong to Taehyun. Taehyun was caught off guard. He didn't expect this next move. The doppelganger grinned, and then the doppelganger used the monarch's spirit. The gigantic sword appeared above our MC. Taehyun had no chance to react as the pressure from the skill was just too much. And then the sword hit the ground, and blood was splattered around. Moments later, we see Taehyun running away. It wasn't as he expected. He couldn't believe that guy can use the same skills as him. But his doppelganger said that it should be obvious. Taehyun kept running. His doppelganger pointed out that even Taehyun's weapons were results of the king's power. He asked Taehyun if he thought that he wouldn't be able to handle them. Taehyun replied, "Good for you." He doesn't want to admit it, but his doppelganger was strong. He'd taken down many opponents that he wasn't able to. Taehyun had prepared a lot to fight him, but it's all meaningless. It made him wonder what he should do. His doppelganger saw the gears in his head turning and told him that all of it would be futile. He told Taehyun to give up. Several chains were headed in Taehyun's direction. When it hit, it created an explosion. The doppelganger was confused. Taehyun expected that it wouldn't be easy. He decided that until he tries out everything that he prepared, he won't give up. Seeing him struggle, the doppelganger smiled at him. Meanwhile, Ayong sensed the incredible amount of mana because of the rampage. Incredible is an understatement. The large quantity is comparable to Ricky, the greatest magician in the world. But Taehyun possibly has even more. She told the Ayong that they are going to begin. Things could get bothersome if they let it drag on. She was about to say the plan, but both of them were startled. Because Taehyun is heading towards her. Our boy tried to grab Ayong's weapon. They wondered if he had already woken up. Ayong defended themselves. Then she asked Ricky what she should do. Ricky told her that she needs more time, so Ayong needs to keep Taehyun occupied while she casts her spell. Ayong was up for the task. She took this chance since she always wanted to fight him at least once. She charged at him while Taehyun prepared for a counterattack. The tip of Ayong's weapon was just blocked by our MC's finger, and then the attack was deflected. Taehyun followed it up with an attack of his own. Ayong expressed that it reminded her of the Grand Phoenix incident. The situation was the exact opposite back then, so now it's her turn to beat some sense into him. She attacked him with her spear. Taehyun charges forward. He kicked her on the face. But Ayong remained standing. She continuously fought him while Ricky remained at a safe distance. She created a sphere of light on her palm. She stated that it's supposed to be her ultimate trump card, but she had no choice. The sphere grew larger and larger until it was like a sun behind her. Deep inside, Ayong admitted to herself how she acted confident, but her arm is already numb. All she can do is to deflect his attacks while he's still unconscious. Ricky suddenly told her to run. Large vines appeared. Ayong was confused. She asked Ricky what that is. Ricky revealed that it's her skill portal. She brought a demonic flowering tree from the depths of the abyss. It reacts to strong mana, and once it latches on, it won't let go until it drains its target of their mana. It will automatically unlatch when the target runs out of reserves. Ayong was amazed at how she created a portal to the abyss and used a monster to aid her in her fight. Ayong just witnessed the power of the second most powerful player in the US. The vines gripped Taehyun's arm. It was wrapped all over Taehyun's body, immobilizing him. Taehyun went limp. They thought it was over. Ayong rushed to him and asked if he's okay. Ricky noticed that even while the demonic flowering tree was draining him, his mana levels were increasing. If Ricky was even a little later, the aftermath would have been catastrophic. She didn't think the request would be easy, but she wanted to make him pay her back properly. Suddenly, the vine was cut, and Ayong has been hit. Her blood spilled. Ricky was caught off guard. Taehyun broke free. Ricky couldn't believe that he's still moving. It was impossible. Taehyun spoke that a demonic flowering tree was a good attempt for a human, but even it cannot absorb more than it can fully contain. Upon hearing those statements, Ricky knew it wasn't Taehyun. The person in Taehyun's body admitted that he is not Taehyun. With a creepy smile, he asked, "Do I look like that weakling?" Ricky asked, "What happened to Taehyun?" That doppelganger replied that Taehyun lost to him, which means he owns Taehyun's body now. Ricky sensed that this guy is similar to an SS rank monster. Ricky challenged the guy's words. She decided to strike him first, because either way, that guy is an enemy. Beams of light were approaching the doppelganger, but he easily deflected the attack and unleashed a powerful magical attack in return. Ricky couldn't believe he deflected her energy composing with his bare hands. The doppelganger stated that it's been a while since he had come to that plane, and as for his warm-up, he attacked Ricky. Ricky grits her teeth. Meanwhile, Taehyun was left on the other plane, facing down on the water. He just laid there. Eventually, his fingers started moving. Taehyun started coughing. He thought he caught up quite a lot, but he knew that there's still such a huge difference. He wondered what the hell that guy was. He's certain that the guy isn't the king. The king that he met wasn't a crazy bastard like him. It's something that the king planted within him. Taehyun doesn't know why he did that, but now is not the time to be wondering about it. He knew that he needed to stop him at once, but he wondered how he's supposed to do that. But he knew there's no other way. Meanwhile, the doppelganger choked Ricky. The guy asked if that was all. It isn't even enough for him to get warmed up. Ricky replied that he's the first one to say that to her. She informed him that she's a national-level player. The doppelganger replied that their pathetic human standards don't impress him. He asked her if she had anything else to show him, if she's really a national-level player. Someone called out to Taehyun, and it surprised him. Ayong grabbed his arm and told him to let go. She reminded him that he's not that type of person. She told him to get a grip. The doppelganger felt bad. She let go of Ricky, and then he moved rapidly. He attacked Ayong. He told her that she's nothing but an insect. He was mad that she laid her hands on him. When Ayong crashed on the ground, he told her to wait her turn since she'll be next. Ricky then started speaking. She expressed that getting Taehyun back is impossible now. Then she brought up that guy's question earlier, if she had more in her. Ricky raises her hand while she emits her magic. She shared that even if the demonic flowering tree is gone, the absorbed mana is still in the air. The area glowed brightly. That guy knew that she's concentrating that mana in one spot. It was like Goku's energy ball. Ricky knew that if the monster gets loose, it will be worse than a dungeon break. She couldn't let that happen. In her mind, she apologized to him and thought that she'll just accompany him in the afterlife. She told the guy to watch carefully as she gave it her all. She unleashed her power. It was on its way to Taehyun's doppelganger. But the guy grinned. A gigantic creature with large teeth appeared. At that moment, Ricky was dumbfounded. She asked how it happened. The doppelganger praised her for it and asked her if she's done with her tricks. Ricky felt hopeless. She couldn't stop him. The person in Taehyun's body decided to give her a gift for entertaining him. He used predation on her. He started doing it. But then he was startled for a moment. It was as if he saw Taehyun inside his mind, grinning. Ricky was not resisting. She got confused when nothing happened. The man in Taehyun's body uttered his name and yelled, "You crazy bastard!" And then, the doppelganger was back. Taehyun expected him to come back to that red plane. This doppelganger asked him what he was thinking. He couldn't believe that Taehyun used predation on himself. Just as Taehyun expected, the goal of this doppelganger is to make him reach something, and not to kill him and take his body. Taehyun knew that it would be troublesome for the guy if he died there. The doppelganger told him that it was such a pathetic threat. He uttered that he won't really care about some mere vessel. Taehyun doesn't believe him since he came running pretty quickly. The doppelganger told him not to get cocky and warned him that regression will not happen a second time. Taehyun replied that he knows. He already died once, and he considered his life now as a bonus. But to see it all end after not having achieved anything, Taehyun would rather die. Taehyun's body started disintegrating. The doppelganger told him that he had underestimated him. Taehyun felt the water beneath him swirl. The doppelganger admits that it's Taehyun's win, but he told him to remember that the only reason he still lives is because of the doppelganger's goals. He told Taehyun to keep struggling until he reached the king, but when the doppelganger decides that Taehyun can't, he will not hesitate to devour him. A large dragon-like creature with razor-sharp teeth emerged from the water. Taehyun replied that even then, he won't let him do that so easily. Here's now the updated status window of our MC. Lots of skills have been upgraded. The most notable one was that his rank is now at AAAs. But you guys can read those, because I ain't gonna do it. Peace out. And back to the present time, our boy was looking at his hand while thinking about his new rank. Then, Ricky said that he's finally back. Taehyun was surprised upon seeing Ricky's state. He asked her if he's the one who did that to her. She had a small laugh while saying he did. Then Taehyun saw that Ayong was unconscious. Ricky assured him that her life isn't at risk. She told him that he's a scary man, hiding that stuff all the time. But she thanked him, and that was unexpected for Taehyun. Ricky knew he protected her at the end. She told him that she will keep the whole thing a secret for a favor, that when she's in danger, he should come and help her. She knew she could trust him to watch her back. Taehyun gazed at her and promised her that. The scene then shifted in another setting. Despite everything, neither of those two were seriously injured to have any lasting impact. That was a relief to Taehyun. They need to be hospitalized for a while, though, and Taehyun thinks that he needs to be by their side for a while. He fed Ayong an apple. Ayong enjoyed it since there was no other opportunity to be fed fruits that Taehyun peeled just for her. With that, she stated that it's not the worst, getting hurt like that. Taehyun replied that once is enough for stuff like that. He expressed that it would have been nice if Ricky stayed longer. He didn't expect her to leave like that. He assumed that she must be busy. Ayong agreed since the rank SS license acceptance is going to happen soon, and Ricky is part of that. Ayong sensed that the World Player Association is preparing something flashy this time. She stated that it's an international event. She warned Taehyun not to cause trouble there. Taehyun replied, "Well, that's usually out of my hands." Flags of different countries have been raised. Someone addressed the respected members of the World Player Association. The man on the podium continued to say that at one point they faced extinction in the face of the abyss. He continued to say that it's thanks to the miraculous cooperation between world governments and the amazing performance of their players, they have successfully begun conquering gates and driving monsters back one by one. Now, they're in a period of growth, in a time of peace. The person who gave the speech is Vincent Chang, president of the World Player Association. He added that because of that incident, stronger spells and experienced players arose. The association has seen the work that a few of their players have done, and have come to a conclusion that the old systems can no longer classify them anymore. He declared that it is time for the new age of SS ranks, and they're proud to present the first 10 heroes to receive the SS rank title. Those players lined up on the stage as the crowd welcomed them. They are Cody Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Hollies, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergey Karamzin, Thomas Proween, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and finally, Kim Taehyun of New South Korea. Those people are expected to contribute to the peace of the world with the licenses that the association has given them. Taehyun finally stood there. From the day he wished to be awakened, to becoming a national rank player, and then the highest point he could achieve before he regressed, the SS rank. He could never have imagined that in the past, but he's still not satisfied. Yet. The license is only part of the process. What he truly wants is the Archduke, the Doppelganger, and the King who regressed him, to find the truth about all of them and the world. For that, he needs to keep moving forward. Someone smacked Taehyun in the back. He was overjoyed to see such a thing happen in New South Korea in his lifetime. Taehyun told Chairman Jinhui that it hurts. Jinhui joked that he, an old man, couldn't hurt an SS rank player. Taewook made the excuse for the chairman that Taehyun should understand the chairman for being happier than ever, because someone like Taehyun came from their country. And to have a strong player means that the country's player association also rises with them. He's certain that they will do big things in the future. The chairman stated that a lot of people are relying on the fact that they have Taehyun. He had been so thankful for him ever since the Asian exhibition matches. Taehyun replied that he just did what he had to. Ricky approached them and commented that it's nice to see how happy they all seem. She asked Taehyun how he's been. Taehyun asked her if she's feeling all right. She replied that she still feels sore all over. She told him that he went too rough on her back there. Anyone who could hear this would think about them doing some nasty stuff. She talked about her petite, slender body. Taehyun knew she's doing that on purpose, but she acted innocent. Chairman Jinhui and Taewook overheard the conversation, and the chairman commented that Ayong seems like she's bothered by those two. He expected that it can't be over already. Ricky informed Tae-hyun that there's someone who wanted to talk to him. Tae-hyun didn't expect it. He was surprised to see the man. This man extended his hand for a shake hand while saying that he wanted to meet and thanked Tae-hyun. This man had blonde hair and yellow eyes. Tae-hyun realizes that being an SS rank player means that he's on the same level as him. If there was one person who was the face of all players everywhere, most of the people would have said his name. He's the man who always fought in the front lines against the Abyss. He is the strongest player, Cody Wood. Deep inside, Tae-hyun already feels intimidated just shaking his hand. Tae-hyun shook his hand and told him that it was nice to meet him. Cody told him that they will be working a lot from then on. Tae-hyun was about to say something, but someone entered the door and sought everyone's attention. He continued to ask for everyone's attention as he strides his way inside. It's out of the blue, but the man delivers news for them. The man announced that the World Player Association has accepted the offer by the American Player Association's head, Kevin Lee. With the new SS rank license, they have begun to create a mass conquest party to clear all the remaining dungeons on Earth. He stated that it will be at a scale previously unseen. And all the American SS rank players have agreed already. The crowd got curious as to how big this thing is. If all the American players join, it's already half of all SS ranks. The man urged the crowd to consider it. He persuaded them that it's time to create a lasting peace with the World Player Association. Chairman Jinshi was suspicious. The man talked about alliance, but he wondered if that's all there is to it, especially when the timing seems off. Half of the SS ranks are American. He knew that they're using their power to control the World Player Association and showing everyone else who's the boss. The rewards from the dungeons are a bonus. Jinhui knew that, but he is also aware that besides Tae-hyun, they are still too weak. They have no choice but to go with the flow for now. The United Kingdom Association and their player, Daniel Harrington, expressed their interest to join the alliance. The French Player Association also did. The same with Russia. Someone raised their hand. It was Tae-hyun. The organizer asked if they would join too. Jinhui felt bad, but he also looked hopeless. But then, Tae-hyun refused and explained that they're going to do their own thing first. The whole crowd looked at him with a surprised expression. Their jaws dropped. The only one who's not surprised was Cody, and he stared at Tae-hyun on the airplane. Ricky expressed that it was such a shame since they failed to get Tae-hyun during the issue with Marcus and Gregor, and this time too. Cody asked her if she's disappointed. She replied that he would have made a great asset to the conquest party. But Cody knew that it wasn't her reason. Ricky admitted that she's interested in him. She asked Cody what he thinks of Tae-hyun. Cody replied that Tae-hyun seemed strong. He also understands how Ricky ended up like that. Ricky was amused that even the strongest player says the same thing. It confirmed that she wasn't mistaken at all. Cody replied that since Tae-hyun is contracted to an Archduke of the Abyss, titles like the world's strongest player means nothing. Ricky replied, "Really?" So she asked if she should have phrased her question in a different way. Then she asked Cody, coming from another Archduke contractor, does he still see Tae-hyun as strong? The sky grew dark and was filled with thunder and lightning. Cody has an intense gaze. Then he replied that he will find out soon enough. At a tall building, someone slammed their fist on the table. He didn't like the SS rank, the conquest party, and the way that nobody is paying attention to the Chinese Player Association. This person is Ryu Zain, the new Chinese Player Association leader. He blamed Kim Tae-hyun. He had no choice. He pulled out a drawer containing a USB. It contains the data that they barely managed to recover from the Gray Pit. He decided to use that. He stated that Lung made things escalate for no reason, but he's still thankful that he has the USB drive. Suddenly, he heard someone scream. He asked what's going on outside his office. He saw blood underneath the door. The door opened. A man entered and asked if he's the new association leader. This man shared that it hasn't been long since he got back from the Abyss, so he's quite jet-lagged. Zain asked who he was. This person introduced himself as Min Ji-hong. He is the leader of the Malignant Guild, and his rank is yet to be revealed, at Nightwalker's Guild in New South Korea. Ayong expressed that she thought Tae-hyun was planning something, but he was disappointed to find out that he just wanted to clear a dungeon without any help from other countries. She's curious as to what drove him to say that. Back then, Jinhui expressed to Ayong that he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. She told Tae-hyun that he put the chairman in an awkward spot. She knew he was strong, but others aren't like that. Taehyun replied that it's exactly the reason. Taehyun expressed that New South Korea can't rely on him forever. He knew that it's going to be a problem if others don't step up. He expected that the new unexplored dungeon would be a great opportunity for many. Ayong agreed with him, but she noticed that he's rushing things. Taehyun expressed that they don't have much time. Taehyun declared that from then on, he's going to be working primarily within the abyss. Ayong didn't expect this plan. Just like how they're divided in the Asian games, players are divided into two categories based on where they're active. Players who pioneer new areas for humanity, those who venture through unexplored areas in the abyss, and those who fight against monsters and villains on Earth, as well as dungeon breaks. Taehyun has mostly been active outside the abyss, so he's been promoted to SS rank accordingly. But going to the abyss as soon as he is promoted is such a shock to Ayong. It is because Taehyun knew that the answers regarding the king lie in the abyss, not on Earth. He knew that he can't reach his objective no matter what if he operates on Earth alone. But he's aware that while he's gone, Earth might face dangers. So, having others become stronger is his plan for that. Ayong expressed that he doesn't understand him. She expressed that he's like living in another world. That statement startled Taehyun. With a more serious and intimidating glare, she stated that he has too many secrets. She also pointed out that his skill rampage last time showed that it wasn't just a regular skill. She approached him. Ayong asked, "Just who are you, Kim Taehyun?" There was silence between them. He refused eye contact, and simply replied that he doesn't want to tell her. She told him not to mess around since she's being serious. Taehyun replied that even if he explains, she won't be able to understand. He informed her that soon there will be an opportunity for him to explain everything. Ayong was slightly caught off guard. Taehyun looked a bit sad. Ayong scoffed and confirmed with him if she won't be needing the awakened oath with him. Taehyun assured her that he won't go back on his word. She agreed to that. Then she asks her as to why he looked for her after getting back to New South Korea. Taehyun replied that he wanted to have her in his party, but he saw that she's busy. She replied that it's thanks to someone that she was unable to do any work. Instead, Taehyun wanted to get recommendations for her replacement. She knew that there's only one. It annoys her, but she finds it cute that it seems like he's asking for her approval. Taehyun replied that he's going to take them whether she approves or not, inside the tall building. Kang-hyuk was back, and this brute laughed out loud. He regained his spot as the best tanker in Korea after the Saintess healed his lost arm. Sungjin commented that they have been caught in something incredible. He is still considered as one of the key S-rank players in New South Korea. Hangil expressed that he doesn't know if he should still be there since he betrayed them before. Xiang told him to thank Taehyun for giving him a chance. Both of them improved significantly after the Asian Games. Among those players is Ah-young. She felt intimidated and hesitant if she should be there instead of her older sister. Someone came in and thanked them for responding to his sudden request. He expected that they would have heard what was going on. He asked them if they are all interested in joining his new party to conquer the unexplored dungeons. They looked at him. Sungjin replied that it's an honor to have been picked by an SS rank player, but he doubts if what Taehyun aims is even possible. It's because he knew that the unexplored dungeons are SS rank and above, and everyone gathered in that room was only S rank. Taehyun replied that they are S rank for now, but having seen them up close, he knew that all of them have what it takes to be national ranked players, SS rank players, and more. He told them that they will see that in the dungeon that they're going to. Taehyun made sure to say, "You too, Im Ah-young," which made Ice Waifu blush. Ah-young replied, "If you say so." Taehyun didn't just say that to make them feel better. Everyone in that room eventually became an SS rank in his past life. As expected, that took a lot of time. But this time, a lot has changed already, so he also has to advance the schedule accordingly. Kang-hyuk was all fired up, but Taehyun had to break it to him that they will all die if they enter the dungeon as is. He informed them that they will enter it in a month, but they will be training with him until then. So first, he's going to work them like dogs. 1 month later, at the French unexplored dungeon, the Opera House, ghosts approached the man at the center of the stage. This man wore his armor slowly, starting from his feet, chest, then head. He held his sword, and he sliced up those ghosts. The ghosts cried out loud. A wolf-like creature approached the man, who is apparently Cody, and told him that he's really something else. All the other SS ranks are keeping up too. Their firepower is truly insane. It wouldn't be a stretch to think that the dungeon will be cleared on that same day. They gossiped. New South Korea and Taehyun are setting out that day too. Some players find it funny, because unexplored dungeons are no joke. Especially the Taehyun is only with S ranks. They expected to lose NSK players because of Taehyun's cockiness. They would love to see that downfall. Cody overheard that conversation. Meanwhile, at the Greek unexplored dungeon, the Snake's Pit. Kang Yuk and Siang were running as fast as they could since a large serpent-like monster chased them. Kang Yuk thought he's going to die if they continue to fight like that. They have no doubt about it. They really thought it would be their end at the hands of not any monster, but Taehyun. Kang Hyuk instructed them to keep their speed up, otherwise Taehyun would punish them again. Xiang told him not to go ahead of the group. Hangil expressed that he wants to go home. Ayung was already out of breath. Taehyun had observed that they are growing bolder, which means that the training is having some effect on them. Sungjin noticed the place. They got curious as to what those strange stones are. Ayung replied that it's not stones. She stated that those are players who went missing in the dungeon. A shadow was casted on them and someone welcomed them. Ayung was frozen in shock upon seeing the source of the voice. She has snakes on her head, with her lower body that of a snake. She stated that her collection would increase that day. The owner of this unexplored Greek dungeon is called Medusa, rank SS monster. But then, Taehyun broke the tension and responded, "Let's see who's going to collect who first." Then he dared to say out loud his wonder on what a snakeskin wallet would feel like. Medusa was gigantic. Ayung turned pale upon seeing the master of the snake pit. The players wondered if they could really take her down. Sungjin felt like her gaze was making his body freeze. Taehyun yelled at them, "What are you doing?" He told them to remember what they have done in the past month. He told them that they won't achieve anything if they don't set their own limitations. They were silent. Sungjin agreed with Taehyun. They have been training to surpass themselves. Ayung thought that even if the thing ahead of her is something far stronger than she is. Kang Hyuk yelled, "Damn it, whatever!" Then he commended everyone to do just what they have been practicing. They attacked it. Ayung and Sungjin's attacks landed. But Medusa told them that their attack tickles. Medusa counterattacked. Next was Hangil and Siang. Medusa's weapon was heading towards them, but it was stopped by Kang Hyuk. He stepped on it. While emitting his monstrous but pink aura, he told Medusa that her attacks are pitiful. He used the blessing of the best form, Ancient Dragon. At the same time, Sungjin attacked again. Medusa was about to tell him that it meant nothing, but she got distracted when her tail froze. It was caused by Ahyung. Sungjin and Ahyung attacked simultaneously. Sungjin's drawing technique and Ahyung's ice smashing landed perfectly. Medusa screamed out loud. It made her angry. She then started counterattacking desperately. Ahyung then thought that it's an SS rank monster, but the players' attacks are making an effect. The mages, Siang and Hangil, are attacking from afar while they constantly blind her. Kang Hyuk is acting as a tanker and protecting them. Then there's Ahyung and Sungjin, attacking simultaneously from her blind spots. They haven't landed a killing blow, but the damage is mounting. However, Taehyun is aware that Medusa won't keep taking it. She stated that playtime is over. The monster screamed at the top of her lungs. She released a powerful aura from her body, which made them stop on their tracks. She's determined to kill them all. But with this desperation, her attacks will start becoming too large. Before she could release another attack, she noticed something. One of the players disappeared. Kang Hyuk appeared again while expressing that he could have died of boredom. He assumed the form, Minotaur Queen, using the blessing of the beast, and tackled the shit out of her. Medusa was hurt on her side. Taehyun still had a trump card, and it was the right time for it. Xiang used Starlight Beam, Hangil used Magic Blow, Ayung prepared Ice Storm, and Sungjin had Yahello. They unleashed those attacks simultaneously. The area had been covered in dust. When it cleared, it revealed that Medusa had fallen. They couldn't believe that they had won. Taehyun pats Ahyung and tells all of them that did well. He had faith that they could do it. Kang Hyuk pointed out that Taehyun is cheeky for not lifting a finger and just watched. He uttered that they were the one who ended up beating everything in the dungeon. They started to think that they're stronger than they thought. But Taehyun had a sullen expression as he expressed that it would be nice. And it made them all confused. Something happened to Medusa. Her body emits a dark glow. They watched what seemed like a gate. They realized that the dungeon is a double dungeon. Another monster was coming out from the light. A creature appeared and stated that the gatekeeper was felled. This dragon-like creature expressed that it was odd. It stated that it doesn't see anyone capable of doing that there. The owner of this double dungeon is Historia, a basilisk, and its rank is SS+. They panicked because Medusa was already hard enough, but that creature was on a whole new level. They felt like they couldn't move. A few seconds later, Ayung had already turned into stone. Taehyun walked forward. He was the only one left moving. The rest of the team immediately turned into stone. Historia realized that it was Taehyun who took down Medusa, but he just kept on walking towards the monster. Then, Taehyun corrected it and said that it was those guys. Historia couldn't believe that because it sees those guys as inferior beings. Taehyun suggested that Basilisk's minions could have gotten too cocky and didn't train enough, especially when they aren't that difficult, and Taehyun challenged Historia, being the master of those weak creatures, if it is going to be different from those. Historia told him that he didn't know his place. It got angry and attacked. When it stopped, it was left confused. Then it started screaming out loud. A feather had fallen from above. Historia was surprised to see what was in front of it. It was our boy Taehyun, but this time he got these freaking wings with him. Historia recognized this form and it's already trembling in fear. Taehyun then spoke and said, "Let's see who is the inferior one here." Taehyun grips his dagger and performed multiple slashes towards the basilisk. Basilisk counterattacked, but Taehyun had evaded it all, which annoyed the basilisk further. Basilisk told Taehyun to stop running. Taehyun was aware of the incoming attack and evaded it. In return, he slashed Basilisk in the neck, which made it scream loudly. He criticized it for not being able to catch a little insect, and called it a lizard slithering across the floor. He questioned him now on who's the inferior one between them. Taehyun's Reddick rank is unique, and SS rank license reward Valhalla rank is also unique. Basilisk replied that Taehyun thinks highly of himself just because he uses the power of Igmun. He advised him not to get too cocky and released this massive aura around him. The monster revealed that our boy was not the only one blessed by an archduke, and this caught the attention of Taehyun. Few moments later, all Taehyun could see was this massive area full of water. It was like he was transported to another place. Basilisk showed Mahai the true power of Jormungand, the archduke amongst the archdukes. Mahai is infinite and overwhelms all. He questioned Taehyun if he really can beat him using Igmun's powers. But Taehyun just grinned and told him that it isn't the archduke's power. He showed him something the basilisk would never forget, even in the afterlife. Our boy made the sky painted in red and exclaimed, "This is the power of the king." With that, a large red dragon appeared and devoured the whole monster like it was just a freaking snack. After that, we see Kang Yuk woke up screaming. Then he was confused. He asked where the lizard bastard went. Taehyun informed them that he took care of it while they were frozen in stone, and he shared that it marks the end of the unexplored Greek dungeon. Ah-young knew that the monster obviously surpassed SS rank, and Taehyun just defeated it on his own. Kang-hyuk grabbed Taehyun by the collar and told him that he should have informed them that it was a double dungeon. Taehyun asked how he's supposed to know that. Xiang replied that it's because Taehyun knew everything. Taehyun just asked her and she had nothing to say. Then Taehyun told them that it doesn't matter what happened since it all worked out in the end, and that he managed to do his part well. He told them that they all did well and had surpassed his expectations. Taehyun obviously knew that the dungeon was a double dungeon, but the reason he chose that dungeon in the first place was because he wanted them to experience the sensation of being close to death. He told them that he looks forward to continuing to work with them all. He had faith that they would get stronger. They exited through the portal. Taehyun believes that they will be reliable enough to hold the place down while he's gone. This was more like training his own minions so that he could do whatever he wanted to do inside the abyss. Few hours after that, a press conference happened. The media asked about the Paris dungeon, which was unconquerable for years but has been cleared. They interviewed the director who orchestrated everything. The questions kept coming. The director told them that there's plenty of time to ask questions, so they should slow down. Suddenly, the media receives a call. They were talking about New South Korea. The director was confused. Gregor beside the director assumed that the media was hearing about the sad news from NSK. Marcus was on his phone and replied that it was not the case. He read that the new South Korea had cleared the unexplored dungeon. Gregor couldn't believe it. He questioned how a person that is not even with nationally ranked players but S ranks could clear the snake pit. Marcus added that the Greek dungeon was apparently a double dungeon. It left Gregor silent. Marcus wasn't surprised that Taehyun came out unscathed, but it was surprising that not even a single person was injured. He questioned if NSK is really that strong. Cody subtly listened to their conversation. Meanwhile, inside this massive building, someone watched Taehyun's interview and commented that Taehyun did them dirty. It was Kevin. He uttered that the event should have made them, the U.S., shine. He decided to just speed up with his plans. As news of the NSK Conquest Squad and Kim Taehyun spread, the U.S. and the World Player Association, as if they are competing, continued to clear dungeon after dungeon, no matter what the players' original intention was. The world was quickly regaining its lost peace. At nighttime, in a building deep in the forest, the masked men told the intruder to turn back since he can't enter the place without permission. The man threw a single punch and it blasted 3 men to the opposite side of the room. The man called those masked men little villain minions. He was furious that they dared to block his path. This person is an S-rank player named Lee Junsu, the president of Tisan Group. His guards opened the door for him. He looked at the surroundings. Then a person uttered that they didn't tell him the location just so he could visit any time. Junsu was furious and called the malignant guild incompetent and shameless. He asked them if they didn't know why he's there. He reminded them that the first deal was to get rid of Taehyun. But now, Taehyun is an SS rank and they can't do anything about him. Because of his conquest squad or whatever, the 4 major guilds are all over him, and there's no place for Taesan Group anymore. Junsu's son, who intended to lead his guild, is now crippled and can't do anything. At this point, Junsu is now raging. He questioned how much longer he's supposed to wait. Little did he know. A blob-like thing was slowly forming behind him. Then, someone replied that they understand his anger. Junsu sensed something. The person he's talking to suddenly appeared behind him and uttered that Taesan is looking at bigger fish to fry. This person was none other than Shadow. The guards panicked as a dark vine wrapped around them. Junsu questioned when this man went behind him. Shadow uttered that Taehyun's irregular growth was unexpected, but they haven't given up. They are sure to cross paths with him, but before that he wanted to talk about business. Shadow held out his palm and told Junsu that the leader of the Malignant Guild retrieved the item from the Chinese Player Association. It's test data from their labs. Shadow told Junsu that Junsu is a smart man and he should know what he should do with it for the sake of Taesan. Junsu looked serious. He's on the same page as Shadow on this. He smirked as he liked the deal. It has been a year since the World Player Association vowed to conquer all the unexplored dungeons. The NSK had just entered the final unexplored dungeon of the world in Mexico. After clearing this, no more unexplored dungeons will be left within Earth. Sungjin, now a nationally ranked player, said that it's the end of it. He didn't think it was possible at first, but they had made it. Kang Hyuk, now a nationally ranked player, expressed that he's sad that there aren't more, especially when he thinks he is starting to get really good at it. Xiang reminded him that he's the guild master of Onmisero. She also questioned him on how long he plans to stay away from his guild. Xiang also became a nationally ranked player. Kangyuk replied that he has a really good secretary in his guild, then laughed it off. Hengil also became a nationally ranked player. Ah-Yung also became a nationally ranked player. In short, the players of NSK were now all nationally ranked players. Taehyun believed that they would all become SS ranks in no time. Taehyun had also grown stronger as well. A lot of his stats have increased from raiding all the unexplored dungeons. He thought that it's about time. After that, he entered a building and was greeted by a researcher. The man shook Taehyun's hands. Taehyun congratulated the man on becoming the head researcher of the Player Association. The man replied that there was no need for that. He uttered that he's an old man who once lost all hope and is now being allowed to live in atonement for his sins. To him, it felt like a dream, and it was all thanks to Taehyun. Bang Chaesu is an expert in combining skills. After meeting Taehyun, Chaesu turned himself in to the association for testing his skills on villains. But with Taehyun's plea and the association chairman's high regard for him, he was hired to work for the association to serve the awakened players of NSK. Chaesu asked what the busiest player in the world is doing there. He knew Taehyun wasn't there just to chat. Taehyun expressed that he has another favor to ask him. Chaesu was surprised that Taehyun still has things that he can help with. He helped Taehyun with whatever. Taehyun expressed that he wants to combine more skills. Chaesu asked him what he's talking about when he already did that. Then Taehyun uttered that there's nothing to stop him from combining an already combined skill. That caught Chaesu off guard. Chaesu expressed that he never had done such a thing as double combine. He started explaining that if a skill's potency increases quickly, it can cause a mana flow reversal. Taehyun had said that himself too. He reasoned that Taehyun is already strong enough, and he believes that Taehyun could still go further. Taehyun firmly replied that there's something that he must do that makes all the risk worth it. He added that the strength he possesses at the moment is not enough, and only Chaesu can help him. Chaesu's jaw dropped. Taehyun assured him that he trained his body enough to be able to withstand it. Chaesu was left sighing. He expressed how he can't say no to him. Taehyun was placed in a fusion room created with cutting-edge technology from all the alchemists. The device there has a strong mana stone, which strongly amplifies Chaesu's ability. But it's the first time that he'll be using it, though. He informed Taehyun that once they start, they won't be able to stop. Taehyun was ready for it. The system asked Chaesu if he wanted to combine the spells. Electricity runs through Taehyun's feet as he prepares himself for the new power-up. They were notified of the progress of the skill fusion. Chaesu groaned in pain as blinding light covered the area. Then Taehyun was transported into a white, empty space. The king then showed up and uttered that choosing him was the right decision. Then he stated that there's a limit to how much a human body can withstand. He decided to help him out. Taehyun opened his eyes. And this time, they have this powerful shine on them. He was informed that an unknown force had intervened and his rank was being updated to S. An immense power had awakened, and new skills have been registered. At this point, the whole research facility would be destroyed just from the aura Taehyun was exuding. System informed him of his status. He is now at rank S with 269 strength, 268 mana, 269 agility, 389 mana, 210 charisma, 20% fatigue, and 389 out of 389 mana left. He has unique skills such as Predation at rank S. This allows him to prey on a target by spending 100 mana. Then there's also regular skills like Complete Hypnosis, S, which hypnotizes a target at 100 mana, Blood Rampage, S, which increases physical stats that costs 200 mana, Eyes of a Greater Monster, S, that can look through a target which only requires 10 mana, Apocalypse, S, which creates an infinite field at 200 mana, Dragon Race, S, that causes Intimidating Aura, bolstered by mana at 100 mana, Monsterifications, S, which prepares body for mimicry at 200 mana, and Demon's Saliva, S, which adds a poison attribute to the user's mana, which consumes 200 mana. Taehyun also has different summon skills like Rosaria S, which summons the Queen of Dreams, Rosaria, at 300 mana, Hazard S, which summons the Dragon Lord Hazard and consumes 11,000 mana, Igmoon S, which summons the Vampire Lord Igmoon and consumes 7,700 mana, Orgel S, summons the Beast King Orgel at 8,000 mana, and Beelzebub S summons the Demon King Beelzebub at 10,000 mana, and lastly, Jorgenmund S summons the King of Magic Harm, Jormungand, which costs 9,000 mana. Taehyun was surprised to find out that the process didn't just combine his existing skills, it organized and added many more things. He was curious if it detects changes in his rank. Taewook barges in, worried as to what happened. He saw Chaesu sitting on the ground. Chaesu replied that he's all right. Taewook asked what was inside. Chaesu replied, "I think we are witnessing history." Taehyun slowly opened his eyes. At the building of the Players Association, Jinwei looked stern. Taehyun looked guilty. Our boy just got scolded. Jinwei told him that he couldn't let him break association properties. Taehyun apologized. Jinwei replied that he'll take care of it because of all the favors he owes Taehyun. Then he uttered that Taehyun just pulled off something unimaginable. He asked Taehyun if Taehyun feels any different. Taehyun replied yes. He feels power coursing through his body. He wanted to go over to the Abyss at once, and he thinks that he got more skills related to the Archduke too. He doesn't care what it is, but he wanted to test it out. Jinwei wanted to see, but he knew that he shouldn't waste any more of Taehyun's time. And there was also a request sent to Taehyun. Jinwei asked him what he wanted to do about it. because it's from the World Player Association. Taehyun asked what it was. Taehyun has been invited to the World Player Association, and inside the building, many players are preparing. Each has their overpowered abilities. Our MC just got invited to become the examiner for this year's evaluation of SS rank players. It's back to that season again, which made Taehyun comment that time flies. The other players who saw him were intimidated by him since he's the only player who can compete with Cody. Taehyun was a well-known SS rank player. A man thanked Taehyun for agreeing. It was the president of the World Player Association, Vincent Chang. He also invited another SS rank player named Thomas Prowine, and of course, Cody Wood. In total, there are 3 players who represent SS rank, which means it can't be any fairer than that. He explained how the exam will go. The association wants to create a point-based system so that each player... Taehyun cuts him off by asking if there's really a need for all that complication. He then released his aura, and it was felt all throughout the area. Vincent was confused as to what Taehyun was doing. Taehyun uttered that a player needs a strong mental fortitude and a strong body, which means they just have to stress about the exams and see if they break, and the hidden agenda is to check what skills they have as well. Vincent was about to say that it's too much. Cody finds it interesting, so he also released his aura. It's like a subtle competition between those two. Vincent can understand Taehyun's eccentric behavior, but it was unusual for Cody to be like that too. Vincent's subordinate uttered that it could cause problems in their plan, and the players trembled. They doubted if it would be okay. After a short break and deliberation, Vincent announced that the exams will proceed according to the examiner's wishes. He told the 3 to divide the examinees amongst themselves. Then they informed Taehyun that the first floor will be for him, while floor 2 will be for Thomas. One examinee was furious. He commented that the examiners just got lucky that they managed to become SS before them, and yet they're so cocky. His friend told him to stop because he might be heard. Jeffrey insists that he's right, since SS ranks were only created last year, and they just didn't have enough time to do anything noticeable. He's confident that they wouldn't lose to them one-on-one. Jeffrey told Sarah that she can't stay in her master's shadow forever. He decided to knock them off their high horse that day, especially Taehyun. A few moments later, Taehyun welcomed the rookies. He introduced himself and informed them that he's in charge of their tests by authority of the World Player Association. He told them that his rule is simple, and that is for them to land a single blow on him. The examinees thought that it wasn't that hard. Then he uttered, "But, you know, I think even that will be impossible for you all. So, all of you? Come at me together." The examinees were all surprised. Jeffrey got provoked by what Taehyun had said. He attacked Taehyun while telling him that there's a limit as to how much he can look down on them. Sarah tried to stop him. He targeted Taehyun's chest. He's confident that his fist would land, but before he could reach Taehyun, Taehyun had already punched him. He crashed on the ground. Everyone was surprised. Jeffrey's face was covered with blood. This guy's out cold. Taehyun uttered that there's one failure now. They processed what happened. Sarah was furious, but she told everyone not to let their anger get ahead of them. But it was already too late. Everyone was charging all together. Taehyun swiftly evades them. He sensed the one from behind and kicked that examinee on the stomach. They kept attacking. Taehyun evaded their kicks and punches and counterattacked. The examinees were furious. Taehyun stepped on a fist and it created a dent on the ground. Then he punched the examinee. Sarah and 2 other examinees watched them. They were overwhelmed because none of the attackers had scratched Taehyun even though they were attacking him all at once. They called him a monster. Taehyun uttered that none of them met his expectations. He called the rest of the examinees and told them that they're better than those idiots for not falling into his idiotic taunt. But he told them that nothing will happen if they just stand there. He asked them how long they would wait. Sarah was in deep thought. Then she expressed that she had a suggestion. She walked forward. Taehyun watches her. She released some vines, and she looked serious. Taehyun wondered what they talked about, and he's curious if her skill is strong enough for her to casually walk up like that. He tested her to find out. He punched her. Taehyun was amused that she blocked that, but even though she was able to block it, significant damage was still there. She coughed out blood and grabbed Taehyun's hand and called everyone. She told Taehyun that he will be blown away with her. Taehyun realized that she's going to hold him and sacrifice herself. It made him grin. Then he used Apocalypse. Darkness spread all throughout the floor. The examinees panicked that they couldn't see anything, and they couldn't breathe. They begged to be saved. Monarch's spirit and Monarch's world, along with chains of bondage, including all the lower-ranked skills, a total of 6 skills are active. The examinees screamed that they gave up. Their senses are dulled, gravity is weighing them down, and their bodies are chained and debuffed. They won't last if they aren't special. But Sarah is withstanding it. Sarah replied that her master told her to never give up no matter what, and that opportunity will come. Taehyun noticed that she's absorbing mana from around her and converting that into something that she can use. She also only managed to block his attack by absorbing the mana of people around her. Taehyun broke free from her grasp. She found the opportunity. Taehyun was surprised that his chains were shattered. Sarah's fist was about to reach him, but to Sarah's surprise, her body won't move. Then she's falling. Taehyun glared at her. Sarah lost consciousness. Taehyun uttered that her fist didn't reach him, but he admires her for the effort. He considered that a blow. With that, only Sarah McQueen passed. Sarah has the skill called Terraform. She's the SS rank player who is later known as the Hope of the United States, and as Taehyun expected, she's cut differently. And Taehyun knew the master she talks off. Someone arrived and Taehyun congratulated that person, because his student passed. He's talking to Cody. Vincent was informed that the exams are finished. He immediately asked for the results. His subordinate replied that only one passed, Sarah McQueen from the United States. Vincent replied that they're doomed since there's only one. He thought that because of Taehyun's actions and NSK's recent victories, the respect that the U.S. Player Association should have received diminished, so they are hoping for a comeback with the license exam. But there's only one passer from Taehyun and none from Thomas and Cody. It made him think if they were too hasty. Then his subordinate informed him that under the pretext of a duel, Cody and Taehyun have just requested to use the highest-level training room. Vincent was shocked. Taehyun and Cody arrived at the training room. They were at a standoff. Taehyun congratulated Cody after his student passed. But Taehyun knew that Cody didn't go all the way where he was just to ask that. He asked Cody as to why he came to see him. Cody uttered that Taehyun must be feeling the thirst as well, that nobody in there can satisfy him. He said that he and Taehyun are the same, and he suggested that as comrades, they should have a match. Taehyun knew he had to fight him at some point, but he never thought that it would happen like that. He doesn't know why Cody is behaving that way, but it's not that bad for Taehyun since he wanted to find out what level he is at. And it could be tested against Cody, the strongest in the world. Vincent and his subordinates watched them from the screen. They were worried since the contenders are the first and second ranked in the world. One subordinate asks if they should stop them. Vincent knew they couldn't stop them. He told his subordinates to let them do what they want. He ordered them to just inform the two that they are recording what they are doing. He uttered that the SS rank license exams went nowhere, so he's expecting to get something out of that fight at least. He planned to gather data on those two and get some promotional materials out of them. He announced that he'll take responsibility. They announced through the speakers that the request for facility usage has been approved, but it will be recorded by the association. Cody stated that it doesn't matter since it will all be useless once they both get starred. Taehyun expressed that he didn't expect Cody to come looking for a fight. Cody replied that it favors Taehyun, since Taehyun must be gunning for the #1 spot. Taehyun replied that he can take the spot from him anytime he wanted. Cody uttered that Taehyun's tongue is a weapon too, but it won't work on him. The camera kept filming. The fight had begun. Taehyun was about to throw a punch. Cody watches him, but Taehyun's fist didn't land. Suddenly, Cody was behind him. Taehyun slightly moved to evade the attack. Taehyun glared at him. Then he counterattacked. But just as he thought. They're equal in both strength and speed. That means it will all come down to their skill. Taehyun wanted to test out the waters and used Apocalypse. It made the whole area dark, and chains were wrapped in Cody's legs and arms. He didn't have enough time to react on what's unknown to him. Cody could feel the immense strength. He didn't know that Taehyun had that ability. Taehyun replied that there's so much that he doesn't know about him. Cody told Taehyun that Taehyun will have to use everything he has, because that will be the only way he can win against him. Cody used a sword and slashed the chains. He used the technique called Holy Knight. He charges forward. He now has a sword and armor on. Taehyun was amused to see that he broke the Apocalypse so easily. It made Cody and Sarah teachers and students after all. Taehyun took out his dagger and blocked Cody's sword with it. The impact was so powerful, It broke the tiles of the floor. Cody keeps slashing, and Taehyun blocks it using his dagger. These two were really at par with each other. An intense fight between the same men who stand at the peak of humanity. Taehyun had a heavy beating heart that he had not felt before. That was the same for Cody. Both of them made certain that the one they are facing right now is the strongest. It has been a while since these two had a decent fight, and they sure are enjoying this one. After that, the filming was cut. Vincent asked what happened. Immediately, they looked for any cameras left. They called for the facility's management. Vincent decided to go to it personally. Vincent was confident that the highest-ranking training rooms were designed to be safe, even with dozens of SS-rank players going full power. It made him think that those two have surpassed everyone else. Taehyun uttered that the building would go down before one of them emerged victorious. Cody agreed. He told Taehyun to stop hiding his powers and finish it. Taehyun replied that he has been going at his full strength since a while ago. Cody told him to stop lying, because he knew that Taehyun hasn't used his Archduke's powers yet. Taehyun was surprised to hear that. He asked Cody how he knew. Cody revealed that Taehyun is not the only one who knows the secret of the Abyss. He admitted that he's also an Archduke contractor. Then he asked Taehyun on which monster he contracted with. Taehyun realized that the Archduke contractors weren't just in China. He didn't expect Cody to be one of them too. But since Cody only mentioned the Archduke, Taehyun assumed that he didn't know about the king. Taehyun decided to keep his cards hidden for now. And at the same time, he started releasing some of his true aura. Cody asked if it was Igmund the Vampire Lord. Taehyun asked for Cody's contractor. Cody's armor glowed. Then it slowly turned into black. It revealed black and white wings. Then he replied that it was Lucifer, the fallen angel. They were on to the last part of their fight. They both rushed forward and clashed. The dust eventually subsides. The men who were about to enter the room coughed because of it. The chairman searched for Cody and Taehyun. Cody uttered that there were more people there now. Taehyun noticed that too, and suggested that they call it a draw for now. Cody agreed and replied that they'll see each other in the Abyss next. Taehyun agreed that they will settle the score there. The man asked if the two were all right. Taehyun replied yes, and expressed that they made quite a mess. He apologizes for that. He requested the man to take care of the aftermath. The guy told him to wait. But Taehyun left. It was time for him to go to the Abyss. The chandelier lit the castle. An explosion happened, and that made the flame die. Rosaria sighed and complained that it's happening again. She commented that his wicked personality is the same as ever. Since the intruder broke her castle, she asked if this person was declaring war on her. The intruder replied that war doesn't sound so bad. He was ready for it. But he stated that there's an easier method for both of them. This person called for Rosaria. It was Igmund. He ordered her to summon her contractor. Rosaria asked why. She asked if Igmund is still bothered about the unfinished business from last time. She called him petty even when he's already an Archduke. Igmund replied that it's not something that small, so he told her to stop talking nonsense. He expressed that he doesn't know how he does it, but his contractor can use his powers without his permission. Rosaria laughed out loud. She realized that it is the reason why she hasn't heard much from him. She stated that Igmund's powers probably suit her contractor better than the powers that she gave him. Igmund felt that Rosaria seemed to know something. He ordered her to speak. Rosaria became serious. She expressed that Igmund's way of asking for a favor is quite rude. Igmund released his powers and asked if it looked like he's asking for a favor. Rosaria told his lovely children to stand back, because that day she planned to teach that rude vampire who intruded her castle a lesson. She released her powers. It created an explosion. Igmund asked, "Who's educating who?" Low-born filth. He used blood blades and released it towards the sky. It came running down on Rosaria, but she broke it efficiently while replying that they are of similar origin, so Igmund is like spitting on his own face. Igmund created a large blade. Rosaria wraps a tentacle on his leg. He was surprised when he was pulled. Then Rosaria threw him on the wall. Rosaria moved quickly. She got close to attack again. She released two powerful tentacles. When she landed on the ground, she stepped on a pool of blood. But she still looked graceful. She watched the pool of blood and noticed some bubbles. Spikes suddenly pierced through her. Igmund used Blood Field. He asked her if she had forgotten what his power is. He warned her to tell him everything she knows. But Rosaria reminded him of something, and it's her powers. The space shattered. The area changed. Red eyes watched him while Rosaria sat on the throne. Igman recognized that it was personal space, a virtual space created by an illusion. He admits that he had been fooled by her tricks, and it displeases him. Rosaria told him that the situation isn't the same as back where she had to use her contractor's body to barely get by. They are at her realm, where her powers are at their strongest. He asked him if he still thinks he can take her on with a clone, no less. Igman told her to just wait and see, since he'll bring his true self. But Rosaria had enough. She told him that if he really wants to hear about what's happening, to bring even his true self, she would just tell her herself for old time's sake. She told him that how his contractor can use his powers at the contractor's will lies in his memories. She reminded him that there was a human who made all the archdukes kneel and take all of their powers. Igman couldn't believe it. Rosaria told him it's true. She revealed that Igman's contractor is his key. And speaking of the key, here's Taehyun minding his own business. Taehyun noticed a crowd, so he asked them what they were doing. Marcus approached him. Marcus expressed that he has been waiting for him to come. They contacted the World Player Association, but he thinks that they missed each other. Taehyun asked what business they have with him. Marcus decided to be direct, given the circumstances. He uttered that the United States Player Association is officially asking for Taehyun's assistance. It made Taehyun think that something must have happened. Marcus replied yes. He shared that one of their players who went on a reconnaissance mission to the depths of the abyss went missing. The association went on a search and rescue mission with the help of the World Player Association, but the search party made of 4 SS rank players were completely eradicated. The players Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Aiden Simon have all been killed in action. Taehyun was surprised. Marcus continued to say that the status of the missing player is also now in question, but Cody headed into the abyss alone, saying he can't take any further chances. And they believe that Cody might also be in danger, so they have come for Taehyun to ask for help. He asked if Taehyun would assist them. The time when the 4 SS rank players Ale got wiped out in the abyss was shocking to Taehyun during his previous life. But back then, they never said anything about it being a search and rescue party. And also, he finds the missing player strange. He asked who the missing player was, but Marcus became hesitant to answer. In an unknown place that looked like a prison, the SS rank player that went on missing is none other than Ricky Hollies. Ricky's hands were stretched upwards and chained. She's in a dark cell. Taehyun turned pale when he heard it was Ricky. It made him think that the event where many players were slaughtered changed to a rescue mission because Ricky, someone who wasn't supposed to be there, was also involved. Taehyun knew that Ricky is a person who shouldn't even be in that world at that point. After falling for Jang Lung's trap, he realized that the one who changed her fate was none other than him. Marcus stated that Ricky and Cody are part of the United States Player Association, but they're also important people for the future of humanity. Marcus was sad when he said that already 4 SS rank players have died. They can't lose those two too. Marcus told Taehyun that if he accepts the request, the United States Player Association will acknowledge Taehyun as their greatest ally and support him. Taehyun told him that there are enough explanations. He asked where he needed to go. Jinhui was emotional when he yelled at Taehyun to think it over, since multiple SS rank players have already fallen. He said that they have to prepare meticulously. Taehyun cut him off, saying that, in such a dangerous place, even as they spend time discussing, those two might be fighting for their lives. That is why he needed to go. He recalled his promise to Ricky that when she's in danger, he should come and help her. She trusted him to watch her back. Taehyun stated that he has a debt to repay. Then, he left. Jinhui was left dumbfounded. Taewook stated that they should trust in Taehyun a bit more, since he had always surpassed their expectations. Jinhui understands that, but he also knows what happens when they blindly trust someone. A flashback was then seen. It was already a few years back. The chairman was looking at a man, the very same one who betrayed them. And as I said a while back, this guy was also giving the vibe like Taehyun has. It just made sense why Jinhui was a bit worried at this point. Taewook uttered that Taehyun is different from that man. Jinhui said that he is, but he's also just being cautious. Inside the abyss, a skeleton dragon flew around. A lizard man is attacking with an axe. But Cody leapt. He slashed the lizard man and split it in half. Cody let out a breath. He uttered that no matter how many he cuts down, there's no end to them. Someone suggested that he put all of them down at once. That surprised Cody. The shadows pass through Cody, and it strangled those monsters. Someone approached Cody. Cody saw that it was Taehyun. Taehyun told him that he's there to help. Cody stared at him. He asked if Marcus sent him. Normally, Cody would say that Marcus is going over the top, but he knew that it isn't the time to act leisurely. He expressed that he appreciates the help. Taehyun understood why they asked him to go in, even after sending Cody. Taehyun sensed a magical presence surrounding the castle. Taehyun couldn't believe that Ricky went missing at an archduke's castle. Cody told him that Ricky was sent there, in a newly discovered area in the depths of the abyss. But they didn't know back then that it was their domain. Taehyun asked if Ricky is still alive. Cody replied yes, since he sensed her mana when he came there, and it led them to the basement. Taehyun stated that they might meet an archduke on their way down there. The chances of them winning against an archduke is less than 1%. Cody replied that they should hurry up. He asked Taehyun if he could keep up. Taehyun replied yes. They moved really fast and powered through the monsters. They kept defeating monsters, one after another. Then, Taehyun asked Cody if he's certain that he's the same person who struggled to take down one monster earlier. Cody replied that it's because he doesn't need to reserve his strength anymore since Taehyun is there. Cody recalled that they agreed to face each other again once they were in the abyss. He didn't think that they would be fighting alongside each other instead. Taehyun replied that a person he can trust is capable enough to have his back. He replied that it wasn't that bad. The two are the strongest cards the human race has, and with Cody there, they might actually be able to rescue Ricky. They came to a stop. Cody stated that they are in the center of the castle. Cody replied that there must be a way down nearby. Cody suggested that they split up and look around. Someone came up to Cody and told him that he would die there. Cody was blasted away with that punch. He crashed on the ground. Taehyun attacked the guy. He slashed him. Taehyun's dagger was blocked by the guy's hand. Taehyun was caught off guard. The man uttered that he finally saw someone famous. He knew Taehyun, the trump card in New South Korea. Taehyun asked who he was. The man was surprised. He asked if Jinhui didn't tell him. He grabbed Taehyun's face while saying that it's boring. He pushed Taehyun to the ground. The guy introduced himself as Min Ji-hong, the guild master of the Malignant Guild. He is also Kim Taehyun's predecessor. This is also the guy which Jinhui became wary about. Cody charges forward. The guy evades the attack by taking a step back. He recognized Cody would. He stated that if that was enough to kill Cody, then he wouldn't be called as the #1 ranked in the world. Taehyun informs Cody that the man calls himself Min Ji-hong, the leader of the Malignant Guild. Cody replied that he knew the face since he is a serious criminal, wanted internationally, but he questioned why someone like him is down there. Ji-hong told them to think about it, as to why a lowly human would be waiting for all of them in an archduke's castle. Taehyun replied, "No way." Ji-hong smirked. He unleashes his aura and revealed that he is the same as them. He invited them as fellow archduke contractors to have some fun trying to kill each other at the cell. Ricky was still held captive. She knew Cody was there, and she also felt Taehyun. Ji-hong released his aura. Cody expressed that it is horrifying that the leader of the villains is an archduke contractor. He uttered that there's a reason that Ji-hong managed to evade them for so long. Taehyun suggested that they figure out what type of person Ji-hong is later. The fact that they sent an archduke contractor means that they already knew that Cody and Taehyun are coming, and the reason why the archduke didn't come there themselves is due to their pride, or because they're occupied elsewhere, but either way, they need to rescue Ricky. Taehyun suggested that they take on Ji-hong together. Cody stated that he'll handle the attack. Taehyun volunteered to support. Cody charges. Ji-hong teased them for the straight-up attack. He stated that he could dodge something easy, but he didn't expect to be held in place. Taehyun used Apocalypse. Ji-hong's eyes widened in surprise. Cody slashed him. It caught Ji-hong's hair. After that slash, Cody didn't feel any impact on his hands, but his sword was broken in half. Ji-hong made a golden orb in his hand. Taehyun got worried for Cody. Cody got hit on the face, good thing he's wearing a helmet. Then Ji-hong kicked him. That was a powerful one that blasted Ji-hong. Cody crashed into the wall. Ji-hong asked Cody if he didn't know Ji-hong's skills. He was curious because Cody knew what he looked like. Some boulders fell on Cody. Ji-hong commented that it's boring. He created another golden orb. Taehyun noticed something in that single moment. When Cody attacked Ji-hong earlier, it looked like Ji-hong's sword was sucked in the golden orb. Taehyun was informed that skill usage is detected. Apocalypse was cancelled and unable to activate. Because of that, Taehyun is certain that it's the thing that he saw when he entered Lung's laboratory. Taehyun asked Ji-hong if his skills are a black hole that nullifies the skills around it. Ji-hong asked him if he had seen that before. Taehyun admitted that he had some trouble with a scroll imbued with that skill before. Ji-hong shared that selling scrolls made him some easy money, like one that nullifies other skills. He uttered that it must be appealing to the non-awakened. Ji-hong expressed that he had fun watching the struggle of those who don't have what it takes. He despises the weak, but he hates the arrogant strong even more. He wanted to check something, and that's if he's any different from them. He created a huge black hole. Taehyun watched carefully. He jumped through it. The next thing he knew, Ji-hong was on his face, asking him if that's what he can do. Ji-hong expressed his disappointment. Blood splattered. Ji-hong was surprised that he was slashed. Taehyun told him that he's the same for not knowing what Taehyun's skills are. He said that Black Hole can't absorb an Archduke's powers. He asked him, who's the arrogant one now? Ji-hong admitted that Taehyun got him there. It's the first time he faced an Archduke contractor. His body trembled. He liked how they were fighting. His arm became larger, looking like a demon's arm. He said that it is great. When he attacked using the large arm, it created an explosion. Debris flew everywhere. Taehyun had used his wings to fly. Cody learned that it can't absorb Archduke's skills. He stated that they should have told him something like that earlier. Cody also unleashed his wings. They surrounded Ji-hong. Ji-hong admits that it's going to be difficult handling both of them at once. Someone said that locating Ji-hong is difficult, and that he detected the mana of lowlifes in the castle and it was hard to process. Ji-hong looked at the ceiling. It cracked. Then it erupted. Taehyun was careful not to be hit with the debris, while Ji-hong punched the boulders falling on him. Ji-hong uttered that he must have wasted too much time and got ahead of himself since opportunities like that are rare. A bipedal monstrous creature appeared behind Ji-hong. He apologized. The creature had red eyes. Ji-hong's apology was directed to Beastmaster Orgel. This is another Archduke of the Abyss. Cody and Taehyun were surprised. Orgel told him that it doesn't excuse his actions. He added that having his powers, the other contractors should have been easy pickings. Ji-hong expressed that, in his opinion, Orgel didn't give him enough for that. He asked Orgel for more powers. But that statement didn't sit well with the Beastmaster. Orgel smashed Ji-hong. Orgel told him that he's too bold. He asked him if he thinks he is in the position to ask him for anything. Ji-hong bled. He laid there on the dented ground. Orgel told him that he will consider it. Orgel called Taehyun and Cody a lowly piece of meat and told them that playtime is over. He told them to try their best to survive against him. Taehyun called Cody and told him that since Orgel is there, they have no chance of winning. He reminded him what they are there for. Cody called Taehyun's name. Taehyun told him to go on ahead. Taehyun released a dragon-like creature. It was his skill, Predation. Taehyun and Orgel were on a face-off. Their power exudes even outside the castle. Then we see someone running. But more monsters blocked this person's path. They charged forward, but got immediately slashed. Taehyun managed to barely avoid the eye of Orgel, but his objective isn't to fight that Archduke. He kept thinking where Ricky is. Taehyun noticed something. There was a blue light. He knew it was Ricky's skill, and it looked like Taehyun wanted to follow. The monsters were surprised at how he found the location. They fought. Ricky was in the cell. Taehyun approached her. She was glad that he found her. Taehyun was smiling at her. Taehyun stated that he came to repay his debt. Ricky commented that for Taehyun to come to that dangerous place, to repay his debt, he's something else. Taehyun replied that a promise is a promise. She asked where Cody was. Taehyun replied that Cody is probably looking for her on the other side of the castle. He would explain, but they don't have much time. She uttered that the Archduke must be on the move. Taehyun asked if she knew about him, too. Ricky replied yes, since she's an investigator for the World Player Association. She stated that the owner of the castle, Archduke Orgel, his unfathomably deep reserves of mana, was more frightening than any other monster that she met. Taehyun replied that if she knew, then she already knew why they must escape quickly. Tae-hyun managed to slow down Orgal, but he doesn't know how much longer it will last. He asked her if she could walk. Ricky admits that her legs are failing her. Tae-hyun supported her so they could get out of there. They reached something like an escalator. Ricky glanced at Tae-hyun, and she expressed that it's interesting. She narrated that ever since Lung's lab, every time she thought she would die, she saw him and had a hope of living. She sincerely thanked him for saving her. Tae-hyun smiled. The lift started moving, but Orgal appeared. He asked them if they really thought that they got away. Tae-hyun and Ricky were surprised. Orgal stated that he let the bitch alive to use as a spare because the bitch had a good understanding of mana for a mortal. Since he had her, it was obvious to him where they would go. Tae-hyun understands that Orgal would catch up to them, but he was surprised to see that there was not a single scratch on him after being hit with predation. Orgal dared the intruder, Tae-hyun, to use his powers again on him. Tae-hyun abides. He released predation again, but this time, Orgal blocks the attack. He held the dragon's mouth apart using his bare hands. He expressed that his eyes didn't deceive him. He recognized the king's power. He tore apart the dragon while saying that it was weaker compared to when the king used it. Tae-hyun flew towards him. He knew that predation doesn't work at all. He released blood blades. Orgal recognized Igmun's power. Tae-hyun's hand changes into claws. He flew towards Orgal. He used dragon's fury. It causes an explosion of aura, enhanced by mana. Orgal watches it. He got hit. A part of his abdomen has been taken by Tae-hyun. He commented that Tae-hyun has a strong spirit. He asked if it's the power of the Dragon Lord. Monsterification makes the body mimic monsters, and at this point, Tae-hyun had also altered his body like Jihong did. Orgal couldn't believe that he got hit with his own powers. It was a powerful attack that sends debris flying everywhere. Ricky couldn't believe that a human and an archduke were fighting like that. It made her curious as to what Tae-hyun really is. Orgal grabs Tae-hyun's arm. He had a sinister laugh. He kept laughing. Tae-hyun had turned pale. Orgal expressed that he's having fun. He hadn't had that fun in so long. He saw Tae-hyun wield the powers of others just like the king. But he knew that it had been 1,000 years since the king disappeared. Orgal shared that fighting powerful people was his lifelong objective, but once the king disappeared, days of boredom continued. And he felt how long those days are. He was happy to have a proper fight after so long. He yanked Tae-hyun's arm, and it got ripped. Tae-hyun yelled loudly. Ricky got worried for Tae-hyun. Orgal threw away the arm. He urged Tae-hyun to show him everything. He called him the key of the king. Tae-hyun cursed out loud. None of his skills worked. The only thing he has is the skill of summoning Rosaria. The area glowed in pink. Something appeared in front of Orgal. Then it revealed Rosaria. Orgal described Rosaria as the most loyal servant of the king. Tae-hyun admitted that he wanted to finish it without calling her if possible. Rosaria glanced at Tae-hyun. She turned to Orgal with an angry expression. She and Orgal glared at each other. Tae-hyun saw Rosaria. He wanted to finish the fight without summoning her if possible. He knew that the Archduke, summoned by the powers of a contractor, had no chance of winning against an Archduke. Besides, Tae-hyun finds it risky. His mana flow could be reversed like last time, or get caught up in the fight between those two. Even if he does survive, there's no guarantee that Ricky would too. But Tae-hyun knew that it's not the time to think about those things. Orgal expressed that he never expected her to be on the key's side already. He asked when she entered a summoning pact with him, but Orgal knew it wasn't quite right because he felt the mana of a nightmare. He realized that Tae-hyun isn't a contractor of Igmun, but of her. Rosaria told him that he would regret finding that out so late. She expressed that she's not a weak opponent like that vampire. Orgal replied that not a weak opponent is what he had wished for. Rosaria suggested that Tae-hyun tended to his wounds. She asked him if he could handle that by himself. Tae-hyun replied that he can if he uses the blood rampage, he could heal himself up. Suddenly, Tae-hyun was transported to a different place. He asked what that place was. Rosaria knew that he experienced that before. It was her authority personal space. It is a created location separated from reality. She admitted that even if she said all those things to Orgal, the only thing she could do for him is to call him in there and buy some time. She told him that he doesn't have much time, so she suggested that he focus on healing first, and Orgal comes after. Tae-hyun asked if she could summon another person in there. Then Ricky showed up. She screamed out loud when she fell. She's confused as to where she is. Someone asked her if she could get off. Apparently she landed on Taehyun. She was surprised to see him since he disappeared suddenly. She asked them why they were there. She apologized and got up. Taehyun informs her that it is a temporary shelter, created by an archduke that he is contracted to. Ricky was confused. Taehyun told her that they need to figure out how to get out of the situation. Meanwhile, Rosaria faces Orgul. Orgul sensed that the mana of the key had disappeared, and the bitch witch with him. He asked Rosaria if she hid them with her powers. Rosaria played dumb. Then she stated that Orgul's thick beast brain might not understand even if she told him. Orgul ordered her to spit them out. He claims that they belong to him. Rosaria used her tentacles to counterattack. Back to our MC, Ricky learned that while the two archdukes fight, they need to figure out how to get away from Orgul. Ricky expressed that she understands the whole picture. But what she doesn't understand is the reason why Taehyun is a contractor for the Succubus Queen, but is using the powers of other archdukes. She's pertaining to the skill he just used, and the one from before, and stated that it isn't normal. She questioned if Taehyun is even a regular human. Taehyun brought up what Ricky said when they first met, that they needed something to anchor them to that world, since they could be considered monsters by some. Taehyun stated that his answer is the same as back then. He admits that he's stubborn enough to keep promises he made with friends. Ricky replied that it made sense. She admits that she said that. Taehyun answered that he's human, and it's just that his skill allows him to absorb the skill of others. That surprised Ricky. She realized that it's the reason why he can use all those skills. She expressed that it made sense, but also overpowered. Taehyun thinks Ricky is trustworthy. To him, it doesn't matter revealing that much to explain. He's certain that she will keep it a secret. But what he can never tell her is about his regression. They felt the place shake. It was their cue to move to discussing their tactics. Because at that moment, Rosaria is fighting to buy them some time. Taehyun used up all his skills, but that wasn't enough to stop Orgul. He asked Ricky if she had anything in mind. Ricky thought about her skills and realized maybe she can use one thing. Taehyun asked which it was. She told him about the portal. It opens a gate that allows them to travel to a designated coordinate. Taehyun told her that they will use that to get out of there. Ricky told him that it's too dangerous. She only ever used it to summon monsters from the other side, and she never used it personally. A gate created by human mana, unlike a warp gate, is very unstable. It can close suddenly, and in the worst case, they could be stuck, endlessly wandering the void between dimensions. She suggested that they think of something else. Taehyun pointed out that Ricky knew as well as he did, that there is no other way to win. He told her that they need to make a decision. He expressed that he believes in her. Ricky was taken aback. She was about to take his hand. When they heard Rosaria calling her contractor, Taehyun was alarmed. The personal space created by Rosaria was gone. Orgul had ripped off her head from the body. Rosaria advised Taehyun to run, because she couldn't do it anymore. Orgul crushed her head with his hand, and only blood was left. Orgul found the key. He asked Taehyun if he thinks that he could hide between Rosaria's skirt folds. He told her that he's shameful, since it's not the way of the king. He uttered that the king is supposed to mercilessly destroy those who oppose him. He told Taehyun that if he has the king's powers, he should fight like him. Taehyun released predation. Orgul recognized it. He reminded Taehyun that it doesn't work on him. He asked him if that was his last move. Taehyun replied that it's hard to listen to his bullshit. He called Ricky. Ricky was taken aback. Then Taehyun ordered her to open the portal immediately. Ricky did what he told her. The portal opened behind Taehyun. Orgul commented that it's their silly tricks again. He won't allow them to escape. Taehyun told him to just wait patiently. Taehyun transformed the dragon-like creature into a claw. He told Orgul that he would come for him again soon enough. He created an explosion. That blocks the path before them. Ricky asked if they're making the right decisions. She's worried that things would go wrong. Taehyun replied that he'd believe in the greatest mage in the world. Taehyun told her that he will wait for her on the other side. Then, they really got transported. Taehyun was surprised that he's lying on the ground. Ricky yelled that she did it. She was happy since she never thought that it would work. She claimed that they are the first humans to cross a man-made portal. Taehyun didn't doubt that she couldn't do it. Ricky was genuinely happy and grateful. She was even blushing at this point. But Orgel's hand passed through the portal too, and it was about to grab Ricky. Taehyun's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled out Ricky's name. Taehyun rushed towards Ricky. Ricky turned around. But before she could move, a hand already grabbed her tightly that she bled. Orgel asked him what he's doing. Ricky coughed blood. He told them that the fight had only just begun. He pulled them to return. Their ground shook, and it made him drop Ricky. Taehyun ran to catch her. He could feel her bones have shattered and caused internal damage. He knew she won't survive if she doesn't receive help soon. He scanned if he had any skill that might help her. He thought about using Blood Rampage, but thought that it was impossible. Then he thought of calling Rosaria for help, but he doubted she could do anything even if she wanted to. He forced himself to keep thinking, but Ricky spoke and told him that it's okay. She told him that she always knew that it could happen. Taehyun refused to give up, especially when he promised to save her. She told him that he had done enough already. She knew it's too late to go back. She asked him for one last favor. Since he can absorb the skills of others, she requested that he absorb her skill too. In that way, she would be able to serve humankind. This shocked Taehyun. She expects him to grant it. Taehyun grits his teeth. Then, our boy released his powers while holding Ricky in his arms. Ricky watches him as she thinks about living her life without any regrets. Except for one thing. She regretted not asking him out on a date. Taehyun covered them in black and red light. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Jihong became muscular, and he tried to punch Cody. He felt the thrill from their fight, but Cody knew he had to stop him soon. He's been occupied by him for quite some time already. He tried to cut him, but Jihong stopped his sword with his arm. Jihong wouldn't let him go. He could tell that Cody is distracted. He told him to give up Taehyun and the woman in the prison, because they have already been caught by Orgel. He shared that he stopped sensing their mana a while ago. He was quite disappointed because he wanted to fight Taehyun again. He was taken aback when Cody swung his sword powerfully and it threw him on the other side. His arm bled. Cody replied that he's lying because he has faith in those two. Jihong laughed at him for being optimistic. Unexpectedly, a loud roar echoed. That surprised Cody. Even Jihong was confused on what's happening. Then he was called by Orgel to come at once. He replied that he's keeping an intruder occupied. Orgel warned him that he won't repeat himself. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Cody saw him walk away, so he asked if he's leaving. He replied yes, since his egoistical master calls for his servant. He told him to consider himself lucky, but he warned him that it's only the beginning, and the world shall soon be consumed by an unquenchable flame, and he'll be the one spark that fire, Min Jihon of the Malignant Guild. And just like that, he's gone. Cody was puzzled as to why Orgel called for Jihong. It made him worried for Ricky and Taehyun. A few moments later, we see him run so fast until he reaches two men. They recognized him. When he caught his breath, he asked them if Taehyun and Ricky had arrived there. They were confused when they saw someone approaching. It was Taehyun, and he's carrying Ricky in his arms. Cody was relieved to see him, until he saw Ricky's lifeless body. He turned pale and froze. He asked if Ricky had met a peaceful end. Taehyun replied yes, and apologized for not being able to save her. He replied that it was not his fault, and claimed that Ricky died an honorable death for humanity. Their colleagues started crying. Cody clenched his fist and blamed himself that he was too weak. He thanked Taehyun and wanted to take Ricky, but Taehyun wanted to do it and requested that he lead him to the United States Players Association. That shocked Cody. Taehyun spoke in a serious tone and uttered that he had a duty to relay what Ricky left him with, at the United States Player Association headquarters. They were in a meeting room. Kevin thanked Taehyun on behalf of the U.S. players for bringing back Ricky. He knew he owed him a great debt. He shared that they have lost lots of valuable players and they're bussing enough as is dealing with the aftermath. So he hoped that the reason he called them there was worth it. Gregory smacked the table and yelled that he's too busy to be forced to listen to that bullshit, and he called him a failure. Cody asked if that was directed to him as well. Gregory mellowed down and tried to explain himself. Taehyun replied that they will soon find out whether being there is worth it or not. He showed them a skill that surprised everyone. Kevin asked how. He showed them Ricky's skill that allows the replay of recorded memories. It was called Memorize. And he will now play her last words. Taehyun received a total of 3 skills from Ricky. One of those was a high-level monster's heart. A high-level monster's heart, S, creates a mana stone within the body. It requires 30 mana. This skill allows the player to create a mana stone and freely manipulate mana. Most of Ricky's skills were born out of this one. The reason why she seemed so intent on the difference between monsters and humans was probably because she had that skill. The other was Portal, which she used to get them away from Orgal. This skill allows him to create a warp gate at a designated coordinate and requires 100 mana. If he sets coordinates, he can travel through dimensions with it. And lastly is Memorize. It activates Memorize magic, which costs 300 mana, the skill that allows them to see anything related to memories. It's the reason why Ricky was able to act as the investigator of the World Player Association. Kevin was so shocked to see it. He questioned why Taehyun can use it. Taehyun replied that nobody is as good as Ricky when it comes to mana manipulation. He told them that she seemed to know how to transfer skills over to others. He felt apologetic towards Ricky for saying that, but he had to, since couldn't reveal predation yet. Cody asked what he intends to show them using Memorize. He activated the crystal. The light was too blinding. What Ricky recorded with Memorize was the information she found while investigating Orgal's castle. She saw a sculpture with different important creatures in it. The information related to the monster's language needed further investigation to decipher, but when she looked at the painting, she instinctively knew that all those who sat next to Orgal were all archdukes. There was the Beastmaster Orgal, Rosaria, the Queen of Nightmares, the Vampire Lord Igmun, then the King of Demons Beelzebub, the Dragon Lord Hazard. There was also the Beast King Jormungand and the fallen angel Lucifer. The 7 archdukes continued to fight over their territories and ruled over the abyss in a precarious balance. But the question was, who sits on the throne above them? When Ricky saw it, it was empty. Then someone found her. It was Orgal. Back to the present time, Kevin was surprised by what he saw. He yelled that it was impossible. The archdukes identified by the U.S. so far include Orgal in the expedition, as well as Igmun and Lucifer. They don't know how strong they really were, but now they had it figured out thanks to the recent sacrifice of their players. And it made Kevin tremble upon realizing that even an archduke alone is enough to destroy Earth. And yet there aren't just 3, but 7 of them. And from the intel, there might even be someone even stronger than them. He can only say, "Oh God." Meanwhile, in Orgal's castle, Ji-hong asked if it's all over now. Orgal replied yes. Ji-hong couldn't believe that the mighty Archduke of the Abyss was hurt and needed his powers. He replied that it was an accident, and that he would have still recovered without him. But he didn't like waiting. He threatened Ji-hong that he'd crush him if he spoke that way to him again. Ji-hong replied that he'd keep that in mind. Then he asked why he's keen on going after Taehyun. He replied that Taehyun had a special ability, one that's only allowed by a special person. Ji-hong probed more on what he meant and who that person is. Orgal simply replied that it's the one who simply rose to the top of the abyss. He added that it was the one who led the archdukes to fight the upper realms. It was the king of the abyss. But he felt that the king was different from before. With that, he gave Ji-hong new orders. He wanted him to go to Earth and accelerate his plans to make Earth fall to chaos and to bring back the king of the abyss key. He wanted to take the key for himself, rule over the abyss, and rise to the peak himself. Ji-hong followed his command. He reported that all things are going according to Orgal's plan. Back at the U.S. headquarters, someone called the president and asked what he's going to do now. Kevin replied that they will have a meeting first, but he's uncertain that it will be fruitful. Taehyun asked if it was just the U.S. They were puzzled with his question. Taehyun explained that it's no longer a matter of the U.S. Player Association since it concerns the future of humanity, which is why everybody needs to know about it. Kevin argued that it will plunge the world into uncontrolled chaos. Taehyun reasoned that it will give them the opportunity to unify. He told them that Ricky wasn't someone who worked solely for the benefit of one country. He urged them to think of what she wanted. Kevin paused, then agreed. He replied that he will share the information through the World Players Association once they organize things themselves. Then Taehyun added that using Memorize on Ricky's memories, he saw the form of light within U.S. headquarters basement. Kevin was surprised that Taehyun knew that much. Marcus whispered to Kevin that Taehyun is already one of their closest allies. Kevin understood, and he wanted Taehyun to follow them. Taehyun nodded. They rode an elevator going down. Kevin assumed that Tae-hyun is already familiar with it since he studied history. He's talking about how humanity changed after making contact with the abyss. Starting with the people awakening, they were able to bring rare resources from the abyss. And they had seen plenty of progress, though that's what most people are told. But there's one thing they don't know. The awakening of the people and the discovery of the abyss didn't occur at the same time. From Tae-hyun's reaction, you could tell that it was news to him. Then Kevin continued to say that the abyss was a hellscape that they couldn't handle at first. It became a land of opportunity for them after they had dragged something up from the Pacific. Then humans began awakening after they made contact with him. The elevator stopped. Tae-hyun was surprised at what he saw. In a capsule, there's a white, faceless human form. It was like a statue made of marble. Kevin introduced Tae-hyun to the savior and the power that evolved humanity. No name. Tae-hyun's eyes were wide in shock. Kevin told him that they might as well call him a god, but of course, they can't officially do that. Tae-hyun was confused because, to him, it's the king. He was surprised that they managed to keep something like that hidden all this time. Kevin firmly believed that a chosen country and a minority of that country need to lead progress. He shared that. Despite the classified nature, they haven't gotten anything out of him since the First Awakening. Not him or their predecessors could get anything out of No Name. But they were slowly seeing signs that they might be able to learn more from No Name. Tae-hyun noticed that he just moved. The light glowed brightly, and the face formed 3 eyes on the right side. They were all surprised. They stood there, frozen in shock. Kevin couldn't believe it. No Name had just opened its eyes. He asked what's happening. It had never happened before. He ordered Marcus to call the research team at once, but Tae-hyun knew that it just didn't open its eyes. It was looking at him. Then it told him that he's different from the rest. It was expected of someone who regressed using the king's power. He was surprised that it spoke and it knew about the king and the regression. Then, No Name told him that it's almost time for chains of reincarnation to unlock. It emitted bright light and shook the facility. Kevin got concerned because the facility is built with the best the U.S. has to offer. Marcus knew something was wrong. He told them that they needed to get out of there. Kevin replied that he can't because it's the most that they saw of it in decades. Tae-hyun wondered if they didn't hear what it said. Then it asked Tae-hyun if he wished to learn the truth. If so, it told him to release the king's power. Tae-hyun shifted its attention to him and told everyone that he'll stay. He started to release his mana. Kevin asked him what he plans on doing. Marcus reminded him that he won't be safe there even if he's an SS rank player. They called out his name loudly. Tae-hyun turned to them and simply let them know that he needed to check something. Marcus questioned him why now, of all times. Cody placed a hand on his shoulder and instructed him to bring the president out of there. He knew Tae-hyun was up to something. They walked towards the exit. When the door closed, Tae-hyun uttered that he wanted to see the truth that he spoke of, and addressed him as God. No Name called him the key of the king and said that he's brave, and as he wishes, he will answer his questions. He replied that he had a lot of questions and wanted to know where the information was coming from. First, he asked him if he's really God. It replied that there is a difference between what humans think of a god and what he is. But he replied that there isn't a better word to describe him there. Tae-hyun commented that he's a god captured by humans, and so it made him comment that he's not quite omnipotent. He replied that he's not God itself, but a fragment of one. He's no longer a piece of a greater puzzle and lacks the power to do anything by himself. And he has a general direction. Tae-hyun asked what direction that would be. He replied that it is the place where his whole self is. Tae-hyun replied that he doesn't get it. He processed the information in his head and thought that there is a proper God somewhere and No Name is the way to him. No Name replied that he is correct. And the reason why humans awakened is for the same reason, and also the reason why Tae-hyun, who met the king, had awakened. Tae-hyun asked if the king's power is the power of the god. He also inquired on why he was regressed, and he asked where God is. No Name glared at him. Then Tae-hyun was transported. It was an area where there is a gate break, and the people are running for their lives. He thought he was in New South Korea, but he felt strange. He saw a statue of a knight on a horse. No Name told him that it isn't their dimension, but it is where the king is originally from. A man tripped beside Tae-hyun. Then a bipedal monster with no eyes and sharp teeth approaches them. No Name revealed that it was the king's past. The man who tripped had his fingers turned white. And then, a dragon-like predator, which we are all familiar with, devoured the monster. Taehyun recognized the power. No Name told him that the child was born with one of the scattered fragments of God. The man turned all white. No Name continued to narrate that in a moment of danger, the man awakened and moved as his body led him. Taehyun felt dizzy. He was transported to another scene. It was a familiar one since he saw it in a dream before. The king was in the sky. Then it extended his hand. It was the time he conquered the abyss. Then he sat on the throne. He became a king with his 7 archdukes. Taehyun expressed that he couldn't understand why being drawn to God has anything to do with subjugating the 7 archdukes. He replied that after the territorial wars, becoming the king of the lower dimension is one of the requirements to reach the next step. And what came after is the unavoidable war with the upper realm. Only once one wins the species wars does one get the right to challenge God. And so, the king fought. He fought against the beings of the upper realm with his archdukes, but the upper realm is occupied by beings that are closer to God than the lower realm. The king couldn't overcome that gap, even after countless regression with his ability. Once a human, his mind slowly became warped. And one day, he realized that he's not the man for the job, that he needs to find someone else who can do the job for him. That is the meaning of being his key, to carry on his duty and the unending war and reach God. Taehyun looked overwhelmed with the information. He replied that he still had more questions, like why God sent out his fragments and why the kill is so hell-bent on reaching God. He also asked why he's chosen. No Name replied that the answer to those questions is outside his cognitive capacity. Taehyun realized that he had to find out for himself. No Name clarified that what Taehyun received is the powers of the king, not God. So his path isn't bound to them like they were. He may just enjoy his life as is, just as he wished during his regression. So whether he proceeds or not is his decision. He asked him what he would do. Meanwhile, the elevator arrived at the top. Kevin expressed that he wanted to stay. He thinks that if he did, he could have found out something about No Name and helped humanity. While Marcus was worried for Taehyun. Cody replied that Taehyun isn't the one to do something foolish without a reason. They were surprised when Taehyun appeared. Our boy just used a portal skill. Taehyun intended to meet them. They were surprised that he used Ricky's portal. Kevin asked him what happened to No Name. Taehyun sadly informed them that he disappeared. He clarified that he absorbed him. Cody replied that he respected his ways until then, but he states that he's going too far. He demanded an explanation. Taehyun looked at him and approached him, and they stood face to face while glaring at each other. There was tension in the air. Taehyun called his name, then told him that when he faced No Name, he heard a voice, and when he tried to touch it according to its instructions, he absorbed it. Cody probed if it was all. He wanted to know what he talked about with No Name. But Taehyun couldn't tell him at the moment. That triggered Kevin and yelled at him that it's useless for him to keep secrets, especially when No Name is a property of the United States. He kept talking, but he was surprised when Cody simply let it go. Then, he asked him what he would do from then on. Taehyun replied that he's going to find out what he can do. Cody simply replied, I see. Since Taehyun had delivered Ricky's last words, he planned to return to New South Korea. Kevin was confused as to what Cody was doing. He told him to stop Taehyun. Cody asked him if he didn't get it. He stated that Taehyun had surpassed him and there is nothing on Earth that can stop him. Kevin argued that it's only because Taehyun absorbed No Name. Cody pointed out that they had countless opportunities to contact No Name, but nobody could do what Taehyun did. He had to explain that Taehyun didn't absorb No Name. Instead, No Name chose Taehyun. And in his opinion, they shouldn't anger the man chosen by God. And now they had to catch up to Taehyun. After Taehyun returned, the World Player Association announced the death of Ricky and 4 other SS rank players. They also announced the existence of the 7 archdukes who rule over the abyss. The world mourned the death of the players who died for humanity, while also fearing the archdukes. Jinhui spoke with Taehyun and informed him that he heard the news that he went through quite an ordeal. He asked if he's injured. Taehyun replied that he's fine. He empathized that even if Taehyun is fine, he'd still feel terrible. He assured him that it's not his fault. Then he felt sorry for rushing him while he's still feeling that way, but he heard from Ah Hyung that he will be working in the abyss. He inquired if his plans changed because of the archdukes. Taehyun firmly replied no. He stated that it's because the abyss needs him now more than ever. Taewook was about to say something, but Jinhui stopped him and replied to Taehyun that it was good. Taehyun was confused with their reaction, so he asked if they had something to tell him. Taewook replied that the boss wanted to keep it from him, but if he were to work primarily in the abyss, he thinks that he should know. Jinhui still didn't want to tell him. But Taewook continued to say that, while Taehyun is busy, a mysterious plague began spreading throughout the earth. It's been causing gray spots to appear on one's skin, along with a high fever. He asked him if he had seen anything like it before. Our MC was surprised to hear that. It was the same symptoms in his past life. The disease that has plagued humanity for a long time came out of the Chinese dungeon after Venom was killed. He thought he stopped it by killing Venom early. Then Taewook stated that according to pathologists, rather than something natural, it seemed to be created by humans from New South Korea. Additionally, they have leads that the malignant guild is related to. Taehyun's eyes widened in surprise. They knew that the malignant guild isn't weak, but they are also aware that they shouldn't have anything that allows them to create a disease. Thus, it led them to think that someone was working with them. And New South Korea is currently investigating them. Taewook continued to say that the malignant guild is a global operation, but they are based in New South Korea. The association is trying to root them all out. Then Taehyun cut him off when Taehyun expressed that he wanted to ask a favor from the president. He informed him that he met the leader of the Malignants Guild in Orgal's castle. He revealed that the name is Min Jihong. Then he asked who that bastard is. That surprised them. Jinhui knew that Jihong worked for Orgal and seemed to know Taehyun too. He felt disappointed that Jihong is on the side of the monsters now. Taewook asked if he should tell Taehyun, but he refused by saying that it was his burden to bear. He told Taehyun that he wasn't keeping it from him. He just didn't want him to get overwhelmed. However, now that he knows, he had to tell him. He narrated that it had already been 20 years, and back when he was still an active player, there was a dungeon break in the countryside, and he made his way to it. However, he was too late. The monsters were all gone. In their place was an awakened child who had lost his parents. It was all done unconsciously, but a child of 7 years of age stopped a B-rank dungeon break all on his own. And that was his first encounter with Jihong. He quickly realized the anger and talent he had. At the same time, he felt a sense of responsibility for not being able to save his parents. So he took him in. He trained him hard, trying to keep him from being consumed by hatred and hoping that he would become the savior of New South Korea. Eventually, he realized that he was more talented than he expected. Jihong had handled all the training he gave him with ease and was already one of the strongest in New South Korea before reaching high school. Though when Jinhui looks back, he could say that it was all for nothing. He just ended up pushing him over the edge. Taehyun asked where it all went wrong. That made Jinhui quiet. Taewook replied that there are many conditions that one has to meet before they can go into the abyss nowadays. But there was nothing back then. Even at a young age, Jihong could work as a player. And countless players wanted to work with him. But despite his talent, his party experienced disaster after disaster. He constantly had to deal with casualties. It continued, so the Player Association launched an investigation, and it revealed that Jihong drove people to death on purpose. Taehyun asked why. Jihong had one thing to say, that he couldn't fight the monsters while taking care of the weak, and if they had survived, they would have thanked him, because he made them stronger. The association then decided that he was a problem. Fearing the repercussions, they tried to purge his records and kill him. However, Jihong killed everyone who tried to stop him and ran away. So now, he's an international criminal. Jinhui added that Jihong is gravely mistaken for believing that tragedy made him stronger, so he wants to do the same to others. And that is his way of saving the world. Then he admitted that the one who drove them to that point was him. Taehyun was quiet. Then he admits that he can't fully say that Jinhui isn't partially responsible. Taewook called him out for saying that. Taehyun told Jinhui that if he knew Jihong was twisted, he should have kicked his ass. Because that's what fathers do. He told him that he will bring him in and give him one more chance. Jinhui looked touched. Deep inside, Taehyun didn't like Jihong's contempt for the weak, especially when he also knew what it feels like to lose everything helplessly. Taewook asked him if he would join them. He replied yes, but not right away, because he had some things to take care of first. Deep inside, he couldn't fight with something on his mind. It was the new status window that showed up after meeting No Name. He had a quest which states that the countdown of the race wars will begin soon. He went to the castle. Rosaria expected him to come soon. When he saw her, he was surprised. He asked her why her expression is like that. She looked exhausted and beaten up. She asked him if she looked terrible. Our MC asked if it was because of him. He didn't expect that the damage from the fight with Orgal was worse than he thought. She replied that it was still a fortunate outcome, even after fighting against a true form of an archduke. Taehyun inquired what happened to her castle. She replied that before Taehyun fought with Orgal, Igmun paid a visit. She told him not to worry, since in the first place, the archdukes aren't friends. And it was her fault for having an excellent contractor. Taehyun vowed to her that he will make it so that she will never be treated like that again. She was amused and expressed that she felt better already. Taehyun was dead serious. Rosaria pointed out that something has changed within him. He replied that he met the god and heard the truth about the king. The news was a shock to Rosaria. He informed her that the race war is coming. Rosaria asked how he met God. Taehyun replied that there was a piece of God in his world too. He managed to meet one and talk to it. He remembered that Rosaria told him that he has the right to know about the king, but now he understands that there was nothing she could do about it. He told her that things are different now. She was surprised. She replied that he reached it faster than she expected. She pondered if it was fate or coincidence. Because of him poking his head in everywhere, everything has been proceeding ahead of schedule. Then she uttered that if heard the truth, he must have also learned about his fate, and seeing that he's in front of her, she expects him to have an answer for her. Back then, No Name told Taehyun that he received the powers of the king, not God, and that he's not forced into the same situation as any of them, meaning he can enjoy his life without any burden, and whether he continues or not is up to him. He asked him what he would do. Taehyun thought about it. He wanted to enjoy himself first, to get even for all of his years of frustration as a non-awakened. Then he wanted to become powerful, so that he could truly be happy. Then he met the archdukes, and received Ricky's skills, and found out what she learned about the abyss. The more he began thinking that there was a reason that the king had me regress, while also giving him his powers. Back then, the king told him that he was impressed with his drive and persistence. He realized that the king wanted to use his drive and persistence to carry the heavy burden alongside him, and knowing that, he had decided to walk the same path as the king, especially when it concerned Earth as well. He wanted to protect his world. To do that, he planned to take control of the upcoming war. He requested her to lend him her strength, and promised to bring her to a higher place. Rosaria sees the king in him. She blushed and replied that it was an impressive speech, but she pointed out that he's the key and not the king. To become as strong as the real king, he has a long way to go. A static appeared on his foot, and he was notified that an unknown power has caused his rank to advance to SS, and an immense power has awakened. Bright red light swirled around him. It made Rosaria jump from her seat and inquired when he became that powerful. Taehyun replied that when he decided to walk the same path as the king, the fragment of him got absorbed within him. He asked if she still doesn't have faith in him. It made her laugh. She shared that when she heard that the king wanted to hand over his powers to someone else, she strongly opposed it, because she thinks that there is nobody besides him that can bear the burden. Now she admits that she was wrong. She expressed that it was a feeling that she missed. She was talking about the time she's serving the king. She looks at him with awe. Back then, Rosaria was one of the king's personal maids. She told Taehyun that she's no longer his superior because she now acknowledges him as an equal partner. Then she asked him how much he knew about the coming race war. They chat over wine. He replied that once the territorial wars end and he becomes the king, the beings from the upper world would come to attack. She asked if that was all. He reasoned that the peace of God isn't that talkative. She pouts as she figured out that he lied to her. He defended that he had to, otherwise she wouldn't have cooperated. She called him a sly leech. She decided to tell him then, but she admits that she doesn't know everything either. She explained that once the territorial war ends, the race war begins, and the reason why it happens is that the ones in the upper world do not want someone in a world lower than them to become powerful and attack. Specifically, the king of the upper world does not want that to happen. Taehyun realized that there's also a king for the upper world. Then Rosaria continued to say that it was the same as their king, a monster of the abyss who had the fragment of God, the one who rose to the upper realms first and reached God. He He was named as the Demon Dragon King, Baal. Hearing that, Tae-hyun recalled that it's the dragon that the king fought in his memories. Tae-hyun clarified if the ones who received the fragments of God are fighting each other to see God first. She replied no, because Baal had already reached God. But he rejected the fate of owning the fragments and betrayed God. It wants to sit in place of God instead. The king knew of it and wanted to return everything to how it should be. That's why the king of the upper realm fights the king of the lower realm. Tae-hyun inquired why the upper realm doesn't just attack. She explained that there are some restraints against them that don't allow them to move unless certain conditions are met. She assumed that it must have something created by the king, too. Tae-hyun knew that he needed to beat all the archdukes and create an army to oppose the upper realm. That was the key to the territorial war. She asked him if he truly understands why he must fight with the archdukes. She proceeded to explain the powers and forces that each archduke wields. Tae-hyun was left with his mouth gaped open. She kept talking. Eventually, they finished wine, and she told him that it was time for him to decide. She asked where he would begin. Tae-hyun contemplated. He knew that, with Orgel, there's a debt that needs to be repaid. But Orgel has the biggest territory within the Abyss. He knew they would be at a disadvantage if it became a war of attrition. He knew that the other archdukes would rise up to fight, too. Unexpectedly, a maid suddenly waltzes in. Rosaria asked what it was. She reported that it's important news, that within the Western Territories, Mukei ran. Rosaria stood. She told Tae-hyun that a stage has been set. She reminded him that he spoke of taking her higher. She wants him to prove that those are not just empty words. At Rosaria's Western Territory that has been contested by Igmun, the place was called the Dry Desert. 2 armies had fought. Tension could be felt on the battlefield. Some used their claws. The other group used their swords. Mukeiren was slashed on her thigh, and her sword broke. She is the Grand Succubus Knight with rank SS+. The vampire asked if that's all she has. She commented that Rosaria's treasured knight isn't anything at all. That was Bloodia, ranked SSS. She told her to tell her master that she is known as the weakest archduke, so the result was obvious. Mukeiren yelled at her to stop insulting her queen. Bloodia placed her food on Mukeiren's chest and told her that she should have beaten her then, to be able to demand things from her. She stepped on her and blood gushed out. She claimed that the Abyss demands the survival of the fittest, so Mukeiren, along with her master, should submit to her, Bloodia, and her Crimson Archduke. She declared that the Dry Desert is now property of Igmun. Then someone spoke that he likes the sound of survival of the fittest. Bloodia was confused to see a human. It was Tae-hyun. She asked him who he was. He replied that he's someone they look down on so much, that he's a mercenary of the prideful queen. Just a little flashback. Most monsters born in the Abyss lack intelligence, like this monster who squished a bug using its fist, and ate it just like that. They simply follow their instincts, which is to eat, sleep, and smash things. However, among them, there are occasionally those born like mutants, with greater power and intelligence. They are the ones being chosen to rule above the herd. Like how humans assign ranks, monsters recognize status among themselves. And those with status are inevitably bound to clash with others of equal status. The Abyss is a world of survival of the fittest, but Bloodia has always been the one who eats, not the one who gets eaten. She killed and killed those who called themselves the strong. And when there was no rival left nearby, she met someone. It was the apex predator of the Abyss, the one called Archduke. It was Igmun. Bloodia's glorious record was rendered meaningless when she encountered an overwhelming defeat. For the first time, she realized that there existed someone of a higher status than her. Igmun was amused that she still wishes to fight knowing that there's an unbridgeable gap. He told her that a monster's rank was determined at birth and that was her limit, though he informed her that there's only one way to surpass that, through receiving power from a monster of a higher rank than her. He offered her to become his vassal. She trembled in anger, but eventually resigned to accepting his hand. She felt a humiliating defeat, but the moment of disgrace brought an astonishing rise in rank. She gained power. She planned to hide her claws and grow under him. And one day, she believes that she'll get the position of Archduke. But now she's faced with Tae-hyun. It made her blood boil. She was the one who harbored great ambitions. And yet she's being bested by a mere subordinate of the weakest duke. What's more is that it was a human. She felt so offended. Taehyun stopped her hand. He glared at her, and it made her freeze when she saw an image of Rosaria behind him. She was taken aback when Taehyun slashed her, and it seemed like Taehyun had already won. When Bloodia told him that it's the survival of the fittest, she became his prey, but Taehyun didn't have the appetite for monsters. However, she barged into someone else's territory and attempted to take over it, so he couldn't simply let her go. Since she was just an underling of Igmun, it made no sense to talk to her, so Taehyun instructed her to go fetch her master. That statement didn't sit right with her. She told him no. She emphasized that she is Bloodia, and not just someone's lackey. She was a proud grand monster destined to rise to the top of the abyss. Her wound had healed, and she attacked. Taehyun used predation on her. Just like that, she was eaten. Taehyun realized that it was the best way to deal with things. Mukhaerin was supported by another succubus to help her stand. As she watched Taehyun, she recognized that she's the queen's contractor. Taehyun reflected on the time that he struggled against an SS monster. But now, just having a fragment of God, he gained the power to take down an SSS rank without any troubles. The system showed him his status. Taehyun, who's at 20 years old, rank SS, had strength of 306, stamina 308, speed 307, mana 455, charisma 230, fatigue 70%, and remaining mana 220-445. Then he gained a unique skill of Devour SS rank, which lets him devious a chosen target by consuming 120 mana. And as for the next ones, these were all of his skills. Then, the screen showed that the mana cost for the general skill Blood Frenzy, SS, has been recalibrated. It also happened for the summon skill, Igmun. Taehyun speculated that it could either be because Predation's skill had leveled up, or because Bloodia was one of Igmun's vassals. But either way, he knew that if he kept doing that, he would have the chance to take down the Archdukes, whose whereabouts are unknown. Suddenly, a dragon-like monster that he used to devour Bloodia started acting up. Mukhaerin got worried for him. The monster became a puddle of blood, and slowly, a hand came out of it, and then someone uttered that as they expected. Bloodia wasn't enough. Igmun's whole body came out of the puddle as he expressed that he didn't have much expectations to begin with. But he still succeeded in summoning Taehyun there, so it was worth it for him. Taehyun replied that he's looking for him too, so he just saved him the trouble. Igmun suggested that they celebrate their reunion. He called Taehyun the Key of the King. Meanwhile, at nighttime in New South Korea headquarters, Jinhui puts on his coat. He noticed the picture frame on his desk. It was a picture of him and all the players. He smiled at the thought of how young those players are. He noticed how he kept reminiscing about the past and realized that it must have been because he's getting old. Unexpectedly, Taewook barged inside and was relieved to see him still there. He replied that he was about to leave. Then he asked what he needed. Taewook reported that the Player Association and the Nightwalker Guild had joined the task force and contacted them. They perceived movement in the place they have long suspected to be the Malignant Guild's base. And they are awaiting orders from the headquarters. Immediately, Ji In-hui instructed to gather all national-level players, and he set off to the site personally. Taewook hesitated, because Taehyun hasn't returned yet and they can't reach him in the abyss. He asked if they would be okay on their own. Jinhui questioned him when the New South Korea Player Association became reliant on one player. Taewook realized he was wrong. Jinhui thinks that it's a good thing that they can handle it without Taehyun, because they knew Taehyun had something to take care of. He understood that Taehyun had chosen a path to follow, and for that child who is walking the right path, he wanted to become his strong supporter. Taewook understands what he meant, given that Jinhui experienced that heartache because of Jihong. Jinhui proceeded to do what they had to do. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that it's going to be the final battle. Thank you all for watching. Please watch this next Giga Chad video, and I'll see you guys next time. Also, support the channel by joining the Summon Club membership. You can also support by just liking the video and being awesome.